But, considering Chen Hemming's face, Zhijia decided not to push the issue further. As for the others around, after a moment of confusion, they started discussing again. Zhong Divine Doctor truly lives up to being Master Qin's disciple. His magnanimity is extraordinary. Extraordinary indeed. But didn't you see, the temperament of this Zhong Divine Doctor, has never been good. If it were a normal situation, he would have probably just left. But today's situation, I'm afraid Ziqian's background is not simple. What do you mean? Could it be that Zhong Divine Doctor is afraid of this Zhijia? The onlookers were discussing animatedly, and these comments were clearly heard by Zhong Chen and the others. Zhong Chen's character was inherently proud, never willing to be overshadowed by others. Hearing these words, and recalling the times Zhijia had slapped him before, ignited a blaze of anger in him. I'm not afraid of him, but not just anyone has the right to make me deal with them. As Zhong Chen spoke, Zhijia raised his eyebrows in response. He had considered giving Zhong Chen some face because of Chen Hemming, but now he realized that Zhong Chen was pushing it too far. Let's go. Don't waste time on insignificant people, Zhong Chen said before preparing to leave. Did I give you face? Zhijia lifted his head slowly and asked Zhong Chen, do you understand where you are? Zhong Chen's expression became stern. He didn't want to back down and lose face. Come here. I have something to tell you. Zhijia beckoned to Zhong Chen. What do you want? Zhong Chen frowned slightly. Are you scared? If you are, then get lost. Zhijia smirked. If Zhong Chen honestly chose to leave, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, Zhong Chen wanted to make a tough statement before leaving. Zhijia wasn't going to let him off easily. Chen Ruoxue, Li Yue, and others believed that Zhong Chen could support them. Zhijia wanted to show them that Zhong Chen couldn't support them. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Zhong Chen gritted his teeth and then stepped forward. He bet that Zhijia wouldn't dare to touch him. He bet that even if Zhijia dared to hit Li Yue, he wouldn't dare to hit him. But soon, he realized how wrong his bet was. I'll make you fear me. Zhong Chen was right in front of Zhijia when a slap came flying towards his face. Smack! The slap landed on Zhong Chen's face, causing him to cover his face and step back. At that moment, the whole resting area fell into dead silence once again. Some participants who had just entered the room were staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. What did they just see? They saw Zhong Chen, the Divine Doctor of Tianhai City, being publicly slapped. And this young man who appeared to be only in his 20s, that nobody knew, dared to hit Zhong Chen. Everyone present was incredibly shocked, especially Chen Ruoxue, whose face changed instantaneously. The incident where Zhijia had slapped Zhong Chen last time had not yet passed, and now Zhong Chen was being hit again. Zhijia really thought that Zhong Chen and his master, Chen Hemming, could be bullied at will. Liang Chow and Li Yue were left dumbfounded, stunned into silence like they were in a trance. Zhijia, have you gone crazy for real? Chen Ruoxue widened her eyes and once again questioned Zhijia. Birds of a feather flock together. Zhijia smirked coldly and retorted, if you stay with a group of mad dogs for too long, aren't you afraid of becoming a mad dog yourself? You. Chen Ruoxue was speechless. The surrounding crowd was shocked beyond belief. Not only did he openly slap Zhong Chen in anger, but he also called Zhong Chen a mad dog. Is Zhijia truly fearless or just plain foolish? Even if he doesn't care about Zhong Chen, isn't he afraid of Zhong Chen's master, Chen Hemming? Hiss. The sounds of gasps filled the air. At least 90% of the people present believed that Zhijia was dead for sure. Zhong Chen would never let him off. However, to everyone's surprise, after being slapped by Zhijia, Zhong Chen showed no intention of retaliating or calling for anyone. Do you yield? Zhijia asked calmly. Before Zhong Chen could respond, Zhijia slowly raised his arm again, unwilling to yield. Then he'll force him to yield. I yield, Zhong Chen said before Zhijia landed the third slap. This third slap was particularly brutal, causing Zhong Chen to stagger back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Everyone in the vicinity was dumbfounded. Some wanted to intervene, but they dare not. Do you yield? Zhijia asked for the third time. I yield. I yield. Zhong Chen felt utterly humiliated. Very well, Zhijia nodded lightly. Are you afraid of me? This insignificant figure? Yes, I'm afraid. Zhong Chen nodded with clenched teeth. He had only meant to save face with a few harsh words, but Zhijia had not only stripped him of his dignity, but had also trampled on it. This was beyond belief. Everyone was astounded to see Zhong Chen, the renowned divine doctor of Tianhai City, submitting so easily. They assumed that after Ziqia struck Zhong Chen, he would immediately call for reinforcements, leading to Ziqian's downfall. However, the reality was shocking. Ziqian's relentless attacks and insults had made Zhong Chen admit defeat and fear him. This turn of events was absurd and unbelievable. People were in awe, and Chen Ruoxue and her group were filled with a deep sense of curiosity. They could see that Zhong Chen didn't attack Ziqian, not because he didn't want to but because he feared him. But what was Zhong Chen really afraid of? Was it Ziqian's skills? No, it couldn't be. There were many skilled individuals in the world, and Zhong Chen's status wouldn't make him bow down just because someone could fight well. The only reason Zhong Chen would yield to Ziqia was if Ziqian's status surpassed his, and Zhong Chen himself knew it. Chen Ruoxue couldn't help but glance at Ziqia, pondering his mysterious background. She knew Ziqia had a good relationship with the Lurong and Zhou families, but even someone as prestigious as Zhong Chen, a direct disciple of Chen Heming, was unwilling to provoke Ziqia. Did Ziqia have a stronger and unknown identity? As she thought about this, Chen Ruoxue felt increasingly moved and curious about Ziqia. Mr. Z, I'm sorry for my earlier arrogance. Please forgive me. Zhong Chen, who had been shocked back to senses by Ziqian's slats, apologized. At least you are a disciple of Chen Heming, Ziqia remarked. Mixing with such people, aren't you afraid of ruining your master's reputation? Ziqia expressed his disapproval of Zhong Chen associating with unsavory individuals like Liang Chow. I understand, Zhong Chen replied without further explanation. After apologizing once again, he left without a word. Previously, he had considered meeting Lin Yan, the young master of the Lin family, upon Liang Cao's recommendation. But now, humiliated and publicly slapped, Zhong Chen couldn't bear to stay. Mr. Zhong, Liang Chow and others tried to stop him, but Zhong Chen left without looking back. Ruoxue, let's go after Divine Dr. Zhong, Liu exclaimed, chasing after Zhong Chen along with Liang Chow. They were relying on Zhong Chen to coach their competition participants. If they didn't catch up, Zhong Chen might cancel their cooperation in a fit of anger and refuse to assist them in the medical competition. Finally realizing the situation, Chen Ruoxue shot Ziqia a hateful glance before chasing after Zhong Chen and the others. During this time, they had tried everything to recruit Zhong Chen without success. Every plan had been thwarted by Ziqia, fueling Chen Ruoxue's anger. Why did you strike Mr. Zhong? She demanded through gritted teeth. He brought it upon himself. Couldn't you see that? Ziqia coolly replied. You, Ziqia, even after all this time, you still only resort to violence to solve problems. Chen Ruoxue pointed at Ziqia, her voice tinged with anger and frustration. I don't need your guidance on how I handle things, Ziqia curtly responded. Let me tell you, even if you beat Zhong, what does that prove? It doesn't show your strength. I, Chen Ruoxue, will still look down on you. This is the medical competition, focused on medical skills, not martial arts. Even if you can fight, you are no match for Divine Dr. Zhong in the medical field, Chen Ruoxue declared before storming off. Ziqia remained silent, sitting calmly with closed eyes. From that moment on, the hundreds of people in the rest area maintained complete silence. Everyone, including newcomers who sensed the tension, sat quietly, afraid to make a sound. Ziqian's actions had subdued the entire area, causing it to be as quiet as a graveyard in the wee hours of the morning. People couldn't help but steal glances at Ziqia, who was previously unknown to them, but now revealed his presence. They were immensely curious about Ziqian's background. 5 minutes later, a staff member in professional attire entered the rest area. Excuse me, may I know who is Mr. Ziqia? The staff member smiled as his gaze swept across the crowd. Swoosh! Although Ziqia did not speak, everyone in the lounge turned their heads towards him. The staff member nodded knowingly and walked over to Ziqia. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ziqia? Yes. Ziqia nodded. I am Lin Yan. Please come with me for tea. As soon as the staff member spoke, the expressions of everyone in the lounge varied. Today at Taihua Hotel, Lin Yan was the only one. That is, Lin Yan, the eldest son of the Tianhai Lin family. Some thought that Ziqia might be a player from Lin Yan's side. Others suspected that Lin Yan had heard about the earlier incident and was looking to settle the score with Ziqia. Everyone was watching eagerly, but they didn't notice the faint smirk on Ziqian's lips. It was time. Since the other party took the initiative to invite him, If Zichia didn't go, he might be seen as backing down. Lead the way. Zichia stood up slowly. Okay. The staff member responded, then led the way in front. As Zichia walked, the people in the lounge made way for him. Guided by the staff member, Zichia took the elevator to the top level of Taihua Hotel. Throughout the whole process, Zichia remained quiet, which puzzled the staff member. He didn't know Zichia had followed Lin Yan's instructions to invite him. However, he was puzzled because Lin Yan, as the eldest son of the Tianhai Lin family, held such a prestigious status. Those who were summoned by Lin Yan were usually nervous or uneasy, but no one had ever been as composed as Zichia. It was as if Zichia knew why Lin Yan wanted to see him. Lin Xiao is inside. Mr. Z, please go in by yourself. The staff member knocked lightly and, upon confirmation, opened the door slightly before leaving. Zichia entered the extremely luxurious presidential suite, with a living room alone spanning 200 square meters. A young man a few years older than Zichia was sitting on the spacious balcony making tea. Upon seeing Zichia enter, 10 burly men dressed in black immediately encircled him, walking towards Zichia. Sorry, Mr. Z, for Lin Xiao's safety, please cooperate with our search. A man in his 30s stepped forward and was about to search Zichia. Zichia frowned slightly, took a step back, and a cold glint passed through his eyes. He had come here for a reason, and it wasn't to be searched. No need, Zichia said. Zichia, he is my honored guest. Lin Yan, who was on the balcony making tea, rebuked the man. Understood. The young man withdrew at Lin Yan's command and quickly stood behind him. Zichia, right? Please, have a seat. Lin Yan smiled and pointed to the seat opposite him. Zichia met Lin Yan's gaze for 2 seconds before slowly sitting across from him. Up to this point, Zichia didn't know what Lin Yan's intentions were, but he had a rough idea. The man in his 30s was probably Lin Yan's assistant, busy pouring tea as Zichia sat down. Zichia, I believe this isn't the first time we've met, Lin Yan said, in his opening remarks with a smile. Zichia just nodded silently, not wanting to chat too much with Lin Yan until his true intentions were revealed. Alright, let's cut to the chase. I heard that recently you did a lot of things for the Lu family. To be honest, those actions against the Lu family were related to my Lin family. Lin Yan's straightforward attitude took Zichia by surprise. But Zichia quickly understood. The reason Lin Yan dared to mention this was that he didn't consider Zichia a threat. When someone had enough confidence and didn't see their enemy as a threat, even if the enemy knew their plans and actions, it wouldn't matter. Perhaps Lin Yan was thinking along these lines. As it turned out, Zichia's guess was correct. Lin Yan was indeed very confident at this moment. I am quite curious. Lin Yan smiled faintly and asked, what made you stand up against my Lin family? What made me? I can. But you can't. Zichia's words made the tea assistant pause slightly and Lin Yan's smile stiffened. They hadn't expected Zichia to be so arrogant. In the vast city of Tianhai, there were countless powerful and influential figures, but Zichia was the first to openly challenge the Lin family in front of them. Even the current chairman of the Lu group, Lu Jianlin, would never speak those words in public. Zichia's audacity and courage were truly remarkable. Hehe. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, but quickly disappeared. That's okay. Although you have ruined many of our plans and caused significant losses to my Lin family, I can let bygones be bygones. In fact, I sincerely invite you to join our Lin family's camp. I can use the resources of the Lin family to ensure your entry into the second round of the competition. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and laid out his conditions. He wasn't actually interested in Zichia's medical skills or recruiting him to his side, but was aware that Zichia was a promising player highly valued by the Lu family. If Lin Yan could poach Zichia and bring him to his side, it would be a severe blow to the Lu family. So, Lin Yan's approach wasn't to genuinely value Zichia. He simply wanted to target the Lu family once again through this method. It wasn't the first time they had done so during this period. I'm not interested. To Lin Yan's surprise, Zichia shook his head without hesitation. Don't you want to hear the conditions I'm offering you? Lin Yan's eyes showed more coldness. I can double what the Lu family is giving you. I'm not interested, Zichia repeated. Hehe. Lin Yan's cold smile betrayed the fury in his eyes. Zichia, why are you being so arrogant with me? Suddenly, Lin Yan reached out and slammed his palm on the table. Bang! The tea table shook, and the scalding tea splattered. Whether it was the young assistant, the 10 bodyguards behind Lin Yan, All were accustomed to this behavior. They were used to Lin Yan's unpredictable nature, joking one moment and ready to harm someone the next. Ziqie, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, showing no change in his expression. "I invited you here to save face for you," Lin Yan said, then pointed his finger accusingly. Ziqie furrowed his brow slightly, a cold glint passing through his eyes. However, it was just at the moment when Ziqian's expression changed slightly. Before Ziqie could react, the 10 burly men in black behind Lin Yan took a step forward in unison, their eyes fixed firmly on Ziqie. Several of the men in black even reached out towards their lower back. Judging by the bulge at their lower backs, it was highly likely that they were concealing concealed weapons. As the leader of the Tianhai Three Giants, the Lin family was indeed not to be trifled with. Interesting, Ziqie thought coldly but abandoned his intention to act. "There's no need to act deep in front of me. Don't think I don't know your background. The son-in-law who married into the Chen group, a useless man for 2 years after marriage. Even your wife Chen Ruoxue looks down on you. Am I correct?" Lin Yan slowly pulled back his hand with a cold smile, asking, "It is often said that criticizing someone is the same as exposing their flaws." Lin Yan deliberately pointed out Ziqian's shortcomings, clearly preparing to confront Ziqie face to face. However, this time, Ziqie just frowned slightly and did not respond. "I brought you here today for no other reason than to teach you a lesson. Just to make you understand the difference between people, so you don't act recklessly in front of me in the future." Lin Yan dropped the pretense and his eyes and tone were full of disdain towards Ziqie. It was as if Shaoshan was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will in his eyes. "A useless person like you dares to challenge me, Lin Yan." Lin Yan shook his head with a cold laugh. Since the last conflict at the racecourse, he had harbored resentment towards Ziqie. After investigating Ziqian's background, he was even more convinced that someone like Ziqie, with no background or standing, had no right to steal his limelight. And now, after holding back his emotions for days, he finally had the chance to vent. Looking at Ziqie again, he remained silent. This was the first time he had been so patient since separating from Chen Ruoxue, but based on the current situation, he had to endure it. He could fight Li Yue, Liang Chow, or even Zhang Chen, and it wouldn't affect his plans. Even if something really happened, Lu Jinya would help him resolve it. But if he were to attack one of the organizers, the Lin family, his eligibility to participate would certainly be revoked, and even Lu Jia could not help. And once Lu Jia clashed with the Lin family, it would surely affect Ziqian's future participation. By then, he would have no chance at acquiring the 7-leaf evergreen vine. Moreover, with Lin Yan surrounded by 10 bodyguards, some of whom were armed, Ziqie had to admit that with his current strength, facing several armed opponents might not end well for him. He had to endure it. Lin Yan was not Liang Chow. The influence of the Lin family of the Tianhai Consortium didn't work against Liang Chow. "Why aren't you speaking? You were very prominent at the racecourse, helping Jin Cheng deal with the Lin family's matters. Weren't you excellent at strategizing? Now, why have you lost your nerve?" Seeing Ziqian's silence, Lin Yan sneered even more. He particularly enjoyed the feeling of psychologically dominating the other party. "Ziqie, people without any social status background like you, I've seen plenty," Lin Yan continued. "The only difference between you and them is that you know how to live off others, but the end result is the same as those at the bottom. Do you really think that with Lu's backing, you can act arrogantly in front of me? Lin Yan, you are wrong. If you don't believe it, you can try. Let's see if the Lu family will turn against the Lin family for you." Lin Yan seemed very confident of the situation, showing contempt towards Ziqie in both action and speech. "They won't turn against them, so you only have yourself to rely on. Tell me, what background do you have? What do your parents do?" Lin Yan sneered, wanting to make Ziqie realize the vast gap in their backgrounds, social status, and power. However, Ziqian's attitude made Lin Yan extremely unhappy. Facing such insults, Ziqie remained calm throughout, occasionally showing a touch of disdain in his eyes. As the legitimate heir of the Tianhai Lin family, his status was extremely noble, towering above many others since birth. Ziqie, on the other hand, was just a poor guy with no background, someone Lin Yan wouldn't even acknowledge in normal circumstances. Given such a huge difference in status, why was Ziqie so calm and aloof in front of him? Lin Yan was increasingly frustrated by Ziqian's calm and arrogant demeanor, trying everything to make Zichia bow his proud head. But Zichia maintained a calm and composed demeanor, seemingly treating Lin Yan's actions as a mere farce. "Are you done?" Zichia, who had not spoken, suddenly asked. "What?" Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. "If you are done, then it's my turn. I'll tell you this, Lin Yan, listen carefully. All the humiliation I have endured today will be repaid 100-fold after the medical competition." Zichian's tone was calm but powerful. With that, he slowly stood up and walked towards the door. In Lin Yan's eyes, a fierce glint of malice flashed. In Tianhai City, Zichian was the first person to ever threaten Lin Yan. "Do you think you can leave?" Lin Yan waved his hand, and the 10 burly men in black quickly surrounded Zichia. "I advise you not to act recklessly." Zichia spoke slowly with his back to Lin Yan. "I can endure it, but it doesn't mean I will endure everything." Although he didn't want Lin Yan's actions to disrupt his plans to participate in the medical competition, if Lin Yan continued to be aggressive and push back, Zichia would not allow himself to be trodden upon. The room was extremely quiet. Both sides faced off, the atmosphere tense. "Heh. Lin Yan, am truly reckless. What can you do to me?" Lin Yan smirked confidently, believing in the strength of his 10 bodyguards. Among these 10, 6 were retired Special Forces soldiers, while the rest were skilled martial artists. Not only that, they were armed with firearms. Even if Zichia brought dozens of bodyguards with him, Lin Yan was confident he could easily subdue them. Therefore, he looked at Zichia with great confidence, as if he had everything under control. Zichia squinted slightly, scanning the 10 individuals and quickly identifying the ones carrying firearms. Besides those few individuals, the others posed no threat to him, so if they really came to blows, he would not hesitate to eliminate the biggest threats first. The 10 bodyguards also had a look of determination in their eyes, ready to act upon Lin Yan's command. The young assistant on the side, along with the bodyguards, had no doubt that Lin Yan was capable of killing. In the city of Tianhai, for the Lin family, taking someone's life was a simple task, especially for someone like Zichia, who had no significant background. His life meant little and no risks needed to be taken. "I will give you a chance. Now, kneel down and apologize to me, and I may spare your life." Lin Yan picked up a teacup, sipping it with a slight smile on his face. "What if I refuse to kneel?" Zichia turned to face Lin Yan slowly. "Then, I will kill you." A cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. "Touch me. There will be no survivors in this room today." Zichian's gaze grew colder, showing that he would not provoke the Lin family unless necessary, but once provoked, he would not show mercy. Even if Zichia held back, when the Lin family sought revenge, they would not hold back. "Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Yan squinted slightly. Zichian's tone was indifferent. "You can try." "Good. I will try." Lin Yan smashed the teacup to the ground, about to give orders. "Young Master Lin." At this moment, the young assistant reached out to stop him. He is ultimately connected to the Lu family. With the medical arts competition approaching, it's best not to cause unnecessary trouble. The assistant advised in a lowered voice, causing Lin Yan to pause his actions. On an ordinary day, he would have ensured Zichia did not survive the night, but with the medical arts competition approaching, it was not suitable to create more conflicts. Killing Zichia would have been easy, but if the Lu family used this against the Lin family, it could lead to complications. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lin Yan nodded. A mere insignificant character is not worth the risk for the Lin family. Lin Yan waved his hand, and the 10 black-clad bodyguards exchanged glances before dispersing. Zichia also redirected his gaze and walked towards the door. As Zichia grabbed the door handle and pulled it open, Lin Yan spoke once more. "Today, I will have a private conversation with you, which can be considered giving you some face. But if you do not know how to behave, the next time I step on you in public, you can only bear it." Lin Yan's tone was full of cold threats. "I will say the same to you. If you don't know how to behave, I will come after you, Lin Yan. If the Lin family doesn't know how to behave, I will bring down the entire Lin family." Zichia left with these words, pulling the door closed. "Damn it!" Lin Yan grabbed the teapot and fiercely threw it out. Bang! The teapot smashed against the door, shattering on the ground. Just a useless piece of trash, actually thinking himself a delicacy. Lin Yan's expression turned cold. Initially, he had intended to make Zichia bow to him, as the high-ranking eldest son of the Tianhai Lin family. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan, who belonged to the elite of the Lin family, was threatened by Zhijie, a low-class individual with no background. He has indeed become too arrogant. The young assistant furrowed his brow slightly. Otherwise, I could arrange for some professionals to take care of him discreetly. Earlier, he had advised against taking action, not because they could not act, but because it was not the right time, especially with Lin Yan present. However, if they hired professional assassins to deal with Zhijie discreetly, there would be no issues. Hey, use him? A waste. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, Zhijie was not even worth the cost of hiring someone to kill. Besides, it's not satisfying to kill such an arrogant person immediately. By mentally and physically pressuring him, making him realize the gap between us, and then watching him willingly submit, it's more fun than just killing him. Lin Yan flicked his wrist, a deep smirk in his eyes. His wife, Chen Ruoxue, doesn't even like him. If he sees his own wife throwing herself at me, won't that be more interesting? As a direct descendant of the Tianhai Lin family, Lin Yan was born at the top of the social and financial ladder, surpassing 99% of Tianhai City's population. While ordinary people worried about making ends meet, he never had such concerns. His life was so dull and tasteless, so he had to find ways to entertain himself. For him, life was a game, and those beneath him were merely small roles in his play. Yes. The young man nodded and fell silent. At that moment, Zhijie left Lin Yan's room and stood at the elevator waiting for it. Glancing at Lin Yan's room number, a cold light flashed in his eyes before he retracted his gaze. He thought that after experiencing the various ugly faces and hardships during his 2 years at the Chen family, his mentality had become as firm as a rock, and he would not easily be affected emotionally. However, Lin Yan's demeanor and words today made Zhijie extremely uncomfortable. In order not to be affected by the upcoming competition, Zhijie had to restrain himself for now. But restraint did not mean forgetting. Accounts would be settled sooner or later. Ding! The elevator door opened, and just as Zhijie was about to step in, a girl rushed out. The girl seemed flustered, rushing out of the elevator and bumped into Zhijie, burying her head into his chest. Sorry. The girl apologized repeatedly and was about to run off again. Where are you going? Zhijie frowned slightly. Why was Jinga so flustered and in a hurry? Ah, Mr. Z, you. Jinga abruptly stopped in her tracks, then turned back upon seeing Zhijie. Mr. Z, are you alright? Did Lin Yan do something to you? Jinga held Zhijian's arm and inspected him from top to bottom. She went to the rest area to look for Zhijie and found out that Lin Yan had called him away, so she hurried over anxiously. Seeing Jinga's concerned expression, Zhijian's heart softened slightly, shaking his head and saying, I'm fine. Jinga remained silent and personally checked Zhijie all over, feeling a bit relieved. What did he want with you? Is he targeting you? I'm going to find him now. Jinga gritted her teeth, pulling Zhijie to go find Lin Yan. Forget it. I've already talked to him. Zhijie gently freed his arm. You don't need to fear him. If he dares to come after you, my Luo family won't just stand by. Jinga once again took Zhijian's arm and walked towards Lin Yan's room. I said no need. Zhijie frowned. Now's not the time to clash with them. Hearing this, Jinga paused her steps, turned slowly to face Zhijie. After a few seconds, Jinga lowered her head slightly. Did he humiliate you? As descendants of the top families in Tianhai, Jinga knew Lin Yan's character well. He must have had no good intentions calling Zhijie. Even if he didn't lay hands on him, he'd surely insult Zhijie. Seeing Zhijie silent, Jinga knew she was correcting her guess. I'm sorry, Mr. Z, for implicating you in our Luo family's affairs. Jinga felt extremely guilty. She was well aware that there was no animosity between Zhijie and Lin Yan. It was all because Zhijie was close to the Luo family. Unfortunately, in the current situation, the Luo family couldn't stand up for Zhijie, making Jinga feel very uncomfortable. It's okay. Everyone will pay the price for their actions. Lin Yan will too, sooner or later. Zhijie shook his head slightly and stepped into the elevator. Mr. Z, I won't let you suffer unjustly. Jinga followed Zhijie into the elevator, making a serious promise. I won't let myself be wronged either. After I settle my matters, I will visit the Liang and Lin families one by one. Ziqian never considered himself a magnanimous person. He always believed in returning favors and avenging wrongs. Once he obtained the 7-leaf ivy, whether it was Liang Chow or Lin Yan, he would settle scores with each of them. The Luo family will always stand with you, right or wrong. Luo Jingyao nodded earnestly. On the other side, at Zhong Chen's residence, Liang Cha and Chen Ruoxue and others followed all the way to Zhong Chen's home. When Liang Cha and the others parked the car and entered, they saw the living room in disarray. Zhong Chen had not calmed down yet, grabbing a half-sized antique vase and fiercely smashing it to the ground. Crash! Ceramic fragments flew in all directions, scaring Chen Ruoxue and others into dodging. Dr. Zhong, please calm down. Liang Chao nervously moved forward to dissuade Zhong Chen. Bastard, who does he think he is? Zhong Chen cursed angrily. From the beginning until now, he had only met Ziqian twice. Once at Westlake Manor, and the second time today at Taihua Hotel. On both occasions, he was slapped by Ziqian and publicly humiliated. Zhong Chen was a well-known figure in Tian High City, yet being slapped twice by Ziqian had brought shame upon him. The more Zhong Chen thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, an endless anger rising in his chest, nearly losing his composure. Dr. Zhong, Ziqian is just a trash. He's being so arrogant just because he's skilled at fighting. To be honest, I've also been beaten by him several times. Liang Chao had intended to comfort Zhong Chen, but when he mentioned being beaten by Ziqian, he felt a surge of frustration as well. At this moment, they were like difficult brothers in the same predicament, facing a common enemy. Liang Chao, why don't you have someone take care of him? Li Yue stepped forward, thinking that if Zhong Chen wanted to deal with Ziqian, he wouldn't even need to ask Chen Hemming for help. A single phone call would be enough. Seeing Zhong Chen so agitated, Li Yue's comment stirred up even more anger from Zhong Chen. If Li Yue hadn't foolishly provoked Ziqian, he wouldn't have been publicly slapped, and maybe by now he would be in a delightful conversation with the young master of the Lin family. Moreover, Li Yue actually asked why he didn't have someone take care of Ziqian. If Ziqian were so easily dealt with, would he need Li Yue to say anything? You worthless brat! Zhong Chen grew angrier. After a loud curse, he raised his hand and slapped Li Yue. Slap! Li Yue retreated several steps from the force of the slap, but Zhong Chen was still not relieved, raising his arm again to strike. Chen Ruoxue wanted to intervene, but she was held back by two of her assistants. President, Dr. Zhong is furious. Let him vent, otherwise he won't calm down. Let me tell you, she indeed deserves it. Why did she have to provoke Ziqian? Listening to the assistants, Chen Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed but did not step forward. If you're going to get slapped, blame it on your dumb mouth. In the future, whenever I'm present, you must have my consent before speaking. No. In the future, when I'm around, you better not show up. Zhong Chen vented his long-held anger, delivering a series of slaps, knocking Li Yue to the ground. Li Yue's mouth and nose were bleeding, her hair disheveled, looking extremely disheveled. However, neither Liang Chao nor Chen Ruoxue came forward to stop him. They also did not dare to intervene. Li Yue quickly apologized to Dr. Zhong. Liang Chao not only did not interfere, but also reprimanded Li Yue. Li Yue gritted her teeth, glared hatefully at Liang Chao, but eventually gritted her teeth and apologized to Zhong Chen. Get out, and never let me see you again. Zhong Chen, in a bad mood, waved his hand. Liang Chao quickly walked over and spoke a few words softly to Li Yue's ear. Then Li Yue got up and left. The rest of you also leave. Ruoxue and I will talk to Dr. Zhong alone. Liang Chao waved to the other assistants, and they quickly turned away. Dr. Zhong. Liang Chao was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhong Chen's wave of the hand. Ziqian, will you also participate in the medical competition? Zhong Chen asked coldly. Yes. Liang Chao was taken aback at first, then quickly nodded. The people who went to Taihua Hotel today are all participants who have already registered. Register me. I want to participate in the medical competition. With Zhong Chen's words, both Liang Chao and Chen Ruoxue widened their eyes simultaneously, followed by an immensely joyful surprise. Is this true? Dr. Zhong. Liang Chao's face was full of excitement. It's true. Zhong Chen nodded, his face dark. He admitted that his combat ability was indeed not as good as Ziqian's, but in terms of medical skills, Ziqian was definitely not his match. Since Ziqian was also going to participate in the medical competition, He planned to completely crush Zhong in the competition to avenge the two previous encounters. That's great. Both Chen Ruoxue and Liang Chow nodded excitedly. In fact, they all wanted Zhong Chen to represent them in the medical competition. Initially, Liang Chow contacted Zhong Chen just to have him as a medical consultant to help train their competing players. But now, Zhong Chen actually volunteered to represent them in the competition, which was a huge surprise. Dr. Zhong, what about your master, Mr. Chen? Chen Ruoxue reminded softly. You don't need to worry about that. Just sign me up. Zhong Chen furrowed his brows slightly. He was no longer a disciple of Chen Hemming, so he didn't need to follow the rules set by him. However, for now, he wouldn't tell others about this. After all, having this reputation could bring him many benefits. Okay. No problem. Liang Chow nodded quickly. The companies, like theirs, were under strict scrutiny by the three giants of Tianhai. The one selected by the three giants of Tianhai. Registering their competing players would be relatively easier. In the end, even if it was difficult, it depended on who it was. Zhong Chen, a highly renowned divine doctor in the whole Tianhai city, would have a high chance of winning the competition if he participated. If he participated, the three major families of Tianhai city would definitely welcome it, and Lin Yan would be very happy too. After all, both Liang and Chen families now belong to the Lin family. If their player could achieve an outstanding result, it would also be an honor for the Lin family. Therefore, Liang Chow didn't need to consult Lin Yan about this matter. He could agree on his own. Dr. Zhong, let's settle it like this. I will go register you now, Liang Chow said excitedly and then left with Chen Ruoxue. Liang Chow, is Mr. Zhong going to represent us in the competition? They walked to the door, and Chen Ruoxue spoke softly, but she emphasized the word us. Yes. Liang Chow understood what Chen Ruoxue meant, so he explained. Ruoxue, our two families are closely cooperating now. Regardless of whether Dr. Zhong represents the Liang family or the Chen family, it is our common honor. Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brows slightly. Their two families were indeed cooperating closely, but they were still separate companies. Zhong Chen couldn't represent both companies in the competition. If he won, it would only be attributed to that particular company. From Liang Cao's words, he seemed to want Zhong Chen to represent the Liang group in the competition. Ruoxue, do you have a better idea? Liang Chow asked knowingly. He could see through Chen Ruoxue's thoughts, but he was not foolish. There were some things he could concede, and some things he couldn't. He was willing to help Chen Ruoxue, but only if it didn't jeopardize the interests of the Liang group. And most importantly, he was ultimately trying to gain Chen Ruoxue's trust in order to eventually take over the entire Chen group. Everything he did was for the benefit of his own Liang group. So now, with Zhong Chen being a top contender for the championship, he certainly couldn't let him go. No. Let's go with your arrangement. Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly. She understood that Zhong Chen was initially introduced to her by Liang Chow, so it was only natural for Zhong Chen to represent the Liang group in the competition. She could accept this reasoning, but the decision made her slightly uncomfortable. It wasn't that she didn't understand, but Liang Chow had always shown a willingness to help her at all costs. Sometimes he even said that as long as Chen Ruoxue was happy, he would willingly give opportunities to the Chen group, even if it meant the Liang group missing out. It was because of these words that Chen Ruoxue was touched. Now, seeing Liang Cao's actions not align with his words made her feel somewhat disappointed. Ruoxue, actually I suggested to Dr. Zhong before to represent the Chen group in the competition, but he wasn't very willing. How about this, we go back now, and I will discuss it with Dr. Zhong. Liang Chow hesitated for 2 seconds, indicating that they should return to Zhong Chen's residence. No need. Liang Chow, Zhong Chen is your friend to begin with, so it's only right for him to represent your Liang group in the competition. Chen Ruoxue shook her head. She knew that she needed Liang Cao's help to participate in the medical competition, so she didn't want to embarrass him by going back with him. All right then, it's all the same, Liang Chow said. My father has only one son. Eventually, the Liang group will be ours. The words Liang Chow spoke carried a hint of ambiguity, and Chen Ruoxue blushed slightly, but didn't respond. After all, she still needed Liang Cao's help to participate in the medical competition and didn't want to reject him outright. Seeing Chen Ruoxue not retort, Liang Chow, emboldened, continued speaking. At that moment, Chen Ruoxue's phone rang. Ruoxue, is the matter settled? All the shareholders and top executives are waiting for you in the meeting room. The voice of Chen Liren came through the phone, unusually soft-spoken and gentle towards Chen Ruoxue. After all, the Chen group was able to regain the qualification to participate in the competition, all thanks to Chen Ruoxue. Chen Liren naturally didn't dare to treat Chen Ruoxue the same way as before. I'll head back now. Chen Ruoxue nodded, bid farewell to Liang Chow, and got into her car. Watching Chen Ruoxue's car drive away, Liang Chow rubbed his abdomen. Damn, I'll have you sooner or later. It won't be long now, Liang Chow muttered, got into his car, and left. On the other side, at the lakeside villa, after leaving the Taihua Hotel, Lu Jinyao escorted Zhaoshan back home. Lu Jinyao felt that Zhaoshan's mood must not be good after being targeted by Lin Yan just now, so she wanted to stay and have a chat with Zhaoshan for a while. But she had barely sat down for 5 minutes when a call came from Lu Jianlin. Dad, I'm at Mr. Zia's house. What did you say? Lu Jinya answered the phone, and her expression changed after a few words, her brows furrowing tightly. They are just deliberately looking for trouble, aren't they? Lu Jinya said with some anger, raising her voice. Fine. I understand. I'll go back as soon as possible. Lu Jinya nodded and hung up her phone, then turned to look at Zitia. Mr. Z, I need to hurry back. If you have something to do, go ahead, Zitia replied. He wasn't interested in knowing too much about the affairs of the Lu family. These people are so annoying, causing trouble every time there's a medical conference, Lu Jingyao muttered as she prepared to leave. Hearing this, Zitia immediately spoke up to stop Lu Jingyao. He didn't want to get involved in the Lu family's affairs, but when it came to the medical conference, he wanted to clarify things. Just in case there were any changes, he wanted to be prepared in advance. Mr. Z, you don't fully understand. Lu Jingyao shook her head and then sat back down. Mr. Z, people often say that colleagues are like enemies, and this saying applies in the medical field as well. So in our country's traditional Chinese medicine, there are contradictions with Western medicine, as you know. Hearing Lu Jingyao's words, Zitia nodded lightly. Chinese medicine and Western medicine have always been at odds, a fact well known to many. While Western medicine boasts the most advanced medical technology in the world, they often look down on the relatively less advanced Chinese medicine. They look down on Chinese medicine, thinking that all Chinese medical practices are deceptive tricks, Lu Jinya said, feeling a headache just thinking about it. Actually, Western medicine does have its merits, Zitia agreed. But Chinese medicine is equally profound. A true healer with compassion and medical ethics will not reject Chinese medicine. Instead, they will complement each other, combining Eastern and Western treatment methods to better cure and save lives. Mr. Z, you are absolutely right, but not everyone thinks like you. In the eyes of some people, Chinese medicine is considered inferior, Lu Jinyao sighed. Even if you present successful treatment cases to them, they still refuse to acknowledge it. Those people are not real healers. The original intention of a healer is to cure and save lives. As long as the goal of curing is achieved, any method is worth trying. People who blindly dismiss Chinese medicine are either incompetent in the field or only care about profits, Zitia explained. He was well versed in Chinese medicine, but did not completely reject Western medicine. He was opposed to the Western medical group controlled by capital, who only cared about money and treated patients solely as a source of profit. Indeed, I dare not say there are no bad people in Chinese medicine, but I dare say there are definitely more bad people in Western medicine. Lu Jinyao shook her head. Her family's business ventures covered various fields, including Western medicine, so she was more aware of the inner workings of this circle than the average person. Zitia nodded slightly and asked, so how is this related to the medical conference? Because the Heavenly Doctor Cup Medical Conference is a national event specifically organized for traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in our country. From registration to participation, as well as the evaluation criteria of the competition, and finally the rankings, all exclude Western medicine. After Lu Jingyao said this, Zitia frowned slightly. Western medicine. Don't they usually stay away from Chinese medicine? It's not that they stay away from Chinese medicine. They are trying everything possible to suppress Chinese medicine, Lu Jinya said. After all, if there is no Chinese medicine in this world, then Western medicine will have the final say in the medical field. They want to do what? Zitia pondered for a few seconds before asking. I'm not sure yet. According to my father, During the last medical conference, the Western Medical Association in various cities made a lot of no's, but in the end, they were suppressed by the Yi family. This time, I wonder what will happen. Lu Jinga shook her head with a hint of worrying in her eyes. Zichia also nodded lightly. Although the Yi family was the top family in the capital, the power of the Western medical group was also immense. Most Western medical institutions are controlled by Western capital, and their methods and power are quite formidable. The Yi family was still just fighting alone, and if so many capitalists joined forces, even the Yi family might not withstand the pressure. For the past few years, they have done everything to restrict the development and inheritance of Chinese medicine in our country. It's really sickening. Lu Jinyao frowned. The suppression of Chinese medicine by Western medicine was similar to the restrictions placed on their country by many Western countries. Once their country became strong, they could no longer be bullied. Likewise, if Chinese medicine thrived, Western medicine would gradually lose its influence. It seems that this is not just a medical competition, it's also a battle to defend traditional Chinese medicine in our country. Zichia narrowed his eyes slightly. His participation in the medical conference was initially just to obtain a 7-leaf evergreen ivy, but now that he understood these things, his attitude had changed somewhat. While he may come off as aloof or indifferent, the fact remains that, like over 1 billion people in their country, Zichion's veins also carried the blood of their nation. As a passionate son of their country, how could he let those Westerners trample on their proud nation? Yes, you're right, Lu Jinyao nodded vigorously. The medical conference was indeed the defense battle for traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. It was because they all understood that what they were doing was meaningful and had a significant impact on the Dragon Kingdom, that they worked so hard to fight for it. Zichia paced slowly, walking to the window and looking outside. I am not a deity, and there are indeed many things I cannot control, but in this defense battle for traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom, Zichia, am willing to take the lead. Zichia squinted ahead, indicating that he wouldn't say much if traditional Chinese and Western medicine could combine for mutual development. However, if Western medicine wanted to completely eradicate the millennia-old tradition of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom, Zichia would be the first to object. He was willing to defend the tradition of traditional Chinese medicine with his lifelong learnings, to uphold the name of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Z, you stand for what is right. Lu Jingya stared at Zichion's back, taking a deep breath. At that moment, her admiration for Zichia reached its peak. You go get busy. If you need anything from me, feel free to contact me at any time. After Zichia finished speaking, Lu Jingya nodded vigorously and bid farewell before leaving. With Zichion's words giving her strength, Lu Jingya now felt empowered. Watching Lu Jingya's figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Zichia once again squinted his eyes slightly. Before his conversation with Lu Jingya, he only wanted to participate calmly in the medical conference and achieve what he desired. But after that conversation, Zichia was no longer acting just for himself. While Zichion's character did not like to meddle in other people's business, this matter was not trivial. As a member of the Dragon Kingdom, as a part of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom, he absolutely would not allow traditional Chinese medicine to be completely suppressed. Therefore, whatever tactics the Western Medical Association groups used next, Zichia would confront them head-on and fiercely counterattack. Throughout the day, Tianhai City was abuzz with activity. Ever since the date of the medical conference was announced, the topic became the talk of the town. For traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, even if they didn't qualify for the competition, they were still highly excited. On the other hand, Western medicine practitioners felt very uncomfortable. Each year, the medical conference included an assessment specifically targeting difficult and complex cases. The patients in these assessments were all those the renowned experts and professors in various Western medical specialties had been unable to treat. If traditional Chinese medicine practitioners could cure these patients whom Western medicine experts couldn't, it would be a blow to Western medicine's reputation. Therefore, every time the medical conference was held, it was the most trying time for these so-called Western medical experts and professors. In previous years, there might have been disputes, but usually, it would all fizzle out eventually. Yet, with more participants and increased attention in this year's conference, they were more restless than ever. Throughout the day, the various Western medicine hospitals in Tianhai City, as well as the Tianhai City Western Medical Association, continuously held meetings to discuss countermeasures. After several meetings, a few highly respected experts in the Western medical field headed to other cities, with some even heading to the capital to participate in higher-level meetings. Clearly, based on the actions of the Western Medical Association, they were not going to back down easily like before. However, the details of their plans were unknown, and these were not concerns for the competitors. The influential families in Tianhai City, the Liu family, Lin family, and Wang family, who were also designated by the capital's Yi family to host the medical conference, would naturally resolve these matters. As for the competitors, the only thing they could do was to hone their medical skills diligently. Zichia was no exception. Until Lu Jinyao contacted him for help, his best course of action was to continue his research in traditional Chinese medicine. As the evening approached and there was still no call from Lu Jinyao, it indicated that she either resolved the issue or Zichia couldn't be of immediate assistance. The Yi family in the capital, although I don't know much about them, their endeavor to protect the tradition of traditional Chinese medicine is indeed admirable. Zichia shook his head and continued to browse through medical books. At that moment, the phone nearby suddenly rang. Zichia thought it was Lu Jinyao calling and quickly picked up the phone. However, the caller ID showed that it wasn't Lu Jinyao, but an Elder Chen calling. "Hey, Elder Chen." Zichia answered the phone, greeting softly. "Chia, I'm feeling a bit unwell. If you have the time, could you come take a look?" Elder Chen's voice sounded husky. Zichia furrowed his brows upon hearing this. The last time Elder Chen was hospitalized, Zichia had treated him with acupuncture, prescribed some medications, and had confirmed his health before discharge. Elder Chen had been in good health at the time, so why was he feeling unwell again? "If you're busy, don't worry about it. I'll take some medicine later." Elder Chen waved his hand when he didn't hear a response from Zichia. "I have the time. I'll be right over," Zichia quickly replied. Even if he had other commitments, Elder Chen's well-being was a top priority. After all, illness couldn't be taken lightly. "Okay, I'll be waiting for you." Elder Chen nodded with a smile before hanging up the phone. Zichia checked the time and then grabbed his car keys to head out. Among the dozens of people in the Chen family, only Elder Chen could elicit such concern from Zichia. Considering the gratitude Elder Chen had shown him in the past, it was only natural for Zichia to be attentive. At 6:20 in the evening, Zichia arrived at Elder Chen's residence. "Grandfather." Zichia used his fingerprint to unlock the door and walked into the living room. At that moment, Elder Chen was leisurely enjoying tea, looking quite well and not at all like someone feeling unwell. "Chia, you're here. Have a seat." Elder Chen greeted Zichia warmly, pouring tea for him personally. "Grandfather, I'm here." Zichia accepted the teacup and immediately reached out to feel Elder Chen's pulse. "Ah, I'm fine. I'm fine." Elder Chen withdrew his arm and waved his hand. "Chen?" Zichia's confusion deepened. "I'm not feeling unwell. I just missed you and wanted you to come sit with me." Elder Chen cleared his throat slightly, sounding a bit embarrassed. Zichia shook his head helplessly. "If you wanted to see me, you could have just said so. If I have the time, I would definitely come by. I wasn't worried you wouldn't come." Elder Chen shook his head slightly. With that gesture, Zichia pondered for a moment and quickly understood. Then, he turned his head slightly and saw two individuals bustling around the kitchen, dressed similarly to the culinary service staff that visited homes for cooking. "Grandfather, tonight?" Zichia raised his eyebrows inquiringly. "Tonight is the Chen family's dinner gathering. Most importantly, with the medical conference about to begin, our family needs to discuss it together." Hearing this, Zichia immediately furrowed his brows. It turned out that other family members of the Chen family would be present tonight as well. "Grandfather, if there's nothing urgent, I'll head back." Zichia stood up to take his leave. He really didn't want to have much contact with the Chen family, including Chen Ruoxue. "Chia, please sit down." Chen's grandfather's tone carried a reprimand. Zichia shook his head slightly. "Grandfather, I am still an outsider. I will not participate in this family banquet." "What? You don't recognize me as your grandfather?" Chen's grandfather furrowed his brows even more. "I recognize you, but not the others." Zichia paused slightly at this point, then added, "Actually, perhaps it was a mistake from the beginning between me and Ruoxue." "What nonsense are you talking about, young man?" Chen's grandfather slapped the table. In the Chen family, you are not an outsider. At least until I die, you are a part of the Chen family. Even after I die, I will leave a will to ensure you and the other descendants of the Chen family enjoy the same treatment. You are my grandson-in-law and my grandson. Chen's grandfather looked at Ziqie, saying these words very seriously. Ziqie lowered his head in silence for a few seconds, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to start. Grandfather knows that you have suffered a lot in the past 2 years. If Ruoxue and her family are upset, she can talk to her parents, while you have to bear it alone. But you still have me, this old man, don't you? You can tell me any grievances or thoughts. Chen's grandfather paused, looking stern. Unless you don't recognize me as your grandfather. I do recognize you. Of course Ziqie recognized Chen's grandfather. For one, Chen's grandfather had shown him kindness, and secondly, over the past 2 years, he had been treated well by Chen's grandfather, which he appreciated. Since you recognize me, then you are never an outsider in the Chen family. You should also participate in the family banquet of the Chen family. Chen's grandfather had brought the conversation to this point, and Ziqie could only nod in agreement. Come, sit down and have some tea. Chen's grandfather, seeing Ziqie agree, immediately smiled happily. Just as the two had only sat down for less than 10 minutes, voices could be heard from outside. Chen Ruoxue's uncle, Chen Liren, entered with his wife Liu Mei. Following them, the rest of Chen Ruoxue's family also enter, appearing very orderly as if they had coordinated their arrival. Chen Liren and his wife, Wang Qufang and her husband, and several other members of the Chen family, totaling about a dozen people, arrived. The Chen family had more members, and those present today, but the main purpose of this family banquet was to discuss the upcoming medical conference. Therefore, those present were the important members of the Chen family who held positions within the company. Did you all plan to come at this time? Chen's grandfather asked. Grandfather, we just finished a meeting with the shareholders in the company before coming here, so we arrived together. Chen Liren explained with a smile, but his smile vanished as soon as he saw Ziqie. Not only him, but including the others from the Chen family, frowned upon seeing Ziqie. They had not expected Ziqie to be present, and they were actually not keen on having him there. Ruoxue, didn't you say he couldn't make it due to some matters? Chen Liren turned to Chen Ruoxue. When they had arrived, he had asked Chen Ruoxue, who had claimed that Ziqie would not be coming. Hearing that Ziqie wouldn't be coming had put everyone in a good mood, but they were surprised to see him there even before them. Chen Ruoxue frowned slightly, genuinely not expecting Ziqie to be present. When Chen Liren had asked earlier, she just didn't want the Chen family to know about her separation from Ziqie, so she had made up an excuse. She hadn't expected Ziqie to show up on his own. I asked Chia to come. Is there a problem? Chen's grandfather asked the others calmly. Grandfather, I didn't mean anything by it. We're here to discuss business matters, and he doesn't understand these things. Chen Liren spoke with a furrowed brow, and the others concurred by nodding. Is he not part of our family? Chen's grandfather's tone today was even more authoritative than usual. He is. Chen Liren reluctantly nodded. That's enough then, Chen's grandfather replied casually. But Chen Liren wanted to say more, but Chen's grandfather slammed his hand on the table. If you can eat this meal, eat it. If not, you can leave now. From now on, if I hear a word from any of you, you can all get out. Seeing Chen's grandfather getting upset, the Chen family fell silent and then settled down in their seats. However, what was supposed to be a harmonious atmosphere became a bit awkward with Ziqian's presence. In reality, Ziqie also felt uncomfortable all over. Ziqie knew that Chen's grandfather meant well, wanting to show the Chen family's esteem for him in the hope of gradually accepting him. However, Chen's grandfather seemed to overlook the fact that the more he sheltered Ziqie, the more the Chen family would resent him. Even biological brothers can sometimes have conflicts due to their parents' biases, let alone an outsider like Ziqie. But Chen's grandfather's intentions and starting point were meant for Ziqian's benefit, so Ziqie couldn't blame him. Let's talk about the medical conference. You all speak first, and then I have something to announce later. Chen's grandfather took the lead, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the living room. Chen Liren seemed visibly enraged, so he did not immediately respond. Grandfather, let me speak. Chen Ruoxue opened the file in her hand, and began to explain. She detailed the preparations of the Chen group during this period and some information they had gathered regarding the medical conference. It was evident that everyone in the Chen family, from top to bottom, attached great importance to the conference. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that all companies in Tianhai City valued this event highly. However, many companies didn't even qualify to participate. For the Chen group to have this opportunity, they naturally cherished it. Therefore, when Chen Ruoxue reported on these matters, everyone listened attentively. Even Chen Liren, who usually looked down on Chen Ruoxue, remained quiet and attentive at this moment. Grandfather, that's the basic situation. As for other matters, we haven't made many arrangements yet. Because we don't know what this year's evaluation content is, we can only make preparations according to the actual situation when the time comes. After Chen Ruoxue reported on all the situations, she turned to Chen's grandfather. Good. It's well arranged. You have put in a lot of effort for this matter. After listening, Chen's grandfather nodded approvingly with a smile. For the Chen group, having the opportunity to participate was already fortunate. Now seeing that Chen Ruoxue and the others had made such proper arrangements, Chen's grandfather was naturally very pleased. The Chen family has been developing well in recent years, but our current situation is having funds, but no stable foundation and background, and this medical conference is our only opportunity. When old Master Chen spoke these words, everyone in the living room nodded silently. Simply put, the Chen group is currently developing well, but lacks a strong enough background to rely on. There's a saying, taking over something is easy, but guarding it is difficult. Why is it difficult? It's difficult due to internal and external troubles. A slight oversight could lead to a return to square one, especially in the icy and ruthless business circle, where the rule is the survival of the fittest. Internal problems can be resolved, but if targeted by competitors, being swallowed up is inevitable. However, having a powerful network of connections can save one from many troubles. When others consider attacking the Chen group, they must think twice about the Chen group's background. Take the three tycoons of Tianhai for example, none of them lack a powerful backing. It's precisely because of this, they can stand tall for a long time and secure top positions in the Tianhai business sector. As for a company like the Chen group, there's always the possibility of being suppressed or taken over. But, if the Chen group can stand out in this medical conference, not only could it bring unexpected developments, it could also leap up and enter the top-tier circle. At that point, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to touch the Chen group. The people of the Chen family all know what this medical conference signifies. To put it bluntly, this is an opportunity that can change the fate of the Chen family. Therefore, from top to bottom, everyone in the Chen family is taking it seriously. Next, I'm going to announce something. This medical conference will be fully managed by Ruoxue. When old Master Chen said this, both Wang Qufang and Chen Liu were extremely excited. In a large family like theirs, competition is fierce. Among the second generation of the Chen family, Chen Lit, whose intellect is worlds apart from Chen Liren, which is why Chen Liren became the chairman of the Chen group. Wang Qufang naturally felt very dissatisfied, but unfortunately, in the third generation, Wang Qufang failed to give birth to a son for Chen Liu, which made them even more passive, unable to match up to Chen Liren. However, ever since Chen Ruoxue graduated and entered the company 2 years ago, and especially after marrying Zitia, old Master Chen has placed great hopes on Chen Ruoxue. Now that Chen Ruoxue will be in charge of the entire medical conference, it further proves how much old Master Chen values her. After years of being suppressed by Chen Liren's family, Chen Liu finally has a chance to turn things around, making Wang Qufang feel triumphant. Chen Liren and other Chen family members, after some hesitance, also accepted the assignment. After all, Chen Group's qualification to participate in the medical conference was entirely due to Chen Ruoxue's efforts. Since Ruoxue negotiated this opportunity, it was only right for her to take charge. Even if Chen Liren and others felt uncomfortable, they had no choice but to endure. Liren, you and other major shareholders will assist Ruoxue. If any issues arise, communicate and resolve them promptly. After old Master Chen finished speaking, Chen Liren quickly nodded in agreement. Liu, you are responsible for logistics support. And you, ensure the supply of medicinal materials. The rest of you are in charge of personnel arrangements. Make sure there are no mistakes. Old Master Chen quickly made arrangements and assigned responsibilities to the Chen family members. Everyone nodded in agreement. They dared not show any negligence. As members of the Chen family, their honor and disgrace are closely linked to the family's success. Naturally, they all want the Chen family to prosper more and more. This opportunity is crucial for the Chen family. Let's all work together and submit a satisfactory answer. After Old Master Chen finished speaking, everyone nodded. However, Chen Liren furrowed his brow slightly. Old Master, you're done with the arrangements. What? Do you have something to add? Old Master Chen turned to Chen Liren. I just feel that since you mentioned that Zitiat is also a part of the Chen family, what contribution can he make for the Chen family in this medical conference? Chen Liren's question was met with collective agreement from the others. Old Master Chen had assigned tasks to everyone except Zitiat. While everyone was working hard to contribute to the Chen family, Zitiat seemed to be benefiting without doing anything. Chia and Ruoxue are husband and wife. They are together. Old Master Chen furrowed his brow slightly. As he had given tasks to Ruoxue, it naturally meant assigning tasks to Zitiat as well. Old Master, we cannot agree with your statement. Ruoxue is Ruoxue, and Zitiat is Zitiat. Chen Liren shook his head. Moreover, Ruoxue has experience in business operations, things she can do, Zitiat cannot. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Chia had previously brought 20 million to Chen family, solving financial issues. This could be considered a contribution. Old Master Chen calmly replied, wealth is not what Chen family lacks, it's just that some operations were a bit slow recently. Moreover, we still have to repay this sum, so it is not considered a contribution by Zitiat. After Chen Liren's statement, the others nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Chen Old Master furrowed his brows and waved his hand. Old Master, we are not intentionally targeting Zitiat. It's just that, by doing this, it seems a bit excessive in favoritism towards him. Chen Liren's wife Liu Mei said with a hint of resentment in her tone. Am I favoring Chia? Old Master Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Then tell me, how am I favoring him? Hearing this, Chen Liren and the others were speechless, shaking their heads. Old Master Chen knows whether he has favored Zitiat or not. The Chen family members present all see it and understand it well. You all say I favor Chia, but where have I favored him? Especially in the company, I haven't assigned him any position. How is that favoritism? Old Master Chen showed a bit of impatience. Old Master, you haven't given him a position because he lacks the ability, but you gave Ruoxue a position and handed over the company's power to her. Chen Liren spoke with some reproach, and the others once again nodded in agreement. Zitiat is Ruoxue's husband, so Old Master Chen's resources and authority granted to Ruoxue naturally include Zitiat. Old Master Chen furrowed his brows, feeling slightly at a loss. Chen Liren noticed Old Master Chen's silence and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Tia, can you tell us what contribution you can make to the Chen family in this medical conference? How I can contribute, or what contribution I can make, what does it have to do with you? Zitiat, who had been silent all along, spoke up, stunning everyone present. What did you say? Chen Liren's face darkened. Zitian's tone was indifferent. I said, what does it matter to you how I, Zitiat, do things? You. What attitude are you taking? Chen Liren slapped the table. No matter what, he was still Zitian's elder. How dare Zitiat speak to him like this? What attitude do you have towards me? Fine. Then I'll show you an attitude. I will not interfere in the Chen family's medical conference at all. Whether the Chen group lives or dies, it has nothing to do with me. Zitian's gaze was calm, and his words shocked everyone. They had expected Zitiat to defend himself against the allegations from everyone, but no one had anticipated that Zitian's attitude would be so blunt and straightforward, giving them a clear response. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Liren slammed the table again, angrily reprimanding Zitiat. Other members of the Chen family also joined in accusing Zitiat. Surprisingly, even Chen Liu and the old master Chen furrowed their brows and did not speak up for Zitiat. Only Chen Ruoxue and Wang Qufan remained silent. Only they knew that Zitiat and Chen Ruoxue had already separated, so his words held no weight. However, they were not prepared to reveal the divorce news yet, so they kept silent. How do I repay the old master's kindness? It also has nothing to do with you. I acknowledge the old master's favor towards me, but I do not acknowledge any favor from the entire Chen family. Zitian's words were firm and resolute, leaving Chen Liren and the others gritting their teeth in anger. However, They could not find any words to refute him. After all, from the beginning until now, it was only the old Master Chen who had been kind to Zhong. In the past 2 years, the other members of the Chen family had only mocked and looked down on Zhong. So Zhong was not wrong. The only one who had shown him any kindness was the old Master Chen, and repaying him was enough. As for the other members of the Chen family, based on their initial malicious words towards Zhong, he had already let them off lightly. Zhong turned his head slowly and looked at the old Master Chen. "Grandfather, I always remember your kindness and dare not forget it. But in the past 2 years, I have seen how the Chen family treated me. In their eyes, I was always just a dependent outsider. I tolerated for 2 years, compromised for 2 years, but it did not earn their approval. Instead, they became even more hostile towards me. It is not my nature to repay grievances with kindness, so I'm sorry. This time, I will not compromise anymore." Zhong lowered his head slightly, considering the old Master Chen's feelings. The old Master Chen wanted to say something but did not know how to begin. Zhong's firm statement that the Chen family's affairs had nothing to do with him did make the old Master Chen uncomfortable. However, after hearing Zhong's heartfelt words, he understood Zhong's feelings. "Fine. No more compromises." Chen Liren smirked. "It's clear that you, Zhong, feel you have grown wings, no longer even valuing the Chen family. Well then, since we in the Chen family also don't value you, why don't you leave the Chen family voluntarily in front of the old master?" As Chen Liren's words fell, many people in agreement nodded. "Uncle," Chen Ruoxue frowned, wanting to speak up. "Ruoxue, didn't you also disdain him?" Chen Liren waved his hand. "Since everyone is here today, let's settle this matter." "Shut up." The old Master Chen slammed the table. "Grandfather, you can see that I am not pushing him away. He feels that he has grown wings and disdains the Chen family. Since our Chen family cannot accommodate such a big shot, let him leave." With a cold snort, Chen Liren was still resentful of Zhong's rudeness to him in the hostile war. Today, with Zhong once again ignoring him, he felt the need to drive Zhong away. Zhong turned his head slowly, taking in the expressions of everyone present. The nods of agreement were clear to him. At that moment, Zhong couldn't help but shake his head and smile lightly. 2 years ago, the Chen family was just a small company that had been around for only a few years. The living conditions of the Chen family members were not much better than average. It was only through Zhong's continuous help in these 2 years that the Chen group rapidly developed into a large conglomerate, and the living standards of the Chen family members rose quickly. However, these outward materialistic gains could not conceal their shallow and narrow-minded initial views. The Chen family's rapid development had resulted in a group of people whose thoughts, intelligence, and viewpoints were not commensurate with their newfound wealth. Zhong could already imagine the ultimate fate of the Chen group by looking at the faces of the Chen family members now. "Fine. I will leave. You all, fend for yourselves." Zhong slowly withdrew his gaze. He had no desire to say more to such an extremely foolish group of people. "Stop." The old Master Chen slammed the table and stood up. "Tian'er, you are a member of the Chen family. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Who dares to drive Tian'er away? I will not spare him." The old Master Chen's face flushed with anger, slamming the table with a resounding nose, followed by a violent coughing fit. "Grandfather, don't get so upset. It's not about us trying to drive him away, but you saw his attitude just now. And we always felt that Zhong is indeed not a suitable match for Ruoxue, but Lian Xiao from the Lian group is a much better match." Chen Liren's wife, Liu Emiite, stepped forward, expressing her thoughts. "Yes, Lian Xiao is good, and Lian Xiao doesn't mind that Ruoxue is already married. The reason we were able to participate in the medical conference was due to Lian Xiao's help." Everyone nodded in agreement. They had a positive impression of Lian Xiao, plus his help with the conference registration made the entire Chen family look favorably on him. "Nonsense." The old Master Chen was even more furious. "Grandfather, don't get worked up. Our Chen family is a business company, and we must consider the bigger picture and focus on our interests. From both a strategic and beneficial perspective, Lian Xiao has indeed provided more help to the Chen family in Zhong. So, it's better for them to part ways amicably and let Ruoxue be with Lian Xiao. After all, as the saying goes, it's good to sit in the shade of a large tree." Liu Emiite was quite savvy and eloquent, more so than Wang Qufang. After her remarks, Everyone agreed, including Wang Qiufan. It's true that it's good to sit in the shade of a large tree. Zichia coldly laughed. But what is Lian Xiao compared to a large tree? Wang Qiufan immediately retorted. Lian Xiao may not be a big tree, but are you? Lian Xiao is not on the same level as you. Ziqian's demeanor was proud and disdainful. Zitia, Chen Ruoxue frowned and spoke up. I sometimes can't understand where your arrogance comes from. What makes you so arrogant in front of us? Then let me tell you what gives me the right to be arrogant. Zichia turned around, his gaze locked on Chen Ruoxue. 2 years ago, the Chen family was on the brink of collapse, and I saved them with one prescription. In these past 2 years, the Chen family has signed 27 cooperation agreements, and 23 companies have come from me. Even your good health, free of 100 ailments, is all thanks to the medicinal foods I prepare daily for you. So tell me, why shouldn't I be arrogant? Ziqian's gaze fixed on Chen Ruoxue, his words echoing like thunder in the living room. A piece of silence fell over the room. After Zichia spoke those words, everyone in the living room fell silent like they were struck dumb. Master Chen, the Chen Li Ren couple, the Chen Li Ho couple, and all the members of the Chen family, including Chen Ruoxue, widened their eyes in shock as they stared at Zichia. All of them found it hard to believe what they had just heard. Did Zichia really say that most of the cooperation the Chen group had over the past few years was all due to his efforts? They knew that 2 years ago, Zichia had provided a formula that had greatly helped the Chen group, but they had no idea that the subsequent collaborations were also related to Zichia. This was the first time Zichia had revealed the truth in front of them. In fact, everyone in the Chen family was well aware that the Chen group's rapid development in the past 2 years was mainly due to that formula and the numerous collaborations that followed. The formula was the foundation for the company's growth, and the collaborations brought countless opportunities and substantial profits to the Chen group. It was because of these collaborations that the Chen Group was able to transform from a struggling small company on the brink of closure to a large corporate group within just 2 years. Without those collaborations, even with the formula in hand, it would have been difficult to penetrate the market and achieve the scale they have now. So, these collaborations were undeniably crucial for the Chen Group. And now, Zichia claimed that he was behind those collaborations. If that were true, did it mean that the Chen Group's rapid development was entirely orchestrated by Zichia? Impossible. Zichia, who gave you the audacity to spout such nonsense here? Chen Li Ren slammed the table and stood up, pointing angrily at Zichia. At that moment, all members of the Chen family also reacted, and began to rebuke Zichia loudly. Exactly. I've just heard the funniest joke in the world. Zichia, you're too full of yourself. Over the past 2 years, all of us in the Chen family have worked tirelessly day and night to develop the company, and you think you can claim all the credit with just your words? Everyone in the living room was berating Zichia loudly, showing disbelief towards his words. Zichia had anticipated the reactions of the Chen family members, so he remained calm and composed. Everyone, quiet down. Master Chen frowned and gestured for silence. Once the room quieted down, he turned to Zichia and asked, Tia, what is the meaning of this? This is the truth, Zichia calmly replied. Nonsense, Zichia, stop speaking rubbish here. Wang Qiufan couldn't hold back and started scolding Zichia. Having been married to Chen Ruoxue for 2 years, if Zichia really possessed such abilities, then how could Wang Qiufan, as Ziqian's mother-in-law, have not noticed them? Am I speaking rubbish? Zichia retorted with a cold smile. Or do you think that with the abilities of these people alone, you could have secured so many collaborations in just 2 years? Zichia pointed at the members of the Chen family accusingly. You. His words further fueled their anger. Mediocrity is not frightening. What is truly frightening is when a mediocre person is unaware of their own mediocrity. Since the conversation had escalated to this point, Zichia decided not to spare any feelings. In his eyes, the members of the Chen family were indeed a bunch of inept individuals who couldn't grasp the opportunities handed to them. If it were another company, with Ziqian's efforts to assist them, they would have undoubtedly risen above the ranks, trampling over counterparts like the Liang Group. Yet, the members of the Chen family, despite being spoon-fed by Zichia for 2 years, had only marginally expanded their business. What did that make them? Shut your mouth. Many of those collaborations with the Chen family indeed came about by our efforts, Master Chen Li Ren sarcastically expressed. But do you think I didn't know what was happening at the company because I wasn't there? Almost all those collaborations were secured by Liang Cao's help. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone in the Chen group knew that many of the collaborations they had secured over the past 2 years were due to Liang Cao's influence. Even Chen Ruoxue's secretary, Li Yue, could attest to this. Liang Chao had been essential in propelling the Chen group to its present size. Therefore, Ziqian's attempt to seize credit from Liang Chao was deemed shameful. Upon hearing these remarks, Ziqia sneered more intensely. He had completely lost interest in engaging in a conversation with the likes of Wang Qiufang. At that moment, Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brows in contemplation, while Master Chen hesitated. He believed in Ziqian's character, but found it hard to believe that Ziqia possessed such great abilities. Why would over 20 companies voluntarily collaborate with the Chen group because of Ziqia? Although Master Chen held a disdain for Liang Chao, he had to admit that Liang Cao's background far surpassed Ziqian's. With Liang Chao having the support of the Liang group, securing collaborations for the Chen group was not difficult. On the other hand, what had Ziqia done? And who could he rely on? Master Chen's doubts were not personal against Ziqia, but based on the factual circumstances. Ziqia seemed inadequate in that regard. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Ziqia glanced at the time and stood up, preparing to leave. Wait. Chen Ruoxue approached Ziqia, blocking his way. As she looked directly into his eyes, it seemed like she was trying to see through his entire being. In the past, Chen Ruoxue had been the least trusting person when it came to Ziqia. However, due to the events that had unfolded in recent times, her perspective had shifted significantly, and she had developed a new understanding of Ziqia. Based on Ziqian's recent actions, she felt that he wouldn't lie without any grounds. Therefore, she harbored a shred of belief regarding Ziqian's previous statement. Why didn't you tell me these things before? Chen Ruoxue looked at Ziqia and softly asked. With a cold smile, Ziqia retorted, "Did you ever give me the chance to speak?" One sentence rendered Chen Ruoxue speechless. Indeed, in the past, she had never provided Ziqia with an opportunity to converse. Although they held the title of husband and wife, there was no real partnership between them. Chen Ruoxue never even bothered to listen to Ziqia speak. Even when Ziqia brought her meals at the company, she merely said thank you and took the food away. At home, she would stay in her bedroom and avoid interaction. It was not an exaggeration to say that in the 2 years of their marriage, Chen Ruoxue rarely spoke with Ziqia. And how could Ziqia have had the chance to discuss these matters with her? Don't speak nonsense either. Chen Li Ren chuckled. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. If you can indeed demonstrate that those collaborations were initiated by you, I will bow and apologize to you. I would even be willing to hand over the position of chairman to you. As the words fell, all eyes were focused on Ziqia. Chen Liren's words were not wrong. Since Ziqia had been claiming that the collaboration was what he wanted, now he naturally had to prove it. After all, anyone could talk big, but to make people believe, some evidence had to be presented. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ziqia shook his head and sneered. In the past, he wouldn't mind proving himself in front of everyone. But now that he had separated from Chen Ruoxue, no longer had any relationship with the Chen family, why would he waste time and effort? I've said what needs to be said. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. So, I have no interest in proving anything to you. Ziqian's words made everyone purse their lips and sneer. Given the chance to prove, but still can't prove it. A dead duck still insists. I say let Ruoxue leave him soon, right? After the medical arts convention, our Chen group will surely thrive. Ruoxue's value will also rise. By then, he will be even more unworthy of Ruoxue. People began to speak, with Wang Qiufang nodding in agreement repeatedly. When Chen Ruoxue had just separated from Ziqia, Wang Qiufang had considered that if Chen's father found out about their separation, he might strip Chen Ruoxue of her position out of anger. That's why she had helped Chen Ruoxue conceal the matter. Now that everyone wanted Ziqia to leave the Chen family, it suited her intentions. If this matter could be resolved in front of the whole family, then in the future, Chen's father would have no grounds to blame Chen Ruoxue. With this in mind, Wang Qiufang immediately stepped forward and said, Sir, if Ruoxue is truly not suitable for Ziqia, it's up to you to decide now. Wang Qiufang, as Chen Ruoxue's biological mother, even if she said so, Everyone nodded in agreement. Wait for me to speak. What should I say? That you are ungrateful and shameless, or that you are opportunistic, wanting to climb the social ladder without any dignity. Chen's father stared at the Chen family's members with a furious gaze, scolding them, causing everyone to frown. Have I said anything wrong? Let's not talk about who wanted the collaboration. Let's talk about the formula Tiantian had 2 years ago. Do you recognize it or not? Chen's father questioned, making everyone lower their heads. They had no choice but to acknowledge this. Without that formula, the Chen group would have gone bankrupt before the subsequent collaborations could save them. Tiantian saved the Chen family back then. Now that the Chen family has slightly recovered, are you trying to drive him away? Have you forgotten your debts, sir? I know you are compassionate, but this time, please don't act rashly. Even if we were an ordinary family, we cannot support an idler in Chen's family. Chen Liren spoke flawlessly, and many people agreed with him. Ultimately, they suspected that Zhijia had not achieved anything in these 2 years and had not contributed to the Chen family. In essence, they were looking to move forward with useful people and leave behind those who were not. In today's society, practical people like the members of the Chen family were not uncommon. Ruoxue, tell us your thoughts, Wang Qufan urged. Chen Ruoxue hesitated for a moment, then slowly stepped forward after exchanging glances with Zhijia. Grandfather, I know you value Ziqian's character and personality. I admit that Ziqian's character is good. In an ordinary family, he would make a suitable husband. But we are not an ordinary family. There are many things we must do, and Zhijia ultimately cannot help me accomplish those tasks. Just as Zhijia said earlier, he does not want any relationship with the Chen family. Chen Ruoxue stopped speaking slowly, and everyone understood the implication even without those unspoken words. Grandfather, marriage belongs to the two individuals. Since it cannot continue, why not let them go their separate ways? Chen Liren and others once again interjected. Shut up. I disagree. I can't control you all, right? Good. If you two dare to separate, if you dare to drive Tiantian away, come to collect my corpse tomorrow. Chen's father shouted angrily, silencing everyone instantly. Grandfather. Suddenly, Zhijia, who had not spoken, stopped Chen's father. All eyes turned to Zhijia. You don't need to stop me further. Since they all want me to leave the Chen family for its better development, I will leave, Zhijia said simply and walked towards the door. Tiantian. Chen's father stepped forward. Grandfather, we have been together for 2 years, and you know my character, so you don't need to persuade me anymore, Zhijia said firmly. I won't allow it. Chen's father gritted his teeth, once again attempting to come forward. Grandfather, please stop. Stop saying nonsense about collecting corpses. You take care of yourself. In a short time, it will be your 70th birthday, and I will bring you a generous gift at your birthday banquet. At that time, I will also send a big gift to the Chen family. With those words, Zhijia opened the door, paused for a moment, then walked out. At this moment, everyone silently watched him leave. They had thought that when they tried to drive Zhijia out of the Chen family, he would resist and continue relying on the Chen family. But no one had expected Zhijia to agree to leave so decisively, without any intention of dragging his feet. Chen Ruoxue bit her lip, hesitated for a few seconds, then got up and went after him. Wait a moment, I have something to tell you. When Chen Ruoxue caught up to the outside of the door, Zhijia had already walked up to the car. Despite hearing Chen Ruoxue's shouts, Zhijia acted as if he didn't hear anything and got into the car to drive off. If there was still a trace of Chen Ruoxue's shadow in Ziqian's heart before, after hearing what she said, in front of the Chen family, that last trace of shadow was completely shattered. At this moment, Zhijia had no intention of exchanging any meaningless words with Chen Ruoxue. The car started up with a buzz, and Zhijia was about to step on the gas and leave. Wait. Chen Ruoxue rushed forward and stretched out her arms to block the car. Zhijia frowned slightly and had to hit the brakes. Are you also participating in the medical skills convention? I told you before that Lu Jinga was using you, and you didn't believe me. But ultimately, aren't you being used by him? Chen Ruoxue looked at Zhijia with a hint of disdain in her tone. What does it have to do with you? Even if I'm being used, I'm willing. Move aside. Ziqian's tone was very indifferent. It has nothing to do with me. But you yourself said before that you don't care about wealth and fame because you can easily obtain those things. So why are you participating in the medical skills convention now? Chen Ruoxue stared at Ziqie and asked. The medical skills convention has something I want. Ziqie replied lightly. Good for you to have something you want. For the things you want, would you do things you didn't originally want to do? Chen Ruoxue bit her lip and continued. I'm the same. Can you compare with me? Ziqie said playfully. Chen Ruoxue frowned. Why can't I? I will get what I want, but you may not. As Ziqian's words fell, he released the brake and gently pushed on the gas pedal. What makes you say such things? What gives you the right to deny me? Where does your confidence come from? Let me tell you, even if you participate in the medical skills convention, you won't even make it to the top 100. Chen Ruoxue slapped the hood of the car and glared at Ziqie angrily. Ziqie no longer looked at her, but cast a glance at Chen Laoyi's residence. When he and Chen Ruoxue parted ways before, he was simply kicked out of their small home. But today, he was truly expelled from the Chen family. But it was just as well, as this way, he could carry out his plans without any psychological burden. Move aside. Ziqie slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Chen Ruoxue. Without waiting for her to respond, Ziqie stepped on the gas, and the car pushed forward. Chen Ruoxue had to step aside. Without hesitation, Ziqie hit the gas and drove away. Chen Ruoxue turned to look at the retreating car, gritted her teeth once again. If you dare to participate in the medical skills convention, it shows that you are confident in your medical skills, right? Perhaps because of this, you are so arrogant. I will show you. Even in the convention, you, Ziqie, can only look up to me. Chen Ruoxue. Chen Ruoxue's voice was cold as she walked towards the house. In the living room, Chen Laoyi was furious and scolded everyone present. Chen Liren and the others all kept their heads down without saying a word. Their objective was to drive Ziqie away, and now that they had achieved it, they didn't mind being scolded by Chen Laoyi. Ungrateful, all of you are ungrateful. Chen Laoyi pointed at them, his hands trembling with anger. Laoyi, don't you want the Chen family to prosper? Chen Liren couldn't bear it and frowned. Chen Laoyi coldly asked, do you really think that the Chen family can prosper without Chow leaving? Of course, it will only get better. Chen Liren and the others nodded without hesitation. You've lost the fundamental principles of being a good person. How can the company prosper? Just watch. The Chen family will be ruined by all of you. Chen Laoyi shook his head slightly, too angry to say more. Laoyi, you should rest at home. Don't worry about the company too much. We will surely make the Chen group flourish without Tia. Hearing Chen Liren's words, Chen Laoyi first was slightly stunned, then bitterly smiled and shook his head. Wasn't this clearly a way of showing disdain for his age and implying that he was no longer useful, so they no longer needed his guidance? All right, get out. All of you, get out. Chen Laoyi glared at them, pointing at the door. Laoyi, just rest at home. Just watch. We will make the Chen group better and better. After Chen Liren spoke, he turned and left. The other members of the Chen family hesitated for 2 seconds before following Chen Liren. Now that Chen Liren held power in the Chen group and Chen Laoyi had lost his authority due to old age, they clearly understood the situation. The family banquet ended in discord before the meal was served. After Chen Liren and the others left, only Wang Qufang, Chen Liu, and Chen Ruoxue, who had just returned, remained in the room. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Chen Laoyi sighed sadly, his eyes filled with sorrow. In his old age, the thing he feared most was his descendants being unfilial. No matter how illustrious someone had once been, after growing old and weak, they would lose their former glory. If the descendants valued filial piety, it would be fine. But if they didn't, like Chen Liren and the others who blatantly ignored Chen Laoyi's words, what could he do to them? Even if he wanted to protect Ziqie and let him stay in the Chen family, he couldn't do it. Now, in the Chen family, Chen Laoyi's opinions didn't matter, and no one would pay attention to his thoughts. Grandfather, Chen Ruoxue stepped forward, feeling somewhat guilty. But at this moment, she couldn't distinguish if the guilt was towards Chen Laoyi or towards Ziqie. Ruoxue, I always thought you were more sensible than them, but in the end, you disappointed me. Chen Laoyi tightened his grip on the chair's armrests, looking at Chen Ruoxue with disappointment in his eyes. His gaze made Chen Ruoxue sigh softly in her heart. Grandfather, I have no choice. Chen Ruoxue gritted her teeth lightly. You don't understand the complexities of the workplace, the treachery of human nature. I know you are kind-hearted and don't like to think badly of people, but in this position, you must grow and improve yourself. I had Tia assist you in the background for this reason. Why can't you understand my intentions? Old Master Chen sighed deeply. Chen Ruoxue was his granddaughter. How could he not understand her character? With a personality like Chen Ruoxue's, who easily trusted others, she could easily be manipulated. Previously, with Tia helping to look after her, Old Master Chen was at ease. But now that Tia had been driven away by them, with Chen Ruoxue's intelligence, how could she compete with Chen Liren? And how could she compete with other companies? Grandfather, I understand you, but have you ever thought that I didn't like him at first? And you made me marry someone I didn't like. Is your decision a bit too selfish? After a few seconds of silence, Chen Ruoxue lowered her head and slowly raised it to look at Old Master Chen and asked, "You?" Old Master Chen slowly widened his eyes at her and stared at Chen Ruoxue for almost half a minute. After a long while, Old Master Chen finally averted his gaze, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Grandfather, I was wrong," he said in a hoarse voice. When he said those words, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant, and his spirit seemed to have wilted. "Grandfather, I didn't say you were wrong, Chen Ruoxue hurriedly tried to explain, but Old Master Chen just waved his hand slightly and then walked towards the bedroom. "You have all grown up and have your own thoughts. Grandfather just hopes that you won't regret today's decisions in the future." After saying this, Old Master Chen opened the bedroom door and walked in. "Grandfather," Chen Ruoxue called out again, but Old Master Chen just closed the bedroom door and didn't come out again. "Ruoxue, how can you say that grandfather is selfish?" Chen Li frowned, his tone reproachful. "Dad, but I really didn't like Tia at first. Grandfather insisted that we be together." Chen Ruoxue paused before responding. "Is that selfish? What can he get out of it? You are still young. Your judgment of people is not accurate enough. Nowadays, freedom in love is advocated, but how many pairs of people who thought they were a good match ended up with marriages falling apart due to differences in character or other issues? It's a pity for parents and elders. They just want to use their half a lifetime of experience and insight to help you choose a suitable partner. Grandfather, he didn't have any bad intentions." After Chen Li said this, Chen Ruoxue was speechless. She had to admit that Chen Li's words were all correct. She also had to admit that Tia, whom Old Master Chen had chosen for her, had been an extremely qualified and good husband for the past 2 years. But still, what she wanted was not a good husband like Tia. She needed someone who could grow with her and help her develop the Chen group. Unfortunately, Tia couldn't meet her requirements. At least in her mind, Tia was not the best choice. "Don't speak up for grandfather," Wang Qiufang coldly grunted. "With our daughter's looks, she could find any wealthy young man. Why hang on the crooked neck of Tia? Why should I shut up?" Chen Li frowned. Ruoxue should have divorced Tia long ago and been with Liang Shao 2 years ago. Our Chen family would have developed better. Hearing Wang Qiufang's words, Chen Li sighed and shook his head. "Okay, I won't say anything more. Just as grandfather said, don't regret today's decisions." Chen Li waved his hand impatiently and then turned and left. On the other side, Villa by the lake. After returning home, Tia sat alone on the terrace, silently sipping tea. By now it was 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was completely dark. The distant river, under the reflection of the lights by the river, looked like stars falling into the water, emitting a twinkling light. The night breeze blew on his face, bringing a slight chill. Just now, Old Master Chen called him several times, but he didn't answer. Even if he did, there was no point in saying anything more. Although Ziqian's mentality was stable, he was not a saint. He had his own desires and emotions. The actions of the Chen family today had truly left Tia feeling a bit cold. After 2 years of dedication, he was ultimately driven out of the Chen family in this manner. And when he was driven away, except for Old Master Chen, no one else spoke up for him. Thinking of this, Tia shook his head self-deprecatingly and picked up the tea to drink. However, Tia quickly shook his head and cleared his mind of cluttered thoughts. Since the Chen family believed that they could develop better after he left, Tia decided to make way for them. He also wanted to see if, without him, the mediocre members of the Chen family could truly bring the Chen family to greatness. After finishing his tea, Tia prepared to go back to his room to wash up and rest. Just then, his phone rang, and Lu Jinya was calling. "Mr. Z, have you rested?" Lu Jinya asked softly after the call connected. "Not yet. How are things on your end?" Zichia was very concerned about the medical skills conference, as it was related to his successful acquisition of the 7-leaf evergreen vine. "It's not going well. The other party this time is really powerful." Lu Jinya shook her head with a sigh. At first, she thought that those Western medical associations were just causing a stir for a couple of days, like in previous medical skills conferences. But she quickly realized that this year, these Western medical associations were not just making noise. They were unprecedentedly united in challenging traditional Chinese medicine. "Will it affect the medical skills conference?" Zichia furrowed his brows and asked. "It's hard to say for now. Mr. Z, don't go anywhere tomorrow. Wait for me at home. If things go as expected, tomorrow morning, the Western Medical Association of Tianhai City, along with major Western hospitals, will start a showdown with us." Lu Jingya shook her head slightly. They had discussed with the three giants this afternoon and even negotiated with members of the Western Medical Association. But the other party's attitude was very strong, and the negotiations ended in failure. "What will they do?" Zichia asked sternly. "I can't be sure about that, but they will definitely confront us head-on. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. I'll come find you tomorrow." After Lu Jingya finished speaking, Zichia nodded lightly in response. This night, Tianhai City was extremely restless. Various associations, both Chinese and Western hospitals, top-tier political figures, and the three giants of Tianhai were all involved. Many people stayed up all night, while others were prepared for a showdown. As the night passed quietly, darkness retreated, and light returned to the earth. At 9 in the morning, a news release caused a sensation throughout the entire city. The Tianhai City Western Medicine Association and the Western Medicine Society, the current presidents of the two associations, along with major specialized Western medical hospitals, as well as the highly prestigious Western medical groups in Tianhai City, jointly issued a statement. Why is the Qian Medical Cup Medical Skills Conference only open to traditional Chinese medicine and excludes Western medicine? Western medicine has overcome numerous medical challenges in recent years. What achievements does traditional Chinese medicine have to show? The traditional Chinese medicine field in Long Kingdom lags far behind. Unable to keep up with modern advanced medicine, why should it continue to exist in the world? These three questions from Western medicine directly confront the traditional Chinese medicine of Long Kingdom. They are provoking, blatantly provoking. Before anyone could react, representatives of the Tianhai City Western Medicine Association spoke again. "We Western medicine practitioners uphold the mission of treating and saving lives, striving in the field of medical research, and walking on this path, we must take the essence and discard the dross. And traditional Chinese medicine is the dross in the medical field. We cannot tolerate the deceptive practices of traditional Chinese medicine, so we sincerely invite representatives from various traditional Chinese medicine schools to discuss medicine with us at 2 p.m. at the Universal Hotel. This discussion will be broadcast live in its entirety, subject to supervision from all sectors of society, as well as final judgment." This statement, once released, instantly caused a huge uproar. The three questions raised earlier were just provoking traditional Chinese medicine in Long Kingdom. But this statement is a blatant declaration of war. This is not an invitation for discussion, but a direct challenge to traditional Chinese medicine in Long Kingdom. Now that the Western Medicine Association has drawn its sword, it remains to be seen whether the various traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Tianhai City dare to accept this challenge. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Tianhai City and the three major giants, after the continuous statements from the Western Medicine Association, also urgently called for a meeting. While they were holding their meeting, there was intense discussion and debate surrounding this topic outside. Everyone knows that traditional Chinese and Western medicine have many conflicting medical philosophies, so they look down on each other. But no one expected such a fierce confrontation to occur this time. Yesterday, the Qian Medical Cup Medical Skills Conference was announced. Today, the Western Medicine Association has thrown down the gauntlet publicly. What does this mean? Declaring war before the Medical Skills Conference is held as clearly an attempt to disrupt the normal proceedings of the conference. It is easy to imagine that if the traditional Chinese medicine side in Long Kingdom refuses to fight, they will be scorned by many people. Even if they bravely continue with the conference, they will be looked down upon. If they do accept the challenge, are completely suppressed by Western medicine, they will be too ashamed to continue the conference. Since the Western Medicine Association has dared to challenge, it shows that they are fully prepared and confident of winning. Declaring war in the morning and starting at 2 p.m., it does not give the traditional Chinese side any preparation time at all. It is clear to see that the Western Medicine Association is coming with great force this time, leaving no room for the traditional Chinese side. If the traditional Chinese side is unable to solve this problem perfectly, they will likely decline from that point on and find it difficult to challenge Western medicine again. As both sides urgently hold meetings, there is also a lot of criticism from the outside world. Some people criticize the Western Medicine Association for being arrogant and unreasonable, saying they only swindle money from the people. Others criticize traditional Chinese medicine for being backward in technology and claim that it should be completely abolished since it cannot compare with Western medicine in saving lives. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 people's eyes. Some people believe traditional Chinese medicine is more effective in treating diseases, while others think Western medicine is faster. Western medicine has developed over the past few hundred years, with many top research achievements and solutions to numerous medical challenges. This has earned the trust and support of many patients who naturally see Western medicine as the right choice. Moreover, under the control of certain financial powers, through various cases and articles, they have brainwashed countless Western medicine advocates who naturally detest traditional Chinese medicine. Hence, the public and online communities are now divided into two major camps. One side supports Western medicine, calling for the complete abolition of traditional Chinese medicine from the medical field. The other side supports traditional Chinese medicine and tries to persuade others with numerous cases of successful treatments. Both sides argue fiercely, with some even erupting into heated debates, calling for offline discussions. What was supposed to be an academic debate between traditional Chinese and Western medicine has sparked a pre-debate debate among many people. In summary, while the situation in other cities is not relevant at the moment, Tianhai City is currently very lively. The Medical Skills Conference was already a big deal, causing a stir in Tianhai City. With the entry of the Western Medicine Association, the situation escalated, stirring up waves of uproar and turmoil in the city, with hidden undercurrents. At 10 o'clock in the morning, an hour after the Western Medicine Association declared war on traditional Chinese medicine, the Sino-Western Association finally stepped forward. At 2 p.m., don't be late. 8 simple words, but they represented the attitude of traditional Chinese medicine in Lan Kingdom. The challenge has been accepted by traditional Chinese medicine. Those who support traditional Chinese medicine were excited. They were initially worried that traditional Chinese medicine might not accept the challenge, but were thrilled to see them do so. On the other hand, supporters of Western medicine continued to scorn traditional Chinese medicine, saying that the traditional Chinese side is overestimating its abilities, and the confrontation will undoubtedly end with traditional Chinese medicine's failure. After traditional Chinese medicine accepted the challenge, the already tumultuous Tianhai City ignited with even larger waves. While Chinese and Western medicine typically do not openly confront each other, this time, both sides have openly clashed for the first time. Everyone understands the significance of this debate, and the discussion of the superiority of Chinese and Western medicine has been a topic of interest for many. Today, a conclusion will be reached and eagerly awaited by the masses. While the outside world anticipates the outcome, both sides are intensifying their preparations. Now that the challenge has been accepted, they must make preparations for the upcoming battle. In particular, the traditional Chinese Medicine Association, having hastily accepted the challenge, must make even more preparations. Otherwise, even if they face off, it will only result in disgrace for them. This time, the traditional Chinese medicine circle in Tianhai City is more united than ever before. At 10:30 in the morning, Lu Jinyao arrived at the lakeside villa by car. The public statements only showed some superficial situations. Lu Jinyao informed Zijia of things ordinary people could not reach. Mr. Z, the situation is roughly as follows. After Lu Jinyao finished speaking, he took a sip of water. Zijia shook his head and smiled coldly. If they really want to prove traditional Chinese medicine useless, why bother with a debate? They should just find difficult medical cases, treat them with their respective medical skills, and compare the results. Mr. Z, you are absolutely right. Ms. Lu Jinyao nodded repeatedly, her tone full of discontent. The Western medical association's cunning scheme lies in this. They are trying to prove that traditional Chinese medicine is outdated and the most useless in the field of medicine. However, many people, including the Western medical community, know that Chinese medicine in our dragon country is not ineffective, but truly has miraculous effects. Sometimes, when Western medical experts and professors cannot solve difficult problems, a simple Chinese medicine prescription can cure the patient. Whether Chinese medicine is effective or not, they in the Western medical circle are very clear about it. They know Chinese medicine is effective, but they insist on talking nonsense and deliberately claiming that Chinese medicine is useless in order to deceive more people, Ms. Lu Jingyao continued. Therefore, they will never engage in actual combat with Chinese medicine, and by using debates, I reckon they are preparing to use medical challenges faced by Western medicine to attack us. After all, when it comes to theoretical knowledge, that's their strength. Ms. Lu Jingyao slightly gritted her teeth, admitting that the actions of the Western Medical Association in Tianhai City this time were extremely devious. They did not give the Chinese Medicine Association any time to react. They immediately issued a challenge. They are now giving the Dragon Country Chinese Medicine Association two options: either fight or admit defeat. If the Chinese Medicine Association requests anything else at this time, they will publicize it as Chinese medicine being afraid and timid. In any case, the situation now is this. We know that they are resorting to devious tactics, but we have no choice but to face it head-on. Ms. Lu Jingyao sighed. Having a showdown with them not only presents an opportunity to restore our reputation, but also, if we avoid the fight, it's likely that we won't even be able to hold the medical congress. If we lose this debate between traditional Chinese and Western medicine, does that mean the medical congress won't be held? Mr. Zhijia frowned slightly. Yes, it might be the same in other cities too. In any case, on our side here in Tianhai City, their demand is that if we lose, the medical congress will be cancelled. Ms. Lu Jingyao nodded helplessly. Mr. Ziqian's brow furrowed as he asked, "What about the Yi family in the capital?" The Yi family's stance is that they will not interfere. Each city will have to rely on its capabilities. If they cannot withstand the pressure from Western medicine, they indeed do not have the qualifications to hold the medical congress. The Yi family's response was that they will treat this debate between traditional Chinese and Western medicine as the first round of assessment for this year's Ethical Congress. If they lose, it means they are out. Upon hearing this from Ms. Lu Jingyao, Mr. Ziqian nodded slightly. The Yi family's decision was appropriate. After all, it was not easy for them to win such an opportunity for traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country. Still, whether traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country can flourish depends on the capabilities of the local Chinese medicine associations. If they cannot withstand the attacks from Western medicine, it will prove that the city's Chinese Medicine Association is not capable, and even if the Yi family wants to intervene, they won't be able to change anything in the end. It seems that this time, it will depend solely on the capabilities of Chinese medicine associations in each city. This will undoubtedly be a significant selection process. Mr. Ziqian nodded silently. The background behind the medical congress is primarily the Yi family. Now that the Yi family has decided not to intervene, all participating cities will have to rely on themselves and fight on their own. Yes, we in Tianhai City can only depend on ourselves. This has stirred all the traditional Chinese medicine scholars in Tianhai City. Someone has already gone to invite the renowned Master Chen Hemming, but he is currently away, and the time is too tight. He probably won't make it back in time. Ms. Lu Jingyao sighed lightly. In fact, in her heart, she had no confidence in this academic debate. Why? Because traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes practical application more than theory. Western medicine conquers challenges or makes new discoveries. They have lengthy academic reports, pathology medical analyses, and experimental reports of the entire treatment process, all of which are concrete data. Traditional Chinese medicine, on the other hand, is relatively obscure in its research, focusing on meridians and acupoints of the human body. It's challenging for them to present strong arguments. In terms of medical skills, Ms. Lu Jingyao had full confidence in Mr. Ziqian, but during this academic debate, she didn't hold much hope for him. Mr. Z, will you participate? Ms. Lu Jingyao turned to Mr. Ziqian. Of course, Mr. Ziqian nodded without hesitation. Personally, the medical congress must be held as usual for Mr. Zhijia to have a chance of obtaining the 7 leaves evergreen vine. On the public front, the Western Medical Association has already stepped on the face of traditional Chinese medicine and is trying to completely quash it in the Dragon Country. As a member of traditional Chinese medicine, Mr. Zhijia naturally cannot allow this situation to occur. So, regardless of how helpful he can be, participating is a definite choice. Great, Ms. Lu Jinyao nodded and then opened a finely crafted box she brought. Mr. Z, our family's personal tailor has handcrafted a suit for you. She took out the clothing, which was a finely tailored deep blue suit of extremely high quality. Why do you have to wear this kind of clothing for this debate? Mr. Zhijia glanced at it and then quickly returned his gaze. Not necessary, but there is a saying, right speech subdues noblemen, and attire shakes small-minded people. In today's debate, many self-proclaimed elite individuals will undoubtedly appear, so you should dress in formal attire. Ms. Lu Jinya shook her head slightly, then earnestly explained to Mr. Zhijia, normally, I could wear it. But for today's debate, this outfit wouldn't be suitable. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners don't wear these. Mr. Zhijia rejected the idea. He understood Ms. Lu Jinya's intentions, but she overlooked the fact that this suit was a Western garment that had been handed down. If worn as formal attire on a regular day, it would be acceptable. But today's debate between traditional Chinese and Western medicine is, in the broader sense, a battle between the Dragon Country and the West. In the camp of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country, wearing such clothing to debate with Western medicine would be somewhat ludicrous. Then, what kind of clothes do you require, Mr. Z? Ms. Lu Jinya was taken aback for a moment and then asked hurriedly. There's no time, don't worry about it. Mr. Zhijia waved his hand. That's all right too. I'll come to pick you up this afternoon, after you've had some time to prepare. Ms. Lu Jinya nodded and then said no more, bidding farewell and leaving. So many years have passed. Western medicine still has a strong influence on traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country. Mr. Zhijia turned to the window, sighing quietly. Ever since Western medicine entered the Dragon Country, there have been frequent contradictions between traditional Chinese and Western medicine theories. For instance, according to Western doctrine, they claim that milk is good for health and suitable for long-term consumption. However, in traditional Chinese medicine, milk is classified as a cold food. Traditional Chinese health practices emphasize the balance of yin and yang. If one consumes these cold foods for an extended period without balancing it with some warm foods, it would result in an accumulation of too much coldness in the body. There are many theories that clash between the two sides, but there hasn't been a large-scale confrontation. This time, however, is the first direct confrontation between traditional Chinese and Western medicine. This confrontation is bound to have a significant impact on the current medical field. After Lu Jinyao left, Zhijia set the medical book aside. He then picked up his phone, found a few numbers, and made some calls. Although there is a saying that honing a weapon on the eve of battle leaves one unprepared, the current situation required attention to more important matters than honing weapons. Not long after Lu Jinyao left, a car drove up the winding mountain road and stopped outside the villa. The car door opened, and a quiet and sweet-looking girl stepped out, who was Zhou Yuqing. Zhijia saw Zhou Yuqing and immediately pressed the gate switch. Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly from afar at Zhijia, then walked into the villa, followed by Li Bo holding a box. Hey Feng, I'm here, Zhou Yuqing said, as she approached the magnificent horse with a carrot in hand. So obedient, Zhou Yuqing reached out her hand to pat the horse's back before entering the villa. Why are you here? Zhijia greeted the two to sit down and poured 2 cups of tea. Zhijia, are you attending the medical debate in the afternoon? Zhou Yuqing softly asked without first explaining her visit. Yes, Zhijia nodded. It seems my grandfather guessed right. He asked me to bring this to you. Zhou Yuqing nodded and smiled, taking the gray box from Li Bo's hands and gently placing it on the table to open. What is it? Zhijia lowered his head and found it to be clothing. However, this set of clothes was quite interesting. It's clothing. I don't understand why my grandfather asked me to bring this to you, but he said you would understand. Zhou Yuqing took out the exquisitely crafted short green shirt from the box. While Zhou Yuqing spoke, Li Bo observed Ziqian's reaction, wanting to see if Zhijia could grasp the significance of the green shirt. If he couldn't, then Zhijia was definitely not a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhijia took the green shirt and lightly caressed it with his palm, feeling very satisfied. This piece of clothing spoke to him more than the formal suit that Lu Jingyao had sent. Zhou Lao, indeed you are knowledgeable and well-versed in the cultural heritage of Longguo, Ziqia praised softly. What is the special significance of this? Zhou Yuqing still did not understand. Throughout history, Longguo has the theory of the 5 elements, and in Longguo medicine, it belongs to the wood element of the 5 elements, with wood corresponding to the color green. So this green shirt is perfect for attending the afternoon academic debate, Ziqia explained gently. Zhou Yuqing seemed to somewhat understand, nodding, while Li Bo, upon hearing Ziqian's words, showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Many truths may seem simple, but few people really understand them. Only those who have truly accepted the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine understand these things. Zhou Yuqing shook her head slightly. I thought that for the afternoon debate, all the participants would be doctors, and everyone would wear white coats. No, white coats are exclusive to Western medicine. Ziqia shook his head slightly. In reality, white belongs to the metal element, which counters wood, so it's not very suitable for Chinese medicine. I see. Zhou Yuqing finally understood. Mr. Z, you must have received the true inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. May I ask, who was your mentor? Li Bo couldn't hold back his curiosity. I forgot. Ziqia answered truthfully. He really did forget, and couldn't recall. But to Li Bo, this response sounded like nonsense. How could Ziqia forget who he learned medicine from? Li Bo, please don't ask. Why do you always ask Ziqia questions like you're checking records? Zhou Yuqing smiled helplessly and gently stopped him. Yes, I won't ask any more. Li Bo smiled awkwardly, took 2 steps back, and remained silent. Ziqia, try on the clothes to see if they fit. Zhou Yuqing got up, assisted Ziqia in putting on the green shirt, and helped adjust the collar and cuffs. Seeing this, Li Bo suddenly felt like he was witnessing a virtuous wife helping her husband dress. Pa, I haven't even laid the marking yet. Li Bo quickly patted his face, pushing away that thought. It fits very well. I thought that such a retro style would look bad, but it looks great on you. Zhou Yuqing's words were sincere, and even Li Bo nodded in agreement. After Ziqia put on the green shirt, he exuded a sense of dignity and composure, displaying an extraordinary aura. The color green, superior to blue, symbolized hope, strength, and dignity. And on Ziqia, these 3 qualities were perfectly showcased. Please thank Zhou Lao for me. Ziqia was very pleased with the green shirt and thanked Zhou Yuqing. My grandfather said that you are fighting for Longguo traditional medicine, so we should do our best to help. If you have any other needs, just let us know. Zhou Yuqing looked at Ziqia and asked. Not at the moment. Ziqia shook his head slightly. Today's afternoon event was just a medical debate with no practical work. But if a medical conference were to be held, Ziqia might indeed need Zhou Wenyuan's help. All right, then I won't disturb you. Remember to find me when you're free. Zhou Yuqing nodded, understanding that Ziqia would be busy all day. She took the initiative to say goodbye and left. Time is the fairest thing. No matter what happens, no matter how turbulent things may be, time always moves forward at its constant pace. Soon, it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Jingyao arrived at the lakeside villa on time to pick up Ziqia. When Lu Jingyao saw Ziqia wearing the green shirt, she was impressed. Mr. Z, what kind of clothes are these? Lu Jingyao looked him over and exclaimed, although the style is retro, it exudes a powerful aura when worn by you. Western medicine has its professional attire, and so does traditional Chinese medicine, Ziqia explained simply, then stepped into the car with Lu Jingyao. As Lu Jingyao drove and conversed with Ziqia, the two soon arrived at Taihua Hotel once again. Yesterday, Ziqia had come to confirm some information here, and today they returned. The hotel had been entirely contracted by the 3 major players and would serve as their exclusive venue until the medical conference ended. All the participants under the 3 major players' names could stay and eat for free here, and all meetings would be held here. Let's gather here first, then go to Universal Hotel together, Lu Jingyao said, as she and Ziqia got out of the car and headed towards Taihua Hotel. At this moment, many cars were parked by the hotel, and many participants were heading inside. When they saw Ziqia, they were briefly stunned before obediently stepping aside to clear a path for him. There was even a hint of reverence in their eyes. What? Lu Jingyao was puzzled. Although she was the daughter of the Lu family, the people in front of her were not contestants from the Lu family, so there was no reason for them to be so reverent towards Lu Jingyao. Was it because of Ziqia? Lu Jingyao turned to look at Zitia, only to find him calm and composed, as if everything was natural to him. Mr. Z, why are they afraid of you? Lu Jingyao was very curious. Zitia calmly replied, yesterday in the rest area, I slapped John Chen a few times. John Chen? Lu Jingyao was taken aback, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. No wonder these people were so afraid of Zitia. Zhong Chen was the top young divine physician in the younger generation, and many people knew him and admired him immensely. Zitia slapping Zhong Chen in front of these people and remaining unscathed would surely make these people both curious and awed by Zitian's identity. 120. Inside the grand banquet hall of Taihua Hotel, there were already hundreds of people seated at this time. In fact, there were over 1,000 participants for this medical competition. However, for this debate with the Western Medical Association, only about 100 participants were selected. The other contestants were either good at practical skills, but not at debating, or they did not have a deep enough understanding of traditional Chinese medicine to qualify. Anyway, these 100 participants in the venue could definitely be considered elites. Lu Jingyao and Zitia sat together in a more secluded area. Zitia looked around before slowly retracting his gaze. Among the 100 participants, there were not just Zitia himself in a blue robe, but also a dozen or so others dressed similarly. Although the styles were slightly different from Zitian's blue robe, the colors were the same. This was enough to prove that these dozen or so individuals had also received the most orthodox Dragon Country traditional Chinese medicine heritage. Of course, this did not necessarily mean that these dozen or so individuals had the strongest medical skills. Many traditional Chinese medicine scholars, perhaps not having received orthodox transmission, could surpass those descendants from prestigious families with traditional Chinese medicine lineage through their own learning and insights. Suddenly, Zitia felt someone staring at him. Turning his head, he saw several pairs of eyes looking in his direction. Among them were Chen Ruoxue, Lian Chow, and John Chen sitting next to Lian Chow. The looks from these individuals varied. Chen Ruoxue seemed more complex, while Lian Chow and the others were very disdainful. In terms of combat strength, Lian Chow and John Chen acknowledged that they were not as good as Zitia. However, in terms of medical skills, John Chen believed that his achievements in the medical field could surpass Zitia by a mile. Soon, a group of people walked slowly onto the stage at the front of the banquet hall. This group included several directors of the Tianhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, as well as some renowned traditional Chinese medicine experts in the Tianhai City Chinese medicine community. One of the white-bearded elders appeared to be in his twilight years, but still walked with a cane, supported by those around him, as he ascended the stage. Upon seeing this old man, many in the audience immediately stood up respectfully upon recognizing him. Elder Chen Jitan is the first president of the Tianhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, now 90 years old. Although he is no longer able to practice due to his old age, in his youth, he was recognized as the strongest traditional Chinese medicine expert in Tianhai City. A few years ago, even Senior Chen Hemming was not 1/10 as good as him. Later, Senior Chen probably studied under a top doctor and made rapid progress in medical skills, earning the title of Green Flax Medical Saint Chen Hemming. Before that, Elder Chen Jitan's medical skills were unmatched. He was the founder of the Tianhai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, a recognized leader. Even though he can no longer practice, he is still respected by countless people, and his disciples are spread throughout the country, helping countless patients and benefiting many. Lu Jingyao whispered an introduction to Zitia, expressing her deep respect for figures like Chen Jitan who dedicated their lives to the field of Dragon Country traditional Chinese medicine. After hearing this, Zitia also felt a sense of respect for Chen Jitan. Throughout history, many lineages in the Dragon Country gradually declined and disappeared from sight. Traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country persevered till now because of individuals like Chen Jitan who upheld its practices. Time is tight, I will keep it brief, said the current president of the Chinese Medicine Association, taking the mic and quickly rallying the audience. In less than 3 minutes, he had finished speaking all the words and then handed the microphone to Chen Jitan. With the help of others, Chen Jitan approached the stage with a trembling body. His slightly clouded eyes scanned the 100 people below, pausing for a moment on the blue robes of Zitia and his group. Chen Jitan sighed inwardly, realizing that traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country was gradually disappearing. Not many people even knew about the basic traditional Chinese medicine blue robes. Fellow colleagues, traditional Chinese medicine in our dragon country has been under great pressure in recent years. Thanks to the great favor of the Yi family in the capital, we have secured this unique opportunity to promote traditional Chinese medicine in the dragon country. However, the opposition this time is strong, and they want to eliminate this one and only opportunity and ultimately stifle traditional Chinese medicine in the dragon country. As Chen Jitan slowly spoke, the whole venue fell silent. We, as healers, take it as our duty to treat and save lives, to serve the world with our medical skills. We are willing to embrace Western medical culture to better treat patients, willing to learn and integrate, but some factions in Western medicine are not accepting of us. This, we will not allow. Chen Jitong slammed his cane on the ground, and everyone in the audience nodded gravely. In this world, there cannot be a dragon country without traditional Chinese medicine, and traditional Chinese medicine cannot be without the dragon country. Everything depends on you all. Chen Jitong took a deep breath, trembling as he bowed deeply to the hundreds of people below the stage. Aging heroes, their spirit undiminished. Chen Jitong had already gained fame and fortune, and he did not need to participate in these matters anymore. Yet, here he was, a 90-year-old, bowing deeply to the younger generation of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners present. This bow symbolized trust, delegation, and fervent hope. Many in the audience were moved to tears. Traditional Chinese medicine in our dragon country will prevail. Let's go. The current president of the Chinese Medicine Association shouted, and everyone stood up in unison, their gaze unwavering. Dozens of cars lined up in a convoy and headed towards the Universal Hotel. Universal Hotel. When Zhijia and his group arrived, it was precisely 12:45 in the afternoon. With less than 15 minutes left before the start of the Chinese Western Medical Academic debate, Zhijia and his group stepped out of their cars and were met by members of the Western Medical Association, who were also arriving for the debate. From the cars parked on the right side, one after another, Western medical scholars stepped out, all of them dressed in white coats. The brightness of their white coats was dazzling, and soon, over 100 of them gathered together, emitting a powerful aura. On the right side, there are over 100 Western medical scholars all dressed in white coats. On the left side, Zhijia and others are dressed haphazardly, with some dressed like Zhijia in blue shirts, while others are wearing everyday clothes. In comparison, the 100 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners on this side look like a ragtag army without a leader. Hehe. Seeing this group of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, the 100 Western doctors on the opposite side shook their heads and chuckled. They already looked down on the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom, and now in comparison, they appeared extremely formal, while the 100 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners on this side seemed out of place. Could it be that they would perform surgeries in casual wear? The more people thought about it, the harder it was to control their laughter. Zhijia glanced at the 100 Western doctors on the other side. Each one had a name tag on their chest indicating their hospital and specialization. Each of these over 100 individuals were well-known expert professors in the Tianhai city, and Zhijia even recognized some familiar faces among them. It must be acknowledged that their lineup was indeed quite prestigious. On the other side, each of these individuals was considered a treasure of their respective hospital, and patients lining up to see them could stretch out for hundreds of meters. Some had even published academic papers in medical journals overseas, making them famous across the Dragon Kingdom. With all of these individuals dropping all their work to attend, it was indeed a grand gesture, showing no intention of leaving any room for the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, as well as the first former chairman Chen Jitong, couldn't help but sigh softly. The Western Medical Association was powerful, while on their side of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, there were only a few who could stand out. In comparison, they appeared quite inferior. Blame it on the gradual decline of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom in recent years. Many medical traditions were completely lost, leading to a lack of prominent talents in the traditional Chinese medicine circle today. Chairman Chen also came. The current chairman of the Western Medical Association, Du Siming, stepped forward, his eyes carrying a mocking smile. His gaze didn't even fall on the current chairman of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. After all, Du Siming was already in his 60s, while the current chairman of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Li Wenzheng, was just in his early 30s. The age gap made Du Siming a senior to Li Wenzheng. Chairman Zhong didn't come. Chen Jitong stepped forward and asked lightly. Chairman Zhong said he's not willing to get involved in such matters. After all, this really doesn't amount to much. Our juniors can handle it. At his age, Chairman Zhong doesn't really care to attend such events. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost forgot Chairman Chen also came. My apologies. Du Siming's words were full of sarcasm and disdain towards the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. What do you mean? Liu Wenzheng furrowed his brows. When elders speak, juniors must show respect. You might not even have the chance to speak during today's debate. I worry you won't have much to say then. Du Siming glanced at Liu Wenzheng with even more disdain. Hehe. The Western doctors behind him chuckled coldly. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and Western doctors were never on good terms, and after today's confrontation, any pretenses were no longer necessary. Liu Wenzheng wanted to say something but was reprimanded by Chen Jitong. If Chairman Zhong is not coming, then let it be. As for me, Chen Jitong, medicine is the fundamental aspect of healing and saving lives, involving countless lives. This is not a trivial matter, even if others might see it as such. I will personally be present. Chen Jitong spoke calmly. Despite his old age and physical weakness, his mind was sharp as a tack, and with those words, he cleverly shut down Du Siming. To the Western doctors, it might seem trivial, but for the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, anything related to healing and saving lives is significant, and I must be present. Humph. Let's see who will prevail under our hands. Du Siming furrowed his brows at the words and coldly heaved before turning to leave. The over 100 Western medical experts and professors in white coats all followed suit. Watching Du Siming and the others leave, the members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association had unpleasant expressions. The debate hadn't even started, and the strong tension in the air suggested that harsh words would follow when the debate began. They are going too far. A member of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association gritted his teeth slightly. They dare to treat us like this because traditional Chinese medicine has been declining in recent years. They bully us because they know they can do so without consequence, as we are not strong enough on our own. Therefore, being angry and upset is not enough. We must strike back fiercely and show them that we are not easy targets, Li Wenzheng said coldly before leading the group towards the hotel entrance. At this point, there were 2 members of the Oversight department standing on each side of the hotel's entrance. Besides the entrance, there were many other Oversight department personnel inside the hotel as well, clearly indicating the high level of importance placed on the debate and the precautions taken to prevent any unexpected incidents. In case things escalated between the 2 sides, the Oversight department personnel were there to intervene promptly. As everyone approached, their identities were checked before being allowed in. Mr. Z is here too. Suddenly, one of the Oversight department personnel recognized Ziqie and greeted him respectfully. They had witnessed firsthand how Ziqie had casually summoned a highly distinguished figure with a single phone call. Even the director of the Oversight department, Zhao Yongzhang, addressed Ziqie respectfully, and so the subordinates were also polite towards him. Ziqie nodded lightly, and upon seeing the Oversight department personnel being so polite to Ziqie, others couldn't help but take notice. Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brows and glanced at Ziqie. A hint of coldness flashed through her mind. When Zhao Yongzhang called Chen Ruoxue before to say that there had been a misunderstanding in the previous investigation, and the evidence showed that Ziqie was not the mastermind, Chen Ruoxue had a feeling that Zhao Yongzhang and Ziqie were colluding to deceive her deliberately. Seeing the Oversight department personnel being polite to Ziqie only confirmed Chen Ruoxue's suspicions that Ziqie and the Oversight department were in cahoots. Scum, Chen Ruoxue muttered before redirecting her gaze. Soon, everyone arrived at the largest hall of the Universal Hotel. This hall occupied an entire floor and could accommodate over 1,000 people for banquets. Today, this hall had been rearranged, with rows of tables and chairs on both sides, leaving a spacious aisle in the middle. Behind the hall was a spectators' area filled with invited guests from various sectors in Tianhai City. At the front of the hall was a rectangular platform, with speaking stands on both sides equipped with microphones. Around the venue were Oversight department personnel, as well as media journalists from Tianhai City. These journalists would be broadcasting the debate live. Alongside the media, there were many cameras capturing the event from multiple angles for live streaming. Many major hospital websites and popular social media channels would also be streaming the event live. And as the live broadcasts commenced, numerous viewers began pouring into the different streams. Is it starting? They've already entered the venue. Wow, so many Western doctors in their white lab coats, looking imposing. What's the use of dressing so neatly? Western doctors only know how to make money, nothing else. What nonsense are you talking about? If you're so capable, then don't go to the hospital when you're sick. Traditional Chinese medicine is so backward, it should be stopped quickly. Countless viewers in the live broadcast were frantically sending barrage comments. Supporters of both traditional Chinese and Western medicine immediately started arguing in the live broadcast. However, it was clear that there were more supporters of Western medicine, and any comments supporting traditional Chinese medicine were completely drowned out. In the debate hall, there were representatives from both traditional Chinese and Western medicine seated on the left and right sides, with hundreds of spectators at the back. These spectators were either prominent figures in the business world or influential individuals in the political circle of Tianhai City, all of whom had been specially invited by the Western Medical Association to witness the clash between traditional Chinese and Western medicine. In fact, the Western Medical Association had invited these prominent figures and decided to broadcast the event to ensure more people could witness the anticipated victory of Western medicine over traditional Chinese medicine. With both sides seated, the hundreds of spectators in the audience also took their seats. The representatives of traditional Chinese and Western medicine were seated facing each other with only an aisle separating them. As their gaze met across the aisle, one could sense the strong tension between the two sides even before the debate began. Hello everyone. I am the host of this academic debate. My name is Zhong Lin. Soon, a well-dressed male host stepped onto the stage and introduced himself with a smile. Many in the audience recognized him as a prominent figure in the political circle of Tianhai City who had hosted numerous events. Zhong Lin's presence indicated that this debate was being closely monitored by the upper echelons. Welcome everyone. Zhong Lin made a brief opening statement, then went straight to the point, explaining the details and rules of the debate. This debate has been organized as a friendly academic exchange by mutual agreement between the traditional Chinese and Western medical associations. Zhong Lin smiled as he simply focused on his role as the host of the debate. The true nature of the debate, its outcome, and any stakes involved were of no concern to him. He would follow the debate protocol and oversee his duties accordingly. There will be no judges or referees for this debate. In accordance with the agreement made by both sides, the audience present and those watching the live broadcast will act as the ultimate judges. The debate will continue until one side is unable to continue, determining the final outcome. After announcing the debate rules, there were many furrowed brows in the audience. Initially, some had assumed the debate might follow a scoring system to determine the winner. However, to their surprise, there were no judges or referees appointed. It was akin to a boxing match without referees or judges. What chaos could this lead to? The fear was that neither side would concede defeat, resulting in a prolonged battle until one side was exhausted or incapacitated. Unlike a physical confrontation, in this debate, if one side failed to provide compelling evidence or chose not to continue debating, they would be deemed the loser, making the rules appear profoundly unfair. Despite any discomfort, the traditional Chinese side reluctantly accepted the situation. Furthermore, to prevent the debate from dragging on indefinitely, it is provisionally decided that each side may only field up to 10 debaters. Adjustments may be made based on circumstances later on. Looking at his notes, Zhong Lin announced another rule. There were no objections to this rule, considering there were over 200 debaters combined on both sides. If all participants were allowed to speak freely, the debate might last for days without a definitive result. Therefore, only elite debaters would be presented to represent each side. These are all the rules for this debate. Any questions? After explaining the rules, Zhong Lin looked to the audience for any inquiries. Both sides shook their heads, indicating no questions. All right, the time has come for the debaters to take the stage. Please select your debaters and begin the debate. This debate will be broadcast live nationwide, and there will be numerous viewers, so I urge all debaters to maintain professionalism in both appearance and language. After issuing a final reminder, Zhong Lin stepped back a few paces. A middle-aged Western doctor from the Western Medical Association promptly stood up, indicating they had prearranged their debaters. However, the traditional Chinese side had received no prior notification and had to hastily select a representative from their own association to participate. Following suit, the current president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Li Wenzheng, began arranging their debaters, one by one, inquiring about their readiness and preparing a list for the debate. "Mr. Z, are you ready to take the stage?" Lu Jinga asked softly, withdrawing his gaze from the live broadcast to look at Ziqia. "Let's wait a moment," Ziqia replied with a slight shake of his head. His gaze lingered on the live broadcast for a few seconds before returning to their conversation. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinga was a little puzzled. Yesterday, Ziqiang was full of fighting spirit. He even said he was willing to take the lead in the Dragon Kingdom's traditional Chinese medicine. So why was he hesitant to participate today? Could it be that Ziqiao was intimidated by the luxurious lineup on the side of the Western Medical Association, afraid of embarrassing himself if he went up? "It's nothing," Ziqia frowned slightly. He just hadn't realized yesterday that this debate would be broadcast in front of the public. As he was currently suffering from amnesia and completely unaware of his past, he couldn't even be certain if he had been targeted by enemies, forcing him to flee to Tianhai City. If he were to show up in such a high-profile event and be recognized by his enemies from the past, it would undoubtedly bring him huge trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Based on this consideration, Ziqia had been low-key and cautious for the past 2 years. In particular, he did not want to casually participate in today's live broadcast debate. So if the members of the Chinese Medicine Association could suppress the members of the Western Medical Association, he would be happy to remain uninvolved. After all, he didn't care about fame or reputation. His only goal was to ensure the successful holding of the Medical Skills Conference. If the other representatives from the Chinese Medicine Association could handle it, he wouldn't need to step up. Lu Jingya stared at Ziqia for 2 seconds, then nodded slightly and said nothing more. In fact, she only asked casually and did not have any expectations for Ziqia. She knew that Ziqia focused on practical skills but lacked in theoretical knowledge. If he were to participate in a debate, he would undoubtedly be speechless against a well-prepared Western medical representative. Thus, it was better that he didn't participate. "My position is very simple," said Ziqia. "Traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom is often referred to as ancient medicine, which I believe is more appropriate. In my opinion, Chinese medicine is a relic of the past and cannot be compared to Western medicine." Professor Wan Chunyang, the top debater from the Western Medical Association, launched a verbal attack right away. Both him and the other members of the Western Medical Association did not find anything inappropriate about it. On the other hand, the representatives from the Chinese Medicine Association were not flustered. They immediately engaged in a fierce debate with the opposition. As the two began their debate, the entire audience maintained silence, only hearing the voices of the two on the stage. Ziqia closed his eyes slightly to rest, but in reality, he was listening attentively to both sides' arguments. "Look at Ziqia, that useless person." Li Yue glanced at Ziqia, then gave a cold smile while pulling Chen Ruoxue's clothes. Chen Ruoxue looked over and shook her head slightly. Everyone was seriously listening to the debate, concerned about the future of the Chinese Medicine Association, while Ziqia, in such a serious and tense atmosphere, managed to fall asleep. The Lu family helped him secure a spot in the competition, but he lacks ambition and medical knowledge. He's simply wasting the opportunity. His act of occupying a spot without contributing is truly disgusting. Chen Ruoxue withdrew her gaze. She believed that Ziqian's qualification to participate in the Medical Skills Conference and thus today's debate was solely because of Lu Jinyao's intervention, with the Lu family helping him secure a spot. Exactly. A waste will always be a waste. I think today's debate will rely on Physician John to turn the tide. While belittling Ziqia, Li Yue did not forget to praise Zhong Chen. Zhong Chen also glanced at Ziqia, a hint of disdain crossing his lips. While the intense debate was happening in Tianhai City, other cities were facing a similar situation. This time, the Western Medical Association was not only targeting Tianhai City, but the entire Dragon Kingdom's traditional Chinese medicine. They were using the same strategy to systematically defeat the Chinese medicine associations in various cities. It had to be said that their tactics this time were indeed cunning and ruthless. If their plan succeeded, the Chinese medicine associations of multiple cities would be completely broken, and the Triennial TIE Cup Medical Skills Conference would become a laughingstock. Henceforth, traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Kingdom would decline, and would no longer be able to compete with Western medicine. Many important figures were silently monitoring this significant event. Tianhai City, the provinces, the Chinese Medicine Association in the capital city, and the Yi family in the capital were all closely watching the developments. While many of them couldn't be present at the scene, they were all glued to their television screens watching the live broadcast. At this moment, in a spacious Western-style courtyard in the capital city, multiple large screens were mounted on the walls of the room. These screens displayed several small squares, each showing different scenes, resembling surveillance screens. The names of various cities were labeled on these squares, representing the debate scenes in each city. The people in the room remained silent, silently gazing at the screens. As time flew by, the debates in various cities were intensifying. An hour later, snowflakes started to appear on the squares on the screens. Xi'an City has concluded its live broadcast. A middle-aged man frowned, standing up, then checked the information on his phone, indicating that the Chinese Medicine Association there had been defeated. Defeat meant losing the qualification to host the Medical Skills Conference. Xi'an City produced 3 geniuses in the previous Medical Skills Conference, but this year, they couldn't even retain the right to host the event. The people's expressions were grim, shaking their heads and sighing. After Xi'an City's broadcast blacked out, more and more cities followed suit. Yucheng lost. Dengshu City defeated. Chuyuan lost. City after city announced their failures, and the faces of the observers grew even more somber. Has traditional Chinese medicine in my Dragon Kingdom really fallen to such a miserable state? A white-haired old man shook his head in sorrow and anger. They were all well aware that this debate was unfair to Chinese medicine from the beginning. However, the victor was always respected, and the loser was shamed. People only cared about the final result, disregarding whether the process was fair or not. Western medicine excelled in academic discussions and experiments, while Chinese medicine focused more on practical application. Now that Western medicine was attacking Chinese medicine in its area of expertise, it was inevitable for Chinese medicine to eventually lose. However, the speed of their defeat was unbearable. In just an hour, 1/3 of the hundreds of cities with the right to host the Medical Skills Conference had succumbed. The remaining cities were also struggling, facing a well-prepared Western Medical Association. They were merely making a last stand, knowing that defeat was imminent. Wait, it seems like there's a talented person from Tianhai City. Several members of the Western Medical Association have already been defeated. Suddenly, a middle-aged man frowned slightly, enlarging the live broadcast scene from Tianhai City. Turn on the sound. Quickly, the debate scene in Tianhai City was isolated, and the sound was turned on. Thank you, Professor Sun, for your wonderful debate. Since Professor Sun can no longer present counter-arguments, let the next debater from the Western Medical Association speak. Host Zhong Lin proceeded methodically according to the debate competition's procedures. At this moment, the debate scene in Tianhai City had reached a heated stage. The performance of the Chinese Medicine Association side had truly surprised the opposing Western Medical Association. They had thought that they could easily suppress the Chinese Medicine Association without challenge. However, they were surprised to find that capable individuals from the Chinese Medicine Association presented various theories of traditional Chinese medicine that left many Western medical experts speechless. Being unable to respond means failure, so they had to send out new debaters. At this point, after more than an hour of head-to-head competition, 7 participants from both the Chinese and Western medical associations had gone on stage. The Western Medical Association had used up 5 slots, while the Chinese Medicine Association had used up 7. Although there was nearly a double difference, the Western Medical Association was still not satisfied. According to their calculations, they only needed to send out 3 people to secure victory over the Chinese Medicine Association's 10 slots. The current situation exceeded expectations, but was not a major issue, considering the advantage was still on their side. 5th debater from the Western Medical Association, Vice Director of Department of Internal Medicine to Tianhai City General Hospital, a national level to internal medicine physician and clinical medicine professor Shen Wen. After Zhong Yan's introduction, a man around 50 years old stepped onto the stage and presented his questions. However, facing the profound medical research questions posed by the elderly professor, the first Chinese medicine debater on stage couldn't hold up for even 3 minutes before being rendered speechless. Please have the 8th Chinese Medicine Association debater take the stage. After Zhong Yan's announcement, the Chinese Medicine Association deliberated for 2 minutes before sending out another debater. However, faced with Shen Wen's sharp arguments, this 8th debater also couldn't last for 5 minutes before becoming flustered and sweating profusely, resulting in another failure. The situation at the scene became critical for the Chinese Medicine Association. With the 8th debater's defeat, they were left with only 2 slots remaining. On the other hand, the Western Medical Association still had 5 slots left, totaling 6 including Shen Wen. Already in a disadvantaged position, now they had to compete with just 2 participants against the 6 from the opposition. The current president of the Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Wenjing, and the first elder president Chen Jitang, looked increasingly disheartened. Looking at the individuals from the Chinese Medicine Association, who had previously been full of fighting spirit wanting to represent the association in the debate, they were now mostly disheartened and inactive because they knew that even with their best efforts, they were likely to fail. Faced with the various arguments presented by the Western Medical Association and their sharp rhetoric, the Chinese Medicine Association was left without any fighting spirit. Please have the 9th Chinese Medicine Association debater take the stage. The Chinese Medicine Association has only 2 slots left. Zhong Yang sighed inwardly and gently reminded the Chinese Medicine Association, prompting them to carefully consider their next selection. The Chinese Medicine Association had no choice but to reluctantly send another participant after deliberating for a while. Mr. Z, are you sure you won't participate? Luo Jingyao turned to seek Xiaoshen's opinion once more. Xiaoshen didn't immediately respond but glanced at Zhong Chen on his left. He believed that with Zhong Chen's character, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity for fame. As expected, Zhong Chen stepped forward, approaching Chen Jitang and Liu Wenjing. Elder President Chen, President Liu, Zhong Chen is willing to take the stage. Zhong Chen made a slight bow, and Chen Jitang and Liu Wenjing exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After all, Zhong Chen had studied under the famous Chinese medicine master Chen Heming and achieved the pinnacle in the study of traditional Chinese medicine. Originally, they had planned for Zhong Chen to be the last debater to go on stage, but now that Zhong Chen offered to step forward, they decided to let him go ahead. All right, you go. Chen Jitang nodded in approval and muttered to himself, if Zhong Chen fails, then I, Chen Jitang, as the 10th debater, will take the stage. If we have to lose, let it be on my hands. Elder President, this cannot be. Liu Wenjing hurriedly interjected. In any circumstance, the last individual to go on stage would bear significant expectations, but also face more pressure. If they were to fail, those expectations would turn into endless disappointment, possibly leading to criticism. Therefore, if Chen Jitang, as an elderly individual, took the stage for the debate and ended up failing, he would undoubtedly be met with numerous criticisms. This would tarnish his lifelong reputation and integrity, making him lose face. It's nothing. I'm already an old man, so if my reputation is tainted, so be it. But you represent the new blood of Dragon Country's Chinese medicine. You cannot falter, let alone bear the burden of shame. So if someone has to bear this shame, it's most suitable for me, Chen Jitang, to bear it. After Chen Jitang made this statement, Liu Wenjing hesitated to respond, but after a few seconds of contemplation, he chose not to speak. Competitor Zhong Chen from the Lin family of Tianhai City, participating in the debate. With a loud declaration, Zhong Chen ascended the stage. Wow! Dr. Zhong, disciple of the medicine saint Chen Heming, Dr. Zhong Chen, I didn't expect him to be here. Now, will the Chinese Medicine Association turn the tables with him? Zhong Chen's appearance immediately sparked many exclamations. Whether from the Chinese Medicine Association or the audience in the back, everyone couldn't help but express their surprise. After all, as the first among the young generation of renowned doctors in Tianhai City, Zhong Chen's reputation was widespread. At this moment, hope was reignited in the eyes of many people, especially Chen Ruoxue, Lian Chow, Li Yue, and others who were in great anticipation. The debate began, and with just 3 sentences, Zhong Chen debunked some of Shen Wen's arguments, ultimately leading him to surrender and step down from the stage. Following this, the 6th debater from the Western Medical Association took the stage. However, Zhong Chen remained composed and used powerful language to leave the opponent speechless. After all, Zhong Chen was not merely famous in name. His reputation in Tianhai City's medical community was profound. He had personally cured numerous complex medical cases, which lent credibility to his words, making it impossible for the opposition to counter effectively. Following Shen Wen's defeat, the Western Medical Association sent out to more individuals, but they were all promptly defeated by Zhong Chen's sharp arguments. 3 debates, 3 victories. Zhong Chen had won all 3 battles in succession. At this moment, both the Chinese Medicine Association and the audience were filled with deep admiration for Zhong Chen. Even numerous supporters of traditional Chinese medicine, including Chen Ruoxue, Liang Chow, Li Yue, held Zhong Chen in high regard. Zhong Chen stood proudly, casting a glance at Chow Shen, 8th debater from the Western Medical Association, Deputy Director of Tianhai City People's Hospital, Professor in Neurology, with 20 years of clinical experience in treating brain diseases, Professor Zhong Lin, who has received national-level honors multiple times. Hearing this name, Chow Shen raised his eyes slightly, confirming that this was Vice President Zhong Lin whom he had encountered during his visit to treat Chen Sr. Vice President Zhong, regarding the question that your 7th speaker couldn't answer, please provide some insights. Zhong Chen glanced at Zhong Lin and calmly spoke. I don't need to answer or debate this question. Zhong Lin's tone was calm. I admit that many traditional Chinese medicine theories you mentioned are correct, and I have also heard of Mr. Zhong's successful treatment cases. In truth, Zhong Lin believed in the effectiveness of traditional Chinese medicine and had witnessed many successful healing cases by traditional Chinese doctors. The beliefs aside, representing the Western Medical Association, his stance was different. He had to do what was required and say what needed to be said. In matters of principle, Zhong Lin's personal beliefs were not important, even though he believed in the strength of traditional Chinese medicine. Today, in public, he had to assert that traditional Chinese medicine was far inferior to Western medicine. Vice President Zhong means that you acknowledge traditional Chinese medicine is not entirely useless, right? Zhong Chen softly countered. Of course, traditional Chinese medicine is useful, but it is far behind. The issue I want to discuss with Mr. Zhong is that while traditional Chinese medicine is a form of medicine, when compared to Western medicine, there is a significant difference. Zhong Lin's stance was simple. He acknowledged the usefulness of traditional Chinese medicine, but insisted that Western medicine's effects were superior to traditional Chinese medicine. I disagree, Zhong Chen replied calmly. You have the right to disagree. Then, I would like to ask Mr. Zhong, when it comes to treating stroke patients, even those with severe brain hemorrhages, our Western hospital will use the quickest and most effective methods, even performing brain surgeries to relieve intracranial pressure. How would traditional Chinese medicine handle such patients? Zhong Lin's tone was calm, but his question made Zhong Chen furrow his brow slightly. Traditional Chinese medicine excels in treating ailments with herbal medicine. I assume herbal medicine is effective, and the golden time for stroke patients is only a few minutes. Can traditional Chinese medicine accurately measure and prepare the herbal medicine and administer it to the patient within that short window? With this statement, the Western Medical Society members sitting nearby burst into laughter. Traditional Chinese medicine does not solely rely on herbal medicine. I can use acupuncture. Zhong Chen was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhong Lin. Can acupuncture truly address such emergency situations? There are patients in my hospital facing the same condition right now. If Mr. Zhong can do it, I can let you try. Zhong Lin's statement made Zhong Chen's expression instantly grim. If he was proficient in the 12-dragon needle technique, this would not be difficult. However, even his master Chen Heming was unable to perform the complete 12-dragon needle technique. How could he have learned it? Zhong Chen gritted his teeth slightly and replied, I have not yet reached that level of medical skill, but acupuncture is undoubtedly effective and can help patients quickly clear intracranial congestion. Mr. Zhong is mistaken. Unsubstantiated claims like this cannot be considered valid. It's like in our Western medical field. I could also say that cancer can definitely be cured, but currently, I have not reached that level of skill. This is just baseless argumentation. Zhong Lin's statement led to another wave of laughter from the Western Medical Association members. As for Zhong Chen, he clenched his fists slightly, feeling at a loss in front of Zhong Lin, who was well-versed in neurology. This mediocre doctor is quite shameless. Zichie wrinkled his brow slightly. That day, he had used acupuncture to help Mr. Chen expel intracranial congestion. But now Zhong Lin's words were unexpected. Mr. Zhong, have nothing more to say? Zhong Lin, seeing Zhong Chen's silence, then lightly asked with a smile. Anyway, acupuncture can treat strokes. There is a simple head acupoint treatment, as well as another acupoint treatment, both of which can be effective for stroke patients, and this has been substantiated. Zhong Chen furrowed his brows. His argument was not baseless, he spoke from factual circumstances. I have understood these two acupuncture techniques Mr. Zhong mentioned. Zhong Lin shook his head slightly, but they can only alleviate postoperative movement disorders in patients and cannot provide immediate emergency care for newly onset patients. How do you know that acupuncture isn't used for emergency rescue? Zhong Chen immediately rebutted. I don't know, but I do know that all stroke patients are immediately sent to Western hospitals' intensive care units. Zhong Lin replied. Why don't they seek acupuncture treatments from traditional Chinese medicine like yours for emergency care? With one sentence, Zhong Lin left Zhong Chen speechless. Let me reiterate, I am not saying traditional Chinese medicine is entirely useless, but in comparison, the therapeutic effects of Western medicine are superior in treating and saving patients, Zhong Lin concluded, and it was clear that the debate was approaching its end. Zhong Chen lost due to his character. Zichie shook his head slightly. Zhong Lin had clearly seen Zhong Chen's arrogance, leading him by the nose. If Zhong Chen had argued from a different angle, he might not have lost to Zhong Lin, but change was difficult, and Zhong Chen's character was doomed to this outcome. Mr. Z, it's over. Now we are truly finished, and the medical conference may not be able to proceed. Zhong Lin, Jinga and others below raised their eyebrows in deep concern. With that, Zhong Chen could only subtly step down. Chen Jitong and others in the audience let out a sigh. They had regarded Zhong Chen as the star player, but with his defeat, they lacked anyone of comparable caliber to present. Chen Jitong sighed, realizing that with this last vacancy, he had to step forward personally. Zhong Chen, step down. These words from Liu Wenzheng signaled the conceit of the traditional Chinese medicine society in the debate. After a few moments of silence, Zhong Chen nodded and chose to step down. Vice President Zhong is remarkable. Members of the Western Medical Association nodded in approval. The traditional Chinese medicine society should voluntarily give up this last spot and not waste everyone's time. Zhong Lin turned slightly, looking towards the traditional Chinese medicine society's side. The members of the traditional Chinese medicine society looked grim, and Chen Jitong, with Liu Wenzheng's support, slowly stood up. Before Chen Jitong could speak, he was interrupted by Zhong Lin. Chairman Chen, your esteemed title is advisable to keep. Zhong Lin shook his head slightly. The Tai City's traditional Chinese medicine society cannot rely solely on you. Who do you think you are, daring to judge traditional Chinese medicine? Before Chen Jitong could speak, a voice suddenly erupted in the room. All eyes turned to see Zichie rising slowly, his gaze fixed firmly on Zhong Lin. Reluctant at first, Zichie had no choice but to step in at this crucial moment. Who is he? I don't know him. He seems unfamiliar. It's true that elderly Chinese medicine experts are highly skilled, but he's so young. Does he even recognize all the medicinal herbs? As Zichie rose to his feet, numerous individuals shook their heads in doubt. Who are you? Chen Jitong and Liu Wenzheng furrowed their brows slightly. Chairman Chen. Contender Zichie from the Liu family offers a challenge. Zichie volunteered, instantly capturing the attention of the entire room. Chen Jitong was a little stunned when he heard the words. The current president of the Chinese Medical Association, Liu Wenzheng, also furrowed his brow. Who is he? Is he going to be the last debater? What a joke. I have never seen him before. I haven't even heard his name. For a moment, many Chinese medicine contestants and many spectators in the back were discussing with surprise on their faces. At this moment, countless people had a phrase in their hearts, overestimating one's ability. Yes, at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Zichion's behavior was completely seen as not understanding his own abilities. Do you know that Zhong Chen is the #1 young genius doctor in Tianhai City? And he couldn't even debate with Zhong Lin. Where did Zichie get the confidence from? Did Zijia think that his understanding and attainment in Chinese medicine surpassed Zhong Chen, the genius doctor of Zhong? At this moment, everyone was whispering with disdain. But they didn't notice that when Zhong Lin saw Zijia for the first time on the stage, his face changed instantly. He really didn't expect Zijia to appear here. Who is Zijia? To be precise, he didn't know Zijian's identity. But what he did know was how miraculous Zijian's acupuncture skills were. That day, in the hospital, they had declared that Mr. Chen was beyond treatment, but Zijia, in front of them, used an incredible acupuncture technique to bring Mr. Chen back from the brink of death. Later, the renowned Chinese medicine master Lin in their hospital couldn't stop praising Zijian's acupuncture skills. Zhong Lin dared to argue with Zhong Chen that acupuncture couldn't be used for emergencies, but facing Zijia, he would never dare say such things because Zijia could display such miraculous acupuncture skills at any time, just like that day. The more Zhong Lin thought about it, the uglier his face became. If he had known that Zijia was present, he would never have taken the stage. But now it was too late to say anything. He could only stand there with a stiff smile, feeling embarrassed. Do you want to take the stage? Chen Jitong frowned and asked Zijia. As the founder of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association, he was willing to give young people opportunities, and he even admired Zijian's brave and fearless personality. However, the current situation was different. There was only one spot left in their Chinese Medical Association. If Zijia lost, it meant that they would lose in this debate, and they would lose the qualification to hold the medical conference. So, how could this opportunity be casually given to a young man in his 20s? Moreover, Zijia had no reputation in the Tianhai City's Chinese medicine circle. Yes, I am willing to take the stage. Zijia nodded lightly. Chen Jitong didn't speak immediately. He was hesitant, because he couldn't find strong arguments to confront Zhong Lin now. Since Zijia dared to stand up, it meant he must have been prepared mentally. However, this was the last chance, which determined the fate of Chinese medicine. Chen Jitong didn't dare to make a hasty decision. What achievements do you have in the field of Chinese medicine? You're so eager to take the stage when Dr. Zhong is already on the stage. Let me tell you, even though you are similar in age to Dr. Zhong, there is a world of difference in your attainments in Chinese medicine. Pardon my ignorance, I have never heard of the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Circle, nor have I heard of you, Zijia. Who is this person? He is so young. What does he know about Chinese medicine? Probably just scratching the surface. Even if you want to stand out, you should consider the occasion. This time, not only the Chinese Medical Association members were skeptical, but also many of the audience behind them, and numerous viewers watching the live broadcast, did not trust Zijia at all. Many even thought that Zijia was seeking attention, intentionally trying to make a scene in such a setting. And they were just questioning, but in the minds of Chen Ruoxue, Lian Chow, and Zhong Chen, they deeply disdained Zijia. I have never seen such a shameless person. Is he really going to compete for the last spot, trying to be the highlight as the closing act of the Chinese medicine master? Li Yue sneered, her tone full of disdain. Although Chen Ruoxue did not speak, she sighed lightly and shook her head. She knew that Zijia had some medical skills, but even if he had some medical knowledge, could he really be more knowledgeable than Zhong Chen? Now that even Zhong Chen had been defeated, Zijia was pushing his luck by going up there. Isn't he just humiliating himself? He's not content with embarrassing himself in Tianhai City. Now he wants to embarrass himself nationwide. Lian Cao's eyes were full of extreme disdain. While the Chinese Medical Association was in heated discussion, the Western Medical Association was not idle either. When they saw Zijia standing up to challenge, many in the Western Medical Association were on the verge of laughing out loud. Previously, they had thought that the Chinese Medical Association's last contestant might be Chen Jitong or Liu Wenzheng. These two were heavyweight doctors in the Chinese medicine field and would surely be tough opponents. However, unexpectedly, this young man named Zijia was so self-assured and voluntarily challenged. Wasn't he just sending an easy victory to the Western Medical Association? Many Western medical practitioners even wanted to ask their president if Zijia was a plant arranged to sabotage them. In summary, the current situation was that 99% of the audience, including numerous viewers watching the broadcast, were extremely pessimistic about Zijia. The Chinese Medical Association's contestants lost hope. Chen Jitong and others were skeptical. Lian Chow and others were mocking, and the Western doctors openly expressed their disdain. Even Lu Jinyao, at this moment, furrowed her brows deeply. Mr. Z, let's not participate in this debate anymore. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Jinyao still made a suggestion to Zichia. If Zichia wanted to participate before, she was willing to help him register, and even if he lost, there would be others to back him up. But now, with only one spot left, this spot carried countless hopes and expectations. If Zichia were to lose, those hopes would turn into countless accusations. At that time, everyone would remember that Zichia, as the closing act contestant, failed to turn the tie. Zichia would become a scapegoat in many people's minds, even facing universal condemnation. I must participate. Zichian's tone at this moment was very firm, and then he walked towards Chen Jitong. You. Lu Jinyao watched Zichia walk away and sighed softly. Mr. Chen, do you have a suitable candidate? Zichia asked Chen Jitong directly, or if you and President Liu were to take the stage, would you be confident? After a few seconds of silence, Chen Jitong and Liu Wenzheng shook their heads. They had to admit that they had no absolute certainty of winning. Then leave it to me. Zichia nodded calmly. But you. Liu Wenzheng paused. I don't know you at all, and I've never heard of you. Zichia replied, indifferently. After today, you will know me. Liu Wenzheng wanted to say something else but was stopped by Chen Jitong's gesture. He could see the determination in Zichian's eyes. At the same time, the way Zichia was dressed in his green robe gave Chen Jitong a glimmer of hope. I trust you. I now entrust the fate of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association to you. Chen Jitong extended his withered hand and placed it gently on Zichian's shoulder. Zichia, do not let us down. Zichia bowed slightly. Then, under the gazes of the entire audience, he turned and walked towards the stage. The 10th contestant of the Chinese Medicine Association, Zichia. In the field of Chinese medicine, the host Zhong Yan wanted to introduce the debater's identity and achievements in the field of Chinese medicine just like before. However, as the words reached his lips, he fell silent and hesitated for a few seconds. Afterward, he couldn't say anything, because Zichia was a complete nobody in the Tianhai City Chinese medicine circle, let alone having any remarkable achievements to mention. Elder Chairman, this cannot be. Although our Chinese Medicine Association is not thriving, we cannot entrust our fate to a nobody, right? Even if John Chen fails, we still had other Chinese medicine experts. We absolutely cannot let this young man waste this last spot. People from the Chinese Medicine Association came to persuade Chen Jitong. Host, our Chinese Medicine Association has not finalized the spots yet. Please refrain from starting the debate. While some were advising Chen Jitong, others were trying to stop the host Zhong Yan. As for everything happening on this side, Zichia ignored it all and continued to stride calmly towards the stage in front. Zichia, stop right there. This last spot cannot be wasted by you. Chaos erupted at the scene. This was the first serious disagreement within the Chinese Medicine Association since the debate began. The host Zhong Yan hesitated for a moment and then said softly, this last spot is crucial, and please give the Chinese Medicine Association some time to deliberate. After Zhong Yang finished speaking, the members of the Western Medicine Association nodded nonchalantly. After all, they were already in a secure position, and whether the Chinese Medicine Association sends Zichia on stage or not, it wouldn't change the final outcome. Elder Chairman, we must not do this. Everyone was still trying to dissuade. Then let you go up. Do you have confidence? Chen Jitong looked at everyone and asked. Everyone was stunned for a moment. If they had the ability, how could they be in the current situation? Elder Chairman, we admit we do not have that capability, but there are over 100 of us here. Many who have been researching Chinese medicine for years are definitely better than this nobody. If you let Chairman Liu take the stage, we will have no objections. These people had no grudges or connections with Zichia and were simply of the opinion that he lacked the capability. I actually think this kid can be trusted. After contemplating for a few seconds, Chen Jitong remained firm in his belief. At the age of 90, his nearly a century of life experience had given him a key eye for judging people. Just now, he could tell from Zichian's eyes that the young man was not trying to show off but had confidence. Although Chen Jitong didn't know where Zichian's confidence came from, he was willing to trust his judgment after living for most of his life. Chairman Chen, I know this person. At that moment, Liang Chao suddenly stood up and spoke loudly to Chen Jitong. Upon hearing Liang Chao speak, the attention of everyone present shifted to him. Many were caught off guard, wondering if Lin Chow was trying to prove that ZTA indeed had the ability. You know him? Liu Wenzheng was the first to inquire. Yes. Not only do I know him, but I am quite familiar with him. To be honest, ZTA doesn't know anything about medicine. The only reason he was able to participate in the medical arts conference was by pulling strings and using connections. Lin Chow's words shocked everyone. In various seats, cursing voices erupted. I can't stand these people who use connections to get ahead. Is there really corruption even in such an important event like the medical arts conference? This is disgusting. Don't speak out of turn. Why should we listen to the words of this person who's speaking out of turn? If ZTA had real skills, wouldn't the members of the Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association know him? The rooms were filled with accusatory voices, criticizing the backdoor annex at the medical arts conference. Lin Chow, what do you mean? Mr. Z is a contestant from my Lu family. Each of our contestants from the Lu family undergoes rigorous screening. Whether he understands medicine or not, I know better than you. You are spreading rumors and defaming openly, tarnishing the entire medical arts conference. Both the Lu family and the Yi family will not let you off. Lu Jinga stood up and looked at Lin Chow, her tone very severe. The Lu family has a deep background, and of course, I wouldn't dare to offend. However, based on the information I know, if the Lu family uses his tower to silence us small fries, I'll keep quiet. With a sly glint in his eyes, Lin Chow deliberately spoke as if he was the underdog. As one of the three giants in the Tianhai city, does the Lu family have no magnanimity at all? Can't you see they are just bullying others, not letting others speak the truth? Lin Chow's provocative words drew the ire of many, with their accusations aimed towards Lu Jinga. Thanks to the esteemed gentlemen in the Tianhai City business circle, they call our Lu family one of the three giants. But our Lu family never bullies others with our influence. If someone wants to vilify and spread rumors about the Lu family, we will never allow it. Lu Jinga bit her lips slightly, her tone very firm. I am not spreading rumors. He truly doesn't understand medicine. Lin Chow sneered. Lin Chow, I am vouching with my integrity. If Mr. Z does understand medicine, what then? Lu Jinga immediately asked back. He truly doesn't. Lin Chow persisted in his evasive style. Stop arguing. Chen Jitong waved his hand to stop the bickering. It was futile for both sides to continue quarreling, as it would only bring ridicule. After all, today was a clash with the Western Medicine Association, and having internal disputes first would only make the Chinese Medicine Association a laughingstock. Elder Chairman Chen, I take responsibility for what I say. Simultaneously, Lin Chow pointed at ZTA. He truly doesn't understand medicine. He's just showing off for attention. Letting him go on stage would be the biggest mistake. I also take responsibility for my words. Mr. Z not only understands medicine, but also has a profound knowledge in the field of Chinese medicine. Lu Jinga stepped in without hesitation, taking over the conversation. There's no need for sophistry, you just don't want to admit opening the back door. Lin Chow continued to sneer. If it is later proven that your Lu family opened the back door, your family will withdraw from the Chinese Medicine Association and never intervene in anything here again. Do you dare? I do. Lu Jinga nodded without hesitation. Well, it would stake the fate of the entire Lu family. She had no doubt in her mind. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how strong Ziqian's medical skills were, making it very clear to her. Fine. Then I have no objection. Let Ziqia take the stage. If he fails, it proves he doesn't know medicine. Lin Chow slyly smiled, adding another line. We were talking about whether Mr. Z understands medical skills. It's not about betting on whether Mr. Z can win the debate. Lu Jinga frowned. What? From what you're saying, you don't even know if he can win. He dares to step on stage. Doesn't that mean he's confident of winning the debate? If he goes on stage without certainty of victory, isn't he treating the fate of the Chinese Medicine Association as a joke? It had to be said. Lin Chow was really cunning. When these words were spoken, Lu Jinga couldn't argue back. Yes. This is the last available spot now. Since Ziqia dares to go on stage, he must be confident of winning, right? If he doesn't even have that confidence, then he shouldn't go on stage. To avoid humiliation, many people started discussing again. Lu Jinga locked eyes with the smirking Lin Chow for a few seconds, understanding that this must have been Lin Yan's idea given to Lin Chow from behind the scenes. Now it was up to Lu Jinga to decide how to respond. If Ziqia loses, her Lu family will permanently withdraw from the Chinese Medicine Association and will no longer interfere in anything related to Chinese medicine. Therefore, it was likely that from then on, the Lu family would also withdraw from the ranks of the three giants. It was up to Lu Jinga if she dared to bet the destiny of the entire Lu family for Ziqian's sake. At this moment, Chen Jitong and other members of the Chinese Medicine Association all looked at Lu Jinga. Everyone was waiting for Lu Jinga's answer. They didn't know Ziqia, but nobody was unaware of the Lu family in Tianhai. If Lu Jinga truly dared to bet the fate of the entire Lu family for Ziqia, it would mean that Ziqia must be proficient in Chinese medicine. If Lu Jinga didn't dare to agree, it would imply that the Lu family might have indeed used undue influence, and they would never let someone who used such influence take up the last spot in the debate. In other words, the decision on whether Ziqia could participate in the debate was in Lu Jinga's hands. Lu Jinga clenched her hands slightly, feeling conflicted. If Liang Cha had bet with her on Ziqian's medical skills, she wouldn't hesitate. But now the bet was about whether Ziqia could win today's debate, something Lu Jinga was unsure of. Was it worth risking the destiny of the Lu family for an uncertain outcome, all for Ziqian's sake? Lu Jinga took a deep breath, looked up at Ziqia. At that moment, Ziqia had already taken the stage, and his gaze met Lu Jinga's calmly. The two locked eyes for a few seconds, and suddenly, a conversation between them from the past when she asked Ziqia for help with Jin Cheng's crisis flashed through Lu Jinga's mind. You are putting all your hopes on me. Aren't you afraid of losing everything in the end? Not afraid. I believe in Mr. Zhao's abilities. Even if we lose, we can start over. The words of their conversation kept echoing in Lu Jinga's mind. And in the end, it proved that Lu Jinga had made the right bet. And now, facing a similar choice, Lu Jinga locked eyes with Ziqia. Ziqia didn't speak, nor give any hints to Lu Jinga. It was entirely up to Lu Jinga to decide. All right, today, I'll use the destiny of my Lu family to accompany you in this madness. Lu Jinga muttered to herself, then turned to Chen Jitong. Chairman Chen. I, Lu Jinga, representing the Lu family as the eldest daughter, vouch for Ziqia. Please allow Ziqia to participate in the debate. If Ziqia loses, my Lu family will permanently withdraw from the Chinese Medicine Association and will no longer interfere in anything related to Chinese medicine. Lu Jinga enunciated each word clearly and decisively. After she spoke, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Even Liang Chow, who proposed this, hadn't expected Lu Jinga to be so resolute. Hiss. What kind of magic does this Ziqia possess that the Lu family is willing to stand by him in success or failure? The Lu family of Tianhai would never joke about their entire family's destiny. If he doesn't have real skills, the Lu family wouldn't make such a decision. Maybe he can truly bring us surprises. People started discussing again, but this time, no one mocked the Lu family. Everyone, including all members of the Chinese Medicine Association, remained silent. With Tianhai Lu family stepping forward as the guarantor, the last spot belonged to Ziqia without question. No one else dared to say anything. Do you think she's foolish? Li Yue sneered. She once claimed I couldn't tell between treasure and burden. I would say she is too confident in Ziqia, too blindly confident. After today's debate, she will understand if Ziqia is a burden or a treasure. When the time comes, I will personally ask her who is blind in their judgment, her or me. Chen Ruoxue said, then redirected her gaze. Although her words seemed critical, seeing another woman trust Ziqia unconditionally still made her uncomfortable. Hey, she is putting all her hopes on a worthless person like Ziqia, leading to a complete loss in the end. Li Yu's cold laughter intensified. Lu Jinga ignored all the sounds around her, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ziqia, filled with deep expectations. Her phone rang, and she glanced at the caller ID, then chose to ignore the call. That stubborn girl. Meanwhile, inside the Lu family mansion, Lu Gang had tried several calls, but were all abruptly hung up before he ended up smashing his phone in frustration. Lu Jianlin, look at your good daughter. Lu Gang smashed his phone, filled with anger, and started shouting at Lu Jianlin. What's wrong with my daughter? Lu Jianlin furrowed his brow slightly. What makes her able to represent the entire Lu family? Why would she risk the entire fate of our Lu family for Ziqia? Does she not realize it's a trap? To knowingly walk into danger is not bravery, it's foolishness. Lu Gang raged at Lu Jianlin, and the other dozen Lu family members in the room also looked discontent. This time, Even the patriarch of the Lu family didn't speak up to support Lu Jianlin because he, too, thought Lu Jinya's actions were impulsive. The situation at hand would likely result in a disastrous defeat for anyone who stepped onto the stage, making the Chinese Medicine Association an inevitable loser, even if Zitia couldn't turn the tie. I think Jingyao did the right thing. In the business world, opportunities and risks always coexist. If Mr. Z can win, our Lu family will gain fame, and we will be valued even more by the Yi family. Lu Jianlin spoke solemnly. Although internally he also didn't fully support Lu Jingyao's action, she had made her decision, and he had to steadfastly support her now. Nonsense. Can he win? If he can win, I, Lu Gan, will kneel down and beg him to be the medical advisor for our Lu family. Lu Gang continued to shout. You knelt down before. Lu Jianlin's words hit a sore spot, making Lu Gang's face flush red. Fine. I'll see how the Lu family will fall in the hands of you, this stupid daughter. HMPH. Lu Gang grumbled before storming out. The patriarch, Lu Jianlin, sighed but remained silent, watching the screen along with the others. At the debate venue, after Lu Jinya spoke those words, no one from the Chinese Medicine Association objected to Zitia taking the stage. Let him go up. Chen Jitan took a deep breath and made a decision. At this point, they could only do their best in a desperate situation. All right. Liu Wenseng nodded and then stood up, saying, Host, the last spot from our traditional Chinese Medicine Association goes to Zitia. I understand. So, let's begin the final debate. After Zhang Yang said this, the people below immediately fell silent. This was the last spot in the traditional Chinese Medicine Association, and it was their last chance. And this chance was staked by Lu's family, one of the three giants of Tianhai, in a bid for Zitia to turn the tie. The whether Zitia could counter the Western Medical Association, no one dared to speculate. All eyes were on Zitia to see if he could overshadow the Western Medical Association. Mr. Z, according to the debate process, the previous representative from traditional Chinese medicine failed to answer the question. Mr. Z, please answer. Zhang Yan looked at Zitia and gently reminded him. Everyone turned their attention to Zitia, curious to see how he would refute Zhong Lin's arguments. There's nothing to answer. His arguments were completely nonsensical. With this statement, Zitia stunned Zhang Yang and left many below bewildered. Zhong Lin, as the deputy director of the People's Hospital, was an expert in neurology with decades of clinical experience. Words spoken by such a top expert in neurology were considered authoritative. But here, Zitia labeled him as nonsensical. Does this person even understand medicine? Isn't he the one spouting nonsense? Lan's family trusts him so much, he might ruin them this time. Ruining a Lan's family isn't a big deal, but occupying the last spot in the traditional Chinese Medicine Association could ruin the entire group. The audience and viewers in various live broadcasts began discussing again. Zitia remained unfazed, seeing no fault in his words. What? Did I speak nonsense? Did I say anything wrong? You said earlier that acupuncture cannot be used for stroke victims. Isn't that nonsense? Zitia cast a glance at Zhong Lin and asked calmly. Countless people were left baffled when faced with Zitian's question, seeing Zhong Lin struggling to respond. What is Zhong Lin doing? Why isn't he counter-arguing? Members from the Western Medical Association frowned, as they couldn't understand Zhong Lin's behavior. Only the doctor, who witnessed Zitia perform acupuncture in front of Zhong Lin, understood why he was behaving like this. Save yourself some face. Step down. With Zitian's words, Zhong Lin nodded repeatedly, feeling somewhat relieved. I understand. After Zhong Lin nodded, he looked at Zhang Yang and raised his arm. Host, I admit defeat. This statement surprised everyone. Even Zhang Yang momentarily forgot to respond. As the debate began, many people anticipated various outcomes. Either Zitia would successfully counter Zhong Lin's arguments, or he would fail and admit defeat. No one foresaw that Zitia had no intention to refute Zhong Lin's arguments. With just a few words, Zhong Lin admitted defeat. Zhong Lin, what are you doing? Du Siming, the president of the Western Medical Association, frowned and rebuked. President Du, this is a long story. I will explain it to you later. In this debate, I am conceding. After saying this, Zhong Lin prepared to step off the stage. People were left perplexed, not understanding what was happening. I understand. That day, at the hospital, Zhijia performed acupuncture on Grandpa in front of Zhong Lin. Chen Ruoxue suddenly remembered this and told Li Yue and Liang Chow. I see. Liang Chow and Li Yue immediately understood. Deputy Director Zhong, don't be deceived by him. It was just a coincidence that day, but later, Dr. Zhong confirmed that his acupuncture was ineffective. Don't be afraid. Continue the debate with him, Liang Chow exclaimed, only to realize he was now in the traditional Chinese medicine camp. After yelling this, the hundreds of people on the traditional Chinese medicine side glared at him. While they didn't understand why Zhong Lin was stepping down, at least this outcome was advantageous for the traditional Chinese Medicine Association. By saying this, wasn't Liang Chow revealing his bias against Zhijia? Upon Liang Chow's statement, the traditional Chinese Medicine Association members looked at him with furrowed brows. Though they didn't understand why Zhong Lin had admitted defeat, this result was beneficial to their side. Liang Chow's statement seemed to show his desire for Zhijia to lose. Oh, it's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Liang Chow's face turned red as he sat down after speaking out, realizing his blunder. Ignoring Liang Chow's words, Zhong Lin returned to his seat. Knowing best whether Zijian's acupuncture was effective, he didn't want to embarrass himself on stage. In this debate, the traditional Chinese Medicine Association wins. Next, I invite the 9th debater from the Western Medical Association to the stage. With Zhong Lin conceding, Zhong Yan declared Zijian's victory according to the protocol. Good. Well done. Though it puzzled many, the members of the traditional Chinese Medicine Association applauded happily. 10. He just got lucky. Liang Chow cursed, while Chen Ruoxue and Li Yue agreed. Zhijia indeed had luck on his side, but the Western Medical Association still had 2 debaters left, not believing Zijian's luck would hold out. The 9th debater from the Western Medical Association, Chen Shan, chief neurosurgeon at the Central Hospital of Tianhai City, a first-level expert professor in the field of neurosurgery. Zhang Yang announced the name, prompting astonishment from the audience. Chen Shan was a leading figure in the field of neurosurgery in Tianhai City and a prestigious figure in the Central Hospital's neurosurgery department, tackling many challenging neurosurgical cases. He was also known to attend to requests from wealthy and influential people, enhancing his reputation among the elite. The field of neurosurgery is not as straightforward as other branches of Western medicine. That's right, subjects like human muscle cells are relatively easy to understand, but neurosurgery is esoteric. Zhijia might not even comprehend it. Discussions arose, with members of the traditional Chinese Medicine Association expressing concern once again. Conversely, the Western Medical Association members wore smug expressions, confident that with Chen Shan's appearance, Zhijia was bound to lose. However, they failed to notice Chen Shan's unpleasant expression matching Zhong Lin's from earlier. If he knew Zhijia was on the traditional Chinese medicine side, he would never have registered. Now, he was in a difficult position, as the names on the Western Medical Association were predetermined. At this moment, Zhijia turned slightly to look at Chen Shan. So it's him. Zhijia grinned mischievously, recognizing the familiar name he had just heard. That day, Zhijia went to treat Zhou Yuking's body. Chen Shan and a group of expert professors were at Zhou Yuking's home at the time, and they also questioned Zijian's medical skills. They even made a bet with Zhijia, saying that if he could use traditional Chinese medicine to cure Zhou Yuking, Chen Shan would retire from medicine from then on. Zhijia used facts to decisively slap Chen Shan's face. However, it now appears that Chen Shan did not actually retire. Professor Chen, defeat him with your expertise. Let's have a quick battle. Traditional Chinese medicine is not worth our time. The people from the Western Medical Association on this site were all encouraging Chen Shan with smiles on their faces. However, Chen Shan seemed indifferent to the words of the people around him, his eyes fixed on Zhijia on the stage. Seeing the smile on Zijian's face, Chen Shan's expression became even more unfriendly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Shan still courageously prepared to go on stage. Hold it. Suddenly, Zhijia shouted coldly, and Chen Shan immediately stopped as if struck by lightning. Do you even deserve to debate with me? Zhijia looked at Chen Shan and coldly questioned. Chen Shan was speechless. What's the meaning of this? Do you think you can use your family's influence to intimidate people from coming on stage? The people from the Western Medical Association frowned, suddenly realizing that maybe Zijian's confidence to come on stage was to pressure other participants to back down. Professor Chen, you go on stage. Whoever tries to use this kind of reason against you, we of the Western Medical Association will never sit idly by, right? You have all the Western medical community behind you. If the Liu family is unreasonable, we won't indulge them either. Members of the Western Medical Association, like Du Siming, expressed their displeasure. Despite this, Chen Shan shook his head slightly. He wasn't afraid of the Liu family, but in front of Zitia, he didn't even have the courage to lift his head. After all, it was Zitia, the miracle doctor who cured one of the world's top 5 terminal illnesses, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, in just an hour. It would be foolish to show off medical skills in front of such a top-notch physician, like showing off a great sore in front of Guan Yu. Aren't you the one who said you would retire? Before Chen Shan could respond, Zitia suddenly asked, and with that question, Chen Shan's face turned red with embarrassment. I admit defeat. I forfeit. Chen Shan raised his hand and looked at Zhong Yang. What's going on? Professor Chen admitted defeat voluntarily. No. What is this situation? Why would Zitia be able to? They were puzzled. This time, including Chen Ruoxue, everyone present didn't understand. What magic did Zitia possess that even just standing on stage made to Western Medical Association debaters forfeit? Good. Zhong Yang nodded slightly. In this debate, the winner is Zitia of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Chen Shan, what are you doing? This angered Du Siming to the point where his mouth was crooked. President Du, I'll talk to you later. Chen Shan made a similar remark to Zhong Lin's before turning back to his seat. Wait. At that moment, Zitia called out to Chen Shan. You should clarify why you conceded defeat. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zitia spoke lightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Shan gritted his teeth and said to everyone, I met with Mr. Z before and realized that my medical skills cannot compare to his, so I conceded defeat voluntarily. Although Chen Shan said that, not many believed him. Most still thought that Chen Shan was intimidated by Zitian's status and couldn't dare to compete. From Zitia stepping onto the stage until now, it's been less than 3 minutes. In those 3 minutes, he won 2 debates. He did win, but in a way that left everyone confused. Even the people from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association were puzzled, and the audiences in the live studio were also surprised. It turned out that the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association really has some tricks up their sleeves. The 2 Western Medical Association debaters surrendered without a fight. It's definitely because Zitian's background is not simple, forcing them to give up. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and the Liu family only know how to bully others with power. This Zitian must not know medicine. His confidence in coming on stage was simply to win by these despicable means. The studio was filled with criticism, and even the supporters of traditional Chinese medicine had nothing to say at that moment, because from the current situation, it indeed made people doubt whether Zitia had used his background to suppress Zhong Lin and Chen Shan. Quiet everyone. Next, we asked the Western Medical Association, the 10th debater, to take the stage. Zhong Yan gestured slightly, continuing the flow of the debate. He was only the host and not a judge, so he had no authority to intervene in any of the happenings. People calmed down slightly, but in their hearts, they all felt that today's debate had taken an unexpected turn. And if Zitia really used his background to suppress others, even if he ultimately won, it would still be disgraceful. At that moment, both the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association and the Western Medical Association fell silent. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Association was puzzled by Zitian's tactics, while on the Western Medical Association side, they were surprised that they had to send out the 10th debater. According to their original plan, at most 3 individuals should have been able to defeat the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association's first debater. That the current situation exceeded their expectations. Now both sides are down to their last debater. This debate will determine the final outcome of this debate. After reminding everyone, Zhong Yan looked towards the Western Medical Association, waiting for their final debater to take the stage. One middle-aged man had just stood up when President Du Siming of the Western Medical Association raised his hand to stop him. You sit down. I'll do this last bout. You're afraid of his background, but I'm not. Du Siming snorted and stepped onto the stage. The Western Medical Association's 10th debater, President Du Siming. President Du Siming is not only the current president of the Western Medical Association, he is also the director of our city's specialized cardiovascular hospital, and has published many academic papers in the field of cardiovascular diseases. These academic papers have been included in Western medical pathology textbooks. After Zhong Lin introduced Du Siming, there was a wave of admiration in the room. Even people outside Tianhai City have heard of Du Siming's name in the first broadcast room. Director Du is amazing. He used to work at the Capital General Hospital, and I took my mother to see a doctor. I didn't expect Director Du to personally take action. Now Ziqian's defeat is inevitable. It seems that traditional Chinese medicine still cannot compare to Western medicine after all. The discussions in the first broadcast room were lively, and even the audience present had already made predictions. Many in the audience were already preparing to leave because they had guessed the outcome ahead of time. Ziqian's inevitable defeat. Ha ha. Waiting to be humiliated. Liang Cha and Li Yue both smirked. Soon after, Du Siming took the stage and stood opposite Ziqia. Before Zhong Lin could speak, Du Siming, based on his expertise, posed a very tricky question. While many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the audience were still pondering, Ziqia decisively offered his answer. This kid has some skills. Liu Wenzheng was taken aback, and Chen Jitan showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seemed that Ziqiao was not ignorant of medical science, as evidenced by his response to Du Siming's question, proving his deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. All right, you've passed this round. I would like to discuss with you the issue of cardiovascular health. It is widely known that many major diseases such as stroke and heart attack are caused by issues with blood vessels and blood pressure. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, it is impossible to solve a patient's high blood pressure problem. Western medicine has developed blood pressure lowering drugs, benefiting countless patients with high blood pressure. And this is an undeniable fact. Du Siming, a cardiovascular disease specialist, naturally debated around this topic. Blood pressure lowering drugs? The name sounds good, but can these drugs really lower blood pressure? Ziqia calmly countered. Of course, after patients take the medication, their blood pressure does indeed drop to normal levels, preventing many diseases caused by high blood pressure. Du Siming sneered. This is something you cannot refute. The reason blood pressure drops is because the ingredients in the blood pressure lowering drugs have a temporary dilating effect on blood vessels. With the same blood flow volume, when blood vessels dilate, the blood vessel pressure naturally decreases. However, once the effects of the drug wear off, the blood vessels return to their original state, and blood pressure rises again. Therefore, patients need to take medication daily, and long-term use of blood pressure lowering drugs will inevitably lead to dependency and subsequent harm. I don't need to elaborate on this, right? Ziqia didn't pause at all and pointed out the mechanism and drawbacks of blood pressure lowering drugs. Du Siming furrowed his brow slightly. He wasn't surprised that Ziqia understood these points, as the mechanism of blood pressure lowering drugs was not a secret. However, he did not expect Ziqia to respond in such a way. Meanwhile, Chen Jutong and Liu Wenzheng below the stage were quietly discussing among themselves. Elder President, I feel like this kid's response is a bit evasive but also on point. Is he pretending not to understand, or is there a strategy behind it? Liu Wenzheng asked in a low voice. He knows that traditional Chinese medicine lacks the extensive research evidence that Western medicine has. If he debates in this area, he will gradually be at a disadvantage. By answering in an evasive manner, he is likely preparing to counter from a different angle. Chen Jitan shook his head slightly. This kid is clever, understanding how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He might even lead Du Siming into a trap, Chen Jitan commented. Liu Wenzheng listened quietly and then focused his attention back on the stage. Many people know the theory of blood pressure reduction you mentioned. But what I am saying is that blood pressure lowering drugs have indeed brought a blessing to cardiovascular patients. And based on our research, blood pressure lowering drugs do not have any side effects, whereas in traditional Chinese medicine, you may not be able to achieve that. At this point, Du Siming tried to steer the debate back. Traditional Chinese medicine can certainly achieve that. Moreover, if one lives according to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine for health maintenance, issues such as high blood pressure and cardiovascular diseases will not arise in the first place. Ziqia continued, without waiting for Du Siming's response, pointing towards the traditional Chinese Medicine Association. It is well known that as people age, their blood pressure tends to rise. Chairman Chen is now 90 years old. Have you ever asked him if he's taken a single blood pressure lowering pill? Zichia spoke, diverting the attention of the audience successfully, even causing Du Siming to look towards Chen Jitong. Having lived for 90 years, I have always followed the principles of traditional Chinese medicine for health maintenance and have never known what a blood pressure lowering pill is, Chen Jitong answered without hesitation. You. Du Siming wanted to interject but was once again interrupted by Zitia. Let me ask the Western doctors present. Do you have patients with high blood pressure? Ziqian's question made many Western doctors in the audience frown slightly. No, you can't say that. Du Siming frowned, and it was clear to the discerning eye that he was gradually being led by Zitia. Why can't I say that? Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for over 1,000 years. True masters of traditional Chinese medicine have the ability to prevent diseases. The top physician prevents diseases, the middle physician treats mild diseases, and the lower physician treats severe diseases. This saying is well known even in Western medical circles, isn't it? Ziqian's calm tone exuded compelling strength. Du Siming furrowed his brows again, his mind racing as he tried to find a rebuttal. Meanwhile, various viewers in the first broadcast room began commenting through the barrage function. Wow, this Zitia has some serious skills, huh? I was just saying he didn't understand medicine, but now I have to admit I was wrong. I can attest that he is right. My grandfather is an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Following traditional practices, he is 80 years old now and still in good health. The atmosphere in the first broadcast room gradually changed. Initially, many people had berated Zitia for allegedly not understanding medicine and using his background to overpower Western medicine. However, now it seemed that Zitia not only had a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, but also a good grasp of Western medicine. You are eloquent, but it's futile. While you promote traditional Chinese medicine, the reality is that Western medicine has a wider and more extensive application in the medical field. If traditional Chinese medicine is so good, why hasn't it been promoted worldwide? Du Siming launched another attack. How do you know it hasn't been promoted worldwide? Traditional Chinese medicine may be declining in our country, and the reasons are obvious to you and many others. You can go to neighboring countries and see how many treasures of traditional Chinese medicine they have appropriated for their own use. You can also visit Japan and Korea to see the efforts they have made to promote traditional Chinese medicine in their own countries. Ziqian's voice was calm, but exuded a compelling authority that made people unable to help but believe him. Du Siming furrowed his brows again as he quickly thought of a counter-argument. As various Western doctors in the audience chimed in, he wanted to see how Zitia would rebut the fact that traditional Chinese medicine had not yet received FDA certification. Joke. What a big joke. Zitia suddenly shook his head and sneered. You Western doctors come from overseas and should naturally pass the overseas certification. That our dragon country has inherited the traditional Chinese medicine culture for thousands of years. Why do we have to be certified by American institutions? Zitia questioned. And numerous people from the Chinese Medicine Association, including many in the audience, nodded in agreement. The audience at the live broadcast erupted in excitement. Damn, you're absolutely right. Why should our dragon country's traditions be certified by some overseas nonsense institutions? Some people are just sick in the head, thinking everything foreign is better. Even saying foreign air is sweeter than our national air, right? The barrage of comments in the live broadcast was going crazy. And this time even the Western medicine supporters had nothing to say. You are just twisting the facts. You have no idea how authoritative the FDA is. Du Siming furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Authoritative? What authority? It's just a Food and Drug Administration department in their country. We also have our own Food and Drug Administration in the Dragon country. So why do we need their certification? Does that mean, without their certification, we can't treat illnesses? Going back a few hundred years, there were no Western doctors back then, let alone these nonsense certification institutions. Did people back then not receive treatment? I think you are not a Western doctor, but a quack doctor who lacks confidence in our dragon country's culture, a traitor who worships foreign things. Ziqia rebuked angrily, and the audience, as well as hundreds of people from the Chinese Medicine Association applauded in unison, causing a stir. Well said, it's quite brilliant. This Chairman Du. It's true that you admire Western medicine, but shouldn't speak ill of traditional Chinese medicine, right? Du Siming, right? Go back and ask your grandparents if they ever took Chinese medicine when they were sick. Our dragon country's traditional Chinese medicine culture is profound, with a history of more than 1,000 years. Western medicine has only developed for a few years. The insults and arguments were rampant in the live broadcast, with supporters of Chinese medicine feeling triumphant, while supporters of Western medicine faltering. Zichia was gradually gaining the upper hand, but Du Siming was not someone to give in easily. Even if you talk nonsense, you cannot refute the fact that traditional Chinese medicine is declining, Du Siming said coldly. There must be reasons for the decline. Besides the lack of recognition from patients, there is simply no substantial research outcome in traditional Chinese medicine in recent years. You are wrong again. Traditional Chinese medicine has been developing for 1,000 years. It does not need further research. It has understood the human body extensively, and now just needs to be passed down. And passing down requires the so-called doctor's license, medical qualification. All these things should be the inventions of the capitalist Western medicine owners, right? How many knowledgeable old traditional Chinese doctors have lost their medical licenses because they lack formal credentials? You talk about the decline of Chinese medicine. This is the reason for the decline of Chinese medicine. Zichia confidently counter, leaving Du Siming speechless. Yes, you Western doctors have medical licenses. But what have you done with these so-called licenses? Use medical equipment to diagnose patients? Or simply prescribe antibiotics indiscriminately? Is this the essence of being a doctor? I think these medical licenses should be renamed as instruction manuals for medical equipment, right? Ziqian's tone was full of mockery, and after he finished speaking, the audience and the Chinese Medicine Association burst into laughter. You stop spouting nonsense. Du Siming's eyes were cold, his composure slowly unraveling. Accusing me of nonsense? Zichia smiled faintly, then turned to the hundreds of people from the Western Medicine Association. Come on, let me ask all the Western medicine experts present here. Is there any doctor who can accurately diagnose illnesses without relying on medical equipment, and who dares to claim that they have never indiscriminately prescribed medications or engaged in various irregular practices for profit? If there is even one, come up to me. Ziqian's words were powerful, his oppressive gaze scanning through the Western doctors, one by one. Facing Ziqian's intimidating gaze, the Western doctors subconsciously lowered their heads in silence. Many unethical practices had become an unspoken rule in the Western medicine field, and they considered them normal, leading almost all doctors to engage in such practices to some extent. However, when confronted openly by Zichia, they had nothing to say. They dared not confront Zichia, because behind him stood the Lu family, who could easily dig up any doctor's past records of prescribing medications in a short amount of time. If they dared to confront Zichia, the Lu family could expose all their unethical practices in no time, and they would be finished. Therefore, after Ziqian's question, no one dared to speak up, all obediently lowering their heads in silence. To stand up at this moment would be like courting disaster, and no one wanted to stick their neck out. Their collective silence in response to Ziqian's question made it clear to everyone that what Ziqia was saying was true. By this point in the debate, Ziqia had completely controlled the rhythm. Even Du Siming, let alone all the Western doctors present, was being led around by Ziqia. In essence, Ziqia understood that on the aspect of scholarly research, traditional Chinese medicine was not as developed as Western medicine. So, he chose to divert the discussion, using a roundabout method, causing the debate to veer off course. But Ziqia was not just being obstructive. Everything he said was true, leaving the opposing side with no room for rebuttal. Du Siming took several deep breaths to calm himself down, realizing that Ziqia was intentionally steering the discussion away from the main topic. If the debate continued in this direction, it would undoubtedly end in failure for the Western Medicine Association. So, he needed to redirect the conversation. Ziqia, stop attacking Western medicine deliberately here. In any industry, there will be some exceptions. Can you guarantee that there are no violations in the field of traditional Chinese medicine? Du Siming aimed to shift the focus back to traditional Chinese medicine. However, upon hearing this, Ziqia just smiled, then calmly stated, "It seems Chairman Du has acknowledged the irregular practices in your field and the chaos prevalent in the Western medicine circle. You." Ziqian's retort left Du Siming slightly flushed. Faced with Ziqian's statement, he didn't know how to respond. Admitting or denying would both be problematic. Unable to respond, he had to change the topic again. In any case, no matter how much you boast, Western medicine is globally recognized as superior. Du Siming asked coldly, otherwise, why have we Western doctors published so many academic papers, while traditional Chinese medicine lacks substantial evidence? Everyone nodded silently, looking at Zhijia once again. Every time Western medicine overcame medical challenges or made new achievements, there were academic papers to show for it. On the other hand, it was true that there were minimal such evidence in traditional Chinese medicine. Now, everyone awaited Ziqian's response to this. The medical practices of the East and the West each have their own strengths. The East focuses on the flow of energy, while the West focuses on experiments. Zhijia calmly delivered this message, causing the audience to furrow their brows thoughtfully. Those attending the debate were highly educated individuals, yet Ziqian's words still presented some difficulty to comprehend. After pondering for several seconds, many came to understand Ziqian's message. Using these simple words, Zhijia not only answered Du Siming but also highlighted the fundamental differences between Eastern and Western medicine. Impressive. Bravo. The Chinese Medicine Association members applauded along with the audience below. I understood. Incredible. This answer is really brilliant. The scene was filled with excited discussions among many people, and the applause was incessant. In various first broadcast rooms, countless people were flooding the screen with comments of 666. When Zhijia first took the stage, whether it was the people at the scene or the viewers in the first broadcast rooms, no one had high hopes for Zhijia. Many felt that Zhijia could only participate in the debate because of his relationship with the Liu family. Even after Zhijia had defeated the two prominent Western medical professors Zhong Lin and Chen Shan, many still believed that Zhijia had forced them to admit defeat based on his background. Now, after the brilliant debate between Zhijia and Du Siming, he had completely changed everyone's opinion and won over numerous people. This young man will surely become a great talent. Chen Jitong's eyes were filled with excitement. Liu Wenzheng and other members of the Chinese Medicine Association nodded in agreement. Previously, they thought that the fate of the Chinese Medicine Association would be ruined by Zhijia. But now, they admired Zhijia to the extreme. They admitted that if they were in his place, they would have been left speechless by Du Siming. Zhijia not only mastered the theories and distinctions of both Chinese and Western medicine, but also knew how to play to his strengths and minimize his weaknesses, successfully turning the tables. As of now, the Chinese Medicine Association had the upper hand. This is exceptional. Zhijia did not disappoint me. Li Jinyao's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. This outstanding performance truly impressed her. Looking at the expressions of Chen Ruoxue, Lian Chow, and the others, each had a different look on their faces. Seeing Zhijia outshine Du Siming on the stage, Chen Ruoxue slightly opened red lips could not form a word. Conversely, Li Yue, Lian Chow, and even John Chen had dark expressions. They had not expected Zhijia to perform so well. Even those who had doubted and looked down on Zhijia previously were now changing their opinions. The Western Medicine Association, which had been very disdainful of Zhijia earlier, now kept silent and bowed their heads. At the beginning of the debate, the Western Medicine Association was extremely arrogant, believing that defeating Chinese medicine was a sure thing. As anticipated, Chinese medicine had been continuously defeated until Zhijia took the stage, and everything changed. Ziqian's debate included several questions about Western medicine, leaving them speechless and winning over numerous viewers. The debate sparked discussions, and although Zhang Yang tried to intervene several times, he was ignored by the audience. At that moment, Zhijia swept his gaze through the audience, then signaled for quiet with a single hand motion. Shh! Everyone hushed as if acupoints had been pressed, obediently keeping their mouths shut. This showed Ziqian's terrifying power of influence in the room. President do you have anything else to say? Zhijia spoke calmly, causing Du Siming to show uncertain expressions. At this point in their debate, the winner had essentially been determined. The main topics were whether Chinese medicine was effective, whether it should continue to be considered a medical discipline, and which was superior between Chinese and Western medicine. Through the arguments put forth by Zhijia and others, it was clear that Chinese medicine was not useless. Despite not saying that Chinese medicine was superior to Western medicine, they had provided enough evidence to prove that Chinese medicine was valuable. However, Du Siming could not accept this. I still think you are forcefully arguing your point. You say Chinese medicine talks about Chan pulse, but these are intangible and invisible. In any Western medical research topic, there are traces and related evidence to support it. After pondering for a few seconds, Du Siming expressed his viewpoint once again. In this world, there are many intangible things. You can't see oxygen, but it's essential for your survival. Similarly, although the theory of Qi, pulse, and acupoints in Chinese medicine lacks sufficient Western medical evidence, it truly exists. I believe even the Western doctors present here wouldn't refute that, right? Zhijie replied casually and then asked the Western doctors in the audience once again. The group of Western doctors in the audience remained silent at this point. Du Siming frowned, wanting to rebut, but Zhijie gestured to stop him. There are many cases of Chinese medicine using meridians and acupoints for treatment. President Du, you can't pretend not to see them. If you insist that they do not exist, then you are being unreasonable. Since the related theories of Chinese medicine are real and effective, as medical practitioners, we should integrate Chinese and Western medicine to solve stubborn diseases in the most cost-effective manner. So why does your Western Medicine Association insist that Chinese medicine should not be considered a medical discipline? Where does this stance of the Western Medicine Association come from? Zhijie maintained his calm demeanor as he calmly questioned Du Siming and others, leaving them speechless. At this point, even if Du Siming did not want to admit it, he could not find any words to refute Zhijian's arguments. President Du, please respond promptly. Zhang Yang urged Du Siming, looking at the time. Du Siming opened his mouth, wanting to say many things, but realized that anything he said at this moment would be inappropriate. He knew that Chinese medicine was useful and sometimes even more effective than Western medicine, but today, they had planned to suppress Chinese medicine. Yet now, Zhijie had brought these issues into the open, making it impossible for Du Siming to respond. Du Siming's silent and speechless demeanor made it clear to everyone that he had lost. Zhijie, this young man in his early 20s, had rendered Du Siming, the president of the Western Medicine Association, speechless. The feelings of the audience were extremely complex. People originally assumed that a young man like Zhijie, who was probably just a recent graduate from university, might not have deep knowledge of Chinese medicine. However, they were surprised to see him so well-versed in medical theories and able to defeat Du Siming. Amazing. Chinese medicine is amazing, representing our country's prestige. Exactly. Chinese medicine is the top in the medical field. Always. In various first broadcast rooms, numerous viewers once again flooded the barrage with enthusiastic comments. Du Siming clenched his teeth slightly, well aware that his thoughts were already in disarray and he could no longer maintain a calm demeanor to debate with Zhijie. In this situation, continuing the debate forcefully would be meaningless and only invite ridicule. Host, what is the final item on the agenda? Liu Wenzheng immediately stood up and asked Zhang Yang. The final item is when one of the arguing parties wins the final victory. The losing side can apply for all members of the association who have not participated in the debate to debate against the winning side. Zhang Yang looked at the agenda card and answered Liu Wenzheng. The entire process of this debate has been following this agenda card, which was given to Zhang Yang by the Western Medicine Association before, saying that it was the result of negotiations between both parties. However, the members of the Chinese Medicine Association were surprised after hearing it, as they were not informed about this procedure at all. Shameless. Du Siming, you truly have no shame. Liu Wenzheng slammed the table and pointed at Du Siming, cursing angrily. The Chinese Medicine Association had not discussed with them in advance about this debate, and the Chinese Medicine Association was rushing to participate under pressure. Unexpectedly, the Western Medicine Association had a hidden move up their sleeve. If the ultimate winner standing on the stage at this moment belonged to the Western Medicine Association, they certainly would not mention that the Chinese Medicine Association was unaware of this procedure and naturally wouldn't apply for it. It can only be said that they were too scheming. What's wrong with me? This debate was the result of negotiations between the two sides, and you all participated in it. Otherwise, how could you agree? What? Do you want to deny it now? Du Siming coldly snorted and looked at Liu Wenzheng, questioning. You bastard. Liu Wenzheng was furious and couldn't help but curse. Du Siming's attitude now clearly aimed to distort the truth and target the Chinese Medicine Association. What could the Chinese Medicine Association do? If they continued to argue endlessly with the Western Medicine Association, everything would be chaotic, and the debate would not be able to determine a winner. Both sides have the right to apply for this final procedure. If you are afraid, you can also choose to surrender. Du Siming smirked, as they had dared to challenge the Chinese Medicine Association, indicating they were fully prepared. All members of the Chinese Medicine Association were frowning, feeling indignant towards the behavior of the Western Medicine Association. Liu Wenzheng wanted to say more, but was stopped by Chen Jitong. At this point, we can no longer intervene. Everything will depend on how Zhaoshen decides. Chen Jitong raised his head slowly and looked at Zhaoshen on the stage. If it weren't for Zhaoshen, they might not have made it to this final procedure. And now, as the ultimate winner, it was up to Zhaoshen to decide whether to accept this procedure. After some initial discussion, everyone's gaze turned to Zhaoshen, awaiting his response. Facing hundreds of Western medical experts eagerly waiting, would he dare to take on this final battle alone? Originally, I wanted to give face to you Western doctors, but you don't have any self-respect. Zhaoshen's words made numerous Western medical experts frown. Zhaoshen, what do you mean? Du Siming frowned and rebuked. What I mean is, don't come up one by one. All of you come up together to save my time. With Zhaoshen's statement, the crowd widened their eyes in shock, and exclamations erupted in the hall. Whether at the debate or in the audience, everyone was amazed by Zhaoshen's arrogance. Simultaneously, many people felt impressed. Facing hundreds of Western medical experts, how many would dare to respond in such a manner? However, while people marveled at Zhaoshen's boldness, they also felt that he may have gone too far. One-on-one debate would have been manageable with Zhaoshen's expertise in medical science, but if he chose to confront a group single-handedly, the challenges would be overwhelming, and his mind might become overwhelmed, making it impossible to debate clearly. Therefore, people did not understand whether Zhaoshen's earlier victory had clouded his judgment or if he truly had great confidence. This fool is truly overestimating himself. If we, the Chinese Medicine Association, lose, he will be considered the eternal sinner. Liang Chow coldly snorted, expressing certainty. Even though Zhaoshen had shown impressive abilities earlier, attempting to single-handedly confront hundreds of Western medical experts seemed like a dream. Well, since you volunteered, we will oblige. Apart from those who participated in the earlier debate, everyone else should come up on the stage. Du Siming coldly snorted, indicating that everyone should take the stage. Wait. Zhaoshen calmly spoke up, halting Du Siming. What? Were your earlier words bold statements now turning into cowardice? Du Siming sneered. With these people, you're not qualified to debate with me on stage. You are only worthy of conversing with me from below the stage. Zhaoshen's statement immediately flushed Du Siming's face red with embarrassment. It was a blatant humiliation. The Western Medicine Association members frowned even more and gritted their teeth, burning with fury in their eyes. Ha ha. I think Zhaoshen is right. Even your president is a defeated underling of Zhaoshen. What qualifications do you all have to debate with him on stage? Just stay humble and watch from below the stage. Ha ha. Whether at the debate or in the audience, many people burst into laughter. Zhaoshen's audacious attitude resonated with them. After all, when the Western Medicine Association sought to exterminate Chinese traditional medicine, should Zhaoshen still maintain humility towards them? Should he be polite when they sought to destroy him? What a joke. A big joke. In the face of enemies, one should confront boldly, proudly. Du Siming and the Western medical group wore grim expressions and felt greatly aggrieved. They were sure of their victory until Zhaoshen took the stage, and now their pride had turned into frustration. President, an angry middle-aged woman couldn't help but turn to Du Siming. Don't waste time talking to him. Our goal is to defeat him. Du Siming's statement was met with silent agreement from everyone. Then let the debate begin. This final round is a free debate, so I won't introduce it. After Zhong Yang spoke, he took a few steps back, placing the microphone aside. If you have any objections, stand up and ask them. Hurry up, my time is precious. Zhaoshen glanced down at the Western doctors with a slight tilt of his head, observing them from a position of superiority. Ziqia, even if traditional Chinese medicine is indeed somewhat effective, it will never surpass Western medicine. Although Western medicine has not been around as long as traditional Chinese medicine, the medical challenges that Western medicine has overcome and many of its achievements are things that traditional Chinese medicine could never reach even after hundreds of years. The middle-aged woman who spoke earlier stood up first, expressing her opinion. Judging from her name tag, she was the head of the ophthalmology department at the hospital. What achievements do Western medicine practitioners have? Ziqi deliberately asked in return. The achievements of Western medicine are countless. Many of the diseases we encounter in our daily lives are beyond the capabilities of traditional Chinese medicine, but Western medicine can alleviate and cure them as much as possible. The middle-aged woman coldly snorted. As a scholar in the field of ophthalmology, let's discuss eye-related issues. Take the treatment of myopia in the area of ophthalmology, for example. This is where Western medicine outperforms traditional Chinese medicine. Western medicine has invented methods such as laser surgery to cure many myopia patients and help them get rid of their glasses. But is this laser technology without side effects? Ziqi asked again. No. The middle-aged woman immediately replied, no. Then why don't many of your Western medicine practitioners undergo the surgery? Why do they still wear glasses? Ziqi countered. As far as I know, this surgery is not expensive. Money shouldn't be an issue, right? After Ziqian's remark, the middle-aged woman was momentarily speechless. Before you speak, take a look around you at how many Western medicine practitioners are wearing glasses. If one day all Western medicine practitioners in the world stop wearing glasses, then I will believe in your laser treatment technique with no side effects, Ziqi added. Glancing around, the middle-aged woman saw at least 30 Western medicine practitioners wearing glasses. Faced with this solid fact, she had nothing to say, gritted her teeth, remained silent for a few seconds, and eventually had to sit back down. Next, Ziqi calmly spoke. Please, the next participant, don't discuss such foolish topics with me. As Ziqi finished speaking, a middle-aged medical professor named Zhong Lin stood up in front. Since we're talking about surgeries, let's discuss surgeries. In the process of treating and saving people, traditional Chinese medicine has many limitations. For instance, now with various major surgeries that require cranial or abdominal incisions, can traditional Chinese medicine perform them? The middle-aged man asked plainly. Hey. Hearing this, Ziqi shook his head and sneered. In ancient Luo, traditional Chinese medicine was commonly recognized as the earliest to perform surgical operations in the world. During the later Han Dynasty, there was a famous physician named Huatu who carried out large surgeries such as bone scraping, detoxification, abdominal incisions, and intestinal clearances for patients. If you don't even know this, can you dare to call yourself a doctor from Luo or even a person from Luo? Ziqian's sharp words made the middle-aged man's face turn red, and after a few seconds of silence, he also had to grit his teeth and sit down. The audience couldn't help but remember Ziqian's earlier words. Originally, they wanted to give Western medicine some face, but they couldn't believe how shameless they were. At this moment, Ziqian's debating style became even sharper than before, not leaving any room for face-saving. Next, Ziqi remained calm and relaxed, speaking with ease. His relaxed attitude also helped the members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association below to relax. You're only talking about the shortcomings of Western medicine. Why not mention the shortcomings of traditional Chinese medicine? I feel like you're not debating, but rather nitpicking. Another middle-aged person slowly stood up. If Western medicine is so terrible, why do I need to nitpick more? Ziqi shook his head and sneered. Western medicine only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. This is a well-known fact. But Western medicine acts quickly, especially in some emergency departments. Without Western medicine, things would surely go astray. While traditional Chinese medicine takes more time, it might seem ineffective even. The middle-aged person argued strongly. You're wrong, Ziqi calmly stated. Cutting down a tree is undoubtedly simple and quick, but removing its roots would require more time. Traditional Chinese medicine follows this principle as well. It's not slow, but aims to dig out the root causes, eliminate the problem at its source. When a patient's illness flares up, Western medicine's approach is like fighting fire with fire, forcibly suppressing the condition, but it's only temporary relief. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine seeks to eradicate the source of the problem to serially resolve the illness, which naturally takes more time. More importantly, most Chinese herbal medicine aims to warn and nourish, so its side effects are almost negligible compared to Western medicine, making it naturally slower. Ziqi remained composed and confident, using strong arguments to overturn the claims made by the middle-aged man. The Western medicine professor bit his lip and eventually had to sit down. One after another, Western medical experts and professors stood up to challenge Zitiat. However, Zitiat stayed composed throughout, explaining in a way that everyone could understand, occasionally using analogies to refute all the counterarguments brought up by the Western medical experts. Cheers erupted in the room, and the applause was continuous. The members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association were impressed with Zitiat, and Lu Jinya looked at him with admiration. However, Chen Ruoxue's expression was complex. Watching Zitiat debate with 100 Western medical experts on stage, displaying such dominance that she couldn't help but feel a sense of surrender. Being able to confront 100 Western medical professors alone, handling everything with ease, what a magnificent feat. The Western medical group emerged with zeal, ready to swallow up traditional Chinese medicine. Yet at this moment, Zitiat stood tall like a towering mountain. Standing between traditional Chinese and Western medicine, he single-handedly stood up against 100 Western medical professors. Such magnificence, such charisma, would evoke admiration from anyone, including Chen Ruoxue. Even Lian Chow, Li Yue, and Zhong Chen, who were present, no longer display any mockery or disdain. They simply remained silent. The debate at the scene grew increasingly intense. These Western medical practitioners didn't give Zitiat any chance to catch his breath, employing a relentless barrage of questions in a rotating manner. Almost before one person could sit down, another would stand up with a new question. In less than half an hour, at least 50 people had stood up to challenge Zitiat. However, the ultimate result was that all 50 of them were defeated. Just like in battle, the initial excitement faded, and their energy waned. After the intense debate earlier, the Western Medicine Association began losing momentum. They realized that no matter what questions they raised, Zitiat seemed to have prepared answers in advance, leaving them speechless. At that moment, a 60-year-old Western medicine professor slowly stood up. Earlier, you mentioned that Western medicine uses machines to diagnose patients, and it seems you aren't too fond of this approach. However, modern medicine relies on using medical machinery for rapid and precise disease assessment. Can traditional Chinese medicine achieve this? Many people nodded in agreement with the elderly professor. Let me tell you, if traditional Chinese medicine can achieve this. I said you have a weak spleen, poor appetite, night restlessness accompanied by insomnia and night sweats. Especially in the past few days, you could only sleep for a maximum of 2 hours each night. Is that rapid enough and precise enough? Zitiat glanced at the old professor with a calm and firm tone. The old professor's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with shock. Nonsense, you're just making things up. A middle-aged man beside him sneered. You've been experiencing palpitations and anxiety with intermittent dizziness and blurred vision. And is this also just made up? Zitiat turned to the middle-aged man. You. The middle-aged man looked alarmed. Zitiat. You. Another Western medicine practitioner stood up. Please don't say anything. A late-stage liver cancer patient should conserve their strength. With those words, the person who had just stood up was shocked. Zitian's words were shockingly accurate. No one knew how shaken the three of them were at this moment. And at this moment, everyone in the audience was equally speechless in shock. Looking at the expressions of these three people, it was evident that Zitian's words were all true, without missing a single detail. The more people thought about it, the more shocked and incredulous they felt. Even many members of the Western Medical Association were left jaw-dropped. Do we traditional Chinese doctors have such abilities? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse diagnosis, but this is just the order of examination. Observation can only reveal the general condition. If you let me diagnose by feeling the pulse, I can also diagnose it, but like Zitiat, who can accurately judge the illness from a distance, that's something I haven't heard of in my over 10 years of studying Chinese medicine. At this moment, the methods demonstrated by Zitiat made even the various Chinese medical practitioners feel incredulous. To say that traditional Chinese medicine is ineffective is due to your superficial knowledge and understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. With these words, everyone nodded in agreement, and the barrage comments in the live broadcast chat once again went crazy. Wow, I've truly opened my eyes today. I can't watch this live broadcast anymore. I'm afraid he can tell I have a weak kidney just through the screen. Is traditional Chinese medicine really that amazing? I've opened my eyes. Amidst the discussions among the live audience and the on-site crowd, the three Western medical experts and professors sat down with blank stares. They knew that traditional Chinese medicine could diagnose and treat conditions through pulse diagnosis, but they didn't expect Zhiqia to accurately diagnose without feeling their pulses. One could be a coincidence, two could also be a coincidence, but what about three? This was clearly not a coincidence. Zhiqia truly had remarkable skills. What I just said, following the Western medical approach. Should you take an X-ray, draw blood, do a CT scan, and even perform tissue biopsy? There was a hint of sarcasm in Ziqian's tone. Zhiqia, what do you mean by this? Western medicine has its own diagnosis methods, and the test results are very accurate. You were just saying that true healers should combine Eastern and Western medicine, and now you're slandering and hating on Western medicine. Du Siming spoke coldly, and even though Zhiqia had presented the facts before him, he remained stubborn. Upon hearing Du Siming's words, Ziqian's eyes flashed with a cold smile. Watching Du Siming try to provoke and use public opinion to silence him, he decided to play along. Ziqian's preparations before participating in the debate would now come into play. Let me clarify. I don't hate Western medicine. I hate those who are controlled by capitalists, sucking the blood of common people through Western medicine. And unfortunately, all of you here are tools manipulated by capital. Zhiqia extended his palm, pointing at the people below with a sneer. This statement shocked the entire audience. In this world, many things are understood by everyone but can only be discussed in private, as per the unwritten rules. If someone dares to bring it out in the open, it will touch upon the interests of many and face severe retaliation. In a world where there is no gray area, if a circle is entirely engulfed in darkness, shining a light in would make that light guilty. The light itself is not guilty, but if it shines where it shouldn't, then it becomes unforgivable. Zhiqia intended to be that light at this moment, but he would not be allowed to do so. Zhiqia, you're slandering. Everything requires evidence. You shouldn't speak without evidence here, spreading rumors to smear Western medicine. A hospital director of Western medicine slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Zhiqia. Zhiqia did not immediately respond but first checked the nameplate and the hospital to which this director belonged. You want evidence, right? Then allow me to present the evidence. I hope you won't regret it. Zhiqia smiled faintly, a smile that left the director trembling. Last month, there was a medical accident at your hospital. The patient was confirmed dead at 5 a.m., but there was a record of medication given at 3 p.m., including expensive imported drugs. I'd like to ask, how did you administer medication to a dead person? With these words, the hospital director widened his eyes in shock and paled considerably. The entire room fell silent, as this matter now involved everyone's vested interests. That was a mistake made by the staff. The director was sweating on his forehead, attempting to explain. If this mistake happened this time, what about the previous ones? As far as I know, incidents like this have occurred multiple times in your hospital. Do I need to present the data and slap it onto your face? Upon hearing Zhiqian's words, the hospital director felt like he had been struck by lightning, slumping back onto his chair. He knew that his hospital was in deep trouble this time, facing strict investigations from various departments. Damn it, I'd been saying that hospitals nowadays are just money pits. I spent over 1,000 for just a simple cold. They misuse medications. Last time when my family member was hospitalized, I compared the prescription, and they included drugs we've never used before. Zhiqia is truly bold. Most people wouldn't dare bring up such matters. The audience at the live venue could still maintain restraint, but those in the live broadcast chat were filled with curses. When the other Western medical professionals on site saw the director's outcome, their expressions all changed. Those who were planning to debate with Zhiqian now dared not stand up, even avoiding eye contact, afraid of getting into trouble. After all, if Zhiqian could find irregularities in other hospitals' operations, he could undoubtedly find theirs as well. Do you think you're safe just by sitting down? From last year till now, how many patients in your hospital have spent their entire fortune without being able to save their lives? Just yesterday, several patients who spent millions in your hospital were pronounced dead. Are you doctors or vampires? Zhiqia questioned the hospital director once more. He was using this moment as a warning to prevent others from speaking out. What I'm saying also applies to the wealthy. But what about the countless poor people in this world? People who sell their houses and cars to afford treatment. Rural folks even sell their livestock just to scrape some money together for treatment. Yet, you casually prescribe expensive medications and waste their money. I've never claimed to be righteous, but I do have my principles. What are these principles? It means that while it's natural for patients to incur costs for treatment, as a healer, you should diligently diagnose and ensure that every penny is spent where it should be spent. Have you adhered to these principles as healers and human beings? Ziqian's gaze swept across the audience, his questions resonating like thunder in every individual's ears. At this moment, Ziqia wasn't just a doctor or a participant in a debate. He stood as an ordinary person alongside countless common folk. He voiced the sentiments of the masses. The thunderous applause erupted as a response. The scene was boiling with excitement. "I admire him so much," exclaimed many men and women in the audience. Even the usually impartial host, Zhong Lin, enthusiastically applauded with both hands. Watching various live broadcasts, the atmosphere was completely explosive. Damn, I've never been a fan of any celebrity in my life, but Ziqia, this idol, I'm a huge fan now. He dares to speak out boldly, unafraid of pressure from capital. This is the hero in the hearts of us common folk. Well said, well said. You've spoken for us. When Ziqia first took the stage, whether it was inside or outside the venue, it was all a chorus of insults. But at this moment, no one was criticizing anymore. Instead, they were all thoroughly impressed by Ziqia. When you put the people first, the people will hold you up high. At this moment, Ziqia was truly revered by all. This young man, whether in medical skills, pharmacology, or personal character, is exceptionally outstanding. Chen Jitan, whose originally clouded eyes were now shining brightly, was filled with contentment. He had devoted his life to traditional Chinese medicine and had witnessed the prosperity and subsequent decline of traditional Chinese medicine in the country. Seeing the decline of traditional Chinese medicine, he lamented the situation but felt helpless. After all, he alone couldn't change the current state of affairs. Now, seeing someone like Ziqia, a rising star in the traditional Chinese medicine circle, he felt deeply satisfied. Yes, he's truly exceptional. Liu Wenzheng nodded in agreement. At this moment, these older individuals couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for talent. Luo Jingyao, like other young women present, looked at Ziqia with admiration mixed with a hint of infatuation. Only in Chen Ruoxue's eyes could one see a mixture of complex emotions. Ziqia on stage, though familiar, felt very unfamiliar to her. Despite being only 20 meters away from the high platform, she felt as though there was a huge gap separating her from Ziqia. She had to admit that Ziqian's performance today was truly remarkable. It was impossible not to be impressed. The man who she had considered worthless, a slacker who had achieved nothing in their 2 years of marriage, was now standing on stage, attracting the admiration of countless people. The person who was a burden to her, Chen Ruoxue, was now being admired and adored by many, elevated high above, making him unreachable. How stark was this contrast? How ironic was it? How could this not make Chen Ruoxue feel tremendously conflicted? Li Yue. Chen Ruoxue wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing, only letting out a sigh. At this moment, over 100 experts and professors from various fields in the Western Medicine Association fell silent, unable to utter a word. Even those who wanted to argue were forcefully silenced by their hospital leaders, not allowing them to raise their voices. The reason being, they were afraid of provoking more trouble. Ziqian's strategy of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys had effectively stunned all the Western medical groups in Tianhai City. And at this moment, all Western doctors remembered Ziqian's words from before. They had wanted to give you face, but you didn't appreciate it. Now, they finally understood that Ziqia had not been making idle threats. He held their fatal weakness in his hands. They had intended to smear and spread rumors about traditional Chinese medicine, but instead, they had thrown rocks at their own feet. Undoubtedly, after today, the reputation of Western hospitals in Tianhai City was bound to plummet, impacting all Western hospitals in the country. Who would have thought that Ziqia, with his own strength, could shake the entire Western medical community of the nation? President do you have anything else to say? Ziqia slowly turned his head, his gaze playfully looking at Du Siming. Faced with the hard reality, Du Siming gritted his teeth and racked his brain but couldn't come up with any words to salvage the reputation of Western medicine. Every industry will have some black sheep emerge. We admit our mistakes in the Western medical community, and we will make strict reforms. that in the traditional Chinese medicine community, there are also troubles. After pondering for a few seconds, Du Siming reluctantly explained, "Reform? For a healer, the principle should be to treat and save lives, but your principle is to make money. Your entire philosophy is wrong, so how can you reform?" Ziqian's words were dripping with sarcasm. "Don't generalize about us. You say our Western medical philosophy is wrong, so what is the philosophy of traditional Chinese medicine?" Du Siming gritted his teeth slightly, wanting to shift the blame onto traditional Chinese medicine. "The philosophy of our country's traditional Chinese medicine is to heal and save lives, benefiting the world, based on the attitude of a compassionate healer, establishing the heart for the world and fulfilling the destiny of the people, for the continuity of ancient knowledge, for future generations, to bring peace to all." As Ziqian's words fell, the whole scene erupted in thunderous applause, as if trying to lift the roof off the building. Countless intellectuals and scholars present couldn't help but admire. Ziqian's use of classical references in this context was indeed fitting. Seeing the atmosphere in the venue, Du Siming understood that the tide had turned to support Ziqian. Even with his silver tongue, it would be difficult to change anything in the face of changing public sentiment. So, he had no choice but to concede defeat and lower his head. "President Du, do you wish to continue the debate?" Zhang Yang spoke up. After a moment of silence, Du Siming shook his head. Zhang Yang nodded and walked to the front of the stage. In this debate, the traditional Chinese Medicine Association emerges victorious. Zhang Yang announced the result, prompting another round of applause. The members of the Western Medicine Association initially hesitated to applaud, but when Ziqian looked at them, they all felt a tremor inside and quickly raised their hands to applaud. The applause lasted for almost a minute before gradually subsiding. "Mr. Z, the live broadcast is still ongoing. Would you like to say something to the live audience and friends in various broadcast locations?" Zhang Yang smiled and handed the microphone to Ziqian. Ziqian took the microphone, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the crowd. "The legacy of traditional Chinese medicine in our country spans 1,000 years, and it is definitely not the rubbish in the eyes of some people. In this world, there cannot be a China without traditional Chinese medicine, and China cannot be without traditional Chinese medicine." As Ziqian's words fell, the whole venue fell into a deathly silence. This young man, Chen Jitan, took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face the next moment. "As you said, this youth will surely become great." Liu Wenzhang's eyes gleamed with admiration. Meanwhile, in the Provincial Traditional Chinese Medicine Association of Tianhai City, "This young man will lead our Chinese medicine to a glorious revival," the president of the Provincial Association exclaimed with admiration. Simultaneously, in the Capital Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, talented individuals will arise in Nichira, leading the trend for centuries. With such a person in the Chinese medicine community, it will thrive for 100 years and more. An elderly man with gray hair's voice trembled as he spoke. At the same time, inside the Ya family's Western Hall in the capital city, Tianhai City is a key observation point. This child, Zitia, must be cultivated seriously. When the Medical Skills Conference is held, all his competition records and data must be preserved, first sent to the capital. Also inform the Western Medical Association headquarters if they retaliate against Zitia because of today's events. It's going against the Ya family. In that case, the Ya family will use all its strength to accompany them at any time. One command after another was issued, and the surrounding people nodded earnestly. It's been a very long time since the Chinese medicine circle has seen such a promising practitioner with both excellent medical skills and character. Now that one has appeared, various forces in the Chinese medicine community naturally will take action, and no one dare underestimate this. Everyone in the circle understands that this medical skills conference will be different because of Ziqian's appearance. However, all they can do now is to protect Ziqia from Western medical retaliation as much as possible. As for how far Ziqia can go in the end, that remains to be seen. Before the end of the medical skills conference, everything is still unknown. The Lu family mansion. Qin Yao, you have finally bet on the right person. Old Master Lu Sai and Lu Jianlin raised his eyebrows in relief. The other dozen or so members of the Lu family were ashamed and flushed. Lu Gang, don't forget what you said. You must kneel down and invite Mr. Z to be the medical consultant at our Lu family. Lu Jianlin shouted suddenly, and Lu Gang's face changed, not even daring to say a word. At this moment, he wished he could slap himself. Last time because of Jin Chen's affairs, he lost La Villa Venalis. This time, he felt so embarrassed once again, making him speechless. Big brother, we acknowledge, Mr. Z is indeed very impressive. Jing Yao's judgment is equally impressive. The members of the Lu family admire and respected Zichia deeply at this moment. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. From the beginning to now, from Old Master Lu giving the villa to Zichia to Lu Jinya's strong support today, the Lu family has indeed established a good relationship with Zichia. With the abilities Zichia has demonstrated now, their investment in Zichia will surely yield unexpectedly high returns. Back at the debate venue, after Zichia finished speaking, the entire Chinese Medical Association, led by Chen Jitong, stood up. Liang Chow and others originally didn't want to stand, but seeing everyone else standing, they had no choice but to stand as well. Zichia, I dare not say on behalf of the National Chinese Medicine, but on behalf of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association, I'm grateful to you, Chen Jitong said, then bowed towards Zichia in gratitude. Although he was 90 years old and held a high position, being the first president of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association, Zichia single-handedly saved the qualification of the Medical Skills Conference and also saved the future of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association. Just based on this alone, he deserved Chen Jitong's bow of gratitude. Mr. Z, well done. Liu Wenzheng led the members of the Chinese Medical Association in bowing. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the other Chinese medical participants also bowed. One by one, from the first to the last, everyone bowed, except for Liang Chow, Li Yue, Zhong Chen, and Chen Ruoxue, who remained standing. Going to Zichia felt worse than deaf to them, so they absolutely refused to bow. Anyone who doesn't bow will have their competition qualification revoked and will be permanently expelled from the Chinese Medical Association. Suddenly, Liu Wenzheng shouted sternly, making Liang Chow and the others' faces extremely unpleasant. To participate in the Medical Skills Conference, they had to grit their teeth and swallow their pride. Chen Ruoxue finally lowered her head slowly and bowed. At that moment, Chen Ruoxue and the others' arrogant attitudes were shattered. Especially for Chen Ruoxue, she never expected such a day. Even though Zichia had achieved great success recently, she didn't take him seriously. She never imagined that she would one day have to bow to Zichia. But now, the reality was in front of her. Zichia stood on the stage, attracting everyone's attention, and despite her pride, she had to lower her head and bow. Zichia, please rise, Zichia said mildly and then stepped down from the stage. He bypassed everyone and went straight to Lu Jinya's side, extended his hands, and helped her stand up from her bowing position. When Chen Jitong and the others saw this after rising, they couldn't help but sigh internally. When Zichia went on stage, no one, not even Chen Jitong, had any confidence in him. But at that moment, Lu Jinyao stood up, securing an opportunity for Zichia by staking the fate of the entire Lu family, which led to Zichion's appearance on stage. It was such immense trust and loyalty. Zichia, Lu Jinyao stared at Zichia with joy, excitement, and happiness in her beautiful eyes. Thank you for your trust. Zichia, you didn't disappoint. After saying this, Lu Jinyao was at first stunned, then gradually her eyes reddened. And finally, she threw herself into Zichion's arms. No one knew how much pressure Lu Jingyao was under. If Zichia had failed, the fate of their Lu family would have been rewritten. If she returned home after this, she would face severe punishment for her rash decision or even be expelled from the Lu family. When everyone distrusted Zichia and opposed his taking the stage, Lu Jinyao stood out and supported Zichia alone. So when Zichia returned triumphant, it was only natural for Lu Jinyao to be by his side to share the glory. This scene of Lu Jinyao hugging Zichia felt like a steel knife stabbing into Chen Ruoxue's heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. He was clearly her man, even her husband before, and now he was embraced so deeply by another woman. How could she bear it? But bear it she must. When she thought back to when she didn't believe in Zichia, and prepared to question Lu Jinyao, she realized Lu Jinyao was the only one who firmly believed in Zichia, supported him, and even risked her family's destiny for him. When no one believed in Zichia, and everyone opposed him taking the stage, it was Lu Jinyao alone who stood up to support Zichia. Therefore, when Zichia triumphed, it was only right for Lu Jinyao to be by his side to enjoy the glory together. Even though Chen Raku felt uncomfortable, she had to endure it. All right. Ziqia gently patted Lu Jinya's back, then gently pushed her away. President, I have a suggestion. Liu Wenzhang, feel unfit for this position. That's why I suggest that Ziqia be appointed as the president of the Tianhai City Chinese Medical Association. After thinking for a few seconds, Liu Wenzhang suddenly proposed this matter. President Liu, this doesn't seem suitable. Mr. Z is still very young. Someone expressed a different opinion. Having determination is not limited by age. In any field, the expert is the teacher. Ziqia is up to the challenge. Liu Wenzhang immediately frowned in response. Well, I agree. I agree too. Dozens of association members chimed in, one after another. Meanwhile, the expressions of Chen Ruoxue and others became even more complicated. Lu Jingyao, on the other hand, looked delighted, fully aware of the prestigious position of the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Ziqia, what are your thoughts? Chen Jitong turned to Ziqia and inquired. Former President Chen, my aspirations do not lie here. Ziqia shook his head slightly. Let's talk about these matters after the end of the medical congress. After a few moments of contemplation, Chen Jitong nodded, giving Ziqia another look of respect. Many were amazed, realizing that if Ziqia accepted this position, it would truly be a leap forward. Chen Ruoxue bit her lips slightly, knowing that if Ziqia became the president of the Chinese Medicine Association in Tianhai City, all members of the Chen family would definitely beg Ziqia to return. She never expected Ziqia to decisively reject it. Could it be true that, as he had said before, he truly didn't care about wealth and fame, considering them within easy reach? The more Chen Ruoxue thought about it, the more complex her feelings became. However, she felt that Lu Jinyao had always intended to use Ziqia. Now with such a good opportunity presented to her, Lu Jinyao surely wouldn't let Ziqia slip away, right? Yet, to her surprise, Lu Jinyao showed no inclination to intervene, completely adopting an attitude of following Ziqia's lead. In reality, Lu Jinyao did feel a twinge of regret, but she unconditionally supported any decision made by Ziqia. Let's go. Ziqia patted Lu Jinyao on the shoulder and then nodded at Chen Jitong, leading the way towards the exit. President Liu wanted to persuade further, but was stopped by Chen Jitong. He could see that someone like Ziqia, with his character, was genuine in his refusal, showing a lack of interest in the position of the president. Some people were just like that. Perhaps this position held immense weight in the eyes of others, but to Ziqia, it was worthless. Let's wait until after the medical congress to discuss everything, Chen Jitong said, with Liu Wenzhang nodding in agreement. Mr. Z, please wait. Just as Ziqia and the others reached the door, a doctor in a white coat hurried towards them. This doctor was the Western medical expert whom Ziqia had diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer before. Mr. Z, please save me, the Western medical expert implored, bowing deeply to Ziqia, believing that if Ziqia could diagnose his condition at a glance, he must have a way to treat him. I'm not interested in saving you. Ziqia continued walking without stopping. Mr. Z, please save me. I have elderly parents and young children. I don't want to die. The expert approached Ziqia again, pleading earnestly. Lu Jinyao furrowed her eyebrows slightly. Don't Western medicine have many experts in oncology? Why don't you seek help from them? The middle-aged man's face showed bitterness. If Western medicine could truly help him, why did he wait until now? Mr. Z, if you are willing to save me, I can agree to any conditions, even if it means giving up my medical practice, he begged again. Ziqia pondered for a moment and then said, in a few days, there will be a practical assessment at the medical congress for a patient with a difficult and complex condition. You can try your luck at the competition. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in gratitude, and Ziqia had already walked away with Lu Jinyao. Impressive, impressive. The members of the Chinese Medicine Association watched Ziqia's departing figure with admiration. Meanwhile, Liang Cao's expression turned extremely unpleasant. He patted Li Yue on the back, whispered to Zhong Chen, and was preparing to leave with Chen Ruoxue. Stop. At this moment, President Liu noticed Liang Cao. His steps hesitated, and then he turned around with a forced smile. President Liu, what can I do for you? Liang Cao's forehead was sweating. He was trying to maintain a composed front. You've made so many irresponsible remarks earlier, and now you just want to leave like that. It's not appropriate, is it? Liu Wenzhang squinted slightly, and the other members of the Chinese Medicine Association also looked at Liang Chow and Chen Ruoxue. When Zitia took the stage earlier, Liang Chow was the first to oppose and even claimed to know Zitia, loudly stating that Zitia didn't understand medicine at all. If it weren't for Lu Jinya's strong support for Zitia, it's possible that the association would have revoked Zitian's qualification to go on stage. Without Zitia, none of them present today could have had the ability to outshine Western medical professionals like Zitia did. If that had happened, the victory wouldn't have belonged to the Chinese Medicine Association at all. Liang Chow, you've almost ruined the future of our association. You dare say it's not related to you? Liu Wenzheng shouted sternly, and everyone immediately agreed. They knew very well that, apart from Zitia, any one of them present today didn't have the ability to contest and overpower Western medical professionals. Liang Chow frowned. He certainly didn't want to admit his mistakes. He really doesn't understand medicine. He's just good at talking with a slippery tongue. You all won't be participating in the medical congress, Liu Wenzheng said angrily, now planning to revoke Liang Chow and their team's qualification to participate. President Liu, they are from the Lin family side, a middle-aged person nearby whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Liu Wenzheng's brows instantly furrowed, and he forcibly suppressed his anger. The Tianhai City Chinese Medicine Association held significant influence, but in the face of the leading family in Tianhai, the Lin family, their power seemed inadequate. They could at most report this matter to the Lin family, but they didn't have the right nor the courage to disqualify participants under the Lin family's name. President Liu, anything else? If not, we will leave, Liang Chow said, deliberately mentioning Lin Yan when speaking, a touch of pride flickering in his eyes. In Tianhai City, establishing a good relationship with the Lin family was truly something to boast about. Humph. Liu Wenzheng snorted and said no more. Liang Chow then waved his hand and turned away. Chen Ruoxue felt somewhat helpless. She apologized with a smile to President Liu and the others before following Liang Chow's footsteps. After all, she had no other choice now, and only by following Liang Chow and Lin Yan could the Chen group ensure its participation in the medical congress. This scoundrel, Liu Wenzheng raged, gritting his teeth. President Liu, I actually think what he said makes sense to some extent. The text ends here ***. Although Zitia excels in debating, it doesn't mean that his medical skills are also very strong, someone whispered on the side. Liu Wenzheng frowned and waved his hand, saying, whether he understands medical skills or not, you don't have to say much. President Chen and I will judge for ourselves. The President Liu, don't be angry. We just think that you shouldn't make a hasty decision to let him take on the role of president. If he is a true medical genius, then we have no objections. We agree that the capable should take the lead. But today, he only talked about some pharmacology with his mouth, but traditional Chinese medicine cannot be cured just by talking. After this member of the association said this, some other members nodded in agreement, saying he was right. Although Ziqian's sharp words on stage and his various performances were impeccable, merely based on this, making him the president of the Chinese Medicine Association was apparently somewhat inappropriate. You don't need to worry about such matters. If you really doubt his medical skills, you can compete with him at the medical conference. With these words from Liu Wenzheng, everyone immediately fell silent and stopped talking. Let's all disperse. Liu Wenzheng waved his hand and left with Chen Jitan. Old president, how do you view him? Liu Wenzheng glanced back and then lowered his voice, asking, he's quite extraordinary, both in character and nature. Chen Jitan praised Ziqia without reservation. Liu Wenzheng nodded slightly and then whispered, however, today's debate should have been an academic discussion, but he used evidence of irregularities in Western medical practices to defeat his opponents. Does that not seem a bit despicable? Ha ha. Chen Jitan chuckled at these words. Despicable? I don't think so. A gentleman conceals his weapon and waits for the right time to act. Ziqia just used the chaos in the Western medical circle as his weapon. Moreover, he didn't originally plan to use it, but the Western Medical Association was aggressive and resorted to underhanded tactics, so he had to use it. Hearing Chen Jitan say this, Liu Wenzheng pondered silently. A gentleman conceals his weapon and waits for the right time to act. Chen Jitan paused, leaning on his cane. If for some greater cause, one must act, then one must be flexible and adaptive. It is not improper. I have learned a lot from you, Wei Wensang nodded heavily. Liang Cho should have conflicts with Zitia. Pay attention to him. We must ensure that Zitia can participate normally in the medical conference. Despite his old age, Chen Jitong was sharp and clearly defined. Yes. Wei Wensang immediately agreed. On the other side, Chen Ruoxue and a few others also got into the car. At this moment, their faces all looked a bit unsightly. Logically speaking, the Chinese Medicine Association won this debate, and the qualification for hosting the medical conference was retained. These participants should have been very happy. However, they couldn't accept the fact that in the end, Zitia reversed the situation and prevailed over the Western Medical Association in Tianjin City. In simple terms, as long as anyone except Zitia from the Chinese Medicine Association won against Western medicine, they would have been extremely happy. However, it was Zitia who ultimately turned the tie, saving the Chinese Medicine Association in Tianjin City from a difficult situation. I didn't expect him to be quite capable. Chen Ruoxue sighed softly as she looked out the car window. Capable? What capability? The ability to talk big. Liang Chow, who was driving, snorted disdainfully. Liang Chow is right. He just knows how to talk big, or else he wouldn't have made Lu Jinyao believe him. But he did win this debate today, and it was only thanks to him that the medical conference was able to proceed, Chen Ruoxue said with a frown. He's just lucky that Lu Jinyao vouched for him. Otherwise, if President Chen took the stage, he would have won as well. It's impossible that Ziqian's research on Chinese medicine is deeper than President Chen's, right? Faced with Liang Cao's rhetorical question, Chen Ruoxue fell silent for a few seconds before nodding silently. She hadn't said anything wrong. On the other hand, President Chen Jitong, who was 90 years old, was the founder of the Chinese Medicine Association in Tianjin City and had been deeply involved in the field of Chinese medicine for over 60 years. His accomplishments in the field of Chinese medicine were pinnacle, and few could surpass him. Even if Zitia really understood medicine, he could never be stronger than Chen Jitong. It's just that President Chen wants to give the younger generation an opportunity, and Zitia was lucky to seize that opportunity. After Liang Chow finished speaking, Liu quickly nodded in agreement, with Zhong Chen adding his assent this time. He's definitely no match for President Chen. Chen Ruoxue shook her head. It's just that he is so knowledgeable about Chinese medicine, and now participating in the medical conference, he might be a formidable competitor. I don't think so. Liang Chow smirked. Everything he said today was just empty talk. That doesn't mean he understands Chinese medicine, so we don't need to take him seriously at all, right? He's just good at talking. He didn't actually cure anyone. Just empty talk. Liu pursed her lips. If he really had the ability, why didn't he cure the cancer patient who sought his help on the spot? But he did immediately diagnose the illnesses of those Western doctors accurately. Although those people didn't admit it verbally, from their reactions, it's clear that everything Zitia said was true. After a few seconds of contemplation, Chen Ruoxue expressed her judgment. After all, at that time, Zitia just took one look and accurately described the physical conditions of several Western medical experts. Everyone present saw this. That doesn't mean anything. At most, it just shows that he understands a little about Chinese medicine. Liang Chow remained firm. Zhong Shen, what do you say? Can he see others' illnesses accurately? Does that mean he really understands Chinese medicine? Zhong Chen shook his head. In traditional Chinese medicine, diagnosing a patient involves observing, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse. Observation can indeed reveal symptoms, but this is just the basic skill of Chinese medicine, and solely relying on observation cannot accurately diagnose the condition. He could see it, but it's just a bit of luck. Zhong Chen's words were met with even more conceit from Liang Chow and Liu. See? I told you. Maybe Zitia does understand a bit about medicine, but at most, it's just superficial knowledge. With only this minimal skill, he is not qualified to be our competitor. Liang Chow and Liu smirked, and this time Chen Ruoxue had nothing to say. After all, Zhong Chen's research in Chinese medicine was deep, and when it came to topics about Chinese medicine, what Zhong Chen said was authoritative. Listening to the laughter of Liang Chow and Liu, a deep coldness flashed in Zhong Chen's eyes. In fact, he didn't finish his sentence. For regular Chinese medicine practitioners, observation alone cannot accurately diagnose a patient's condition. Usually, the pulse must also be checked to make a precise diagnosis. However, If someone can accurately describe a patient's physical condition with just a glance, it is enough to prove that this person's understanding of Chinese medicine has reached an unimaginable level. Among all the Chinese medicine practitioners he knew, only his master, Chen Heming, could achieve this, and those who could achieve this level of skill in medicine were truly extraordinary. So, while Ziqian's performance surprised Zhong Chen, he didn't believe Ziqia had such capabilities. His hatred blinded him, making him unwilling to acknowledge Ziqian's excellence. The medical conference is where real abilities are tested. Only by achieving outstanding results at the medical conference can one be truly powerful. As for today's debate, even if Ziqia spoke eloquently, it was just empty talk. Wait until the medical conference, and Dr. Zhong will surely trample him underfoot. Liang Chow concluded, and Chen Ruoxue quietly nodded. Indeed, compared to the medical conference, today's debate was nothing. Only by shining at the medical conference and surpassing all rivals could one be truly deemed a master of Chinese medicine. Only then could one truly soar and achieve greatness. Whether Ziqian is just good at talking or has real skills, it will all be revealed at the upcoming medical conference. Chen Ruoxue lightly exhaled a breath, turning her head to look out the car window at the passing scenery. Before, I truly did not know you were so outstanding, but as you were growing, Chen Ruoxue, was also growing, and the Chen group was continuously expanding. Chen Ruoxue murmured to herself in her heart, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. If placed in the past, if Ziqia displayed such exceptional abilities, Chen Ruoxue and the entire Chen family would have highly esteemed him. But now, the Chen family was no longer the same. Not only did they have the qualifications to participate in the medical conference, they had also connected with the Tianhai Lin family through Liang Chow. As long as the Chen group could achieve outstanding results at the medical conference in a few days, the future of the Chen group would be immeasurable. At that time, what significance would Ziqian's current achievements hold? Just like when a person owns tens of millions of assets, they highly value the connections with other multimillionaires around them. However, when this person's wealth reaches billions or even tens of billions, those multimillionaires become insignificant ants under their feet. Chen Ruoxue had such thoughts at this moment. Even though Ziqia had changed a lot, she believed that her decision to separate from him initially was a very wise one. Unless you can shine and surpass others at the medical conference like today, only then will I admit that my initial decision was wrong. Until then, I will continue to maintain my own thoughts. With these thoughts in her mind, Chen Ruoxue's eyes grew more resolute. On the other side, inside Lin Yan's residence, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Yan lazily sat in a chair, holding a Danish royal cigar wrapped in gold foil. This custom-made cigar was worth $5,000 each, equivalent to many people's yearly incomes. But for the extravagantly living Lin Yan, this was nothing. He did not attend today's debate between Western and Chinese medicine, but watched the lead broadcast. Regarding Ziqian's so-called brilliant performance, he felt extremely disdainful. Young Master Lin, I didn't expect that Ziqian is quite capable, his assistant said as he poured a glass of red wine behind him. Capability? Lin Yan shook his head with disdain. In front of money and power, ability is worthless. There are many capable people in society, but only a few stand at the top of the power and wealth pyramid. You are also capable, yet you're still working for my Lin family, aren't you? Lin Yan sneered, showing his disdain for Ziqian's performance at the debate. Yes. The assistant nodded softly. Though Lin Yan's words made him uncomfortable, he had to admit that it was the truth. Even though many people talked about equality for all, in today's society, true equality did not exist. Many people struggled all their lives and still couldn't achieve much, but someone like Lin Yan, born into a top wealthy family in Rome, had been superior from the moment of his birth. With wealth and power in hand, even those with abilities but ordinary backgrounds were nothing but grass in his eyes. Even the goddess-like stars with tens or hundreds of millions of fans would willingly throw themselves into his arms with just a gesture from Lin Yan. So, while others might appreciate Ziqian's outstanding performance at the debate, Lin Yan didn't give it any importance. He may suppress Western medicine and secure the qualification for the medical conference, but what of it? Whether the medical conference is held or not doesn't matter to my Lin family. Even if traditional Chinese medicine disappears from Longguo, it won't significantly impact my Lin family. Lin Yan casually exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone and expression extremely contemptuous. Unlike the Lu family and other families who wished for the prosperity of traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo, the Lin family only sought to build relations with the Yi family in the capital. As the saying goes, it's easy to achieve success when you have connections in high places. The Yi family stands at the pinnacle of power in the capital, and if the Lin family can foster a good relationship with them, it would be a wise choice. I understand, the assistant nodded. However, we can't just sit idly by. Lin Yan lifted his glass of red wine. Although he didn't care much about Zitia, he knew that the Yi family in the capital highly valued talented traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. If Zitia caught the attention of the Yi family, it would not be a favorable outcome for Lin Yan. After hearing Lin Yan's thoughts, the assistant softly suggested, "Young Master Lin, should I take some measures to prevent Zitia from participating in the medical conference?" Lin Yan didn't rush to answer, taking a gentle puff of the cigar, enjoying the fragrance carried by the smoke in his mouth. After a long time, he slightly shook his head. It was different now. Crushing Zitia earlier would have been like crushing an ant. But after today's debate, Zitia had gained some fame. If something happened to Zitia now, it would surely attract countless attention, possibly alerting the Yi family. If this incident was traced back to the Lin family, especially at the critical moment of the medical conference approaching, it would not bode well for the Lin family. An insignificant waste like him isn't worth our Lin family taking risks for. Let him be. How much can he achieve by participating in the medical conference? The medical conference isn't just about verbal skills. With his mediocre medical skills, he's nothing compared to the participants from my Lin family. After the medical conference begins, you can use some means to make sure he is eliminated in the first round of the qualifying rounds. After Lin Yang finished speaking, the assistant duly noted down his instructions. Ultimately, Lin Yan was arrogant and never considered Zitia important. Therefore, he wouldn't waste much effort dealing with him. Meanwhile, in other cities, the debates had already concluded with winners determined. Apart from Tianhai City, only 60 cities emerged victorious. While 60 cities may sound like a lot, compared to the hundreds of cities that originally participated, this number was dismal, not even a quarter. Among the winning cities, the performance of Tianhai City was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Especially after Ziqian's appearance, he completely overwhelmed the Western Medical Association, earning him great renown in the traditional Chinese medicine community of Longguo. Before this, Ziqianlian was not considered anyone significant. However, after this debate, this name left a deep impression in the hearts of numerous people. Many people were discussing Ziqian's performance in the debate with great enthusiasm. People from various city traditional Chinese medicine associations even shared the video recordings of Ziqian's debate on site with association members. Especially those failed TCM associations repeatedly watched the videos to let their members learn Ziqian's understanding of medicine and various concepts. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ziqia has become almost like a deity in the minds of many TCM practitioners. Many TCM scholars even regard Ziqia as the benchmark of the Dragon Kingdom's TCM world. However, some believe that, although Ziqian's performance in the debate was excellent, it does not necessarily prove his deep medical skills. Therefore, hailing him as the standard in the TCM field at this moment may be inappropriate. At least wait until the medical skills conference opens. If Ziqia can outperform many doctors at the medical skills conference, then he will truly earn everyone's respect. Just relying on one debate, he wants to become the standard in the TCM circle, which may not be sufficient in many people's eyes. In any case, opinions on Ziqian's performance in the debate vary. Many are quietly trying to gather information about Ziqia. Meanwhile, at the Western Flying Horse Racing Club, the boss received a phone call a few days ago. "Hello. May I help you?" The tone of respect was evident in the boss's voice, as the caller was the boss who had originally brought the spirited horse to their club. The club boss, having witnessed the other party's ability, dared not overlook the matter. "Did you watch the TCM debate?" the other party asked. "Yes, I did." The club boss quickly nodded. Although his business had nothing to do with medicine, he was sincerely concerned about matters related to the legacy of Dragon Kingdom's TCM. "You mentioned before that the person who tamed and took away the horse was Ziqia." The other party paused slightly. "Is this Ziqia the same person as the one in the debate?" "Yes, it is him. I asked my staff below, The club boss immediately nodded. Okay, I understand, the other party said before the club boss could respond, and hung up the phone. The club boss was puzzled, but naturally, he did not dare to be angry. I originally thought Zichia was just a skilled horse tamer, but I never expected him to be a skilled medical practitioner. Impressive, truly impressive, muttered the club boss. The discussions about Zichia in the outside world are in full swing. Many are quietly inquiring about Ziqian's identity. As the subject of this topic, Zichia himself is indifferent and has returned to the quiet of his lakeside villa. Like a reclusive figure who shuns fame and fortune, he waves his sleeve and hides his skills and name. Initially, Lu Jinga invited him to the Lu family celebration, but Zichia politely declined. In his heart, he also felt that the debate was insignificant and not worth celebrating. He believed that he would only have a reason to celebrate after participating in the medical skills conference and successfully obtaining the 7-leaf evergreen ivy. For now, he had to focus all his energy on preparing for the medical skills conference. I just hope that nothing unexpected happens in the next few days, Zichia murmured softly. To obtain the 7-leaf evergreen ivy, he had invested a lot and endured many challenges. At this critical moment, he hoped that there would be no further obstacles. His phone rang, and Zhou Yuqing called. Zichia, congratulations, you are amazing. My grandfather also said you are extraordinary. Zhou Yuqing spoke softly, expressing her thoughts to Zichia as she always did. Thank you. Zichia smiled and nodded. He felt relaxed when interacting with Zhou Yuqing. Although Lu Jinga was also sincere towards Zichia, there were some underlying interests between them. In contrast, with Zhou Yuqing, there was no mutual use. Their relationship was purely that of friends, which felt different. Do you need help with the medical skills conference? Or if you need any medicinal materials, my grandfather said he can help you find them. Zhou Yuqing asked softly after a pause. Not for now. Zichia shook his head slightly. If I really need help, I won't hesitate to ask you and Grandpa Zhou. Okay, I got it. Contact me after you're done with your busy schedule. Zhou Yuqing didn't want to take up much of Ziqian's time, as she knew he would be busy in the coming days. Okay, Zichia responded, and they both hung up. It was only then that Zichia saw the numerous messages Zhou Yuqing sent on WeChat, realizing he hadn't replied, which prompted her to call. This girl. Zichia shook his head slightly and casually scrolled through the messages on his phone. Apart from Zhou Yuqing's messages, many others also sent him congratulatory messages. These people were those whom Zichia had treated in the past and who had benefited from his skills, while others doubted Ziqian's medical skills, saying he only knew how to talk. These people were well aware of how extraordinary his medical skills were. Zichia just glanced at the messages and did not reply to each one. As he had said, it was not yet time to celebrate. When he secured victory at the medical skills conference, then it would indeed be a cause for genuine joy. Zichia glanced at his friend circle and saw Chen Ruoxue had posted a status. Thanks to all the hard work of everyone at Tianhai City TCM Association, the medical skills conference will proceed as scheduled, and Chen Group will meet everyone as planned. The post was accompanied by 2 pictures. One was an invitation letter from the Tianhai Lin family, confirming that the Chen Group was qualified to participate in the medical skills conference. The other was a photo taken at the debate venue earlier that day, showing a person seen from the back on stage. Although it was just a silhouette, Zichia immediately recognized himself. He wondered whether Chen Ruoxue intentionally chose that angle. Seeing this photo, a cold smile crossed Ziqian's mind. He had been with Chen Ruoxue for 2 years, yet his picture had never appeared in her friend's circle. There wasn't even a single photo, their wedding, or registration. This backshot was the first time Zichia had appeared on Chen Ruoxue's social media. Out of sight, out of mind, Zichia clicked Chen Ruoxue's profile and blocked her from his friend's circle. Lin family, Zichia murmured softly, pondered for 2 seconds, then clicked into Chen Ruoxue's friend's circle. As he looked at the invitation letter from the Tianhai Lin family in the picture, the disdain in Ziqian's eyes grew thicker. Lian Cho, sighing the Chen family, this matter has not been resolved yet, and you've willingly walked into the tiger's den of the Tianhai Lin family. Others may have just left the wolf's den and walked into the tiger's mouth, and you haven't even left the wolf's den yet, but willingly stuck your head into the tiger's mouth. Ignorant of one's own ignorance, then you can deal with the consequences yourself. Zichia snorted coldly, then proceeded to block and delete Chen Ruoxue's friends. This was true out of sight, out of mind. In any case, at this moment, whether Chen Ruoxue or the entire Chen family's life and death were of no concern to Zichia. Therefore, he had no interest in knowing what would happen to Chen Ruoxue and the Chen group in the future. On the other side, Chen's father's residence. At this moment, Chen's father was sitting by the window, alone, sipping on a small drink. However, he alternated between smiles, long sighs, and shaking his head with a sense of helplessness. If one didn't know him well, they would undoubtedly think he was mentally ill. How else could he display so many emotions at once? In reality, Chen's father's feelings at this moment were truly complicated, with numerous emotions intertwined, making him feel truly as if he were mentally unstable. Yesterday, the members of the Chen family, in front of him, expelled Zichia from the Chen family and declared that the Chen group would only thrive better after his departure. As Chen's father aged, he gradually lost his power of speech, and Chen Lukren and the others didn't listen to him at all. Even Chen Ruoxue accused him of being too selfish. Last night, Chen's father tossed and turned, with a mix of emotions in his heart. And today, when he saw the live broadcast from the debate venue, witnessing Zichian's dominance over 100 experts and professors from the Western Medical Association, his already complicated feelings reached the breaking point. Zichia should have been a member of the Chen family, representing the Chen group at the medical conference and debate. But now, the people of the Chen family had pushed him away, thus pushing away an opportunity to bring fame to the Chen family. How could Chen's father's feelings not be incredibly complex? "Grandfather, you're drinking again," Chen Ruoxue stepped in, her brow furrowed at the smell of alcohol. In the past, when Chen Ruoxue came over, Chen's father would happily invite her to sit down. But today, Chen's father only glanced at Chen Ruoxue and then averted his gaze. There was no warmth in his eyes that he used to have. Chen Ruoxue bit her lip. She knew Chen's father was still angry about what happened yesterday. However, for anything else, to please Chen's father, she would usually compromise. But in this matter, she had no other choice. Chen Ruoxue approached and gently moved Chen's father's bottle aside. "Grandfather, I have good news to share with you." Chen Ruoxue paused and continued, "The traditional Chinese Medicine Association has won, and the medical conference will proceed as planned. I already know they've won. I also know that Tian'er led the traditional Chinese Medicine Association to victory," Chen's father said gently, to which Chen Ruoxue nodded, as this was indeed the reality. "Before, I thought your decision was somewhat rash, but today, after seeing Tian'er's performance on stage, I realized how foolish it was to drive him out of the Chen family." Chen's father shook his head slightly and let out a long sigh. "Grandfather, I don't agree with that. I admit he has some skills now, but our Chen family is no longer what it used to be. Moreover, his theoretical discussions on medicine in the debate are just talk on paper. What we value at the Chen family is actual medical skills that can overshadow other doctors at the medical conference." Chen Ruoxue looked resolute. She had heard what Lian Chow, Jing Chen, and others said today deeply. Regardless of how brilliant Zichian's performance was at the debate, it did not represent anything substantial. Why? Because the medical conference focused on practical skills, not just theory. Chen's father listened, shook his head, smiled, and didn't say anything more. In fact, he had known how unreasonable everyone in the Chen family, including Chen Ruoxue, had been since Zichia was expelled from the family. He could see it clearly but couldn't change anything, so he chose not to say more. He couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic deep down in his heart. "Grandfather," Chen Ruoxue, seeing Chen's father silent, sighed softly, "Isn't it your lifelong wish to bring fame to the Chen family?" After a few seconds of silence, Chen's father shook his head softly once again. "Yes, I wanted to see the Chen family prosper more and more, but no matter how much we grow, we can't lose sight of our roots." "What are our roots?" "My original intention was to make your lives better, but when I look at you now, you don't lack food or clothing. The company has grown to this size, yet you are gradually blinded by wealth and fame. Even those who once helped our Chen family so much, you want to abandon them, push them out of the house. All you care about is profit. Apart from money and fame, you are willing to discard anything else, including family and love. How could you possibly lead a good life like this?" Chen's father delivered a long speech, leaving Chen Ruoxue speechless. She suddenly realized that ever since the Chen group began to expand, the atmosphere in this large family had changed. When they were just a small company, they weren't as wealthy as they are now, but they supported each other, were united, and family gatherings were always full of laughter and joy. Now, despite their wealth multiplying tens and hundreds of times, living in villas and owning luxury cars, they could no longer find that warm atmosphere they once had. Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath. Grandfather, I understand what you're saying, but in many situations, we are no longer in control when things reach a certain point. There are things we don't want to do, but we must, and things we want to stop but can't because there are many factors pushing us not to stop. Chen's father nodded. Why can't you stop? The Chen family is making me enough money now, the scale is large enough, and if it grows further, you won't be able to handle it. In reality, Chen's father understood Chen Ruoxue's point, but he also knew the level of these people in the Chen family. Although the Chen group was rapidly developing, and Chen Lauren's worth had multiplied, many things couldn't be measured by money. The Chen family started their business with Chen's father's generation, coming from a background of poverty. Previous generations in the family were involved in business and politics, and they were exposed to a wealthier society from an early age. Their vision and insight were far-reaching. Compared to the offspring of prestigious families, the Chen family lacked long-term vision, insight, and experience. Chen's father believed that given the Chen family's level and abilities, maintaining their current scale was the wisest choice. If they continued to expand, they might not be able to handle it. Grandfather, I really can't stop. Chen Ruoxue shook her head again. Why can't you stop? Chen's grandfather frowned slightly. Sometimes, retreating in the face of a swift current is also a kind of wisdom. I just said, even if we want to stop, there are many factors that won't let us stop. The business world is like a battlefield, or it's survival of the fittest. When others are advancing and we stand still, we are actually falling behind, and will eventually be squeezed out. Moreover, when an enterprise develops to a certain scale, it's not as simple as just disbanding. On a larger scale, it has to fulfill certain social responsibilities. On a smaller scale, there are thousands of employees who depend on us for their livelihoods, representing thousands of families. Chen Ruoxue said a lot in one breath, using such a long paragraph to respond to Chen's grandfather. So, is that why you discarded Tian'er and drove him out of the Chen family? Chen's grandfather looked at Chen Ruoxue. But when Chen Ruoxue heard this topic, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She didn't want to discuss Zhiqiat too much, but Chen's grandfather seemed unable to let go of this matter. Grandfather, since you insist on knowing clearly, then I will tell you. Yes, that's exactly what happened. He has achieved nothing in the last 2 years, and couldn't help me develop the Chen family. Chen Ruoxue replied through gritted teeth. Chen's grandfather shook his head slightly. Some people, when they make a move, they shock the world. When they soar high. But he is not that kind of person. Chen Ruoxue immediately retorted. Why not? Chen's grandfather solely pointed to the TV screen, where Zhiqiat was on stage receiving cheers and applause. Seeing this scene, Chen Ruoxue fell silent immediately. She had to admit that Zhiqiat really made an impression today at the debate event, capturing the attention of the public. But Chen Ruoxue shook her head again after less than 5 seconds. If he can dominate the medical conference in the same way he did today, surpassing all the other doctors, then that would truly be an eye-opener. That would truly be soaring to the top. Before that, what he did today doesn't count for much. Chen's grandfather understood. After hearing this, no matter how much he said, Chen Ruoxue would not bring Zhiqiat back. This matter had already been settled, and no one could change it. Even if you need to separate for now, you shouldn't have said those things to him. Money is both a mirror for evil and a measure of the heart. In poverty, you see human nature. During decline, you see people's hearts. Tian'er hasn't achieved much in the past 2 years, but the attitudes of those around him are becoming clearer to him. If one day he rises again, you all will regret the decision you made today. Chen's grandfather shook his head slightly, taking back the bottle and pouring himself another glass of wine. I don't have the ability to regret because of him. Chen Ruoxue's tone carried a hint of disdain. Fine. Remember my words, then. From the moment Tian'er left the Chen family, it marks the beginning of the Chen family's decline. Chen's grandfather shook his head slightly, and his words made Chen Ruoxue couldn't help but feel that there might be some hidden secret between Chen's grandfather and Zhiqiat. Or perhaps, Chen's grandfather knew more about Zhiqiat than she did. Grandfather, I don't understand. Chen Ruoxue looked puzzled. At this point, Chen's grandfather stopped saying another word. He remembered the scene from 2 years ago when he first met Zitian. Sometimes, there are things that cannot be mentioned or spoken of. Don't come here again in the future. I'll be going back to the old house in the countryside for the next few days. When Chen's grandfather said this, Chen Raku widened her eyes in surprise. Grandfather, you. Before Chen Raku could finish her dissuading words, Chen's grandfather waved his hand to cut her off. I have made up my mind. There's no need to say more. Chen's grandfather waved his hand, making Chen Raku swallow the rest of her words. She knew that ultimately, it was because of driving Zitia out of the Chen family that made Chen's grandfather dissatisfied. But Chen Ruoxue couldn't give Chen's grandfather a satisfactory answer now, so she could only remain silent and not try to persuade him further. The two fell into a silent stalemate, and Chen's grandfather finished his wine in one gulp. Before I go, let me give you one more piece of advice. Chen's grandfather put down his glass. In the future, keep your distance from Li Yue and Liang Chow. Grandfather, why? Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brows and asked. Because I believe Tian'er won't deceive me. Chen's grandfather replied without hesitation. You are not good at playing mind games and can't outsmart them. Grandfather, rest assured, even if they want to harm me, your granddaughter is not a fool. Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly. You are wrong. This has nothing to do with being a fool or not. Were the ancient emperors foolish? Even they could be misled by treacherous officials and eunuchs, let alone you. After saying these words, Chen's grandfather slowly stood up. Grandfather, I think you have been misled by Zitia. You believe he won't deceive you. Do you know what he did to me a few days ago? He invited me to South River Park, then had people ambush me there and tried to harm me. If Liang Sha hadn't come to save me in time, your granddaughter might have really been in danger. When Chen Ruoxue mentioned this incident, she couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment towards Zitia. That's impossible. Chen's grandfather shook his head without hesitation. He might believe the sun rises in the west, but he absolutely didn't believe Zitia would do such a thing. Whether you believe it or not, it's true. The inspectorate has thoroughly investigated the matter, but I chose to forgive and withdraw the lawsuit, so the inspectorate didn't arrest him. So, even if I owed him something before, after this incident, I don't owe him anything anymore. Chen Ruoxue said each word seriously and emphatically. But if it turns out later that he didn't do it, wouldn't you still owe him? Chen's grandfather asked quietly. It's impossible. It was him. Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brows and shook her head. Chen's grandfather shook his head, then turned and walked back into the house. Go back. With these words, Chen's grandfather went back into his bedroom. Grandfather, believe me. Maybe he was decent before, but he has truly changed now. Chen Ruoxue shouted towards the bedroom. But it was clear that Chen's grandfather didn't want to say more to her. I really don't understand what spell Zitia has cast on you to make you believe in him so much. Chen Ruoxue stomped her foot in frustration, muttered a few words, then turned and walked outside. As soon as she stepped out of the gate, her phone in her pocket started ringing. Hello. Chen Ruoxue answered the phone. Comrade Chen, I'm Zhao Yongjun from the inspectorate. You didn't come to collect the information I asked you for earlier, did you? Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly at his words. No. I'm not interested in the results of your investigation, so I didn't bother to collect any information. Don't rush to refuse. This information is more important to you personally. I've already had my staff deliver it to your company. Please check it yourself. Zhao Yongjun couldn't be bothered to say more to Chen Ruoxue, and he hung up after saying that. Isn't this never going to end? Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brow. This wasn't the first time Zhao Yongjun had contacted her, and he had previously mentioned that the matter was not Ziqian's doing. Chen Ruoxue felt that it must be Zhao Yongjun's fear of the power of the Lu family that had led him to collude with Zitia to deceive her. Moreover, when she entered the debate venue today, she saw with her own eyes that the staff from the supervisory office were very polite to Zitia. All these signs indicated that Zitia had a good relationship with the supervisory office. This further confirmed Chen Ruoxue's previous speculations. Chen Ruoxue gritted her teeth slightly, then stepped into the car and immediately called Ziqian's number. I've already said that I won't pursue this matter anymore, but if you keep bothering me, don't blame me for continuing to appeal. Chen Ruoxue muttered to herself, prepared to clarify things with Zitia as a warning. However, when she made the call, there was no answer at all. signaling that her number had been blocked. Chen Ruoxue frowned, then tried calling Ziqia through his WeChat contacts. "You are not a friend of the other party," the screen displayed. Chen Ruoxue widened her eyes slightly. "Damn it, did you block all my contact methods?" At this moment, Chen Ruoxue felt a surge of anger with no outlet. "Fine, as you wish," Chen Ruoxue muttered angrily, then drove away. On the other side, by the lakeside villa, Ziqia was carefully placing the freshly brewed ointment into a ceramic dish. Even though Ziqia had blocked Chen Ruoxue, a reminder of a missed call popped up on his phone. However, Ziqia just glanced at it, then returned his focus to what he was doing. Soon, Ziqia applied some of the ointment on himself, then brought the remaining ointment to the backyard to apply it on Heifeng. After spending a few days together, Heifeng had grown even more affectionate towards Ziqia. Even when this particular ointment might cause some discomfort, Heifeng stayed still, as if knowing that Ziqia was treating its injuries. The ointment Ziqia made had a miraculous effect on external wounds. In just a few days, the gunshot wound on Ziqian's body had scabbed over, no longer needing bandages. The injuries inflicted on Heifeng by the horse trainers had also almost completely healed. However, seeing the state of the backyard, Ziqia couldn't help but feel exasperated. The yard of this villa used to be filled with many precious plants and flowers, each worth thousands. Although Ziqia wasn't fond of gardening and didn't take care of them much, he could still appreciate the scenery. But now, all the plants and flowers in the yard had been completely consumed by Heifeng, especially the top-quality lucky bamboo plant. Even its branches had been chewed to pieces by Heifeng. "Are you a giant panda?" Ziqia was speechless, raised his palm, and clapped at Heifeng. "Hui hui hui." Heifeng seemed to be provoking Ziqia, deliberately making a sound towards him, then bolted away. Ziqia shook his head, turned back inside, and as he reached the table, his phone suddenly rang. Ziqia thought it was Chen Ruoxue calling from a new number, about to hang up, but then realized it was Chen's grandfather. Ever since the day he left the Chen family, Chen's grandfather had called him several times, but Ziqia hadn't answered any of them. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ziqia answered the call. He was ready to explain things to Chen's grandfather. "Grandpa, if you're calling to advise me, there's no need." Ziqia expressed his attitude before Chen's grandfather could speak. If Chen's grandfather called to speak on behalf of the family or persuade him to return, Ziqia would hang up without hesitation. "Tian'er, you've misunderstood." Chen's grandfather's voice sounded a bit hoarse. Ziqia furrowed his brows upon hearing this, but remained silent. "Grandpa just wants to tell you, don't come to our side anymore. I'm planning to go back to the countryside. I might settle down there for retirement." Chen's grandfather's words deepened Ziqian's frown, and he quickly understood Chen's grandfather's intent. "Grandpa, don't say anything. I won't persuade you, and you don't need to persuade me." Chen's grandfather interrupted Ziqia, laughing. "People often say that fallen leaves return to their roots. I'm getting old, and I want to go back to the old house. I used to think I still had some energy left, could give advice to the younger generations, but now, I see they don't need my advice anymore. Since I'm no longer of any use, I might as well go back." Hearing Chen's grandfather's words, Ziqia felt a hint of desolation mixed with guilt. The desolation stemmed from Chen's grandfather, who was once an authoritative figure in the Chen family, but was now being ignored, losing his voice completely. This hero's late years feeling could truly bring a sense of desolation to one's heart. And the guilt stemmed from the fact that he knew about Chen's grandfather's current situation, and it was partially connected to him. In these past 2 years, because of him, Chen's grandfather had scolded Chen Liren and others multiple times, leading them to feel resentment towards Chen's grandfather for favoring Ziqia, thus sparking their animosity towards him. While Ziqia could debate eloquently and excel in discussions, at this moment, he felt like there was a lump in his throat, rendering him speechless. "Tian'er, I want to apologize to you. 2 years ago, I only thought that you and Ruoxue were a perfect match and could have a great story, so I did everything I could, even to the point of being insistent, to match you two together. Thinking about it now, my actions were indeed too selfish, without considering your and Ruoxue's feelings. This caused Ruoxue to hold a grudge against me all these years, and you suffered a lot of grievances." Chen's grandfather sighed heavily, now in his twilight years, helpless in many situations. His words hit Ziqian's heart slightly. In the vast Chen family, there was only Chen's grandfather who had such insight, far beyond the other family members. Grandpa, all those things have passed, and I hold no grudge against you, Zichia replied softly. Even if you hold a grudge against me, that's justified. But Tianer, if you hold a grudge, it should be against me or the entire Chen family, but you must not hold it against Ruoxue. She is not what you imagine her to be. Upon hearing Chen's grandfather's words, a cold glint passed through Ziqian's eyes. Zichia was willing to listen to anything else Chen's grandfather had to say, but he would not listen to this, because it was due to Ruoxue that he had married into the Chen family. Whether it was Wang Qiufang or the other members of the Chen family, their attitude towards Zichia ultimately depended on Ruoxue. It was because Ruoxue treated Zichia with indifference that the others in the Chen family dared to mock him in front of Zichia. At the end of the day, all the treatment Zichia received in the past 2 years was completely because of Chen Ruoxue. Why couldn't he blame Chen Ruoxue? With Ziqian's personality, he wouldn't let himself live in resentment every day, but that doesn't mean he would forgive her. Grandpa, when are you going back? Do you want me to send you? After a few seconds of silence, Zichia changed the topic. Qian, don't find me nagging. There are many things you don't know. If it weren't for Ruoxue back then, you. Chen Grandpa wanted to say something but hesitated. Zichia frowned when he heard this. He was still suffering from amnesia, and there were many things he couldn't remember, but those things were unrelated to the Chen family and Chen Ruoxue. However, from his 2 years of life with the Chen family, he knew very well how Chen Ruoxue and the Chen family treated him. He kept everything in his heart. Grandpa, please don't say anything. What needs to be said, I have already said that day. Whether it's about the Chen family or Chen Ruoxue, I have no guilt in my heart these 2 years. Hearing Ziqian's words, Chen Grandpa knew that no matter how much more he said, it would be in vain. I know. Then, I won't say anything. With a long sigh, Chen Grandpa hung up the phone. Zichia gently put down his phone and looked silently outside. He truly held no resentment towards Chen Grandpa. Initially, it was Chen Grandpa who insisted on matching him with Chen Ruoxue, but his intentions were good. Later, the cold treatment he received, he couldn't blame Chen Grandpa. After all, in a strict sense, Zichia himself had reasons for it. Before he recovered his memory, he acted very low-key and cautious. Even after he cured people, he made sure not to disclose his identity. The contract he helped the Chen family to secure was never mentioned. This led the Chen family, including Chen Ruoxue, to think of Zichia as a useless person. From any perspective, one cannot blame Chen Grandpa. Zichia had no regrets about his low-key life in the past 2 years. In one's lifetime, one sees the true faces of friends in times of prosperity and adversity. His low-key approach allowed him to see the true faces of those around him in the past 2 years and greatly fortified his mindset. Perhaps, if I had revealed all the truth to you from the beginning, you wouldn't have treated me with disdain, and I wouldn't have ended up divorcing Chen Ruoxue. But then, how could I see your true faces? If everyone around me is insincere, if I were to fall on hard times in the future, it might be even more tragic than my current situation. Ziqian's voice was cold and low. Chen Ruoxue said she didn't regret her decision, and Zichia wouldn't regret any of his decisions. In the end, who was right and who was wrong? On the other side, at the Chen Group Company, it was almost time to get off work. However, everyone was busy with the medical conference these days, so they hadn't left yet. Following the usual practice during this time, there would definitely be a meeting before they left work. Has the president not returned yet? At this time, Li Yue was the first one back to the company. After they parted ways, Chen Ruoxue went to Chen Grandpa's place, while Li Yue went to coordinate other matters with Liang Chow. Not yet. A female employee shook her head and said, "By the way, Secretary Li, the officials from the Supervisory Commission came to find President Chen just now." Officials from the Supervisory Commission? Why did they come? Li Yu's eyebrows furrowed immediately upon hearing this. I don't know. The female employee shook her head slightly. I told them President Chen wasn't here, and they said they were here to deliver something to President Chen. Deliver something? Li Yu's heart sank upon hearing this and she asked, "What is it? Where is it?" I put it on the president's desk. The female employee pointed to the president's office. I see. Li Yue nodded and then walked towards the president's office. Other employees took it in stride, as they all knew about Li Yu's relationship with Chen Ruoxue. Li Yue was the only one who dared to enter Chen Ruoxue's office without knocking. Li Yue opened the office door, went in, closed the door gently, and then walked towards the desk. If the officials from the Supervisory Commission were looking for Chen Ruoxue, it must be related to the case from earlier. Li Yue was more familiar with the case than the Supervisory Commission. Had they found something? The more Li Yue thought about it, the faster her heartbeat became. Soon, she arrived at the desk and saw a small box. This box was square, a bit bigger than a matchbox, with a seal of the Supervisory Commission on it. What is this? Li Yue picked up the box and carefully examined it, giving it a slight shake. The box made a clear clinking sound, indicating there was something small inside. Under normal circumstances, Li Yue wouldn't bother to check what was inside. However, since this case was related to her and Lian Chow, she had to open it and see. Li Yue hesitated for 2 seconds looking at the seal, then reached out to tear it open. Even though this seal meant that only Chen Ruoxue could open it, given the relationship she had with Chen Ruoxue, she knew Chen Ruoxue wouldn't mind. With this thought in mind, Li Yue had no psychological burden. I want to see what's inside. If it's something detrimental to me and Lian Chow, I'd rather deal with it in advance. With that in mind, Li Yue pinched the corner of the seal and was about to tear it open. President, you're back. Good timing. We are going to have a meeting shortly. Suddenly, a voice from outside made Li Yue's hand tremble. Li Yue didn't have time to think much. She hurriedly tried to put the small box into her pocket. Just then, Chen Ruoxue pushed the door open and saw Li Yue at a glance. Ruoxue. Li Yue quickly turned her back to Chen Ruoxue, placing one hand behind her. What are you doing? Why do you look so bad? Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly, noticing that something was off with Li Yue's expression. Oh, the elevator broke down just now. I climbed the stairs up. It exhausted me. Li Yue casually explained, then asked, why are you just coming back now? Oh, nothing important. Chen Ruoxue waved her hand. Her conversation with Chen Laoyi was unpleasant. She didn't want to say too much either. Okay. Li Yue nodded lightly, trying to take the opportunity to put the small box into her pocket without Chen Ruoxue noticing. Oh, by the way, the inspectors from the supervisory office called me just now, saying they sent some information. Did you see it? Chen Ruoxue looked on her desk, then opened a drawer to look for it. Upon hearing this, Li Yue instantly abandoned the idea of stuffing the item into her pocket. If Chen Ruoxue didn't know about this, she could have hidden the item completely, and even if Chen Ruoxue asked about it later, she could pretend not to know. But now, since Chen Ruoxue knew that the supervisory office had sent her something and the item was on the desk, and there was no one else in the office except Li Yue, if the item went missing, she would definitely be the primary suspect. What item? Is it this one? Li Yue deliberately stretched out her hand to the table beside, and then opened her palm, revealing the small box. It should be. Chen Ruoxue took it in her hand, looked it over, and was about to open the box. Just as she was halfway through opening it, the door was knocked. Chairman, Secretary Li, the chairman has called for a meeting of the management team, and now only the two of you are left. An employee knocked on the door and said to both Chen Ruoxue and Li Yue, all right, we'll be right there. Chen Ruoxue nodded quickly, and casually opened a drawer to put the box inside, then rushed to the meeting room with Li Yue. The night passed quietly. The next day, at the lakeside villa, Jinga was on the phone with Zitiat, discussing matters related to the medical congress. Since the end of the debate yesterday, the medical congress in Tianhai City was back on track to be held. In the following days, the three top figures in Tianhai naturally had to make all pre-match preparations. Not only were the top figures in Tianhai preparing, but also the various companies qualified to compete were intensifying their preparations in these last 3 days. Mr. Z, the main problem right now is that so far, we don't know what the assessment content is. So before that, we and all the participants can only prepare as much as possible. After Jinga finished speaking, Zitia nodded in understanding. This medical congress was an important test, and any knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine could be included. It was certain that the assessment content could not be revealed before the competition started, otherwise, it would be an open book exam, and that would be meaningless. Just like in the college entrance examination, even though there were only so many questions on a test paper, and even though only one question from so many in their textbooks would be selected, they still had to study the entire book and all the courses. Because no one knew which question would be asked, And if the assessment content was disclosed in advance, then those who were not proficient in a particular aspect would focus on that specific topic, which would be unfair. If even you three top figures cannot get the assessment content in advance, how can you make corresponding preparations? Zhijie asked after pondering for a few seconds. We are responsible for finding a suitable venue, and this venue will be completely sealed off in the last 3 days. At that time, the inspection officials from the Yi family will come, bringing with them the equipment and other items that may be used in the medical congress. It won't be until the official start of the competition that we will know the assessment content. Jinga patiently explained to Zhijie. Although the information she provided was very comprehensive and detailed, the assessment content for each session of the medical congress would vary greatly. Jinga had heard that the Yi family attached great importance to the assessment content, and they would make changes according to the actual situation. As of now, the assessment content might not have been completely finalized by the Yi family. I see, Zhijie nodded. In reality, the more rigorous and strict the Yi family organized the medical congress, the more it ensured fairness and justice. Just like the college entrance examination in the Dragon Nation, not only was the examination process very strict, but also when grading the papers after the exam, the teachers responsible for grading were sent to areas without signals, and all mobile phones and electronic devices were surrendered to prevent any contact with the outside world. After all, for many students, the college entrance examination was the only chance to change their destiny and had to be kept strictly fair. Similarly, this medical congress was also the chance for numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to change their fate. Whether they remained mundane or soared to greatness depended on this congress, so fairness and justice had to be maintained. Mr. Z, in fact, this is a good thing. If we knew the assessment content beforehand, we three top figures would definitely inform our participants. This way, it would be very unfair to other individual participants. Jinga's thoughts coincided with Ziqian's. That's true, Zhijie nodded. But Mr. Z, we should respect the rules of the competition, but based on this, we should try to make as much preparation as possible. Do you have time this afternoon? I'd like to take you to visit a senior. Jinga said mysteriously. What kind of senior? Zhijie asked with a smile. In the previous medical congress, he was the #1 in the Tianhai City subdistrict. Not only is he very knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine theory, but he is also familiar with the entire process of the medical congress. After Jinga finished speaking, Zhijie did show some interest. Through the debate yesterday, Zhijie did find that he was somewhat lacking in knowledge about traditional Chinese medical theory. That's why during the debate, he deliberately steered the conversation away from arguing with those Western medicine proponents. And now, if there was someone who was proficient in medical theory, Zhijie naturally wanted to discuss with them. After all, mastering a specialty was necessary. Ziqian's practical medical skills were indeed very high, but he felt a bit weak in this area. Mr. Z, do you have time? Jinga asked again. I do. Zhijie nodded in agreement. As all the participants were making as many preparations as possible, he couldn't be arrogant, lest he suffer losses because of these things. Then the 7-leaf evergreen vine, which he desired, would be taken by others. Okay. Then let's say this. I'll find you in the afternoon. Jinga nodded and hung up the phone. Time passed quickly. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jinga arrived on time to pick up Zhijie and then headed to the southern district. The geography of Tianhai City was very nice, surrounded by water on two sides, with green hills to the west, facing a flowing river to the east, and connecting to Qiandao Lake to the north. Although there were no large natural lakes in the southern district, the artificially excavated Nan River had a wide river area. The person Zhijie and Jinga were going to visit lived in this area. When passing by Nanhe Park, Zhijie glanced out the window and furrowed his brow slightly. This place was not unfamiliar to him. During the time when he had just married Chen Ruoxue, life was relatively peaceful, and they often came here to play. However, everything changed when Chen Ruoxue took over the Chen Group's business as the new CEO. The last time Chen Ruoxue got into trouble was also at this place. Mr. Z, what's wrong? Jinga noticed that Ziqian's expression was off and quickly asked. Nothing. Zhijie averted his gaze and didn't say much. He had suffered serious injuries trying to save Chen Ruoxue last time and still hadn't fully recovered. However, in the end, Chen Ruoxue believed the slander and thought he was the mastermind behind everything, which Zichia found absurd. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Since Chen Ruoxue firmly believed in Lian Chow and Li Yue, he would wait to see what Lian Chow would bring to Chen Ruoxue in the end. Alright. Seeing that Zichia didn't want to say more, Lu Jingyao didn't continue to press. Soon, the two arrived at their destination. Lu Jingyao had made prior arrangements, so they went straight into the courtyard. After seeing each other, Zichia exchanged a few words with the person, confirming that this trip was indeed worthwhile. This Chinese medicine practitioner with the surname J was incomparable to ordinary scholars. With a pot of tea, Zichia started conversing with the person, while Lu Jingyao remained quietly by the side, occasionally pouring tea for them. Time passed by, and after 2 hours, Zichia's conversation with the person was coming to an end. It had to be said that Zichia benefited greatly from this visit. Although Zichia was highly skilled in medicine, he lacked the years of experience that these scholars specialized in traditional Chinese medicine had. Through many years of contemplation in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, these scholars had insights that couldn't be learned from books. It seems that I was a bit arrogant before. Indeed, the Chinese medicine circle is not lacking in extraordinary practitioners. Zichia said goodbye to Lu Jingyao and walked away, expressing his admiration. In my heart, Mr. Z will always be the most amazing. Lu Jingyao flattered, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. Zichia chuckled, shaking his head, and said, I need to make time to visit Mr. Chen Jitan again. I am sure I can learn a lot from him through exchanging views. Alright, I'll contact him for you when I get back. Lu Jingyao immediately agreed. Zichia didn't refuse because despite knowing Mr. Chen Jitan, he had only met him once, and in comparison, the Lu family held a more significant position. As they chatted and walked, they quickly arrived at the entrance. Just as they were about to leave the gate, they saw 2 cars approaching, an imported MPV and a pure white Mercedes-Benz G63. The car doors opened, and 4 individuals stepped out. Zichia and Lu Jingyao immediately furrowed their brows upon seeing them. The people coming out of the cars were not strangers to them. Chen Ruoxue, Lian Chow, Zhong Chen, and Lin Yan, surrounded by several bodyguards. Lu Jingyao figured out what was going on after some thought. It seems they are grooming Zhong Chen as a key player. Lu Jingyao whispered softly. Indeed, Lin Yan couldn't possibly work with Lian Chow together on tasks due to his status. Lin Yan highly valued Zhong Chen, who was a promising seed player for the Lin family. Additionally, Lin Yan had considered Chen Ruoxue as his prey, so he wouldn't miss an opportunity to be around her. Otherwise, with Lian Chow's status, he wouldn't have the qualifications to work with him. I have already made an appointment with Mr. J. Let's go in. Lian Chow smiled broadly, completely submissive in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan nodded and prepared to lead the group inside. However, upon raising their heads, they noticed Zichia and Lu Jingyao standing at the entrance. Damn it! Lin Yan squinted slightly, letting out a cold chuckle, while Lian Chow, who hadn't intended to speak, quickly gained confidence upon hearing Lin Yan speak. Lin Yan, I apologize. I had checked the almanac before leaving today, but who knew misfortune would follow us? Sorry. When we return, I'll treat you to a visit to the eye doctor. The conversation between the two made it pretty evident that they were targeting Zichia. Lu Jingyao frowned and was about to step forward but was stopped by Zichia. It wasn't the time to confront Lin Yan directly. One shouldn't act impulsively when facing adversaries like the Lin family. Before getting the 7-leaf evergreen, Zichia had to be cautious in dealing with the Lin family. Let's go. Zichia glanced at Lin Yan and prepared to leave with Lu Jingyao. Seeing that Zichia didn't respond as he used to, Lian Chow smirked even more. He knew Zichia didn't have the guts to challenge Lin Yan head-on, otherwise, why didn't he dare to respond when verbally attacked? However, Lian Chow didn't want to let Zichia off that easily even if he backed down. He signaled for the rest of the group to form a line and walked forward. This blocked Zichia and Lu Jingyao's path. Are you done? Zichia furrowed his brows slightly. You think you're finished, so what? Lin Yan didn't hesitate to continue the provocation. He was someone who held grudges. Last time at Taihua Hotel, Zichia had insulted him, even making threats, which Lin Yan held a strong resentment against. Considering Zichia was associated with the Lu family, who were enemies of the Lin family, this escalated their enmity. Initially, Lin Yan didn't plan on acting out against someone like Zhiqia, considering him a minor player. However, since they couldn't directly deal with the Lu family, Lin Yan chose to humiliate their representative in front of Lu Jinyao. Zhiqia became the obvious target. With a cold smile on his face, Lin Yan, along with Liang Chow, Zhang Chen, and the others, looked disdainfully at the situation. Zhiqia had shown his bravery against Liang Chow and Zhang Chen before. Would he now dare to challenge Lin Yan? Chen Ruoxue glanced at Zhiqia expressionlessly, understanding that Zhiqia had been acting boldly lately due to Lu Jinya's support. However, Liang Chow feared Lu Jinya while Lin Yan did not. If Zhiqia dared to stand up to Lin Yan, the latter would definitely make him regret it. Lin Yan, you're going overboard. Lu Jinya glared coldly at Lin Yan. What? Does Miss Lu want to turn against me for this trash? Lin Yan turned slowly, a hint of provocation in his eyes as he looked at Lu Jinya. Lu Jinya's face turned even colder. Looking at Lin Yan's provoking gaze, she really wanted to confront Lin Yan in one go. However, thinking about the instructions from Grandpa Li and Lu Jianlin, she gritted her teeth and ultimately remained silent. Hehe. Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. Liang Chow and others were filled with disdain. Zhiqia was assertive, and Lu Jinya was also strong as she had the backing of the Lu family. No matter how dominant they were, in front of Lin Yan, they all had to meekly lower their heads. Even though Lin Yan was provoking and humiliating Zhiqia and Lu Jinya, they dared not say much. Lu Jinyao, the Lu family, is considered a prestigious family in Tianhai City. How could you, as a young lady of the Lu family, fall for such a waste? Lin Yan pointed at Zhiqia. What are you talking about? Lu Jinya's expression was extremely unpleasant. Am I talking nonsense? What else would you call someone who hides behind women and acts like a coward? Lin Yan's words made Liang Chow and others burst into laughter, full of mockery. After all, it was a fact that now, in their encounter, Zhiqia remained silent throughout, and it was Lu Jinyao who engaged in the conversation with Lin Yan. This indeed made Zhiqia appear cowardly. It was evident that Lin Yan deliberately wanted to provoke Zhiqia to make him confrontational. This would give Lin Yan enough reason to act against Zhiqia. To Lin Yan's surprise, Zhiqia remained composed. Even when Lin Yan pushed him to his limits, Zhiqia remained unfazed, as if these matters were of no concern to him. Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly. If it were the previous Zhiqia, she would have found it normal. However, considering the changes in Zhiqia recently, she had witnessed his straightforward and violent actions. Yet today, he showed remarkable restraint. What did this signify? It indicated that Zhiqia understood the vast disparity between himself and Lin Yan of the Lin family, hence his reluctance to act as decisively as before. Simply put, in the face of Lin Yan, Zhiqia was indeed showing cowardice. During this period, you have been so aloof, I thought there was nobody you were afraid of. Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly, with a hint of disdain. Zhiqia, are you only bold when facing me and Liang Chow? As the young lady of the Lu family, how could you be involved with such a waste? Lin Yan's remarks grew more outrageous. He was intentionally trying to provoke Zhiqia, and seeing Zhiqia remain silent only fueled his aggression. Lu Jinyao, I hope you understand one thing. My issue is only with Zhiqia, not the Lu family. If you choose to stand against me for this waste, then it's your family who initiated the provocation. Lin Yan turned his head slowly, his words meaningful. Mr. Z is a participant from my Lu family and an esteemed guest. Targeting Mr. Z is targeting the Lu family. Lu Jinyao's eyes turned icy, her response cutting. Lu Miss, isn't your tone inappropriate? Liang Chow wanted to interject. Do you even have the right to speak? What are you? Lu Jinyao snapped back. Lu Jinyao, what do you mean by this? You said Zhiqia is from your Lu family, so I can't target him. Liang Chow is from my Lin family. Can you insult him like this? Your double standards are quite effective. Lin Yang retorted with what Lu Jinyao said earlier. You. Lu Jinyao gritted her teeth. Ultimately, the reason was that her Lu family's status was inferior to the Lin family's. When the power and status were unequal, no matter how outspoken she was, she dared not utter anything too harsh. Stop. Zhiqia intervened softly, halting Lu Jinyao. What? Are you finally daring to speak up? I thought you would remain a coward. Lin Yan sneered, turning to look at Zhiqia. Liang Chow and others were also taunting, waiting to see if Zhiqia would confront Lin Yang. However, Zhiqia simply locked eyes with Lin Yang for a moment, then grabbed Lin Yan's arm, slowly stepping aside to make way. It was evident that he was bowing his head in submission. Ha ha ha. Liang Chow suddenly burst into laughter. Zhong Chen also showed a disdainful smile. Had it not been for Li Yu's absence, the laughter would probably have been louder. Zichia, are you scared of someone too? Didn't you say no one could overpower you before? Why are you suddenly afraid? This doesn't seem like your style. Ha ha ha. Liang Chow pointed at Zichia, oozing contempt. Liang Chow, being endorsed by Lin Yan at that moment, epitomized the phrase to show off like a peacock. Moreover, instead of stopping him, Lin Yan nodded in agreement. He wanted to channel all his hatred towards the Le family onto Zichia, deliberately provoking and humiliating the Le family's participant in front of Lin Yan. Additionally, Lin Yan was very interested in Chen Ruoxue, humiliating Chen Ruoxue's ex-husband in front of her, even stomping him underfoot, gave him a perverse sense of pleasure. Mr. Z. Lin Yan looked at Zichia through gritted teeth, her anger simmering. It's okay, don't mind the dogs barking. Zichia shook his head slightly, then took another step back and stepped out of the way, leaving the path entirely clear. Everyone present felt that Zichia had shown remarkable restraint. Head. Don't you like to solve problems with force? I see today, you seem incapable of standing up. Liang Cao's arrogance grew, even walking up to Zichia. Zichia remained unfazed, not even looking at Liang Cao. Just a waste. Such a person wants to participate in the medical competition. After I return, I will discuss with my father and reconsider the list of participants. Lin Yan sneered, with a disdainful tone. Upon hearing this, Zichia, who had been silent, slowly raised his head, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The reason why he held back against Lin Yan was to not let this incident affect his participation in the medical competition. In other words, Zichia tolerated Lin Yan for the sake of the competition. However, if Lin Yan aimed at Zichian's eligibility to compete, what reason did Zichia have to continue tolerating? What's with that look? What? Do you want to fight me? Lin Yan stepped up to Zichia, his eyes filled with mockery. He was sure that Zichia dared not touch him. This was also the same thought held by the few bodyguards Lin Yan brought, so they stood on the side. The scene was quiet. Everyone's gaze was focused on Zichia and Lin Yan. Although Liang Cao and others were very certain that Zichia would not dare to make a move against Lin Yan, they still wanted to see how Zichia would respond. I've said it before. If you know what's good for you, don't provoke me. After pondering for a few seconds, Zichia slowly spoke these words. Throughout this process, his eyes remained fixed on Lin Yan. Provoke me? A bottom-run member of society like you dares to say provoke to my face? Lin Yan shook his head, sneering. The term provoke was used in situations where there was little difference in strength between both sides. As for someone like Zichia, at the bottom rung of society, easily crushed by Lin Yan, he had no right to use a word like provoke. A flash of killing intent passed through Zichian's eyes. Initially wanting to make peace and repeatedly giving in, but the other party was unrelenting, even escalating the situation. In society, sometimes being too accommodating and polite wouldn't earn equal treatment, it would rather make the other party think you are a weak pushover. Clearly, in Lin Yan's eyes at this moment, Zichia was just that. Mr. Z. Lin Yan was feeling extremely frustrated at this moment. She wanted Zichia to take action, but was also worried about the consequences, so she couldn't make up her mind. It's obvious that you really want to hit me. Well, here's your chance. If you have the guts, come hit me. Lin Yan pointed to his head, looking at Zichia with disdain. I'm giving you a chance. Are you that useless? Before Zichia could reply, Lin Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Zichian's collar. With a swift motion of his arm, he pulled Zichia forward. I touched you. Do you dare touch me? I made the first move. Do you dare retaliate? Lin Yan grabbed Zichian's collar with his left hand and coldly pointed at Zichian's nose with his right hand. At this moment, Liang Cao and Zhong Chen couldn't stop sneering. While Chen Ruoxue's expression was complex, the current situation vividly illustrated how important power and status were in today's society. Regardless of how radiant Zichia was at the debate yesterday, or how much attention he received, or his high reputation in the traditional Chinese medicine circle, in front of Lin Yan, he was still nothing. Even if Lin Yan made a move against him, he wouldn't dare to resist. Seeing Zichia being humiliated like this, Chen Raku bit her lip, feeling uneasy. Lin Xiao, perhaps, don't plead for this waste of a coward. The more you plead, the more I want to crush him. Lin Yan's face was full of sinister laughter. Humiliating ZTA in front of his ex-wife made Lin Yan feel extremely delighted. Ruoxue, stay silent. Chen Ruoxue wanted to say something but was interrupted by Liang Chow, who raised his hand. If you upset Lin Xiao, we won't even think about participating in the medical competition. Do you want to ruin this last chance for the sake of this useless person? Hearing this, Chen Ruoxue instantly wilted and dared not say another word. See? Even I treat you like this, but you still don't dare to hit me, because you know, as a bottom-run member of society, you can't afford to hit back. People like you, delivery guys, and security guards looking after the entrance are all at the bottom of society. For people like you, hitting you would at most require some compensation. But if you bottom-run garbage dared to hit me, including your parents, you all would have to kneel and beg me. With this statement, Lan Jinga was greatly infuriated. She called out, but Lin Yan paid no attention to her, his eyes fixed on Zitia. That disdainful gaze made him seem like a lofty prince, while Zitia was merely the lowest peasant. At this moment, the coldness in Zitian's eyes grew stronger. Everyone has parents, and parents give life. However humiliating one might be to others, disrespecting one's parents is intolerable. This is the bottom line for being a human. Zitia might not know where his parents are, but he also has parents. Lin Yan's humiliation struck directly at that bottom line. Oh, my bad. I forgot. You're an orphan, right? I want to tell you, even if you have parents, they would still have to kneel and beg me. Lin Yan once again pulled Ziqian's collar towards him, his eyes full of mockery. So what? You want my life? Ziqia slowly raised his head, a chilling stare in his eyes. Lin Yan was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. You want my life? Ha ha. Lin Yan laughed, joined by Liang Chow and the others. In the city of Tianhai, anyone daring to speak those words to Lin Yan was truly the first. But to them, Ziqian's threatening words were simply a big joke. Just by moving a finger against me, your parents would have to kneel and beg me. Do you dare to kill me? Where do you get the courage to say such things? Lin Yan suddenly stopped laughing, pointed at Ziqia and cursed loudly, then raised his palm to slap Ziqian's face. Smack. A crisp impact sounded. Lin Yan's wrist was accurately grabbed by Ziqian's hand. Feeling the strength in Ziqian's grip, Lin Yan frowned. Ziqian's palm felt like a steel tiger clamp, rendering his arm immobile. Let go. What? You dare to hit me? Lin Yan struggled a few times, but couldn't break free, and he was starting to panic. Why must you have face at the expense of losing face? Why must you be so relentless, pushing yourself to your own doom? Ziqia shook his head slightly, then suddenly released Lin Yan's hand, and in the next moment, his arm rose and was about to slap Lin Yan. Ziqia. Don't do it. Mr. Z. At this moment, Chen Ruoxue and Lu Jinga exclaimed one after the other. Lin Yan, he was absolutely untouchable. As the head of the three giants in Tianhai City, the Lin family was akin to the emperor of the land, and Lin Yan, as the young master of the Lin family, was like the crown prince. If Ziqian's slap were to land on him, what serious consequences would it provoke? At that time, Zitia wouldn't merely be unable to stay in Tianhai City, he might not even have a chance at survival. Hehe. Zitia raised his arm in the air, shaking his head with a cold smile. Playing rough with someone who doesn't know what's good for them. Why not keep up the act until the Lunar New Year? With those words, Ziqian's arm decisively fell and landed a harsh slap on Lin Yan's face. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, watching Ziqian's palm smack Lin Yan's face resoundingly. Accompanied by a crisp slap sound, everyone in the room jolted. Lin Yan was pushed back several steps by Ziqian's slap. The whole place fell into dead silence. Lin Yan clutched his face as if in a daze. Liang Cha and Zhong Chen looked on in shock, while Chen Ruoxue and Lu Jinyao's minds were buzzing. Lin Yan's bodyguards were momentarily stunned, forgetting what they should do. They couldn't believe that Lin Yan, the eldest son of the Tianhai Lin family, had been hit. Who was Lin Yan? He was the eldest son of the Tianhai Lin family, one of the top 3 powerful families in Tianhai City, with connections so deep that not even the other 2 giants in the city could match them. They had significant influence even in the capital and the military. Such an influential figure, with connections that reached the sky, Even the bigwigs in Tianhai City's political circles had to be respectful towards them. As the eldest son of the Lin family, it was not an exaggeration to call Lin Yan the crown prince of Tianhai City. In the second-generation circles of Tianhai City, whether in business or official circles, all the second-generation members followed Lin Yan's lead. Even the seasoned business tycoons in their 50s and 60s would bow and address him respectfully as young Master Lin when they saw him. A figure of such noble status, others would not even dare speak loudly to him, let alone raise a hand against him. How could it be possible that he was being assaulted by someone? But the reality was that Lin Yan had indeed been slapped, and the vicious slap made his nose bleed. What the hell are you all standing around for? Liang Chow was the first to react, yelling at the bodyguards. By this time, the bodyguards finally came to their senses and rushed towards Ziqie. However, Ziqie didn't even spare them a glance and continued approaching Lin Yan. Sometimes, the result of one slap was the same as 100 slaps, and since Ziqie had already provoked Lin Yan, he might as well go all the way. All of you, stop. At that moment, Lin Yan suddenly shouted, halting the bodyguards in their tracks. Ziqie, do you know what you're doing? No one moves, I'll stand right here. Ziqie, if you have the guts, take another swing at me. Lin Yan was furious, unable to believe that someone in Tianhai City would dare to lay a hand on him. He wanted to see if Ziqie truly had that courage. If you've got the guts, hit me again. Lin Yan pointed at Ziqie, his eyes filled with anger. At this point, you're still showing off. Then let me satisfy you. Ziqie grabbed Lin Yan by the collar and forcefully pulled him closer. When Lin Yan was within reach, Ziqie raised his arm without hesitation and delivered another hard slap. Smack. This slap left a red palm print on Lin Yan's face. Still acting tough, huh? As Ziqie spoke, he delivered another slap. From the last conversation at Taihua Hotel to today, every time Lin Yan had shown superiority in front of Ziqie, that condescending air as if Ziqie was beneath him, like an ant he could squash at any moment. But now, Ziqie, the ant in his eyes, was unabashedly beating him. Ziqie had endured Lin Yan's attitude for a long time, but there's a saying, there's only so much one can take. After repeated avoidance tactics resulting in increased pressure from Lin Yan, Ziqie had decided he wouldn't endure any longer. And now that he had laid hands on Lin Yan, he might as well continue in full force. Where's your Richard Mille watch worth over 10 million? Can it save you from a beating? Ziqie grabbed Lin Yan's wrist, then used the watch on his wrist to strike Lin Yan's mouth forcefully. Ah! Lin Yan let out a cry of pain, as two of his front teeth were knocked out by the steel chain of the watch. What about your wealth, your power, your influential background? Can they save you from getting beaten up? Ziqie was returning all the humiliation he had faced tenfold. Smack, smack, smack. One slap followed another. Lin Yan continued to scream in agony, his face swelling, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. A pitiful sight. Initially, Lin Yan wanted to fight back, but before he could raise his arm, Ziqie grabbed him and used his own hand to deliver a fierce slap. In the end, Lin Yan could only huddle with his hands covering his head, completely defenseless. At that moment, Liang Chow and Zhong Chen were stunned. They had never imagined Ziqie would actually dare to publicly beat Lin Yan. In Chen Ruoxue and Lu Jinyao's minds, a thought emerged. This is bad. It's all over now. Even if Ziqie had been provoked and used harsh words against Lin Yan, Lu Jinya would have done her best to resolve the situation. But now, Ziqie had actually resorted to physical violence. Once physical violence occurred, the situation had changed. Even in legal terms, the penalties for fighting and physical violence were vastly different. And now, Ziqie had not only resorted to physical violence against Lin Yan, a member of the prestigious Lin family, but also inflicted severe harm. How would this situation end? Lu Jingya bit her lip slightly, realizing that it was too late to say anything now that things had already escalated. What the hell are you standing around for? Kill him! Lin Yan, hands covering his head, shouted angrily at the bodyguards. Previously, he had insisted on acting tough, forbidding these people from intervening, but now he had to seek help from the bodyguards. Let go of young Master Lin. One of the bodyguards roared and charged towards Ziqie. Let go of him, or do you want us to hit you? Ziqie whirled around, and his arm swung fiercely. Smack, smack, smack. Ziqian's arm was like a flexible stick, instantly forcing all three bodyguards to step back. Sit down. The last bodyguard who had just approached was seized by the neck by Zhia and lifted off the ground before being forcefully slammed down. These Western bodyguards were all experienced fighters, but in Ziqian's hands, they couldn't even last 10 seconds and were all defeated. Before anyone could react, Zhia stepped forward again, actively engaging with the remaining bodyguards. Dang, dang, bang. Zhia moved among the bodyguards like a tiger among sheep, agile and swift, confusing everyone with his movements. In less than a minute, all the Western bodyguards were lying on the ground, while Zhia stood unscathed in his place. Lin Yan gasped in shock. He knew better than anyone how formidable the combat capability of these Western bodyguards was. Yet despite their ferocity, the combined group could not inflict even the slightest injury on Zhia. Fire your guns. Shoot him dead. Lin Yan was seething with rage, and regardless of the strict regulations on firearms in Lone Wo, he was determined to resort to them. He had lost his rationality and was intent on eliminating Zhia at all costs. Hearing Lin Yan's command, two of the bodyguards reached for their waists. Zhia, you are waiting to die. Liang Chow regained consciousness and immediately sneered. Last time, when he had someone deal with Zhia, those people used weapons purchased from the black market, which were non-standard and limited in power. So they only managed to injure Zhia and couldn't take his life. The firearms held by the Lin family had tremendous power. Just one bullet could take Ziqian's life. Master Lin, please calm down. Chen Ruoxue was shocked and quickly pleaded with Lin Yan. Forget it. Lin Yan cursed. Quickly kill him for me, and I'll take care of any consequences. Lin Yan, how dare you? Lu Jinga shouted and ran towards them. See if I dare. Lin Yan had lost his rationality, roaring loudly with his missing front teeth showing. Lu Jinga gritted her teeth, stood in front of Zhia, stretched her arms out, blocking Zhia and the bodyguards. Mr. Z, please leave quickly. They won't dare to shoot me. Lu Jingyao turned her back to Zhia, urging him to leave. As she saw Lu Jingyao's petite figure blocking her path, Zhia felt a touch of emotion in his heart. Please, go. Lu Jingyao continued to urge. However, Zhia seemed to be petrified and stood still in place. His expression remained calm and composed. He can't leave. If he leaves alive today, I'll reverse my name. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with malice, urging again. Where are the men? Open fire. It was only then that everyone noticed that the two bodyguards were nervously patting their waists, their faces filled with shock. The guns were missing. They were sure they had them when they got off the car. They always carried them for unforeseen situations, but now, the guns they kept on them had mysteriously vanished. Master Lin, they're gone. The guns are missing. The two bodyguards had pale faces and buzzing sounds in their heads. What? Lin Yan was stunned. Were you looking for these? Zhia slowly spoke, revealing two handguns in his hands. What? Everyone was shocked again at the sight. Even Lu Jingyao looked puzzled. Ziqian's calm demeanor wasn't due to fear but due to having taken the guns from the others without their notice. At this moment, everyone stared in amazement, especially the two bodyguards who recognized the guns in Ziqian's hands as theirs. However, they had no idea when Zhia took them from them. It was just now. He took them from us when he attacked. The bodyguards realized Ziqian's actions were too fast for them to notice. And now that they knew, what could they do? The guns were already in Ziqian's hands. Their biggest reliance was now firmly held by Zhia. The bodyguards were at a loss, and Lin Yan was equally shocked. All eyes were now on Zhia, specifically on the two guns in his hands. The power of firearms was undeniable, and now Zhia held two formidable guns, making him the Grim Reaper who could decide everyone's fate in the room with a simple pull of the trigger. Ziqian's wrist flicked, and the two guns rotated in his hands. Then he stopped and aimed the gun barrels at Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan widened his eyes in fear. Firearms were the great equalizer, no matter one's status or wealth. Facing a gun meant certain death. So, how could Lin Yan not be frightened? At this moment, he was not the eldest son of the Lin family or the crown prince of Tian High City. He was just an ordinary person terrified under the threat of firearms. Lin Yan's status and the Lin family's immense power did not act as bulletproof vests. If Zhia pulled the trigger now, Lin Yan would undoubtedly die. This was the concept of equality under the law. Mr. Z, don't be impulsive, Lu Jingyao whispered, trying to deter Zhia. Nevertheless, Zhia ignored her and kept the guns aimed at Lin Yan. Zhia, Have you thought about the consequences? Lin Yan tried to sound brave, but his voice trembled. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Ziqian's tone was calm, but to Lin Yan, it felt like a death knell. He wanted to say Ziqia wouldn't dare, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. I'll say it once. Remember this well. Lian Cao's life is in my hands, and I'll take it sooner or later. If you, Lin Yan, insist on risking your life, when I take Lian Cha, I won't mind taking you too. Ziqian's calm voice felt like an ultimatum to Lin Yan. He wanted to challenge it, but he couldn't find the courage. Ziqia set down the guns and twisted them with his bare hands, deforming the steel barrels. My goodness! Many people gasped in amazement. Ziqian's strength stunned them. Those were firearms made of steel, and he had twisted them like a pretzel with his bare hands. Lin Yan's face turned even uglier at that moment. While Ziqia may not have had the same status or wealth as Lin Yan, his strength was undoubtedly greater. As the saying goes, the wrath of a king can reach 1,000 miles, and the anger of a commoner can splash 5 steps. Ziqia may not have Lin Yan's prestigious status, but he was a determined warrior who could leave a mark. If he were to be provoked, Lin Yan would undoubtedly die. Faced with a terrifying opponent like Ziqia, Lin Yan had to suppress all his anger because he couldn't risk inciting Ziqia in his current state. Remember what I said. With that, Ziqia walked past Lin Yan, who was still in shock, and Lian Cha and the others, who were frozen in fear. Ziqia backhanded Lian Cha, striking him across the face. As Lian Cha recoiled, Ziqia continued, Your life is mine. Today, I'm collecting some interest first. Another slap sent Lian Cha stumbling back, and the path was cleared as everyone made way for Ziqia. Lian Cha and the others had extremely ugly expressions on their faces as they watched Ziqia and the others leave. Buzz. Watching Ziqia and the others drive away, the mood of the people here was extremely complex. Lin shouted. Lian Cha couldn't care less about his swollen face as he rushed over to help Lin Yan up. Get lost. Lin Yan's face was dark, pushing Lian Cha aside. Lin shouted. Shi Mingba also shouted with a slightly red face. Idiots, what use are you to keep? Lin Yan kicked one of the bodyguards down, then turned and headed towards the car. With such an incident happening, he had no interest in visiting anyone else. He just wanted to vent his anger as soon as possible. This matter is not over yet. Lin Yan's tone was very cold, and everyone present knew that this matter was far from over. With his noble status, Lin Yan was used to being the one to hit others. When was he ever hit by someone else? Now that Ziqia had hit him, he definitely would not let it go easily. Perhaps, whether Ziqia could survive was uncertain. Chen Ruoxue's mouth moved. She wanted to plead for Ziqia, but the word stuck in her throat. First, the incident this time was too big to be resolved by a plea alone. Second, she was just a contestant under the Lin family's name. She did not have the right to plead in front of Lin Yan. At this point, Ziqia could only fend for himself. It seemed even the Lu family might not be able to keep him safe. Chen Ruoxue sighed softly, then followed Lian Chao and the others onto the car and left. On the other side, Ziqia and Lu Jinga were on their way back. Though Ziqia had the upper hand in the confrontation with Lin Yan, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat heavy. Ultimately, it was because of Lin Yan's status, which was too noble. Lin Yan was indeed arrogant, but the Tianhai Lin family behind him gave him the confidence and power to be so. And what Lin Yan said was true. For the common people in the Tianhai city, he could do as he pleased and bully them at will. But these common people could never touch him even a bit. Not to mention the ordinary people, even Lu Jinga would never dare to stand up to Lin Yan. And now that Ziqia had hit Lin Yan, what would happen next would surely be difficult to end. From Lu Jinga's personal perspective, the humiliation that Lin Yan imposed on Ziqia made it justifiable for Ziqia to hit him. However, in the larger context, Ziqia should not have engaged with Lin Yan. Lu Jinga not only had to consider the medical arts conference, but also had to consider the methods of the Lin family. Because in the entire Tianhai city, no one could withstand the retaliation from the Lin family. Lu Jinga hesitated, then turned to look at Ziqia, but she found that Ziqia was as calm as ever, as if he did not care about the imminent consequences. Mr. Z. Lu Jinga couldn't help but call out. What's up? Ziqia answered. About today's incident. Lu Jinga hesitated. She wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Speak up. Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly. Actually, It's nothing. Lu Jinya paused. It's just that I feel Mr. Z shouldn't have acted impulsively in these last 3 days. I wasn't acting impulsively. Zichia shook his head. Every action he took was carefully considered, and every slap he landed on Lin Yan was justified. But Lu Jinya wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Zichia waving his hand. There's nothing to say. I've said before, I can endure temporarily but not indefinitely. Avoiding conflicts with him is because of the medical arts conference. It doesn't mean I'm afraid to confront him. Zichia shook his head slightly. His decision to engage with Lin Yan today was not impulsive. He could see that Lin Yan was deliberately picking a fight with him. Even if Zichia continued to endure, Lin Yan would continue to provoke him. In the end, it might prevent Zichia from participating in the medical arts conference, so there was no point in holding back. Lin Yan is capricious and ruthless in his actions. Next, he will definitely seek revenge on you. Lu Jingya reminded in a low voice. When the enemy comes, I'll block. When water comes, I'll channel it. Ziqian's tone was calm, as if he didn't regard Lin Yang, the young master of the Lin family, with much concern. How about this, Mr. Z? Stay at our Lu's house for the time being. Lu Jingya thought for a moment, believing it was the wisest decision for Ziqian's safety. No need. Ziqia shook his head in refusal. If he dared to confront Lin Yan, he was prepared to face any consequences. Hiding at the Lu family's house after stirring up trouble was not in his character. Seeing Ziqian's stance, Lu Jingya lowered her head and contemplated for a couple of seconds before nodding gently, deciding not to say more. Having known Ziqia for so long, she understood his character, so she knew that nothing she said at this moment mattered. As for the consequences of this conflict, she could only try her best to help Ziqia resolve them. Wanjian Villa. After dropping off Ziqia, Lu Jingya immediately returned home and told Lu Jianlin about the incident. What? After listening, Lu Jianlin frowned suddenly. Ignorance breeds fear. Maybe Ziqia was unaware of the Lin family's power in Tianhai City. But Lu Jianlin was very aware. In the eyes of others, the Lin family was just an unreachable top-tier family, but the Lu family, which often had dealings with the Lin family, knew more about the terrifying power and ruthless methods of the Lin family. Among the three giants of Tianhai, only the Lin family dared to openly hold firearms. And over the years, countless business companies and other small families had been suppressed and completely destroyed by the Lin family through various means. Those people, in fact, had not caused any trouble for the Lin family, yet they suffered devastating consequences. Now that Ziqia had dared to strike Lin Yan, how furious would the Lin family be? Once the Lin family was angered, what grave consequences would it trigger? Dad, you must help Mr. Z. Lu Jingya gritted her teeth slightly, knowing that Ziqia was not an ordinary person. The medical sage Xin Heming, the old gentleman Zhou Wenyuan, and even the underground emperor of Tianhai City, Zhang Kai, all had close relationships with Ziqia. Especially after yesterday's debate, even President Chen Jitan of the Chinese Medicine Association showed great favor towards Ziqia. With all these connections, Ziqian's network was undoubtedly extensive. However, even with such a vast network, it would be ineffective in the face of the furious Lin family. Even the underground emperor, Zhang Kai, the so-called emperor of Tianhai City, would have to bow down if Lin Yan just cast a glance at him. In other words, Ziqian's connections would be of no use in this situation. Now, they could only rely on the Lu family to step in and help soothe the anger of the Lin family. Dad, say something. Lin Yang and Mr. Z have no grudges or conflicts. He is targeting Mr. Z because of us, Lu Jingya urged Lu Jianlin, who remained silent. It's our fault that Mr. Z was affected, so we must take responsibility. Lu Jianlin, with his hands behind his back, paced back and forth inside the room. He could only figure out a way to minimize the situation as much as possible. As for starting a war with the Lin family, not only was it uncertain whether they could win, but it was definitely not an option at the moment. Let me make a call to Lin Yan first and find out what's going on. Lu Jianlin stopped in his tracks and then dialed Lin Yan's father's number. Normally, their families, being competitors, had little contact, and even when they met offline, it was just formal greetings. But today, Lu Jianlin had to take the initiative and lower his posture to talk to Lin Yan. Hello, this is Lin Yan, a calm male voice answered the call. Mr. Lin, it's me, Lu Jianlin. Lu Jianlin introduced himself with a dry laugh. Why does Mr. Lu have time to call me? Lin Yan's tone carried a hint of playfulness. I've booked a private room at the Vina Hotel and I want to discuss something with Mr. Lin in person. Lu Jianlin invited. After all, it was better to talk face-to-face about such matters. Lin Yan, however, immediately declined. I'm busy today, Mr. Lu. Please speak your mind. Lu Jianlin furrowed his brows slightly and then explained softly. I heard from my daughter that our contestant had a conflict with young Master Lin, so I wanted to inquire about the situation. It's not just a simple conflict, is it? Lin Yan was beaten severely. If the doctor hadn't told me, I wouldn't have recognized him as my son. Despite the lack of anger or coldness in Lin Yan's tone, Lu Jianlin knew that Lin Yan had a deep and calculating demeanor. Though his tone sounded calm, perhaps deep down, he was furious. Mr. Lin, I apologize, Lu Jianlin began, but I believe there has been a misunderstanding, and it would be best to clarify it face-to-face. Which hospital is young Master Lin in? I'll take Jinga there. When Lu Jianlin suggested this, Lin Yan immediately refused. Mr. Lu, this is a minor matter. There's nothing more to say. Don't worry, the Lin family will handle this. With the medical skills competition approaching, we must work together to make it successful and not disappoint the Yi family's trust in us. Lin Yan's attitude left Lu Jianlin slightly stunned. According to Lu Jinyao, several of Lin Yan's front teeth had been knocked out by Zitia. Such a significant incident, yet Lin Yan remained calm. This was not like Lin Yan's usual style. Mr. Lu, don't you think that you're being a bit excessive? The medical skills competition is just a few days away. Why bother about such minor matters? Let the young people deal with it themselves. We elders should refrain from interfering. I suppose Mr. Lu wouldn't want my Lin family to get involved, right? With these words, Lu Jianlin finally understood Lin Yan's intentions. It turned out that Lin Yan was waiting for him. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. This meant that Lin Yan would not let this matter go and would seek revenge on Zitia. More crucial was Lin Yan's warning that the elders should not interfere, hinting that the Lin family would retaliate if the Lu family intervened. Even though he said the elders should not meddle, Lin Yan, as the eldest son of the Lin family, could easily access all the family's resources, which essentially meant that the entire Lin family could be mobilized against Zitia. For the time being, Lu Jianlin was stuck in a difficult situation. Mr. Lu, you should know how indulgent my father is towards Lin Yan, Lin Yan said. I am not going to inform him about this incident for now. We'll see how things go. Hearing this, Lu Jianlin frowned. Although Lin's father was no longer involved in family affairs, he was like a protective deity for the Lin family, and as long as he was around, no one dared to make trouble for the Lin family. As the linchpin holding all of the Lin family's resources, Lin's father had connections throughout the military and could even coordinate with the Ministry of War. If he became angry and took action, even the Lu family would not be able to withstand it. Lin Yan's words made it clear that if the Lu family dared to support Zitia, Lin's father would step in. Mr. Lu, I need to take care of my son first. We'll talk later. Lin Yan hung up, leaving Lu Jianlin feeling troubled. Lu Jianlin slowly put down his phone, his brows furrowed into a frown. It was expected that anyone would be extremely angry if their son was beaten like that, and they would demand an explanation. However, Lin Yan remained calm throughout, showing no signs of anger or frustration, as if nothing had happened. But Lu Jianlin understood that the calmer Lin Yan was, the less chance there was for the situation to be resolved peacefully. According to Lu Jianlin's understanding of Lin Yan, his calmness indicated that he had already decided to take action against Zitia. For someone facing death, there was no reason to be angry or upset. In the criminal underworld, when two factions were in conflict, choosing not to report the matter to the authorities meant they were prepared to fight to the end. Lin Yan's attitude made Lu Jianlin realize that Zitia was in real danger this time. Dad, what should we do? Although Lu Jinya was very intelligent, she was at a loss at that moment. There is a saying, in the face of absolute power, all strategies are meaningless. Currently, the Lin family held absolute power, and Lu Jinya could not think of any solution to the problem. For Mr. Xiao's safety, I'm willing to apologize to the Lin family. But now, Lin Yan doesn't even plan to give us the chance to apologize, Lu Jianlin said, lighting a cigar, equally unable to come up with a solution. Then I don't care. Mr. Z must not be harmed. He is not only my grandfather's savior, but also saved our family's reputation during the Jin Cheng Company incident. Without his help, we might have been disqualified from hosting the medical skills competition. Even the fact that the Lin family targeted him was because of us, and our family absolutely cannot be ungrateful. Lu Jingya clenched her teeth, showing unwavering determination. Lu Jianlin sighed softly. He knew full well that Zichia had done many favors for the Lu family. Just talking about the times he saved Lu Laoi, he could be considered the savior of the entire Lu family. They dared not forget Ziqian's kindness. However, the current situation was extremely serious, and although they wanted to protect Ziqia, they didn't know how to do it. The Lin family's attitude was clear. They refused to negotiate, and didn't even offer a chance for apologies. Even if Lu Jianlin was willing to offer a large compensation, the Lin family simply would not accept it. The Lin family wouldn't directly target the Lu family now, but they would definitely find a way to completely take down Ziqian. So now Lu Jianlin and Lu Jingya needed to figure out how to ensure Ziqian's safety. I suggested Mr. Z come to stay at the Lu residence for a while, but he refused. So I was thinking, we should send a group of people over to protect Mr. Z. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lu Jingya proposed her idea. As a prestigious family in Tianhai City, the Lu family had many followers, including those skilled in martial arts. Lu Jingya's idea was to send these people to protect Ziqia. This might not be appropriate. Lin Yan has made his intentions clear. If the Lu family gets involved, the entire Lin family will act, and it might even alert the Lin patriarch. By then, Mr. Xiao's situation will become even more dangerous. Lu Jianlin furrowed his brow. He didn't want to admit that the Lu family was inferior to the Lin family, but faced with the facts, he had to acknowledge that the overall strength of the Lu family was indeed weaker than that of the Lin family. If the Lu family intervened and led the Lin family to attack Zitia, the situation would become even more difficult. So, you're saying all this because you're afraid the Lu family will be implicated? But please understand, Mr. Z is being targeted because of us. We are the root cause of this. Are we now going to let Mr. Z stand alone in front of our Lu family? As one of the 3 giants of Tianhai, are we going to hide behind Mr. Lu like cowards? Lu Jingya gritted her teeth slightly as she questioned Lu Jianlin. Stop. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Jianlin slapped the table, rebuking Lu Jingya. Am I wrong? Lu Jingya asked coldly in return. Of course you're wrong. Lu Jianlin softened his tone slightly and continued. If you think the Lu family can handle the Lin family, then I can certainly go along with your plan. But if our Lu family getting involved will not solve the problem and only make it worse, then wouldn't we be harming Mr. Z by intervening? Upon hearing Lu Jianlin's words, Lu Jingya gritted her teeth slightly, but couldn't find the right words to refute. It could only be said that Ziqian's clash with Lin Yan this time was indeed too serious. It was as difficult as pulling scales off a dragon or stirring up trouble with a highly influential figure, and it was not something that could be easily resolved in a few words. Alright, the Lu family will definitely not sit idly by on this matter. I am not a wolf-hearted ingrate, but give me some time. I'll figure something out, and if necessary, I'll ask the Yi family in Beijing to mediate. After a few silent moments, Wu Jianlin assured Lu Jingya, I don't care what method you use, but I have one stance. If anything happens to Mr. Z, I will leave Tianhai City and continue my studies abroad, never to return. Lu Jingya slowly got up after throwing out this statement and left without waiting for Lu Jianlin to respond. Lu Jianlin watched Lu Jingya leave, initially angry but then suddenly laughed. My girl, she really is true to her feelings and loyalty. But does the person you please know? Lu Jianlin shook his head with a sigh and then picked up his phone to search for contacts. Ziqia had done a great favor for the Lu family, and now with Lu Jingya giving Lu Jianlin an ultimatum, he had to find a way to ensure Ziqian's safety no matter what. Time passed minute by minute. Approaching evening, in the lakeside villa, Ziqia was practicing the 18 arhat techniques in the gym. After this period of practice, Ziqia had a deeper understanding and insight into this set of techniques. The 18 arhat techniques were originally a lost secret of Taoism, only to be learned by direct disciples even among Taoist practitioners. The current 18 arhat techniques known to the world were passed down by Zhang Jishan, a senior in the Taoist community. Initially, Zhang Jishan's master only taught him the first set of techniques, and after many years of character assessment, he finally passed on the latter techniques to him. After some modifications by Zhang, This set of techniques was passed down to the world, known to benefit health and longevity by strengthening the body. Because of the modified techniques, they were relatively mild and suitable for everyone to practice. Zhiqia speculated that the memory of this technique, in his mind, was the most orthodox version. The results of practicing this set of techniques were visibly powerful. While common techniques in the world tended towards health preservation, Zhiqian's orthodox technique could truly be considered a supreme martial skill that an ordinary person might not be able to bear. After one round, sweat covered his back. After 2 rounds, heat surged through his limbs and bones. After 3 rounds, he felt completely relaxed, as if he had soaked in a warm spring in the dead of winter. After this period of practice, Zhiqia could clearly feel his internal strength doubling and surging. For example, earlier today, he could twist a solid iron handgun into a twisted shape with just his hands. This was something he couldn't have done just a few days ago. After finishing his practice, Zhiqia slightly twisted his body, and cracking sounds emanated from his joints. Feeling refreshed, he sensed his strength had increased another level. He even felt like his vision and hearing had improved significantly compared to 10 days ago. At this moment, he could clearly hear the roaring engines of a car approaching from the bottom of the mountain, getting closer and closer. Zhiqia left the gym and headed outside. The lakeside villa, including the entire mountain, was private property, and strangers wouldn't come here. The most likely visitors at this time were Lu Jinga and her companions. Zhiqia arrived at the living room, casually pressed the open button for the door, and then sat down to make tea. As the sound of a car engine started outside the gate, followed by the closing of a car door and footsteps approaching the courtyard, suddenly, Black Wine emitted a neighing sound, followed by the sound of hoofbeats on the ground. Lu Jingya and Zhou Yuking had visited the lakeside villa multiple times, so Black Wine's reaction to them should not have been like this. Zhiqia furrowed his brow slightly and got up to look outside. At this moment, a graceful woman was standing at the gate, her eyes fixed on Black Wine without moving. This woman was not Lu Jingya, but Chen Ruoxue. Black Wine, Zhiqia scolded, and Black Wine immediately stopped fidgeting, obediently moving aside. Will it bite people? Chen Ruoxue hesitated, and didn't dare to approach. It will, Zhiqia said, in a single word, causing Chen Ruoxue to quickly retract a step she had taken forward. Why are you here? Zhiqia turned to Chen Ruoxue and asked lightly. You blocked all my contact methods. What am I supposed to do if I don't come? Chen Ruoxue's tone carried a hint of resentment. Upon hearing this, Zhiqia merely snorted and did not respond. Everything had its reasons, and he had blocked Chen Ruoxue for a reason. Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly and did not dwell on the topic. I'll give you a piece of advice. Leave Tianhai City as soon as possible. Don't participate in the medical skills conference either. Chen Ruoxue looked at Zhiqia, her expression and tone extremely serious. Hearing this, Zhiqia frowned. He could guess why Chen Ruoxue was saying this. It must be related to Lin Yan. However, letting him leave was out of the question. I'm not leaving, Zhiqia simply replied with 3 words. You must leave. Chen Ruoxue paused and continued. I heard Liang Chow say that Lin Yan is not planning to let it go. He will definitely find a way to deal with you and will probably act soon. Even though they had already separated, and even though Zhiqia had sent people to kidnap her some time ago, Chen Ruoxue had been in a relationship with him for 2 years. So, she did not want to see Zhiqia get killed by Lin Yan. If you have the ability, let him come at you. Zhiqia remained indifferent. Can't you be more clear-headed? Lin's family is the leader of the top 3 in Tianhai. Their background is unimaginably strong. Just their possession of firearms already proves a lot. You may have disbanded the Black Tiger Society and suppressed Liang Chow. I acknowledge your talent, but Lin's family is no match for them. Lin's family is hundreds, if not thousands, of times more powerful than them. Chen Ruoxue warned earnestly. Don't assume that having the Lu family backing you would allow you to confront Lin's family. Even the Lu family is under Lin's family's control. So, if you insist on staying, you will definitely not escape death in the end. Chen Ruoxue clenched her teeth. She really didn't want to see Zhiqia being destroyed by Lin's family. I said, I'm not leaving. Zhiqia frowned again. Zhiqia. Chen Ruoxue suddenly shouted. This is not about face-saving. When you can't match the opponent's strength, it's not shameful to temporarily avoid confrontation. Can you not be so childish? I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Is there anything else? If not, then go back. I'm busy, Zhiqia said, and prepared to turn back to the villa. Stop. Chen Ruoxue quickly stepped forward and shouted at Zhijie, I know you want to prove how good you are through the medical skills conference. Fine. I admit that you are talented. I admit that I shouldn't have driven you away back then. Don't participate in the conference. Leave Tianhai City now. Please, I'm begging you. Okay? Chen Ruoxue stared at Zhijie wide-eyed. She believed Zhijie would agree after saying those words. However, Zhijie shook his head once again. I'm not interested in proving anything to you. I'm participating in the conference because there's something I want there. So, there's no need for more words. I will definitely participate, Zhijie replied after a brief pause. What are you going to use to participate? Do you think Lin Yan will allow you to participate smoothly in the medical skills conference? You will die. Can't you see that? Can't you be more sensible? Chen Ruoxue ended up yelling out. Whether the first die or not, what does it have to do with you? Zhijie frowned and asked in return. You. Chen Ruoxue pointed at Zhijie, her face turning slightly pale with anger. I have my plans and things I must do. If anyone hinders my plans, I will never compromise. Don't mention the Lin family. Even if the Yi family from Jingcheng stops me, I will confront them to the end. Zhijie dropped these words and then turned to enter the villa. You. Zhijie. You are too arrogant. You will suffer a big loss if you continue like this. Chen Ruoxue, frustrated, shouted again. However, Zhijie did not respond, not even showing his face. Fine. Whether you live or die, I won't interfere anymore. With gritted teeth, Chen Ruoxue finished speaking, then turned and left, starting the engine and drove down the mount. Inside the house, Zhijie closed the VO's gate and picked up a medical book on the table to read. At around 9 o'clock, Zhijie went to bed as usual. Lying down, he thought about things and listened to the sound of black wind's hoofs occasionally in the yard, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The night was getting darker. Tonight's night seemed even darker than usual. Though it wasn't pitch black, visibility was extremely low. The entire night sky had no stars, appearing as if covered by a black curtain. The lights around the Thousand Island Lake in the distance were inexplicably turned off, making the once sparkling lake appear as a dark, devouring water. The night wind blew, causing ripples on the water's surface, as though a fierce beast under the water could emerge at any moment. After some time had passed, on the road near the lakefront villa, there were bursts of light. In this pitch-black night, the lights were incredibly bright. The location of this lakeside villa was relatively remote, as visitors had to enter from a faraway entrance even during the day. Thus, there were rarely any pedestrians or vehicles passing by. However, tonight, a dozen cars arrived suddenly. When these cars neared the lakeside villa, they simultaneously turned off their lights and parked in a row at the foot of the hill. It was around 3 in the morning, the time when people were most tired and sleeping soundly. The car doors opened, and strong men dressed in black got out of each car one by one. Their synchronized movements indicated they were well trained. In no time, more than 60 people got off the cars, and then without hesitation, started walking up the hill. In the dark and windy night, leaving no sound, 60 shadows gradually approached the lakeside villa under the cover of darkness. They moved silently, surrounding the villa after reaching it. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom of the villa, Zhijie was soundly asleep, accompanied by a faint snore. He was unaware of everything happening outside at that moment. Quiet. Inside and outside the villa, everything was quiet. So quiet that it felt somewhat eerie. The group of men in black clearly knew that Zhijie was very strong in combat, so they were extremely cautious. This could be seen from the way they parked the car at the foot of the mountain. As they arrived at the villa, they dispersed quietly, not making a sound. High-end residential properties like this usually come equipped with security defense systems, so they were looking for a way to silently infiltrate the villa. In reality, Zhijie had not installed any of those things, not even security cameras. So he was completely unaware at the moment, still sleeping deeply. Achoo! Suddenly, a sneeze echoed in the courtyard. In that split second, Zhijie, who was in a dream, furrowed his brow slightly. Nay. Immediately, the sound of whinnying rang out. Zhijie abruptly opened his eyes, looking up at the ceiling. In just a second, he was fully awake, then quickly got up and moved to the window to look outside. The visibility outside was very low, and Zhijie couldn't see anything, but he was certain that something was not right with the black wine at that moment, indicating that something must have entered the villa's premises. Nay. Nay. Then, the whinnying intensified. The black wine started running wildly in the courtyard, the loud sound of hooves beating the ground like drums, serving as a warning to Zitia. Without making a sound, Zitia put on a coat and headed downstairs. Then boom. Zitia had just reached the corner of the staircase when the front door of the living room was forcefully pushed open, and the black wine came rushing in. You're clever, Zitia sighed inwardly. The black wine didn't panic when faced with danger, but instead came to him for a reminder, showing remarkable intelligence. Shh, shh. Zitia softly hissed twice, and the black wine immediately came to his side, staying quiet. At this point, Zitia was 100% sure that someone had intruded into the villa. However, without knowing how many people were out there, Zitia was not going to rush out recklessly. Slowly, Zitia made his way to the window on the first floor and pressed a button beside it. Whoosh! Instantly, lights lit up in the villa's courtyard and surrounding walls. The entire lakeside villa, except for inside the villa, was brightly illuminated. In the light, both inside and outside the courtyard of the villa were clearly visible. With their enemies exposed and Zitia hidden in the shadows, Zitia saw several dark figures crouching at the wall at that moment. Hey hey! A cold murderous intent flashed in Zitian's eyes. He never resorted to violence unless necessary, but when it came to these intruders, Zitia was prepared to fight. The men outside fell silent, no longer making any moves, originally planning to sneak into the villa quietly and launch a fatal ambush on Zitia. The sudden illumination changed their plans. They had not anticipated that their careful approach would be ruined by a horse. With their plan foiled, they had to confront Zitia head-on. However, while the lights were on in the courtyard and on the walls, the inside of the villa remained dark. If they rushed in, Zitia might take them by surprise. Zitia, come out and talk, a middle-aged man shouted towards the villa. Zitia, wearing a sardonic smile, had no intention of responding. Knowing that the man wanted him to speak to pinpoint his location, Zitia refused to play along. Zitia scanned the area before slowly retreating towards the back window. Seeing Zitian's silence, after waiting a few more seconds, several burly men in black started kicking the front gate. Dang, then boom. After several kicks, the gate loosened. Despite its sturdiness, the gate could withstand even a car crash. However, the continuous kicks from these men had weakened it enough that the gate finally collapsed. Go in, the middle-aged man commanded, and more than 20 people rushed into the villa's courtyard. The rest stayed outside, guarding to prevent Zitia from escaping. Clearly, they had no intention of leaving any escape routes for Zitia and were entirely focused on finishing him off. Among the over 60 people present, half of them were armed with guns, ready to fire deadly bullets at any moment. The rest were either skilled martial artists or well-trained soldiers. With so many of them acting together, they believed Zitia was doomed that night. Lin Yan sent you? Suddenly, Zitian's voice rang out from the left. Bang! Bang! Dang! Without hesitation, the people in the courtyard began shooting towards the dark area. However, the bullets missed Zitia, only wasting ammunition. The doomed have a lot to say, Zitia remarked coldly. Unfazed by Zitia, owing about the mastermind behind it all, the middle-aged man was not worried because they were determined to ensure Zitia did not see another sunrise. With Lin Yan having given the order, failure to kill Zitia would result in severe consequences for them. Thus, Zitia was marked for death that night. Zitia fell silent. Having identified the mastermind was enough. No more words were needed. Action spoke louder. If you have any sense, come out and surrender, the middle-aged man taunted. If you kneel before Lin Yan and apologize honestly, maybe he'll spare your life. The man's mocking tone was echoed by others, all appearing at ease. The entire villa, inside and out, was completely surrounded by them. In their eyes, Zitia was the prey, and they were the hunters who held his fate in their hands. You have 10 seconds to consider, or you won't even leave a corpse. The middle-aged man began counting down. As he reached 5, the lights in the courtyard and on the wall suddenly went out. Whoosh! Darkness fell in an instant. Welcome to the lakeside villa. Zitian's voice, cold and unyielding, resonated in the darkness. The crowd's hearts sank. The middle-aged man strained his eyes, but couldn't see clearly, immediately ordering to turn on the flashlight. Don't panic. Turn on the flashlight. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, a strong wind suddenly struck, and his neck was instantly grabbed tightly, preventing him from speaking further. Crack! Before the middle-aged man could react, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, his neck was forcibly twisted around. "He's attacking. He's right next to us," a man in black loudly warned. But before he could finish his words, Zhijia grabbed his body and threw him out fiercely. "Fire! Fire! Don't fire! Don't shoot your own people! Where are the lights? Quickly turn on the flashlight!" In an instant, chaos broke out as these people had guns in their hands, but were too afraid to shoot randomly. After all, in the courtyard at that moment, there were over 20 of their people while Zhijia was alone, making him the bigger target. In the dark environment, if they were to shoot recklessly, there was a 99% chance they would hit their own people, so they dared not pull the trigger, only shouting in panic, "Die!" Crack! Bam! With the sound of bones breaking, one by one, the men in black fell to the ground. Just a minute ago, they thought Zhijia was a prey that couldn't escape, and they were the hunters controlling the life and death of the prey. But within that minute, the roles of prey and hunter had suddenly reversed. The moment of slaughter had begun. Zhijia moved like a ghost, taking advantage of the night to move around the people and striking ruthlessly. In most cases, the greater the number, the more advantage one would have. However, in this situation, the larger group was at a disadvantage. In this dim environment, they couldn't locate Zhijia and didn't dare to act recklessly. Zhijia, on the other hand, was alone, with no need for vision and no hesitation. With enemies all around, anyone he encountered was an enemy, and the first strike was a kill. This was the first time Zhijia had unleashed such ruthless killing. Even when facing the ruthless members of the Black Tiger Society, Zhijia had held back. But this time, facing the attackers who sought to kill him, Zhijia showed no mercy, killing as needed. Faced with Zhijian's speed and terrifying power, these people were no match for him with a single move. Even the strong martial arts experts had no power to fight back against Zhijia. Sout, sout, with the sound of bodies falling. Within just a minute and a half, Zhijia had taken care of all 20 or so strong men. During this process, only a few people cried out in agony, while more lost their lives without even a scream. By this time, those outside had taken out their flashlights, illuminating the once dark courtyard. Upon seeing the scene clearly, the nearly 30 people outside were stunned in place. In just over a minute, all of the 20 people, nearly half of whom were armed, were lying on the ground. Could it be that Zhijia, alone, had defeated them all in such a short time? A gasping sound filled the air, jolting everyone back to attention. "Leave a few outside, the rest charge in," a man shouted, leaving less than 10 people outside as the rest rushed in again. However, at this moment, they couldn't see Zhijian's whereabouts. Although the villa courtyard was spacious with nowhere to hide, Zhijia must be inside the villa, so the armed group advanced, aiming towards the villa. Dang! At that moment, gunfire erupted from outside. "He's here, he's..." The voice was cut off abruptly. Following that, chaos ensued outside. A figure moved swiftly around them, leaving a trail of cracking sounds as Zhijia swiftly dealt with 7 to 8 of the group. With only 2 left, they scrambled in the yard to meet up with the rest. Little did they know, Zhijia had taken advantage while they weren't paying attention, seizing their rear. Zhijian's elusive speed and terrifying power left everyone pale-faced, stirring panic among them. Frightened, all were in turmoil. Zhijian's oppressive presence was too overwhelming. Faced with such pressure, their weak combat abilities and firearms couldn't instill confidence. The remaining 30 or so men watched the villa's door in fear, reluctant to step forward to investigate. Silence, a deathly silence. Tension filled the air, with everyone holding their breath, only able to hear each other's breath. They couldn't believe that with so many people, Zhijia had scared them into a standstill. Emotions betrayed them, unable to hide their fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a neighing sound pierced the quiet. While everyone was fixated on the front, none had noticed what was happening behind them. In that breathless moment, a voice sounded, starkly alarming them, causing their hearts to race. Without waiting for their reaction, a dark figure sprang out from behind. The muscular and agile figure crashed into the group with immense force. Amid the cries, at least 7 to 8 people were sent flying by the charge. The figure then launched a powerful kick at one man's chest, breaking 3 of his ribs, sending him flying several meters away. Good horse. Zhijia, hidden in the shadows and waiting to attack, praised before swiftly joining in the fight. The one-sided slaughter resumed. Firearms posed the greatest threat at a distance. However, up close, once Zichia closed in, the effectiveness of their weapons diminished. Zichia attacked without mercy, his strikes precise and ruthless, targeting the opponent's vulnerabilities. Knowing these people sought his life, he understood that showing mercy would only invite death. Zichia was clear on this principle. Showing kindness to enemies meant cruelty to oneself. Thus, he didn't give the opponents any chance to fight back. Bam! Click! With the last black-clad man falling, the battle came to an end. Zichia let out a sigh of relief, his eyes sweeping gently across the scene. He was certain that he had taken out all the people outside. As for the people in the courtyard, due to the chaos and darkness at the beginning, he couldn't be sure if he had completely finished them off. Looking around, he noticed some people still struggling for breath, their bodies twitching. Zichia slowly walked over to them, ensuring that their lives were also taken. Over 60 people, none survived, all completely devoid of life. Zichia's hands were covered in fresh blood. This wasn't the first time Zichia had killed, but it was the first time in his memory that he had killed so many people at once. Surprisingly, as he looked at the bodies scattered on the ground, he didn't feel any nervousness or fear. An ordinary person would feel a bit of palpitation even just killing a chicken, but Zichia's reaction was quite different from that of an average person. It was as if he had done this many times before. "What have I experienced before?" Zichia murmured as he looked at his hands, furrowing his brow. Though he still had no recollection of his past, he now had a thought that he had likely experienced countless killings before. This made Zichia realize that his decision to live discreetly for the past 2 years was indeed the right choice. After all, with killing comes enemies, and if his enemies found out that he was in Tianhai City now, they would definitely come seeking revenge. Thinking about this, Zichia furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the live debate broadcast 2 days ago. The debate had gathered a lot of attention and was broadcast live, meaning many people must have seen his face. Could this attract his past enemies? Zichia furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before slowly relaxing his brow. If he had truly been involved in countless killings before, he wouldn't just have enemies, but also friends. So, with many people seeing him at the debate, if enemies came looking for him, there would also be his old friends among them. In that case, Zichia didn't need to worry. Thinking about this, Zichia felt much lighter. "Blackwind," Zichia called out, and Blackwind, who had dashed out of the villa, returned. "You ran fast when you encountered enemies today, but you did well today. I'll reward you with some top-quality fodder tomorrow." Zichia patted Blackwind's back and then entered the villa, picking up his phone to make a call. "Hello, who the F*** is calling me?" The call connected, and Zhong Kai's voice sounded groggy and irritated. This time was when human beings were in their deep sleep, and anyone being awakened would naturally feel annoyed. "It's me." Zichia furrowed his brow slightly. "Mr. Z?" Upon hearing Zichia's voice, Zhong Kai instantly became alert. "Bring some men to the lakeside villa. I have something here that needs your attention." Zichia couldn't handle the cleanup of the corpses, not knowing how to do it, so he entrusted Zhong Kai to handle it. A suitable choice. "No problem. I'll send someone over." Zhong Kai promptly agreed. "Come in person and bring your trustworthy men." Zichia reminded him with a furrowed brow. "Oh, is the matter serious?" Zhong Kai asked, sensing the complexity of the task Zichia was assigning him. 60 heads. Zichia's words caused Zhong Kai to freeze momentarily. Even though he was known as the underground emperor of Tianhai City, the mention of this figure shocked his heart for a moment. After a few seconds, Zhong Kai took a deep breath and said, "I understand. I'll bring my men over now." He didn't need to ask further details or inform Zichia about the complexity of the situation. As long as it was Zichia's order, he had to find a solution, no matter how complicated it was. From the start of following Zichia, Zhong Kai knew that this young man was far from ordinary. 30 minutes later, Zhong Kai led a large group of Caesar members to the lakeside villa. This was the first time he learned that Zichia lived here. At that moment, he couldn't help marveling at the luxury of the villa, but the sight that greeted them left them all in shock. Inside and outside the courtyard lay over 60 bodies, all lifeless by the time they arrived. Seeing the guns on the ground made their eyes widen even further. Over 60 people, armed with weapons, had attacked Zichia under the cover of darkness, only to be completely defeated by him. Looking at Zichia, without a scratch and just a bit of blood on his sleepwear. They were dumbfounded. "Mr. Z, are all these yours?" "Yes." With Ziqian's confirmation, Zhong Kai and the others swallowed nervously, trying to suppress the fear within. Zhong Kai took a deep breath and shouted to the crowd, "Clean up quickly. Wipe the floor clean, and if it's not spotless, you'll be on your knees cleaning it with your tongues." With that command, everyone began to work efficiently at the scene, some transporting bodies, others cleaning bloodstains, and some using cleaning agents to erase all traces. Even Ziqia couldn't help but admire Zhong Kai and his men's professionalism. His decision to take on Zhong Kai was indeed the right one. "Mr. Z," Zhong Kai approached Ziqia, furrowing his brow. "Who sent these people? Tell me, and I'll have them taken care of." "They were sent by the Lin family. Deal with them," Ziqia said softly. Zhong Kai was taken aback. "The Lin family? Which Lin family?" "The Tianhai Lin family." Upon hearing this, Zhong Kai's expression changed instantly. "Mr. Z, are you joking?" Zhong Kai scratched his head and wisely kept his mouth shut. The Tianhai Lin family, as the head of the Tianhai Three Giants, wielded unimaginable power. While Zhong Kai was the underground emperor of Tianhai City, he was nothing compared to the Lin family. Even if he was fiercely loyal to Ziqian, he wouldn't dare to act against the Lin family in this matter. Ziqian assured him, "Don't worry about other things. Just handle this matter." Zhong Kai nodded repeatedly. "Get rid of the bloodstains. The damaged items can be left. They might come in handy for me." After giving his instructions, Ziqian entered the villa straight away, while Zhong Kai and his men swiftly left the scene. They had to take advantage of the darkness to clean up the remaining mess behind. Time passed by every minute and second. At 7:30 in the morning, within a private room at the Lin family's hospital, a middle-aged man with a stern face walked in. This man was Lin Yan's father, Lin Yan. "Dad, what happened?" Seeing Lin Yan approaching, Lin Yan quickly asked, "Did that waste die? We've lost contact with all our people. What kind of person is that kid?" Lin Yan's words made Lin Yan widen his eyes in disbelief. Yesterday, he saw with his own eyes that Ziqian's strength was not weak, and Lian Chow also warned him that Ziqia was very powerful in battle. That's why he sent out as many people as possible. Not only the martial arts experts the Lin family kept, but also used a lot of heavy weaponry. Lin Yan thought that with so many people attacking together and launching a surprise attack on Ziqia under the cover of night, Ziqia wouldn't stand a chance even if he had 10 lives. So he didn't sleep well all night, constantly waiting for good news from Lin Yan. However, he did not expect that Lin Yan would now say that they had lost contact with all those they sent out. Even if the assassination failed, there should have been some news. But now, with no news from anyone, there are only two possibilities. Either those people have all been captured, or they have all been eliminated. Whichever possibility it may be, it means that the people they sent out have all been wiped out. "Dad, are you saying that all our people have been wiped out?" "That's impossible." Lin Yan frowned. Lin Yan didn't say anything. He also thought it was impossible, but the current situation indicated that it was a likely outcome. He's just a son-in-law. Such a waste could not possibly have such great ability. "Dad, it must be the Lu family." Lin Yan squinted slightly, his tone filled with coldness. And when Lin Yan heard this, he nodded silently. In Tianhai City, the only forces capable of challenging the Lin family are the Lu family and the Wang family. It seems that Lu Jianlin really wants to confront our Lin family. Lin Yan snorted, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu family group chairman's office. Lu Jianlin was looking at documents, while Lu Jinga was chattering beside him. "Can you wait for me to finish reading the documents?" Lu Jianlin frowned slightly. Since yesterday, Lu Jinga had been pestering him to come up with a solution. This morning, as soon as Lu Jianlin came out of his room, Lu Jinga was waiting at the door and followed him to the company. "No, I won't leave until you agree to protect Mr. Z." Lu Jinga hummed, her attitude simple. Lu Jianlin had to take action. "What about the Lin family?" Lu Jianlin frowned in response. "They are not afraid to make a scene. Why should we be scared?" Lu Jinga retorted, educating Lu Jianlin. "What have we been working so hard to develop over the years? If we can't even protect the people we want to protect, if we dare not protect them, what's the point of becoming the #1 family in the country?" Lu Jinga stood up first, looking at Lu Jianlin very seriously. This time, Lu Jianlin fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly feeling enlightened. "You're right. Lu Jianlin nodded heavily, then picked up his phone to make a call. The chairman of the Lu family group, worth millions, was now completely influenced by Lu Jinyao's words. That's right. Lu Jinyao immediately put on a smile, and at that moment, Lu Jianlin's phone rang. It was Lin Yan calling. Lin Yan. What's the matter? Lu Jianlin answered the phone, referring to Lin Yan by name. Lu Jinyao was taken aback and quickly gestured for Lu Jianlin to be polite, but Lu Jianlin did not even glance at her. At that moment, his mind was full of Lu Jinyao's words about not being able to protect the ones they wanted to protect. That struck a chord with Lu Jianlin. On the phone, Lin Yan frowned slightly and then snorted. Lu Jianlin, did your Lu family make a move last night? What happened last night? Lu Jianlin immediately counter-questioned. Don't play dumb with me. Let me tell you, if even a single hair on my Lin family's head is missing, this isn't over. Lin Yan was now certain that the more than 60 people must have been taken by the Lu family, which is why he was calling. Lu Jianlin wasn't a fool. He deduced from Lin Yan's words that the Lin family must have made a move against Xiqiao last night. Is this something the Lu family did? Lin Yan's tone was full of questioning. Yes, that's right. It was my Lu family. What are you going to do about it? Lu Jianlin slammed the table, stood up, and shouted into the phone. You. Lin Yan was instantly confused. He had known Lu Jianlin for decades, and this was the first time that Lu Jianlin had spoken to him in such a manner. Why did Lu Jianlin feel like he was acting strange today? Are you suggesting that you want to confront my Lin family? Lin Yan asked with a low tone. Enough with the nonsense. I'll tell you this. My Lu family has guaranteed Ziqian's safety. As Lu Jianlin spoke, he tapped the table loudly. Wow, my dad is amazing. Lu Jinyao widened her eyes and gave a thumbs up to Lu Jianlin. And at that moment, Lu Jianlin completely transformed into an enthusiastic young man, inspired by Lu Jinyao's encouragement. Not only am I going to protect now, I will continue to protect in the future. Lu Jianlin shouted at the phone again. If there are people in your Lin family, my Lu family also has ways. Use whatever means you have. Lu Jianlin's straightforward words left Lin Yan bewildered. He was now certain that Lu Jianlin must have misunderstood. All right, I'll remember what you said. Lin Yan's tone was filled with coldness. No need to intimidate me. Your Lin family may be strong, but my Lu family is not to be trifled with. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The Lu family is ready to accompany anytime. Lu Jianlin dropped this line and hung up the phone. Dad, you're amazing. Lu Jingyao, who was enjoying the show, gave a thumbs up again. Awesome. This feels great. Lu Jianlin picked up his teacup and took a sip. He found the usual fake politeness nauseating. Today, speaking his mind felt refreshing. Wait, I have a few more things to say. Lu Jianlin licked his lips, then picked up his phone to call Lin Yan again. Dad, hey, don't hit anymore. That's enough. Lu Jingyao hurriedly stepped in to stop and grabbed the phone away. The phone call just now was initiated rudely by Lin Yan first, so it was only natural for Lu Jianlin to retaliate. But if Lu Jianlin were to actively provoke again, that would be inappropriate. Is that enough? It's rare to have a go at Lin Yan. I haven't had enough yet. Lu Jianlin shook his head and chuckled, taking another sip of tea. Dad, this doesn't seem like your usual self. Tell me the truth. Did you think of a way to counterbalance the Lin family? Lu Jinyao's eyes flickered. She didn't believe that a few words from her could change Lu Jianlin's thoughts or give him the courage to confront the Lin family. The only reason would be that Lu Jianlin had already thought of a way to counterbalance the Lin family, hence his strong attitude. Then let's not worry about it. Lu Jianlin teasingly left it hanging. Okay, I won't ask anymore. But according to Lin Yan, did they go after Mr. Z? Lu Jinyao furrowed her brows, mentioning this matter. He didn't say specifically, but I guess they sent someone after Mr. Z last night. But we didn't send anyone. Mr. Z probably dealt with it himself. Lu Jianlin stroked his chin, offering his speculation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyao frowned, then picked up her car keys and headed outside. I'll go check. With that said, Lu Jinyao left the company. On the other side, Lin Family Private Hospital. In the ward, Lin Yan held his phone with a frown for nearly 3 minutes. Something's not right, very wrong. Lin Yan was naturally suspicious and Lu Jianlin's attitude surprised him. Dad, if he dares to speak to you like that, it means he doesn't respect our Lin family. I think we can take action against the Lu family. Lin Yan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. Although the Lu family was one of the 3 giants of Tianhai, They were incomparable to the Lin family. If they went all out, the Lu family wouldn't be able to withstand it. No, it's not that simple. Lin Yan shook his head. He was very cautious in his approach. If Lu Jianlin had been polite in front of him today, then Lin Yan would definitely have demanded an explanation from the Lu family. But with Lu Jianlin being so tough, he found himself hesitating. He knew Lu Jianlin's character, and they both understood that the Lu family was no match for the Lin family. In this situation, for Lu Jianlin to act so tough, what did it mean? Was it impulsiveness? No, that was impossible. A person of Lu Jianlin's age wouldn't act impulsively. Therefore, Lu Jianlin must have some leverage in hand, and that leverage was likely their confidence to confront the Lin family. No, we can't act against the Lu family now. They definitely have some hidden cards now. After pondering for a while, Lin Yan made his decision. Dad, does that mean I was just beaten for nothing? Lin Yan's eyes showed a hint of coldness. With the Lu family now protecting Zitiat, and the Lin Yan unwilling to go head-on with the Lu family, does that mean they can't continue targeting Zitiat? Lin Yan couldn't swallow this humiliation. Beaten for nothing. Lin Yan chuckled and shook his head. No one in this world can beat you for nothing. Lin Yan frowned even more. So are you saying we can't confront the Lu family head-on? Meaning we can't send people to kill Zitiat? Revenge is not just about using force. Lin Yan's eyes showed a deep meaning. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before nodding repeatedly. He had considered canceling Zitian's participation before. The medical conference was only 2 or 3 days away, so changing the list at this point wouldn't be easy. However, if Lin Yan handled it himself, that wouldn't be a problem. Let's stop him from participating. Consider it an early interest payment. After the medical conference, I'll settle accounts with them. This blow won't be in vain. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yan made his decision. Today, Lu Jianlin's attitude was off, making Lin Yan cautious about taking any immediate action. Since the medical conference was coming up soon, if their two families clashed openly, it could alarm the Yi family. If the Yi family grew impatient, they might kick both families out of the conference, which would be a loss. Lin Yan's goal was to take down the Lu family without affecting the Lin family, so he couldn't afford to clash head-on with the Lu family now. Instead, he would have to act through other means, and canceling Zitian's participation was the most suitable method. Rest for now, I'll contact the Yi family. Looking at the time, Lin Yan turned and walked out of the war. Lin Yan withdrew his gaze slowly, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Zitiat, I'll show you that there are some people you can't mess with in this world. On the other side, Lakeside Villa. After leaving the company, Lu Jinga rushed over to this side without stopping. As the car came to a halt at the villa gate, Lu Jinga was stunned by the scene in front of her. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up, the broken things were left unrepaired. The villa gate was forcefully kicked open, and both sides of the yard were littered with scattered flower pots, resembling a scene after a robbery. Even the front door of the living room was destroyed, with the 2 doors lying on the ground. Lu Jinga widened her eyes, imagining the fierce battle that must have taken place here last night. Mr. Z, where are you? Anxious, Lu Jinga entered the villa. What's wrong? Zitia was reading and raised his head slightly when he saw Lu Jinga approaching. Are you okay? Lu Jinga hurried over and circled around Zitia. I'm fine. Zitia waved his hand. There were a lot of people here, right? Lu Jinga stopped and looked at Zitia. Not many. Zitia shook his head slightly. Still not many. Even with so few people, could the villa end up like this? Mr. Z, listen to me. Come back to the Lu family with me now. In the future, you'll live with the Lu family. Lulu bit her lip. Although Zitian's description was very casual, she could imagine that last night must have been very dangerous, so she thought, no matter what, she had to make Zitia stay at the Lu residence, so that even the Lin family, no matter how brave, dare not send people to attack the Lu family. It's nothing. I like living here. It's quiet. Zitia shook his head in refusal. The reason he was willing to accept this villa in the first place was because the environment here was quiet and he didn't want to move around easily. Of course, another reason was that he never took Lin Yan seriously, so he wasn't afraid of the other party's methods. Seeing Zitian's attitude, Lulu felt helpless. That jerk Lin Yan is really pushing his luck. Lulu cursed, then took out her phone. Mr. Z, I will have someone come to tidy up your yard and fix the door. No need to fix it. However, Zichia waved his hand to refuse the matter. Lulu was puzzled. Whoever made the mistake should rectify it. Leave it here for now. When the time comes, let Lin Yan personally fix it for me. Zichian's tone sounded calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He always drew a clear line between gratitude and resentment. He truly wouldn't seek revenge on Lin Yan now, but that didn't mean this matter would pass easily. Hearing this, Lulu stared at Zichia for 2 seconds, then nodded and didn't continue the topic. She also understood Zichian's character. When he made a decision, he would not easily change it because of others' words. Mr. Z, I want to live here. After pondering for a few seconds, Lulu suddenly brought up this matter. Zichia was surprised and looked at Lulu. I feel that the scenery here is nice, and I quite like it. Lulu coughed lightly, finding an excuse. Zichia didn't say anything but stared at Lulu for a few seconds, understanding what Lulu meant. She wanted Zichia to stay at the Lu residence for his safety. And after Zichian's refusal, she wanted to live here, also for Zichian's safety. Because even if the Lin family was powerful, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on the Lu family's heiress, Lulu. So if Lulu lived here, the Lin family would need to think twice before trying to attack here. If they harmed Lulu, things would really become troublesome. No need. I can handle these matters. You don't need to get involved. Zichia shook his head. He knew Lulu meant well, and her method would indeed make the Lin family worry. But if the Lin family insisted on taking action, no one could guarantee Lulu's safety. Although Zichia was strong, he could protect himself, but if he also had to protect Lulu, he couldn't guarantee her safety 100%. No. I must get involved in this matter. Mr. Z, I'm willing to listen to you on other matters, but this time, it all started because of the Lu family. I absolutely won't let you face these dangers alone. Lulu looked at Zichia and said this very seriously. The Lu family won't agree. Zichia shook his head speechless. Someone like Lulu, from a prominent family, was disciplined very strictly at home. How could they allow her to live with a man? I can't control the Lu family's attitude. I'll just live here. If they're worried about me, they can send more people to protect this place. Zichia heard a trace of resentment in Lulu's words. From that he understood something. The Lu family probably found this situation too tricky and wasn't ready to help Zichia, as large families always prioritize their interests. And judging by Lulu's attitude, it seems she didn't agree with the Lu family's thinking. Mr. Z, anyway, I want to live here. If you really want me to leave, then just throw me out. With a throw pillow hugged in her hands, Lulu sat cross-legged on the sofa, indicating she wasn't leaving. As you wish. Zichia shook his head slightly and didn't say more. Hehe. Then I'll tell my dad. Lulu took out her phone and called Lu Jianlin. Hello, Dad. Have you discussed what to do? After the call connected, Lulu went straight to the point. I just discussed with your second uncle the current situation. Okay, stop talking. Lulu interrupted Lu Jianlin. I'm not asking for your opinion, just informing you. From today onwards, I'll be living at the lakeside villa. This statement left Lu Jianlin completely stunned. Although he had a good impression of Zichia and knew Lulu had a liking for him, even Lu's father had acknowledged Zichian's potential. But even if Lulu really wanted to be with Zichia, there should have been a process. Now, they were suddenly living together. What was going on? No. Lu Jianlin first refused. I'm not asking for your approval. I'm just letting you know. If there's danger, I'll face it with Mr. Z. As for the rest, you figure it out. After saying this, Lulu hung up the phone, showing her rebellious spirit. All right, that's done. My dad agreed that I would live here. Lulu put down her phone and lied without batting an eye. Zichia felt helpless hearing this, but didn't refuse. This villa was originally the Lu family's property, and if Lulu wanted to live here, he had no reason to reject it. In addition, Lulu had good intentions. Just pick a room. After saying this, Zichia continued to read his medical book. The medical congress would be held the day after tomorrow, and he wanted to understand more about traditional Chinese medicine concepts. Mr. Z, what are you reading? Let me see. Lulu, barefoot, climbed from the sofa to sit beside Zichia, pretending to understand and read along with him. For the entire morning, Lulu stayed at the lakeside villa. At noon, she even personally cooked a meal for Zichia. This surprised Zichia a bit because for a wealthy heiress like Lulu, it was quite rare to see her cooking. By the afternoon, Lulu still showed no intention of leaving. indicating that she wasn't joking and truly intended to stay here. During Lulu's time at the villa, Lin made many phone calls, but Lulu did not answer any of them. In the afternoon, followed by the sound of multiple car engines starting, at least 30 cars arrived at the foot of the mountain near the lakeside villa. After those cars stopped, there was no intention of going up the mountain. Hundreds of people got off the cars and began setting up tents and other items at the foot of the mountain. For those who didn't know, it looked like they were here for camping. Over 100 people, bringing ample supplies, settled down at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, my dad sent people to protect us." Jinga pointed to the foot of the mountain. Shaoshan looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. It could only be said that Jinga's move of taking action before reporting had indeed been effective. The Lu family had been hesitating whether to confront the Lin family head-on, but now Jinga was staying at the lakeside villa with Shaoshan to face the danger together, which made the Lu family uneasy. In case the Lin family sent people to attack the lakeside villa again, Jinga would definitely get hurt, so the Lu family had to send people to provide protection. Regardless of whether Shaoshan needed protection, since the Lu family had already sent people, he had no reason to refuse. Even if these people were not particularly strong, they could still help him get an early warning. "Mr. Z, now you can focus on preparing for the Medical Skills Congress." Hearing Jinga's words, Shaoshan nodded. With 2 days left until the Medical Skills Congress, he didn't want to waste the last 2 days on competing with Lin Yan. After a brief conversation, as they were preparing to return to the villa, they saw a car approaching from a distance and being stopped by the group of people at the foot of the mountain. Now, everyone wanting to enter the lakeside villa area would undergo identity verification checks. That looks like Yuking. Jinga quickly took out her phone and made a call to let the people down the mountain note to allow the car to pass. Soon, Yuking's car drove up the winding mountain road and arrived at the villa's entrance. As they met, they greeted each other. "Shaoshan, are you injured?" Yuking, like Jinga, circled around Shaoshan to make sure he was okay before feeling somewhat relieved. "I'm fine." Shaoshan waved his hand. "Yuking, how did you learn about this information?" Jinga asked with a hint of doubt. "My grandfather said that the Lin family sent people to the lakeside villa yesterday," Yuking explained softly, and Shaoshan wasn't surprised. Yuan had a wide network of contacts, knowing people from all walks of life, so he naturally had well-informed sources. Strictly speaking, in terms of gathering information, Yuan was even more formidable than the Lu family. "I see." Jinga nodded slightly. "But now everything is fine. Our Lu family has sent people to protect Mr. Z, ensuring his safety." It was clear that Jinga had more to say, but Yuking completely didn't understand and simply nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Jinga felt a bit helpless. Usually, when she made suggestive remarks, the other party would understand her underlying message. However, Yuking's simple nature meant she couldn't pick up on Jinga's implied intentions, leaving Jinga feeling like she was hitting a soft spot with her words. "Li Bo, have you discovered anything?" Yuking turned to Li Bo and inquired. After getting off the car earlier, Li Bo had been investigating the western side of the villa and specifically examined the damaged main gate. This gate was deliberately damaged. Judging from the force exerted, the other party should be a strong martial artist, a true practitioner. Furthermore, their strength is extremely formidable. Li Bo spoke slowly, sharing his analysis. In the end, his analysis proved to be correct, as the gate had indeed been forcefully broken open by those people. "Mr. Z, your strength truly surprises me." Li Bo turned to Shaoshan, genuinely expressing his admiration. Shaoshan just shook his head slightly, feeling that those people weren't up to par. Even a loud neigh from a horse would scare them off. "Li Bo, send over some people later. With more people, we'll have more strength," Yuking suggested. Before Li Bo and Shaoshan had a chance to respond, Jinga shook her head first. "Yuking, there's no need to send more people. All the individuals from my Lu family are skilled, and I will stay here to personally protect Mr. Z." Jinga's words were no longer mere suggestions, but clear declarations. Anyone could tell that Jinga's words carried the taste of asserting sovereignty. Clearly, she didn't want Yuking to have too much contact with Shaoshan. In other words, Yuking's presence made her feel threatened, and her jealousy was palpable. "Jinga, do you plan to stay here, live here?" Yuking furrowed her brow slightly. "Yes." Mr. Z already agreed. Lu Jinyao immediately nodded. Zhou Yuqing glanced silently at Xiaoshen, and her eyes carried a hint of resentment. I want to stay here too. Zhou Yuqing made her decision in the next moment. Huh. Lu Jinyao was taken aback, and even Li Bo was stunned. Based on Lu Jinyao's understanding of Zhou Yuqing, she was usually conservative, so why would she say something like this? Li Bo, on the other hand, knew Zhou Yuqing very well and was well aware that Zhou Yuqing had shown very little interest in the opposite sex and that even her parents had once suspected her sexual orientation. Zhou Yuqing rarely talked to the opposite sex, so why had she suddenly decided to stay in the home of a man like Xiaoshen today? This couldn't be a joke, right, miss? Please don't joke around. Li Bo dryly chuckled, giving a gentle reminder. Li Bo, I'm not joking. Go back and tell my grandfather that I want to stay here to protect Xiaoshen. Zhou Yuqing had no intentions of jesting. Her attitude seemed very serious. I can't make that decision. You need to talk to Grandpa Zhou. Li Bo shook his head repeatedly. If he allowed Zhou Yuqing to stay here on her own and went back alone, Grandpa Zhou Wenyuan would surely skin him alive. Hearing this, Zhou Yuqing didn't hesitate and took out her phone to make a call. Yuqing, I'll stay here to watch over Mr. Z. You just, no, I want to stay too. The usually gentle Zhou Yuqing showed unusual determination today. Before Lu Jinyao could speak, Zhou Yuqing had already made the call. Lu Jinyao's mouth opened in surprise, then she shook her head helplessly. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have said she would stay here herself. Grandpa, I want to stay at Xiaoshen's place. As the call connected, Zhou Yuqing got straight to the point. What do you mean by staying at Xiaoshen's place? What's the idea? Zhou Wenyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. I want to stay at the lakeside villa. Zhou Yuqing explained softly. No. Absolutely not. Even if the sky falls, it's not allowed. Zhou Wenyuan immediately refused, echoing the attitude of Lu Jianlin. Despite knowing that Zhou Yuqing liked Xiaoshen, they had to take things slowly and progress step by step. They couldn't just live together casually before their relationship was confirmed. If this matter spread, Zhou Yuqing's reputation would be ruined. Since Jinyao is staying, I want to stay too. Zhou Yuqing stood to the side, biting her lip. What's this nonsense? Zhou Wenyuan was stunned by her words, then suddenly cursed. That old man Lu is resorting to his old tricks, isn't he? Very well. Very well. Zhou Wenyuan cursed angrily. Upon hearing that Lu Jinyao was going to stay with Ziqian in the lakeside villa, a competitive spirit was instantly ignited in his heart. You stay. You too. I'll talk to your parents about this. This old thing still wants to use the strategy of taking advantage of the situation. With curses flying, Zhou Wenyuan hung up the phone, while Zhou Yuqing had already started smiling. My grandpa agreed. Ziqian, I'm staying here. Zhou Yuqing approached Ziqian as if she had done a good deed and was eager to be praised like a child. Ziqian felt a bit helpless. Technically, the house was his, but Lu Jinyao and the others had not even considered his opinion. They had discussed it with their families first before informing Ziqian. Mr. Z. Lu Jinyao looked at Ziqian, signaling him with her eyes, hoping that Ziqian would reject Zhou Yuqing. With Lu Jinyao's disapproving eyes and Zhou Yuqing's pitifully hopeful expression, Ziqian felt extremely helpless. After all, he didn't hold any animosity towards the two girls and they both wanted to stay here to protect him. Ziqian couldn't show any favoritism. The lifestyle here doesn't have the luxury your homes offer. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to leave, leave. Ziqian shook his head slightly, then turned and walked towards the villa. I'll stay. Then I'll stay too. Lu Jinyao and company promptly followed. Left alone, Li Bo watched their backs, feeling dumbfounded. One is the daughter of the Lu family, the other is the miss of the Zhou family. After a long silence, Li Bo muttered to himself while pointing at the group's backs. He simply couldn't understand what magic Ziqian possessed that made these two highborn and caring young ladies so concerned about him, especially Zhou Yuqing, who used to be so gentle, reserved, and conservative. Yet now, for Ziqian's sake, she was willing to spend the night outside for the first time. Did it have to do with his medical skills, his horse-taming abilities, his knowledge of martial arts? Li Bo couldn't comprehend Lu Jinyao and Zhou Yuqing's perspective. He could only comment that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and perhaps only they knew what made Ziqian truly special. Of course, Li Bo was concerned about letting Zhou Yuqing stay here, so he hurried to catch up. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Mr. Zhou. quickly picking up the phone. Li Bo answered. Inform the Lin family, that my precious granddaughter is at the lakeside villa. With this statement, Zhou Wenyuan made his stance known, causing a frown on Li Bo's face. Mr. Zhou, we should remain neutral at all times and not get involved in any disputes. Are we going against that now? Li Bo asked with a furrowed brow. The Zhou family was known for maintaining neutrality and refraining from participating in any power struggles. Therefore, the various factions in Tianhai City had good relationships with them and were willing to show respect. Interfering in this matter would go against the principles of the Zhou family and jeopardize their decades-long neutral stance. Let's give them face. Just say that Yuking is a guest at the lakeside villa. They'll understand the rest. After saying this, Zhou Wenyuan promptly hung up. After pondering for a few seconds, Li Bo bid farewell to Zhou Yuking and left the lakeside villa to handle the matter personally. As the evening approached, inside the private hospital of the Lin family, Lin Yan's injuries were not severe, but he needed dental work to replace the knocked-out tooth. At that moment, his teeth had been repaired, and he was examining himself in the mirror. With just these two teeth, we can charge him with deliberate harm, his assistant reminded him softly. He believed that if the Lin family reported this matter to the supervisory office, it would certainly pose a challenge for Zitia. My Lin family has to seek help from the supervisory office to deal with a mere trash like him. Lin Yan scoffed. He knew that if they truly went ahead with this, they would be the laughing stock. Moreover, Lin Yan held a significant position in the second-generation social circle of Tianhai City. If news spread that he had lost a tooth in a fight, how could he maintain his reputation? Therefore, reporting this incident was out of the question. He had to seek his own vengeance and settle the score. Yes, sir. His assistant promptly lowered his head and stopped speaking. At that moment, Lin Wan entered the ward. Dad, what's the situation? Was Zitia disqualified? Lin Yang immediately stood up, eagerly looking towards Lin Wan. Lin Wan had been handling the matter that morning, so there should be results by now. The Ya family rejected my request. With these words, Lin Yang furrowed his brows. The medical skills competition was scheduled to start in 2 days, and any changes in personnel had to be approved by the Ya family in the capital city. Rejecting the request meant that their plan to disqualify Zitia could not be implemented. Dad, does the Ya family really not even give us this face? Is it because of the Lu family? Lin Yang squinted slightly, acknowledging that the participant list was strict, but as one of the organizers of the Tianhai City event, they still held some influence. Adjusting the list by removing a participant was not a big deal. The Ya family thinks Zitia is a potential player. With this statement, Lin Wan clarified the situation. The Lin family did have the authority to remove a participant, and usually, the Ya family would not object. However, if they wanted to remove Zitia, it was simply not allowed. It seems that the Ya family witnessed Ziqian's debate at the symposium. Lin Yang clenched his fist slightly, understanding that Zitia was now seen as a potential player by the Ya family. Their plan to disqualify him was out of the question. It's no longer possible to block Ziqian's participation. Lin Wan took a slow step and walked to the window to look outside. Then tonight, we'll continue to send someone to assassinate him. Knowing that the Ya family had noticed Ziqia, their previous plan to disqualify him was no longer viable, so they had to proceed with their original plan. This approach won't work either. Lin Wan shook his head slightly. The Lu family has deployed many people, and just now, Mr. Zhou Wenyuan contacted me, saying that his granddaughter is a guest at the lakeside villa. Lin Wan squinted, realizing that even though Zhou Wenyuan did not explicitly state his intentions, the message was clear. While Zhou Wenyuan did not interfere directly, mentioning that Zhou Yuking was at Ziqian's place conveyed a lot. It meant that the Lin family could deal with Zitia anywhere except at the lakeside villa. Even the Zhou family is getting involved. Lin Yang frowned slightly, suddenly recalling the incident at the Suyunshan racetrack when Zitia was with Zhou Yuking. This Zitia seems quite extraordinary. Lin Wan rested his hand on the window counter, realizing that he had underestimated Zitia. Indeed, he's extraordinary. Lin Yan silently nodded. Their status and vision were far superior to those like Liang Chow. Liang Chow and others believed that Ziqian's achievements were solely based on the influence of Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking. However, Lin Wan and Lin Yan knew better. They understood that both the Lu and Zhou families were not the type to show favoritism for personal relationships, especially when it comes to their children. If they were doing so now, then Ziqia must have qualities they valued. In Lin Yan's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. It seems that our previous investigation of him was not detailed enough. Lin Yan would have tried every means to eliminate Zhijie, his cradle, if he had known earlier how capable Zhijie was. But now, Zhijie has entered the view of the Yi family in Jingsheng through a debate, making it a luxury for Lin Yan to think of suppressing him again. If we had dealt with Jin Cheng thoroughly when we had the chance, all this wouldn't have happened. Lin Yan took over, reflecting on their past plans to trap the Lu family with Jin Cheng as a breakthrough point. That was the first time Zhijie entered their Lin family's sight. But back then, the Lin family didn't pay any attention to Zhijie and focused all their efforts on Jin Cheng's company. Looking back now, if they had paid a little attention to Zhijie and suppressed him, they could have avoided many troubles later on. It was this negligence that gave Zhijie the opportunity to grow rapidly, leading to the current troublesome situation. Zhijie has now grown to a point where the Lin family cannot easily take action against him. He is indeed very capable. Being valued by the Lu and Zhou families is a great feat, but in the face of our Lin family, he is still not enough. After a moment of silence, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh. His thoughts were quite different from Liang Cao's. Liang Chow and others had a fixed impression of Zhijie, considering him a failure regardless of his achievements. Lin Yan, on the other hand, acknowledged Zhijie's skills, but believed that the Lin family's superiority remained undeniable. Lin Yan slightly nodded in agreement with this statement. Zhijie's displayed abilities indeed forced them to take him seriously. However, attempting to compete with the Lin family based solely on these could be deemed as wishful thinking. Unless Zhijie could astonish everyone at the medical convention and achieve outstanding results, only and would the Yi family truly acknowledge him, making the Lin family worry. Prior to that, with the Lin family's presence, they wouldn't fear Zhijie, who relied on the Lu and Zhou families. Most importantly, the Lin family would definitely not allow Zhijie to have a chance to excel at the medical convention. We can't disqualify him from the competition or send someone to assassinate him. Dad, are we just going to let him live in peace? After a brief silence, Lin Yan frowned and looked at Lin Yan. Since neither of these options is viable, Lin Yan squinted slightly. We can only take action during the medical convention. Dad, do you mean? Lin Yan was momentarily surprised but quickly guessed Lin Yan's intention. Find a way to stop him at the preliminary round. Absolutely not. Don't let him have a chance to advance to the finals. Lin Yan knew that if Zhijie made it to the finals, he would be highly valued by the Yi family. Therefore, he wouldn't allow it to happen and had to find a way to ensure Zhijie remained at the preliminary round. This way, the Yi family would lose interest in Zhijie instantly. I understand. A scheming look flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. As for the next 2 days, let's not stir up trouble. After instructing, Lin Yan left the war. 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the lakeside villa, Zhijie sat on the viewing platform, sipping tea and reading. Very relaxed. Meanwhile, Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing were busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. Previously, Zhijie had been alone in the villa, keeping everything simple. However, with Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing's presence today, there was much more liveliness, and it was no longer as quiet as before. Zhou Yuqing was quiet by nature, while Lu Jinga was the exact opposite, very outgoing and lively. Therefore, the kitchen was mostly filled with Lu Jinyao's chatter. However, under Lu Jinyao's lively influence, Zhou Yuqing became more talkative than before. Mr. Z, it's time for dinner. Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing were like two little maids, busily serving the dishes. Leaving aside other matters, the way these two interacted at the moment seemed very harmonious. Watching this scene, Zhijie couldn't help but sigh. Lu Jingyao was indeed a clever person. Originally, Lu Jingyao didn't want Zhou Yuqing to stay overnight, expressing her displeasure when Zhou Yuqing insisted. But once Zhou Yuqing confirmed her decision to stay, Lu Jingyao immediately changed her attitude. It was clear that she didn't want to make things difficult for Zhijie and understood that if the two of them didn't get along, it would annoy Zhijie. Therefore, she fully accepted Zhou Yuqing. As for Zhou Yuqing, her mindset was very straightforward. If she wanted to do something, she would, without being influenced by external factors. What were these external factors? Such as wanting to be with Zhijie despite Lu Jinya's presence. However, she would express her affection, regardless of how many girls were around Zhijie, unfazed by jealousy or envy. These emotions wouldn't exist in Zhou Yuqing's world because they wouldn't make Zhijie like her more, and she only focused on doing things that would make Zhijie like her more in the limited time they had. This was Zhou Yuking's character and attitude, completely different from Lu Jinya. After dinner, the two girls rushed to wash the dishes, not requiring Ziqian's help at all. Ziqia was happy to relax, sitting in the living room sipping tea and reading medical books as usual. Let's take a shower together. You can help me wash my back. Let's go upstairs, so Mr. Z won't peek at us. After finishing their tasks, Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking chatted eagerly about taking a shower. Hearing their conversation, Ziqia couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. How could he possibly peek at them? They said three women put on a show. Now it seemed with Lu Jinyao's lively and extroverted character, she could practically carry on a show herself. If you're not at ease, I suggest you go back now. Ziqia shook his head slightly, looking at Lu Jinya said. Actually, he already felt that it was inappropriate for these two girls to stay here. Hey, don't get angry. Why are you being so stingy? Actually, even if you want to see, it's not impossible. Lu Jingyao turned to Zhou Yuki. Yutzi, what do you think? Zhou Yuking glanced at Ziqia, seemingly triggered something. Her face visibly reddened, then lowered her head in silence. Huh. Lu Jinya quickly realized something was amiss, her gaze shifting back and forth between Ziqia and Zhou Yuking. Ziqia also shifted his gaze elsewhere, knowing very well that Zhou Yuking must have remembered the scene from that day of massage. Jinya's sister, let's go take a shower. Zhou Yuking blushed, gently pulling Lu Jinyao's clothes. No. You two are acting strange. Lu Jinyao increasingly felt that there was something between Ziqia and Zhou Yuking that she didn't know about. But seeing Ziqia and Zhou Yuking's attitude, Lu Jinyao also knew that she wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. Yutzi, wait for me. Lu Jinyao followed in Zhou Yuking's footsteps, considering herself less intelligent than Ziqia, but she was confident she could get some words out of Zhou Yuking. The two spent nearly an hour washing up, with playful noises occasionally coming from the second floor, which left Ziqia feeling quite helpless. Ziqia had initially planned to wait for the two to finish washing up so he could go back to the master bedroom on the second floor to rest, but now he had to abandon that thought and hastily find a room on the first floor to rest in. Mr. Z. Just then, Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking arrived on the first floor. Ziqia turned to look, his brows furrowed, but his eyes uncontrollably fixed on the two. Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking had naturally fair skin and were now all the more radiant after their bath, exuding an ethereal beauty. Moreover, they had actually put on Ziqian's clothes. As both of them had petite figures, the clothes looked oversized on them, resembling skirts. The white shirts draped over their petite bodies, barely covering their thighs, while their knees and calves were left exposed. At that moment, Ziqian's heart unexpectedly fluttered. He had to admit that when Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking stood together, the visual impact they created was astonishing. Lu Jinya exuded a lively and cute demeanor, while Zhou Yuking appeared demure and shy, her face blushing as she dared not raise her head to look at Ziqia. Despite Ziqian's solid demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in this setting. Mr. Z, we didn't bring extra clothes, so we had to wear yours. You're not going to scold us, right? Lu Jinya glanced mischievously at Ziqia, feigning a pitiful look. Ahem. After a while, Ziqia cleared his throat lightly and then expressionlessly averted his gaze, preparing to return to his room. He felt that it would be better to keep his distance in this situation. Yutzi said she wants to play cards. Lu Jinya magically produced a deck of cards. I won't. Zhou Yuking hesitated, about to say something, but was quickly pulled into Ziqian's room by Lu Jinya. I won't. Ziqia shook his head. You guys play. We'll leave in a while. Lu Jinya jumped onto the bed without hesitation. Zhou Yuking, with a shy expression, glanced at Ziqia and was torn between sitting or standing for a moment. You guys stay here. I'll go upstairs. Ziqia shook his head slightly, preparing to go to the master bedroom on the second floor, where his room was located. Just then, the sound of high heels outside suddenly caught his attention. Ziqia was puzzled and immediately turned to look at the door. The next moment, a tall woman appeared at the door. It was Chen Ruoxue. Chen Ruoxue stepped into the living room, and as soon as she saw Ziqia near the bedroom door, she hastened over to inquire. Ziqia, at this point, was deeply puzzled and furrowed his brows. It was already around 8 or 9 in the evening. Why was Chen Ruoxue coming to the villa? Is everything all right, Ziqia? Chen Ruoxue hurriedly approached to ask. Ziqia was now even more puzzled and frowned deeply. Just half an hour ago, Li Yue had told her that Lin Yan had sent people to deal with Ziqia. So, Chen Ruoxue paused mid-sentence. She had come here because Li Yue had mentioned what happened to Ziqia, and since Li Yue had heard it from Liang Chow, she knew it must be true. She knew she shouldn't get involved in Ziqian's affairs now, but upon hearing about it, she couldn't sit still at home and ended up rushing over. However, seeing so many people protecting the place downstairs, she felt somewhat reassured. I'm fine. Ziqia understood Chen Ruoxue's intention and nodded faintly. All right, as long as you're okay. I was passing by here for business and just came to take a look. I'm not worried about you, it's just that we haven't finalized the divorce papers yet, so you better stay out of trouble until I get the papers. Otherwise, the paperwork could be a bit tricky. Chen Ruoxue gave herself an explanation, then prepared to turn and leave. Mr. Z, who's this? It was then that Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing stepped out of the room. Whoosh! Upon hearing the female voices, Chen Ruoxue abruptly turned her head to look at Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing. Then, her gaze slowly moved and lingered on the white shirts worn by Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing for quite some time. President Chen? Lu Jinga looked surprised as she glanced at Chen Ruoxue. Zhou Yuqing was equally puzzled, but remained silent. You. Chen Ruoxue widened her eyes, pointing at Ziqia and the two women. Ziqia creased his brows, then deeply glanced at Lu Jinga, as he had already guessed what was happening. Feeling Ziqian's intense gaze, Lu Jinga felt uneasy, but maintained a calm composure without speaking. You all moved in together, didn't you? Chen Ruoxue took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she looked at Ziqia. During this time, she had known that Ziqia had a good relationship with Lu Jinga and Zhou Yuqing, but she had never thought too much of it, simply assuming that Ziqia was temporarily close to them because of their cooperation. Even though Li Yue often said in front of her that Ziqia was a player being involved with multiple women, Chen Ruoxue believed, based on her understanding of Ziqia, that he was not like that. But today, she witnessed Ziqia, Lu Jinga, and Zhou Yuqing living together, and Zhou Yuqing and Lu Jinga dressed in such a manner. Did it need any further explanation? Ironically, here she was worrying about Ziqian's safety, coming to check on him in the middle of the night, while Ziqia was enjoying the company of two women. Truly ironic. Ziqia, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Today, you really opened my eyes. Chen Ruoxue bit her red lips, pointed at the two of them, eyes fixed on Ziqia. Ziqia frowned, wanting to explain something, but when the words reached his mouth, he didn't know how to explain. Besides, now that he and Chen Ruoxue had completely broken up, there really was no need for any explanations. You told me before that what I see is what you are. Today, I indeed see it. Is this who you really are? Chen Ruoxue looked at Ziqia, questioning him. Until now, she had never doubted Ziqian's character. Even when she chose to break up with him initially, it was only because she felt he couldn't help her achieve her dreams, not because his character was lacking. But now, Chen Ruoxue had changed her mind. A person with good character wouldn't possibly live with other women before finalizing a divorce, let alone with two women. Just based on this, Chen Ruoxue saw through Ziqia completely. Everything before, all the care Ziqia showed her, including his meticulous care over the past 2 years, was all facade, all a pretense. It seems Li Yue and Liang Chow were right. You are an extremely depraved scum. It's just that you are too good at pretending, so good that everyone believed it. Chen Ruoxue looked at Ziqia, disappointment evident in her eyes. In fact, the reason she hadn't left immediately was to wait for Ziqia to explain. But seeing Ziqian's attitude at this moment, showing no intention to explain anything, it was as if he tacitly acknowledged everything she saw. The villa fell into silence, with no one speaking. So, you don't want to explain anything? After a while, Chen Ruoxue suddenly shook her head coldly and asked. Ziqia furrowed his brows slightly. He couldn't explain this kind of situation at all. But looking at Chen Ruoxue's eyes, he couldn't remain silent either. They came to stay with me, Ziqia said lightly. Oh, to stay. How'd? Chen Ruoxue found Ziqian's explanation utterly ridiculous. The Lu family, the Zhou family, they have large houses and grand businesses. With so many residences, there's nowhere to live now, so they come to stay with you, right? Ziqian's explanation seemed absurd to Chen Ruoxue. President Chen, please don't speak so harshly. We came to stay with Mr. Z not because we have nowhere to stay at home. What confuses me is, since you have already separated from Mr. Z and even declared to sever all ties with him, why do you keep entangling with him again and again? Luo Jingya stepped forward slowly, frowning at Chen Ruoxue. What does my relationship with Zitia have to do with you? Chen Ruoxue glared at Luo Jingya. Mr. Z has a very good relationship with my Lu family, so naturally, it concerns me. I just feel that since you have already separated, it's best to part amicably. You have your choices, and Mr. Z can start a new life. It's better not to disturb each other. After Luo Jingya said this, even Zhou Yuqing nodded quietly in agreement. Zhou Yuqing also knew some things about Zitia and Chen Ruoxue. Initially, Chen Ruoxue had actively proposed the breakup with Zitia, and then got very close to Lian Chow. It was indeed inappropriate for her to interfere with Zitian's life now. You call Mr. Z a scum, which I don't agree with at all. He was the one you drove away. You even told me in person that Mr. Z was just a burden in your eyes. Now, after driving away this burden, you want him to pine for you each day, waiting for you to change your mind. Is this what makes a good man? Every word from Luo Jingya felt like a steel needle, piercing Chen Ruoxue's heart. Unfortunately, she couldn't find any words to refute. As the saying goes, one wrong step, and you regret your whole life. She realized now that driving Zitia out of the Chen family was a mistake she couldn't rectify. No matter what she did afterward, or what happened next, this would always be her fault. Her betrayal to Zitia. Stop it, Zitia intervened, raising his hand to silence Luo Jingya, who immediately complied by shutting her mouth. After a moment of silence, Chen Ruoxue suddenly shook her head, but her smile was bitter. There's a saying, you only realize the value of something after losing it. At this moment, Chen Ruoxue understood the meaning of this. In the past, she had indeed seen Zitia as just a burden, something insignificant. She didn't care. However, when she saw Zitia with other women, even living together, she realized that she couldn't truly not care. She felt a big void in her heart. She took a deep breath, then slowly raised her head, her gaze passing over Zitia and the others. Especially Zitian's calm yet indifferent expression caused her heart to ache. There is indeed karma in this world. Chen Ruoxue murmured softly, recalling the scene when she threw the divorce agreement in front of Zitia at the Haotoi Hotel. Back then, Zitia couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and both Chen Ruoxue and Li Yue were cold and indifferent. Tonight, a similar scene played out at the lakeside villa, but with changes in circumstances. Now, as Chen Ruoxue, she couldn't believe or accept what she saw, while Zitia remained cold and indifferent. I understand now. I'm leaving. Chen Ruoxue turned slowly and walked towards the door. Zitia frowned, watching her leave. His mouth moved, but in the end, he said nothing. Chen Ruoxue's pace was very slow, as if she was waiting for something, but as she walked out the door, her expectations remained unfulfilled. President Chen, wait. There are a few things I'd like to say to you. Luo Jingya suddenly stepped forward, accompanying Chen Ruoxue outside the villa gate. What do you want to say? Chen Ruoxue looked expressionless at Luo Jingya. I'll say it again. Now that you've separated from Mr. Z, part ways amicably. Mr. Z has done so much for you, without needing anything in return. Just don't disturb him. Was this something Zitia asked you to tell me? Chen Ruoxue asked coldly. Luo Jingya furrowed her brow slightly at the question, but remained silent, apparently tacitly admitting. Then why don't you ask him how much I've done for him? Chen Ruoxue paused for a few seconds, then suddenly, she emotionally clenched her teeth. If it weren't for me 2 years ago, there wouldn't be the Zitia today. Do you know what I sacrificed for him? What I lost? Chen Ruoxue glared angrily at Luo Jingya. In her eyes, there was a deep-seated sense of grievance. Although there were some things that old Master Chen forbade her to talk about, she was having trouble holding back at the moment. After locking eyes with Chen Ruoxue for a few seconds, Luo Jingya shook her head slightly and replied, I don't need to know, and I'm not interested in knowing. I only know that it was you who proposed the separation. Mr. Z helped you for 2 years, but in the end, he was driven out of the Chen family by your divorce agreement. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Yes, you're right. I did propose the separation voluntarily, but under the circumstances back then, separating from him was a choice to set him free, or relief for him as well. Chen Ruoxue paused here and suddenly turned to Luo Jingya, looking up. As for you, how much longer do you plan to use him? I'm not using him. Lu Jingyao furrowed her brow slightly. Really? But so many things. Weren't they all done by him to help you? Including him being targeted by the Lin family this time. Isn't it because of your Lu family? I, Chen Ruoxue, admit that I'm not as smart and scheming as you, but I can still see through these things. Faced with Chen Ruoxue's words, Lu Jinya's brows furrowed even tighter, but she couldn't find any words to refute. After a few seconds, Lu Jinya coldly said, "Anyway, no matter what, it was you who drove him away in the first place, so whatever he does afterwards has nothing to do with you. Are you thinking of regretting it now? Ha, you're thinking too much." Chen Raku shook her head and smiled. Regarding the decision back then, I still have no regrets. It's still the same as before. He may be a treasure in your eyes, but not in mine. I don't want to say any more unnecessary words. Let's meet at the medical congress. With that, Chen Ruoxue arrogantly turned and left. However, after Chen Ruoxue turned her back on Lu Jinya, tears uncontrollably surged out. Being separated from Zitia for so long, she had experienced various emotions such as anger, frustration, and astonishment. But tears, this was the first time they appeared. She didn't know why she was crying, but emotions were something that could not be controlled by human will. Yet she didn't want Lu Jinyao to see her weak sigh, so she deliberately raised her head high, let the tears fall from her face, and strode down the mountain. Lu Jinyao watched Chen Ruoxue's figure as she descended the mountain, stood still for a long time, then turned back into the villa. As she walked in, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Zhou Yuqing stood quietly on the side, occasionally stealing glances at Zitia. Zitia sat on the sofa, with a calm expression on his face, but exuding a sense of gloominess. "Mr. Z," Lu Jinyao hesitantly called out. "I remember I told you not to interfere in matters between her and me." Zitian's tone was very calm, but that calm tone made Lu Jinya's heart race faster. "Mr. Z, the way she talked about you just now, I really couldn't bear it." Lu Jinya pondered for 2 seconds, then started to defend herself, so I said a few more words. "You should know, that's not what I'm talking about." Zitian's words made Lu Jinya fall silent again. Zitia lightly asked, "Did you deliberately let her come up?" "Mr. Z, I didn't." Lu Jinya wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Zitia waving his hand. "There are over 100 people from the Lu family downstairs. Anyone who comes up has to go through an identity check, can get your confirmation. If you didn't let anyone in, how did she come up?" "Lu Jinya, you are indeed very clever, but don't take me for a fool." Zitia turned his head slowly to look at Lu Jinya, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Mr. Z, Lu Jinya started to explain, but was cut off by Zitia again. "What about you? This is my place. Who comes in or not, doesn't it depend on me?" Lu Jinya was completely speechless and dared not argue any further. Just before she and Zhou Yuqing went downstairs, Lu Jinya received a call from someone downstairs asking for permission to let Chen Ruoxue come up. Originally, she wanted to ask Zitia whether to let Chen Ruoxue come up or not, but she deliberately didn't tell Zitia and brought Zhou Yuqing with her to Zitian's bedroom. In short, this misunderstanding was orchestrated by Lu Jinya. She deliberately wanted Chen Ruoxue to see this scene and misunderstand. Her goal was simple. She wanted to cut off all ties between Zitia and Chen Ruoxue. "Zitia, Jinya's sister." Zhou Yuqing was about to speak, but when Zitia turned his head and glanced at her, she immediately closed her mouth obediently. Regardless of their status as wealthy young ladies from prominent families, in front of Zitia, their identities were useless, especially when Zitia was angry. They didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. "I admit, it was me. I just wanted to use this method to make you both break clean, not to disturb each other." Lu Jinya took a deep breath, then looked seriously at Zitia. "I just thought she wasn't worth your time. You deserve someone better." Zitia and Lu Jinya locked eyes. He understood Lu Jinya's intentions, but he still felt uncomfortable deep down. "I'm sorry for not considering things properly." "Then I'll call her to explain the situation," Lu Jinya said, taking out her phone to call Chen Ruoxue. Zitia frowned slightly, explaining at this point was pointless. Moreover, he really didn't need to explain the situation between him and Chen Ruoxue at the moment. "Forget it. Don't use these tricks in front of me in the future." Zitia stood up slowly and said, "Okay, I understand. I won't dare to do it again next time." Lu Jinya quickly responded with her head lowered. Zitia didn't say anything else. he turned and walked towards the upstairs bedroom. Lu Jingya and Zhou Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief only after Zitia went upstairs. Though Zitia didn't lose his temper or scold them loudly, the cold atmosphere still made it hard for them to breathe easy. Jinyao's sister, what should we do? Zhou Yuqing whispered. Let's rest early. After such an incident, Lu Jinyao didn't dare to say anything more and could only take Zhou Yuqing to the bedroom to rest. A night of silence. That night was very quiet. There were no further attacks from the Lin family on Zitia. Besides, even if they did send someone over, the people from the Lu family downstairs were not to be trifled with. So that night, Zitia and the others slept soundly. In fact, the next day, the medical congress was officially scheduled to convene. At this critical juncture, the Lin family didn't want to stir up more trouble. For the Lin family, killing someone was easy, and there was no rush for them at the moment. According to their plan, they were ready to have Zitia suffer a miserable defeat at the medical congress, so the Yi family wouldn't value Zitia anymore. And with the Lu family having high hopes for Zitia, if he lost, they would also kick him out. By then, no one would protect Zitia, and they could easily crush him like a mere ant. Zitia was unaware of the Lin family's sinister plan. However, even if Zitia knew in advance, he would still proceed according to his own plan. Today, guided by Lu Jinyao, he went to visit Senior Chen Jitong and had a thorough discussion on traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. Senior Chen Jitong was very enthusiastic towards Zitia, and they chatted for the whole day, parting ways only in the evening. This conversation was truly beneficial for Zitia. Setting aside Senior Chen Jitong's medical skills, with over 60 years of experience in traditional Chinese medicine, Zitia could learn a lot from him. Therefore, this conversation was very rewarding for Zitia, and he felt more confident about the medical congress scheduled for the next day. Experience is the best teacher. President Chen's accomplishments in the field of traditional Chinese medicine are truly unparalleled. Zitia murmured as he flipped through the notes in his hands. Today, he not only spent a day discussing medical skills with Senior Chen Jitong, but also received several medical notes from him. These notes contained research on traditional Chinese medicine theory, personal insights, rare and difficult conditions, and corresponding treatment methods. It was not an exaggeration to say that these old-looking notes were the lifelong dedication of President Chen. By sharing these with Zitia, it was evident that Chen Jitong had high hopes for him. In fact, not only Chen Jitong, but many in the traditional Chinese medicine community had great expectations for Zitia. Some felt that Zitian's impressive performance in debates was just superficial, not necessarily reflecting his medical competence. However, individuals like Senior Chen Jitong believed that Zitia would become a rising star in the field, leading the traditional Chinese medicine community to new heights. Holding these notes in his hands, Zitia felt the weight of responsibility. Mr. Z, President Chen has been mentoring in the field of traditional Chinese medicine for over a decade and has many disciples, but no one has been able to acquire these notes of his. Lu Jingya also expressed her admiration for the 90-year-old Chen Jitong, who had dedicated over 60 years to traditional Chinese medicine. These notes symbolized his life's work, a cultural treasure of the community. Despite having hundreds of students in his lifetime, many talented traditional healers among them, none were entrusted with these precious notes. Today, he voluntarily passed on a lifetime of experience to Zitia, a gesture of immense trust and expectation. I didn't expect that he would give them to me. Zitia nodded lightly. Zitia, President Chen has always been devoted to bringing health to people through traditional Chinese medicine. Zhou Yuqing softly questioned. So he should have shared all his knowledge without reservation. Why did he keep these notes from his disciples? Lu Jingyao nodded along, also puzzled by this. Because in the process of mentoring, talent is not the only measure. Character and integrity are equally important. The essence of medical skills is to heal and save lives, but in the hands of those lacking proper character, these skills may become tools of harm, Zitia explained. Lu Jinya seemed to understand, while Zhou Yuqing remained puzzled. For example, a firearm in a police officer's hands will protect people, but the same firearm in a criminal's hands may endanger innocent lives. Similarly, medical skills are like weapons that can save or harm, depending on who wields them and the user's character. Just like Zhong Chen's exceptional medical talent, but with questionable character. If all the knowledge were passed on to him by Qin Hemming, it could lead to disaster. After listening to Ziqian's explanation, Lu Jingyao and Zhou Yuqing finally understood. I see now. Lu Jingyao nodded gently. I thought earlier that President Chen was intentionally withholding information. As they say, don't share all your knowledge with your student, for fear they might surpass the master. Zhou Yuqing also nodded along. So in President Chen's eyes, Ziqian's medical skills and character are worthy of trust, and he has gained President Chen's approval. Upon hearing this, Zitia acknowledged, feeling the heavy burden on his shoulders. Mr. Z, rest early. I have to go out for a bit. Lu Jingyao glanced at the time. As the medical skills convention was set to begin the next day, it was necessary to hold a pre-competition meeting for all participants. Ziqia would not need to attend, but Lu Jingyao had to meet with the other contestants. All right, Ziqia responded, and Lu Jingyao quickly left. On the other side, inside a hotel under the Lin family's name, around an oval conference table, Lin Yan was seated at the head. On his left and right were a dozen men and women, all responsible figures in companies related to traditional Chinese medicine, including Chen Ruoxue and Liang Chow. These companies were all listed as participants in the competition. Let me make it clear to everyone. Starting tomorrow until the end of the Medical Skills Convention, all matters concerning the Lin family's participants will be monitored and managed by me, Lin Yang stated, and everyone nodded in understanding. Entrusting the complete handling of such an important event to Lin Yan indicated his significant influence and authority within the Tianhai Lin family. The selection process this year is similar to previous years. Tomorrow will be the full-day preliminary selection round. Lin Yan looked through the information in his hands, trying to provide as much insight as possible to the participants under the Lin family name. However, to his chagrin, the information he had was mostly superficial and lacked substantial, useful details. Don't underestimate the first round of assessment. The challenges put forward by the Wu family from Beijing have profound implications and will cover a wide range of aspects. If anyone underestimates the challenges and fails, don't blame me for not warning you, Lin Yang cautioned, and those present nodded in agreement. These contestants had gone through the assessment content of previous medical skills conventions. The challenges set by the Wu family appeared simple on the surface, but held deep implications and gradually increased in difficulty, a true test of skills. In previous conventions, many promising candidates failed to advance due to complacency, failing even the first preliminary round. This highlighted the need to take every aspect of the medical skills convention seriously and avoid any carelessness. Lin, can you guess the content of tomorrow's assessment? Liang Chao whispered. I can't. Lin Yan shook his head. We can only find out tomorrow what the assessments will entail. Disappointed, the others didn't press further. Adhering to the rules, no one had prior knowledge of the assessment content, ensuring fairness. Lin Yan gave some final instructions before dismissing the group, keeping only Liang Chao and Chen Ruoxue. Once everyone had left the room, leaving about 7 to 8 individuals, including Lin Yan, he began to discuss certain matters with them. The remaining few company executives are all trusted confidants of the Lin family. They are also able to give certain trusted to the contestants. You are different from others, so there are some things I want to explain to you separately. Lin Yang said these words, and Liang Chao and others nodded one after another, feeling a sense of superiority in their hearts. After all, being able to enjoy privileges that others cannot enjoy can prove their abilities and capabilities, and it also shows their importance in the Lin family's eyes. Lin Yan then indeed shared some relatively secret matters with Liang Chao and others, making them even happier. In addition, I have a mission for you, Lin Yan said with a serious expression. This mission is of utmost importance, and you must take it seriously. Please go ahead. Lin Shao. Everyone sat up straight. You must do everything possible to target the contestants from the Lu family, especially that waste named Zitia. You must stop him from advancing in the preliminary selection. Lin Yang slowly gave instructions to everyone. The name Zitia was not unfamiliar to anyone present. After all, as contestants of the Medical Skills Conference, they were all very concerned about everything related to the conference, including the debate that took place the day before. They had witnessed Ziqian's splendid performance in the debate, and naturally knew of Ziqian's talent. Lin Shao, don't worry. Ziqian's eloquence is indeed impressive, but his medical skills, hey. Liang Chao shook his head, a look of disdain on his face, as if in his mind, Zitia didn't understand any medical skills at all. Liang Shao, we must not underestimate him. I have to say, Zitia does have some skills. A middle-aged man frowned and replied, "What skills? To be honest, I've known him for over a year. And this lady next to me, the CEO of the Chen Group, Miss Chen Ruoxue, has known him for 2 years." Lin Chow shook his head with a smile, full of disdain on his face, as if in his mind, Zitia didn't understand any medical skills at all. Lin Yan turned to look at Lin Chow after hearing this information, as it was important to him. "Lin Chow, I can confirm." Lin Chow immediately nodded. "In this year, I have never seen him treat anyone." Just because you haven't seen him treat anyone, doesn't mean he can't treat people. Lin Yan shook his head. Perhaps he was intentionally hiding it before. Yes, others nodded in agreement, as it was not impossible. Some people like to pretend to be weak and then displaying unprecedented burst of energy, crucial moments. Ha ha. Lin Chow, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Chow chuckled at his words. Why? Lin Yang frowned slightly. Lin Chow, you may not know, this Wei Xijia has accomplished nothing in the past 2 years, and everyone around him looks down on him. Even the Chen family doesn't have a high opinion of him. Are you saying that if he really had the ability, he would rather be ridiculed than looked down upon, then continued to hide it? After Lin Chow finished speaking, everyone frowned and pondered for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Are you saying that if he really had that ability, he would have proven himself long ago and made those around him take notice? Lin Yan nodded silently. During this time, he had someone investigate Zitia, so he knew that Lin Chow was right. If someone is highly capable of being ridiculed and looked down upon by those around them, they would definitely show their abilities to silence everyone. If Zitia hasn't shown any abilities, it proves that he really doesn't have any. Otherwise, if he doesn't hide anything, what benefit does it bring him? Therefore, after Lin Chow said these words, everyone present believed them. So, I did indeed overestimate him before, but we still shouldn't be careless. My request is that regardless of whether he understands medical skills or not, he must be stopped in the selection. Including the other contestants from the Liu family, they must all be eliminated, Lin Yan said. And everyone present nodded to show their understanding. Originally, even though Zitia was their competitor, now that Lin Yan had given a strict order, they would definitely need to suppress Zitia even more. Lin Yan gave some more instructions to the group, then asked, "Does anyone else have anything to say?" No. Everyone shook their heads. Ruoxue, do you have anything to add? Lin Yan looked at Chen Ruoxue and asked her separately. Thank you. Lin Chow, I have nothing to add. Chen Ruoxue waved her hand gratefully. Okay. Lin Yan smiled and withdrew his gaze. He understood that, for women like Chen Ruoxue, one should neither pursue them too aggressively nor completely ignore them. Occasionally giving attention to keep them interested would help in winning them over. Lin Yan was experienced in dealing with women, and during this time, he had not deliberately created opportunities to interact with Chen Ruoxue in order to set a good impression in her mind. Lin Yan had many experiences with women, and thus he knew that subtly engaging with Chen Ruoxue from time to time would make her more interested in him. Let's end things here for today. Don't be late tomorrow morning. Lin Yan gave some more instructions before everyone dispersed and left. Ruoxue, I'll walk you home. Lin Chow was very curious. He had escorted Chen Ruoxue here, so he would naturally see her off as well. This Zitia is really unfortunate. Originally relying on the Liu family, he could have lived the rest of his life without worries, but for some reason, he had to provoke Lin Chow, and now, he's in for a tough time in the future. On the way back, Lin Chow had a cold smile on his face, once again mentioning Zitia. He really overestimated himself. Chen Ruoxue's eyes were cold. Previously, no matter what Lin Chow and Li Yue said, even though she verbally agreed, she still had some hesitation in her heart, thinking that Zitia was not as they described. However, last night, when she saw with her own eyes that Zitia was living with Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuking, she had completely believed that Zitia was a master of deception. Last night, Chen Ruoxue found it difficult to fall asleep. She used to think that she would soon be able to move on from Zitia after they parted ways. But after what happened last night, she realized that she still had feelings for Zitia. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tossing and turning all night. However, it was this incident that completely killed any remaining affection in her heart. She felt that Zitia, a man with such a corrupt character, was not worth her time and energy. I admit that I had lingering feelings for you in the past, but starting from last night, all of that is gone. Chen Ruoxue murmured to herself. Liang Chow glanced at the rearview mirror. He noticed that Chen Ruoxue's expression seemed a bit off, and softly said, I told you before, he's not a good person, you must keep your distance from him. I know. Chen Ruoxue nodded, then paused for a few seconds before suddenly looking up and saying, Liang Chow, after the medical skills convention, I'll be with you. What? Are you serious? Liang Chow was taken aback by her words, then excitedly hit the brakes and looked at Chen Ruoxue. This was the first time Chen Ruoxue had taken the initiative to say such words to him. In the past, he had pursued Chen Ruoxue multiple times, but she never gave him a definite answer. And now, Chen Ruoxue was bringing up this matter on her own, bringing Liang Chow one step closer to his plan. I am serious. Chen Ruoxue's gaze was firm. Whether it was out of stubbornness or anger, since Xiaoshan had already started a new life, there was no need for her to hold any attachment. Okay. I'll wait for you. Liang Chow immediately nodded. Although he wanted to be with Chen Ruoxue right now, he understood that he couldn't push her too hard. After all, for Chen Ruoxue to take the initiative to bring up this matter was a huge step forward. Everything had to be done gradually. For the sake of his plan, he had endured for over a year, and he didn't mind waiting for a little longer. Of course, the main reason was that the Chen group was currently very large, with assets totaling billions. Spending over a year to secure a company worth several billion would definitely be profitable. This was why Liang Chow had enough patience to wait. The night was silent. The next day, the entire Tianhai city was bustling. This was because the highly anticipated medical skills convention was officially starting today. At 7:30 in the morning, participants from all sides gathered and headed to the venue of the medical skills convention. Xiaoshan and Zhou Yuqing were being led by Lu Jinya, and they were also heading towards the venue. Mr. Z, during the previous medical skills convention, I was still abroad, but I heard my dad say that the venue for the last convention in the city center sports stadium caused a massive traffic jam, so they changed the location this time. As they made their way to the venue, Lu Jinya was explaining the situation to Xiaoshan and Zhou Yuqing while holding a map. The selection of the venue for the medical skills convention had actually started a year ago and was funded by the three giants of Tianhai. The construction was completed a month ago and recently handed over to the Yi family in the capital. Since it was in the hands of the Yi family, the entire venue had been closed off. Whether it was the interior decoration or the various equipment being transported in, everything was handled by the Yi family, and no one else had access. This was to ensure the fairness of the medical skills convention as much as possible, so Lu Jinyao didn't know how the venue looked inside at the moment. This place is really huge, Xiaoshan remarked after looking at the map. The venue for the medical skills convention, when all areas were combined, covered an area of about 2,000 mu. Yes, this place will be dedicated to hosting the medical skills convention in the future. Lu Jinyao nodded. As they spoke, they soon arrived at the venue of the Medical Skills Convention in the western district of Tianhai City. Compared to the other three bustling districts in Tianhai, the western district had not undergone extensive development due to its geographical location. After all, the other three districts bordered bustling cities, unlike the western district which lacked the same geographical advantage. The selection of the venue for the Medical Skills Convention also avoided areas that might be developed in the future, making it an excellent choice. At the moment, the designated parking lot for the Medical Skills Convention was filled with numerous cars, roughly counting to over 1,000 vehicles. Thanks to the ample size of the parking lot, all the cars managed to fit. Otherwise, the remaining cars wouldn't have found space. With many cars and people, the scene was bustling and extremely lively. Wow, I've never been here before. It's really magnificent, Zhou Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim after they got out of the car. About 300 meters away from the parking lot was the specialized building for the Medical Skills Convention. They could tell from the map earlier that the building covered a large area, but it was only when they saw the actual venue that they realized the previous design was just a glimpse. Although the venue was only a single story, the height of the story was over 10 meters. With a square shape to the west and a domed roof covering it, at first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the water cube in Beijing. The sky is round, the earth is square, symbolizing the balance of yin and yang. This design was given by the Yi family in the capital, right? Xiaoshan asked, and Lu Jingyao immediately nodded. The blueprint of the entire building was indeed specified by the Yi family in the capital. Yes, and the interior decoration was also done by the Yi family. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Convention was held once every 3 years, and during these 3 years, not only were the participating players preparing, but the Yi family in the capital had also made numerous preparations. Lu Jingyao was looking forward to seeing what the inside of the building had been transformed into. Mr. Zhaoshen, let's go inside. Lu Jingyao signaled and took out several passes, leading Zhaoshen and Zhou Yuqing through the player and organizers' exclusive passageway. There were 2 entrances to the venue, one for invitees from all walks of life and another specifically for participants and organizers. At the moment, both entrances were crowded with people. Those who didn't receive an invitation didn't have the qualification to enter the venue, yet they remained enthusiastic. Outside the main gate, several large screens were set up to show real-time match screens for people to watch. The crowd outside numbered in the thousands. It seems that our dragon country still has many people who greatly trust traditional Chinese medicine. Zhaoshen sighed softly upon seeing the enthusiastic crowd. Yes, traditional Chinese medicine is a precious heritage of our dragon country. Lu Jingyao nodded. It won't make everyone turn away from traditional Chinese medicine just because of the evil remarks from those capitalists. Zhaoshen is here. Zhaoshen, go for it. Suddenly, some people on the sides of the passageway spotted Zhaoshen and began shouting loudly. Wow, it's really Zhaoshen. Zhaoshen, go for it. I'm your fan. Zhaoshen, you must make it to the finals. My father has been in the hospital for 3 years, waiting for this medical skills convention to get a chance for treatment. At that moment, the sides of the passageway echoed with cheers, and some even held up signs with Zhaoshen's name on them. Zhaoshen at that moment seemed like an idol star welcomed by countless fans, overshadowing the limelight of other competitors. Mr. Z, I didn't expect your influence to be so strong now. Even Lu Jingyao was somewhat surprised. She had never imagined that Ziqia would have such a high reputation in everyone's hearts. Because everyone's eyes are not blind, Zhou Yuqing interjected softly. What Ziqia said that day was truly advocating for the common people. Ziqian's character is admirable, and his medical skills are no longer as important. Upon hearing Zhou Yuqing's words, Lu Jingyao nodded emphatically. While high medical skills can garner respect, few are brave enough, like Ziqia, to stand up against the Western medical community and publicly expose certain groups' ugly masks. Therefore, he has rightfully earned the admiration of countless people. Ziqia, keep it up. I specifically took leave to come here to support you. You must persevere. Chinese medicine at Longbo is powerful. Keep it up. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Ziqia and a few others entered the venue. Why is it so small? Upon entering, Lu Jingyao immediately furrowed her brows. The venue for this medical conference occupied thousands of acres. However, it had been transformed with a high wall dividing the front and back areas completely. The current area in front was less than 1/5 of the total area. Ziqia looked out and saw several slogans posted, indicating the location of the first round of assessments. It seems that they have divided the venue by rounds of assessment, Ziqia remarked. Lu Jingyao was momentarily stunned, then immediately picked up her phone to check. Upon seeing a notification in the group chat, Lu Jingyao nodded. I see, she said, as she held up her phone to Ziqia. Mr. Z, you're right. It has indeed been segmented. Each round of assessment will have different areas, and until the first round is over, no one can enter the second round of assessment. It's impossible to guess the content of the second round. Ziqia had to commend the Yi family's cautiousness. If the entire conference were held in one location, some people would undoubtedly try to guess the assessment content based on the decorations and equipment, risking unfair advantages. To prevent this, the Yi family had partitioned the venue so that no one could enter the second round before the first round had concluded, ensuring fairness. According to the Yi family's arrangements, only those who receive an invitation can spectate at each round of assessment. After the top 100 are determined, all subsequent matches will take place in the largest venue, open for public viewing and nationwide broadcast. Lu Jingyao was amazed by this. She finally understood why there was a super large venue marked on the blueprint, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. The thought of such a scene was truly exciting. However, reaching there would depend on each individual's abilities. The segmented venue was like climbing a ladder in a game. If you were skilled enough, you could advance through it to the final stage that attracted the attention of thousands. But if the contestants lacked capabilities, the first round would be their endpoint, with no chance of proceeding further. This methodical screening process was akin to separating the wheat from the chaff, where only those who could surpass all levels could be considered true eminent physicians. At this moment, all participants' focus was on the first round of assessment. Failure to pass this round meant nothing else afterward would matter. What are those individual rooms for? Zhou Yuqing pointed ahead. In front of the audience seating area, there was a square platform, with rows of small rooms on each side. Upon counting, there were surprisingly over 100 rooms, each sealed with number tags. Exactly 100, neither more nor less. These should be the assessment rooms for participants, Ziqian remarked. I believe so, Lu Jinya concurred as she glanced at her phone, not receiving any updates yet. As time passed, more and more people entered the venue. Besides the 1,000 seats for the audience, tables and chairs were set up on the square platform, with 10 seats in total, all already occupied, including Lin Yan. Among others, those present were prominent figures in Tianhai City, including individuals from the political sphere, likely serving as judges for the first round of assessments. Soon, a female host in a cheongsam stepped forward, introducing the identities of the 10 individuals on the platform one by one. After the introductions, the host took a few steps forward, smiling, and announced, I declare that the Tianhai City qualifying round of the Divine Doctor Cup Medical Conference officially begins. Upon her declaration, thunderous applause erupted from the audience and the participants, including their respective team members. Above, numerous fireworks and confetti burst into the air, creating a festive atmosphere. The onlookers outside the venue also erupted into cheers. When the venue quieted down a bit, the host raised the microphone again. Next, let our staff bring up the file pouches for the first round of assessments. Two security personnel in uniforms promptly ascended the stage with a tray, covered with a red cloth. What was underneath remained hidden, resembling a box. There was only a file pouch inside the bottom of the box, nothing else. In front of everyone's watchful eyes, the host approached, uncovering the red cloth. Underneath was indeed a transparent glass box. The host then proceeded to open a screen behind her, inputting a series of numbers before the glass box slowly unlocking. The sealed file pouch was then extracted. This entire process was closely monitored to prevent any cheating. Some may have thought the measures were overly strict. The Divine Doctor Cup Medical Conference aims to select truly accomplished doctors with exceptional medical skills. Only those doctors who pass through rigorous screening can truly safeguard the health of people worldwide. That's why every process of the medical conference has to be meticulous and complex. We appreciate your understanding. The host seemed to sense some impatience among the audience and offered a brief explanation. The audience nodded in agreement, understanding that being a doctor, responsible for treating and saving lives, required utmost diligence. A true healer saves lives, while a quack endangers them for profit. If someone were to impersonate a skilled doctor or cheat their way through, it would be a disaster for countless patients. The encrypted file pouch, sealed with the emblem of the Yi family from the capital, was slowly opened by the host, revealing a blank piece of paper with the content of the first round of assessments. At this moment, all eyes on the scene are focused on this piece of white paper, especially the contestants, who are breathing rapidly at this moment. For the medical skills convention, these contestants have made a lot of preparations. However, no one knows for sure if the evaluation content will happen to be their specialty. Just like students preparing for the college entrance exam, they spend 3 years solving various difficult problems and studying various materials, but they only find out if they hit the mark when they see the test paper. And now, the white paper in the hands of the female host is about to reveal the answer. The content of the first round of evaluation is to identify medicinal herbs. The female host said the last words, immediately causing a stir on the scene. Great. This is my specialty. Oh no, I'm not good at this. I'm only good at acupuncture. Upon hearing this evaluation content, some contestants were happy and some were worried. Is it really that simple? Ziqia furrowed his brow slightly. He thought that as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, knowing various medicinal herbs and understanding the properties and pharmacology of medicinal herbs is the most basic thing. Mr. Z, although the previous evaluation seemed simple, In fact, it is a screening process with profound significance. If someone does not have good medical skills but got into the competition based on connections, then this evaluation will expose their true abilities. The main evaluations that follow will definitely include practical treatment, so it is necessary to screen out those who do not understand medical skills in the first round to avoid any accidents later on. After explaining, Lu Jinyao, Ziqian nodded lightly. He originally thought that the medical skills convention's evaluation content would focus on practical medical skills. But now, hearing Lu Jinyao's explanation, he had to admit that the Yi family's consideration was indeed very thoughtful. If they were to immediately bring out a bunch of patients for evaluation in the first round, in case someone who doesn't understand pretends to understand and treats patients recklessly, it would definitely lead to serious medical accidents. The seemingly simple evaluations at the beginning are actually to screen out those individuals. This is also a responsible approach for the practical evaluations towards the patients later on. Jinyao's sister, what if someone excels in acupuncture but is not very adept at identifying medicinal herbs? Zhou Yuking asked softly. Then there's nothing that can be done. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Convention is not a joke. Only those who truly understand the field of traditional Chinese medicine can be called TAE. There are many doctors and traditional Chinese medicine experts in the world, but only one TAE is born every 3 years. And such top-notch medical experts must have an outstanding mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. As you mentioned, solely excelling in a certain area does not qualify one to be called TAE. Lu Jinya explained very seriously. Is that so? That's really strict. Zhou Yuking nodded slightly. After all, doctors cure and save people. There is no room for any negligence. The reason for being strict is out of responsibility for the patients. After Lu Jinya finished speaking, Ziqia also nodded. Just as Lu Jinya said, those traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to excel in a specific field can at most be called miracle doctors, but only those who are extremely proficient in acupuncture, manipulation, various medicinal herbs properties and pharmacology, and all aspects of traditional Chinese medicine can be honored as TAE. And the TAE Cup Medical Skills Convention requires such top-notch medical experts. Everyone, please quiet down. I will announce the competition rules. In this year's Tianhai Medical Skills Convention, there are a total of 1,072 participants. Due to the limited number of rooms, this first round of evaluation will be divided into 11 groups. Each group has 100 participants, and these 100 participants must identify all medicinal herbs and write down their properties and pharmacology within 1 hour. If time runs out, they will be eliminated on the spot. After all participants have finished, we will review in the backstage. Those who are all correct will advance to the next round, and even if there is one mistake, they will also be eliminated on the spot. The female host announced the competition rules to the entire audience. Ziqia squinted slightly. He just said that the first round of evaluation was relatively simple. Now he wanted to retract his words. How is this simple? It is absurdly difficult. It seems that there should be no underestimation in the TAE Cup Medical Skills Convention. Host, aren't these competition rules a bit tough? With so many medicinal herbs in front of us, no one can guarantee that there won't be a mistake due to carelessness. Yes, tour is human. I think we should be given 3 pointers for mistakes. After the female host announced the competition rules, someone immediately raised an objection. Excuse me. The rules of the Medical Skills Convention were personally set by numerous renowned doctors and miracle workers of the Yi family, and there is absolutely no chance for any changes. Furthermore, I hope that you all don't treat this competition as just an exam, but as a real effort in prescribing medicine for the patients. If you think people are prone to carelessness, then I ask you all, when prescribing medication to a patient, if you carelessly confuse one medicine, what kind of severe consequences could that lead to? The female host looked seriously at the entire audience, and everyone obediently closed their mouths upon hearing her words. Medical treatment cannot afford any mistakes. This medical skills convention follows the same principle. I want to tell you all that the entire medical skills convention will be very strict, and the evaluations following this first round will be even stricter. Anyone with objections can withdraw from the competition right now. The female host had put away her smile at this point, her eyes filled with seriousness. Now, all the participants were silent. No one dared to say a word. Wow. 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 The audience burst into applause. highly agreeing with her words. Medication can save lives and also harm people. Other tasks may allow room for carelessness, but when it comes to matters that can decide a patient's life and death, there can be no room for any carelessness. Therefore, they all express their support for the strictness of the Medical Skills Convention. In addition, there are some unpleasantries to be said upfront. All participants entering the evaluation rooms must hand in their phones and any other devices. They are not allowed to bring anything except their own clothing. After participating, they are not allowed to return to the participant seats. They can wait in the rest area, or are not allowed to communicate with other participants behind them. And of course, even if they were to communicate, it would be useless because the types of medicinal herbs in each evaluation will appear randomly. But even so, there should be no communication allowed, as it would be considered cheating. And throughout the entire competition, any form of cheating that occurs will result in immediate disqualification, and the participant will be placed on the Medical Skills Convention's blacklist, never able to participate again. Following that, the female host stated even stricter rules. With her earlier words, this time, no one dared to have any objections. Next, we will proceed with the lottery-style grouping. After the female host finished speaking, to staff members and to the participant area holding a box and started drawing numbers from the first row onwards. Each process is very standardized and rigorous. Actually, there are some drawbacks, Lu Jinyao whispered. With a rotation every hour, the participants who draw near the end will have nearly 10 hours to search and study medicinal herb knowledge. Jinyao, sister, look at this. Upon hearing Lu Jinyao's words, Zhou Yuqing gently stretched out her small hand and handed her phone to Lu Jinyao. No signal? Lu Jinyao was taken aback, quickly took out her own phone to check. Sure enough, the signal, which was strong just now, was now showing no service. This meant that a signal jammer had been activated in the entire assessment site. There will inevitably be some oversights in the event. But what the Yi family has done is already very well prepared, Zitia said softly. The Yi family's meticulousness in the medical skills conference has reached the extreme. Of course, there will always be some oversights, but those minor issues can be ignored. Mr. Z, speaking of which, the first assessment should be no problem for you, right? Lu Jingyao nodded first, then smiled at Zitia. Shouldn't be a problem. Zitia also nodded lightly. Since deciding to participate in the medical skills conference, Zitia knew he was weak in theory, so he had been studying medical books intensively lately. Moreover, he also obtained several books on medicinal herbs from the drugstore at Wenyuan Tea House. Unexpectedly, he happened to hit the test questions. So, the content of the first assessment was indeed not difficult for Zitia. Then, I congratulate Mr. Z in advance on advancing to the second round. Lu Jingyao smiled, feeling very happy. After all, Zitia was not only her friend but also a participant from her Lu family. Ziqian's advancement would naturally be a great thing for the Lu family. Soon, it was Ziqian's turn to draw lots. 1109. Ziqia saw this number and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. And one of the two staff responsible for drawing lots also glanced at Ziqian's number, then discreetly withdrew his gaze. Lu Jinyao immediately extended her palm to cover the number plate, then stuffed the number plate into Ziqian's pocket. Mr. Z, just in case, Lu Jinyao whispered in Ziqian's ear. All right, Ziqia didn't think too much about it. So, does 11 represent the last group? Zhou Yuqing asked softly. Yes, it represents the last group. 1109 represents the 11th group, the 9th room. For instance, the previous 0601 means the first room of the 6th group. Lu Jingyao nodded gently, then explained to Ziqia in a low voice. Well, now we will have to wait. Ziqia felt a bit helpless. The last group would have to wait for over 10 hours, and by then, it would probably be dark out. Originally, he was considering leaving early if there was nothing important after participating, but now he had to dismiss that thought. Ziqia, you're so amazing. You're definitely going to shine at the end. Zhou Yuqing smiled sweetly in response. Yes, that's right. Lu Jinyao also nodded repeatedly. Ziqia shook his head and didn't say much more. He slowly closed his eyes to rest, going over all the things he had learned during this period of time in his mind. Mr. Z, Yuqing, you two sit here. I'll go explain some things to the other participants. Lu Jinyao glanced at the time, then got up and left. At this moment, in a corner of the participant seating area, Chen Ruoxue and Lin Yan, Chow and others were sitting together, and their participants also received their number plates. Liang Chow had Zhong Chen sitting with him, so he was naturally unruffled. After all, Zhong Chen was the top young medical expert in Tianhai City, so this first assessment was just a waste of time for him. Although Chen Ruoxue didn't have the top-tier medical skills like Zhong Chen, her Chen family had spent 2 to 3 years preparing and had cultivated many outstanding medical practitioners. So, Chen Ruoxue was also full of confidence at this moment. It's a pity, we can't suppress that waste. Liang Chow turned his head slowly and glanced at Ziqian Ma far away. Yesterday, Lin Yan specifically instructed them that once the medical skills conference started, they must find a way to stifle Ziqian in his cradle, ensuring he wouldn't make it to the final rounds. Facing Lin Yan's instructions, they naturally didn't dare to slack off. However, with the current assessment format of individual assessments in their rooms followed by selection based on time and accuracy, they couldn't do anything about Ziqian. Liang, is it worth it to spend so much effort on that kind of waste? Li Yue sneered. I admit he's quite skilled in fighting, but in terms of medical skills, I bet he won't even pass the first round. If he advances, I will write my name backward, Li Yue said, causing several people, including Zhong Chen, next to Liang Chow to chuckle. Li Yue was right. While Ziqian was highly skilled in combat, the medical skills conference wasn't about martial arts, and his combat abilities wouldn't guarantee his advancement. Chen Ruoxue, sitting beside them, also nodded in agreement. She had told Ziqian more than once that physical strength wasn't the determinant of everything. Ziqian could only solve problems with violent force, but in the medical skills conference, the competition wasn't about martial arts, but medical skills. And in the field of medicine, Ziqian's meager knowledge fell far short in this gathering of numerous medical experts. During this time, he's been quite good at feigning, relying on his knowledge of martial arts and leeching off the Liu family, making himself look very impressive. But unfortunately, at this medical skills conference, it's not about martial arts, nor about leeching off others, nor about talking big. After he's eliminated, he will truly realize how useless he is. Liang Chow sneered, full of cold smiles. The hatred between him and Ziqian was irreconcilable, reaching the point of life and death. Therefore, if Ziqian was eliminated in the first round, he would definitely celebrate thoroughly. After he's eliminated, I'll buy some fireworks and crackers, go to the lakeside villa and set them off for 3 days and nights, congratulating him. Liang Chow's words elicited quiet giggles from Li Yue and others. If it hadn't been inappropriate for the occasion, they would probably have burst into laughter. It was because with the presence of Zhong Chen, suppressing Ziqian was well protected, making them all very relaxed. Chen Ruoxue slowly turned her head, staring at Ziqian for a few seconds before finally averting her gaze. This first round of assessment should be our last encounter. Next, I will lead the Chen group to keep advancing to new highs, while you will be thoroughly eliminated. All your previous accomplishments were just flashes in the pan. After today, the gap between us will only grow wider, and our lives will no longer intersect. Chen Ruoxue murmured to herself, then gazed ahead with determination. Everyone, please be quiet. The female host began speaking again. By this time, all the contestants had completed the drawing for grouping. Let me explain the numbering cards again to avoid any confusion among the players. A 101 represents the first group's room 1, with the first part indicating the grouping and the second part indicating the room number. Similarly, a 201 represents the second group's room 1, and so on. Looking towards the contestants, the host asked, "Any questions? If everyone is clear, I urge the players from the first group to enter their respective assessment rooms as soon as possible." Once all the players were in position, the large screen began counting down. The companies to which each player belonged anxiously awaited the results. In preparation for this annual TAE Cup event, all participating teams had put in countless efforts. Today was the day to validate the results of their hard work. The outcome of success or failure would only be revealed after the countdown ended. Some of the other contestants closed their eyes to relax, reviewing their knowledge of medicinal herbs in their minds. Others craned their necks to watch ahead, hoping to gain some useful information once the other contestants emerged. Knowing even the tiniest bit of information ahead of time could put them ahead at such an event and greatly increase their chances of advancement. Ziqian, on his end, also closed his eyes to relax, while Zhou Yuking remained quiet to avoid disturbing him. Meanwhile, In the city of Tianhai, many people were closely following the competition. Outside the venue of the medical event, thousands of people had already gathered. Some came out of curiosity, while others had high hopes for traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country. There were also many journalists and social media creators seeking first-hand news. Of course, many were there to show support for the contestants. After all, these players were all from Tianhai City, and their relatives and friends would be there, rooting for them. There were also many supporters of Ziqia anxiously waiting outside. Has Ziqia not appeared yet? Can he come out soon? I came just to see Ziqia. Yeah. They all say Ziqia was just talkative at the debate. I want to see if he's really like they say. The audience anxiously awaited, and many others who couldn't be there in person also closely monitored the situation. The TAE Cup medical event had already attracted significant attention, and the debate a couple of days ago had only heightened the excitement. So, it was no exaggeration to say that this year's medical event was hotter than any before. Apart from Tianhai City, 60 other cities were simultaneously hosting their own medical events. For such a top-tier event, many elite families, including prestigious families from the capital, were silently watching. Online comments were also heating up. Many had anticipated that the event would be live-streamed from start to finish, like the debate before. However, after waiting for so long without any notification, they either received invitations to attend in person or watch the screens outside the venue. Eventually, the criticism online grew more intense, to the point where even the Yi family took notice and had to release a statement. The TAE Cup medical event is not held for fame or profit, but to select more capable medical practitioners for the Dragon Country's medical field. Therefore, the event does not want to use up too many public resources to avoid impacting people's lives. However, we will promptly announce the assessment results in each city. Once the top 100 contestants are selected from each city, we will consider live streaming the event for everyone. After the announcement from the Yi family in the capital, various media outlets started sharing it. While many netizens were reluctant to accept it, they had no choice but to wait for further updates. Time passed by minute, from morning to afternoon and then to evening. Groups of contestants took turns undergoing assessments throughout the day. At that moment, the 10th group of players was being assessed. Having spent the entire day, many people had lost patience, and a significant number of spectators had already left early. The ones still present were either deeply invested in traditional Chinese medicine or supporting specific contestants or waiting to witness the assessment results before leaving. Fortunately, the three giants of Tianhai City, as the organizers, generously provided ample food and water for all those present, ensuring no one went hungry. It was approaching 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness enveloping Tianhai City as night fell. However, with various lights illuminating the assessment venue, visibility was not an issue, making it appear as bright as daytime. Mr. Z, it seems the questions are indeed challenging, Lu Jinyao muttered while looking at the countdown on the large screen. The 10th group of players was currently undergoing assessment, and most groups before them had taken around 15 minutes or more to exit their rooms. Those who could exit within 10 to 15 minutes were considered exceptional players. However, so far, no one had managed to complete the assessment and exit within 10 minutes. It's definitely not easy, Ziqian nodded softly. It was normal for the over 1,000 participants, pre-selected to be highly skilled in medical arts, to face challenging questions. The door of number 17 is opening, someone suddenly exclaimed. No way, it's only been 30 minutes, and he's already coming out. Who is it? This should be the quickest time among all contestants today, right? Oh, it's Zhong Chen, the disciple of the legendary Dr. Chen from the Kingma medical saint, truly living up to his reputation. As the crowd saw the young man who exited the door, they marveled and exclaimed in surprise. The time on the large screen had just passed 35 minutes. He was the first contestant of the day to exit within 10 minutes, causing a stir among the audience. Liang Chow was especially excited and loudly proclaimed that the contestant was from the Liang family. Zhong Chen, with a confident demeanor, walked slowly to the player waiting area. Well done. Lin Yan, seated on the stage, nodded in satisfaction. Zhong Chen was indeed a contestant from the Liang group, a subsidiary of the Lin family. Thus, Zhong Chen's outstanding performance also brought pride to the Lin family. Lin Yang smirked and glanced at Ziqia from the contestant area. Lin Yang glanced at Ziqia for 2 seconds, then slowly withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 9th room on the left. He was very clear that it was the assessment room where Zichia would enter next. A deeper, more meaningful smirk appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Zichia, do you think this kind of assessment method means I can't target you? The methods of my Lin family are beyond your imagination. The smirk in Lin Yan's eyes grew even more pronounced. Zichia below seemed to sense something and looked up at Lin Yan. But Lin Yan had already moved his gaze away at that moment. Mr. Z, this Zhong Chen is indeed very talented. However, I remember that Master Chen mentioned before that he and his disciples would never participate in the medical skills convention. I wonder what's going on with him. Lu Jinga frowned slightly. Although she disliked Zhong Chen, she had to admit that his medical skills were very high. Never mind him, Zichia didn't even look at Zhong Chen from start to finish. But think about it, even Master Chen was very polite to you. Naturally, Zhong Chen doesn't count for much. He took 35 minutes, you defeat him in 20 minutes. Wu Jinga was very confident. She believed that Zichia defeating Zhong Chen was not a problem at all. As they spoke, several other contestants walked out of the room separately. Wow, all within 10 minutes on the west side. The contestants in the 10th group are really extraordinary. Look at their badges, those two are from the Chen group. The Chen group is so mysterious. They actually have such outstanding contestants. The Chen group has developed well in the past 2 years. I heard from my friend that they have been preparing for the medical skills convention for several years. I believe that the Chen group might make a splash in this year's convention. Many people in the audience were quietly discussing, and Chen Ruoxue's face showed a satisfied smile. Time's up. Tally the list. As the countdown on the screen continued, with all the numbers on the west side turning to 0, the staff immediately tallied the list. Contestants who had not come out would be considered eliminated. Of course, even contestants who came out within an hour did not necessarily advance. Because this timed assessment was just preliminary, the judges in the backstage would evaluate their answers, and only those who got everything right could advance. I'm out. I'm out. A contestant shouted as he ran out, but he was completely ignored. Without rules, there is no order. Once the time was up, even 1 second more was not allowed. The contestant could only leave with a dejected face. Please have the other contestants wait a moment. After the last group of contestants finish competing, we will announce the assessment results and the final list of those who have advanced. The female host did not delay. Facing the contestants, please bring in the contestants of the 11th group. Mr. Z, it's your turn. Lu Jinga was full of anticipation. After waiting for so long, she had finally waited for this moment. On the audience side, including many people waiting outside, there was also a restless commotion. The day before, Zichian's performance in the debate was truly outstanding, making many people have high expectations for him, even idolizing him. And now, it was finally Zichian's turn to take the stage, and many people were eagerly anticipating it. Zichian is on stage. Let's see if he's all talk and no action. We'll see the truth now. Many people have been praising Zichia these past 2 days, but I don't believe it. I'm waiting to see him get eliminated in the first round. Under everyone's gaze, Zichia slowly stood up and left the contestant area. Come on, Mr. Z, Zichia. Go for it. Lu Jingya and Zhou Yuking both loudly cheered Zichia on. Meanwhile, Liang Chow and Li Yue, among others, had faces full of sneers and disdain. As the saying goes, real gold fears no fire. Zichia, who had obtained his qualification for the competition through connections, would be exposed for what he really was in this assessment. Liang Chow and Li Yue were eagerly anticipating Zichian's elimination. Undoubtedly, Zichia carried the hopes of many people, but many were also waiting to see if he would become a joke. Was Zichia really a hidden gem, or was he just a superficial talent in the field of medicine? This medical skills convention would provide the answer to everyone. Seeing Zichia enter the 9th room, Lin Yan's eyes showed a trace of playful mockery. Immediately after, he looked at Lu Jingya with a challenging expression. This seed contestant of the Lu family probably won't make it, Lin Yan muttered to himself. By this time, Zichia had already entered the room. The room was not large, with a camera in the upper right corner capturing the entire room to prevent cheating by the contestants. Zichia took a look around and saw that the room was simply furnished. On the left was a small square table with 20 types of medicinal herbs placed on it, as well as paper and pens. There was also a machine next to the table, where the contestants could insert the paper after writing down the information. On the right was a 20-inch touchscreen. It seemed that although traditional Chinese medicine in Longguo was ancient and traditional, it had also modernized, as evidenced by these convenient devices. Ziqia quickly understood the content of the first assessment after looking around. The 20 types of medicinal herbs on the table should be fixed, not difficult, meant as a warm-up for the contestants. The touchscreen on the right randomly displayed images of the herbs for the contestants to identify. After all, even the Yi family could not possibly provide thousands of herbs for the contestants to study, so this method was adopted. However, since everyone faced the same assessment method, it was also a fair one. Once Ziqia understood the assessment method, he immediately began to identify the herbs on the table, then filled in the corresponding information on the paper based on the numbering. The papers were already formatted with columns for numbering, herb names, medicinal properties, and corresponding diseases. Ziqia only needed to complete these items to finish the test. In less than 5 minutes, Ziqia completed the form and then put it into the scanner in front of him. Beep. The sound of confirmation rang out, similar to depositing money in an ATM. The form was scanned and recorded. Please proceed to the second assessment. Along with the prompt, the touchscreen on the right displayed the next herb. Ziqia didn't waste any time and immediately went over, picked up the stylus pen, and filled in the form on the screen. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The room was very quiet. Only the sound of the stylus pen rubbing against the screen could be heard. Outside, many people were anxiously waiting. Unknowingly, half an hour had passed. Has Ziqia not come out yet? Zhou Yuqing glanced at the door of room No. 9. He's probably doing a final check, Lu Jingya said with a slight frown after considering for 2 seconds. She knew very well that this question should have been a piece of cake for Ziqia, so he should have come out by now. The fact that he hadn't yet meant that Ziqia must have rechecked everything. After all, time wasn't the only criterion for the assessment. Only by getting everything right could he qualify to advance. The crowd continued to wait, and 10 more minutes passed. At this point, it had been 50 minutes, and the countdown on the big screen had turned into 9 minutes and 50 seconds. More and more contestants walked out of the rooms. Yet still, there was no sign of Ziqia. What's this? Lu Jingya finally started to get anxious. Hey, looks like Ziqia can't come out. Liang Chow looked at the countdown and smirked. Chen Ruoxue also shook her head slightly. She had once thought that Ziqia might have some secret abilities or genuinely understood medical skills, but today, she was finally certain that Ziqian's understanding of medical skills was only superficial. 5 minutes, 3 minutes. The countdown became less and less. By this time, all the contestants from the 11th group had come out of the rooms except for Ziqia. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the door of room No. 9. What's going on? What exactly is going on? Lu Jingya's heart was extremely anxious. Just now, she watched the countdown on the big screen, feeling that time was passing too slowly, making her feel like each day was dragging on. But now, with only 3 minutes left on the big screen's countdown, she felt as though time was passing too quickly. She even wanted to rush over and pause the time so that there would be more time for Ziqia. However, these thoughts were just wishful thinking. In this Chontang Medical Cup competition, rules were rules, very strict, and there was absolutely no room for any exceptions. Even if it went over by a second, the contestant would be eliminated on the spot. No one could interfere with the countdown on the big screen. This shouldn't be happening. How could this be? Could it be that Mr. Z had an accident? Lu Jingya was anxiously scratching her head. She had great confidence in Ziqian's medical skills, especially lately, as Ziqia had been studying a lot of information on different medicinal herbs. He should have been able to handle this easily. But now, the deadline was approaching, and Ziqia still hadn't come out. This made Lu Jingya start to doubt if Ziqia had encountered some unexpected situation. However, no matter how anxious she was, she couldn't interfere with the evaluation. Otherwise, it would be like voluntarily giving up, so she could only wait silently. Ha. We were right about him after all. He truly knows nothing about medical skills. He's struggling in this first round of assessment. I wonder how he's going to fake it this time. Lian Cao's eyes were full of smugness. Even Li Yue and the others looked disdainful. Even Chen Ruoxue's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt. Didn't Ziqia claim to have strong medical skills? Didn't he say that he saved old Master Chen's life when he was critically ill? If his medical skills were so outstanding, Why was he struggling with such a simple task of identifying medicinal herbs? If the questions were too difficult, then why had the other contestants already successfully completed theirs? Especially John Chen, who had only taken a little over 30 minutes to come out of the assessment room. Meanwhile, Zitia had already taken 58 minutes and still hadn't emerged from the room. All these signs indicated that Zitia indeed did not understand medical skills, and this first round of assessment would expose his true abilities. At this moment, the audience and those waiting outside also began to discuss. Isn't the contestant in room 9 Zitia? Yes, it's him. Now he's the only one who hasn't come out yet. What's going on? Wasn't he impressive at the debate? What's happening now? Ha ha. I told you, as impressive as he might have been at the debate, it was all talk. This medical skills competition is where the real test is. He probably can't keep up. Opinions were divided among the people, with some still holding out hope for Zitia, while others believed he had no understanding of medical skills and was doomed to fail. As the countdown on the big screen entered the final minute, whispers filled the air. 59, 58. Someone counted silently along with the timer. Meanwhile, in room 9 where Zitia was, the door remained closed. Many had already given up hope. The female host on stage had picked up the microphone, prepared to have the staff clear out the room. While Zitia had performed impressively at the debate 2 days ago, the rules of the medical skills competition wouldn't change for anyone. If you were capable, you would proceed. If not, you would be eliminated first, no questions asked. Countless eyes were fixed on the big screen, watching as the countdown continued to diminish. Time was the most impartial, unaffected by external factors such as a storm or a calm sea. 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Even if Zitia managed to exit the room in the final second, he would not be eliminated. But if he took even half a second past the countdown reaching 0, he'd be out. At that moment, not only Jinga and others felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, but even Chen Ruoxue's heart carried a hint of anticipation. She truly hoped that Zitia would advance smoothly. Unfortunately, her hope proved futile. 10, 9, 8. The countdown continued ticking, with a bell-like sound accompanying the final 10 seconds. Dang! Dang! With the last ring, the countdown on the big screen read 0 o'clock. The entire scene fell into a solemn silence. No one had expected that Zitia, who had been so brilliant at the debate, would fail to pass the first round of the medical skills competition. Time's up. Contestant who hasn't exited the room is eliminated. The female host announced the end of the 11th group's assessment. After she spoke, what was once a quiet arena erupted in murmurs of disappointment. Zitia had been eliminated after all. Jinga stared with wide eyes, looking visibly upset as she sat down. Her long-standing hope had now dissolved with the word eliminated. No, Zitia couldn't have been eliminated. Zhou Yuqing furrowed her brows. She had witnessed Zitian's medical skills personally. If Zitia could easily solve world-class medical challenges, how could he struggle with this assessment? She didn't believe it, just like Jinga, but disbelief wouldn't alter the strict processes of the medical skills competition. Once the fact was established, it could not be changed. Whatever the reason, Zitia was now eliminated, an unalterable truth. Ha ha. Liang Cha and Li Yue burst into laughter. Chen Ruoxue slowly turned her head to look at Jinga. I told you. In your eyes, he's a treasure, but to me, he's a burden. You said my eyes were blind before, but now that the truth is in front of us, do you still have the audacity to utter those words? In this competition with Jinga, Chen Raku had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Sighing. I lost. I really lost. To be honest, I came here specifically today to watch for Zitia, but his performance has left me utterly disappointed. Many in the audience shook their heads in regret, while those outside the venue voiced their displeasure. Zitia has been eliminated. He's been eliminated for exceeding the time limit. The news of Zitian's elimination spread quickly. Since the debate, Zitia had received a high level of attention, and many were eagerly awaiting the outcome of his matches. Learning that Zitia had been eliminated in the first round left some in disbelief, while others reveled in gloating. When Chen Jitan, the old president of the High City Chinese Medicine Association, heard the news, he widened his eyes in disbelief. This can't be. I know him. This just can't be true. Chen Jitong refused to accept the result. Yesterday, Zitia visited him. Throughout the day, The two of them discussed and exchanged knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. Ziqian's research on Longuo traditional medicine and his understanding of Chinese medicine theory were highly praised by Chen Jitong. Therefore, he was highly confident that Ziqia truly understood Chinese medicine and was genuinely proficient in the study of Longuo traditional Chinese medicine. In this situation, Ziqia should have been able to breeze through the assessment easily, so why couldn't he come out even after the time was up? President, it's true. The results have been announced on site, and Ziqia was eliminated on the spot. Liu Wensheng sighed lightly as he showed the video sent by others to Chen Jitong. After watching it, Chen Jitong remained silent for almost 10 seconds, then let out a long sigh, waved his hand, and turned away. In that moment, he seemed to have aged a few years. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He had high hopes for Ziqia, believing that under his leadership, Longuo traditional Chinese medicine would shine brightly again. But now, Ziqia had unexpectedly been eliminated in the first round, and his previous words had turned into a subject of ridicule. I want to rest for a while. Chen Jitong waved his hand and slowly walked toward the bedroom. Last night, he had difficulty sleeping as he was thinking about today's medical conference. And today, in order to witness Ziqian's performance in the competition, he had stayed up all day, and now he was feeling overwhelmed. Liu Wensheng also sighed, sitting in silence on the chair. At this moment, discussions were going on in the venue. The female host had already called the staff to prepare to bring Ziqia out. Could it be that Ziqia is trying to celebrate the Chinese New Year inside? Liang Cao's words made the people around, who were heads of various companies under the Lin family, burst into laughter. Host, please wait a moment. I think he will come out soon. Lu Jinga stood up first and shouted towards the stage. Miss Lu, the countdown has already reached 0. It's meaningless whether he comes out or not. The female host shook her head gently. Hearing this, Lu Jinga gritted her teeth slightly, then reluctantly sat back down. Soon, two staff members arrived in front of room number 9, took out the key, and prepared to open the door. Click! Before they could insert the key, the room door suddenly opened from the inside, and Ziqian walked out. Ziqia looked at the two staff members with a somewhat puzzled expression, seeing his face at this moment, as if he didn't know what had happened. Ha ha! Doesn't he realize he has already been eliminated? A clown is always a clown. Truly ridiculous. Liang Chow and others burst into laughter again. Even Lin Yan on the stage couldn't help but show a sneer. What's going on? Ziqia furrowed his brow and asked. Hello, our countdown is over. You have been eliminated. The two staff members shook their heads slightly and informed Ziqia. Time's up. Ziqia was also surprised at the news. Since there was no clock inside the room, he didn't know how long he had been inside. He had been focused on the tasks, and he certainly didn't waste any time. After completing all the questions and just checking once, he immediately walked out. How could he have gone over time? Yes, you have exceeded the time limit by 2 minutes. The staff member checked his watch and said calmly. Ziqia turned his head slightly upon hearing this, looking around at the other people. Indeed, all the doors of the other rooms had already opened, and the 11th group of participants, who were in the same batch as him, were already sitting in the rest area. The big screen displayed 0 o'clock very clearly. Ha ha, the clown doesn't even realize he's over the time limit. Having no brains like this, does he even have the qualifications to call himself a doctor? The ridicule from the people around, especially those from the Lin family, continued. Even Chen Ruoxue felt that Ziqia was extremely laughable at this moment. Ziqia, you have disappointed me too much. I turned down several big business opportunities just to come and see you. You were so impressive at the debate meeting. What happened today? While others finished all the questions in just over 30 minutes, you took so long. Do you know you're the last one? The audience erupted into a chorus of accusations. As the onlookers outside joined in, the atmosphere became even more tense. There is a saying, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Ziqian's current situation perfectly illustrated this saying. Just a couple of days ago, he had outperformed numerous Western doctors at the debate meeting, winning applause for his outstanding performance and garnering a large number of loyal fans. Many people were looking forward to seeing Ziqia represent Longuo traditional medicine, shining at the medical conference and showcasing the magical aspects of Longuo traditional Chinese medicine to the world. But now, he had been eliminated on the spot in the first round of the assessment, which was truly hard to accept. The jeers and disapprovals from the audience were like a storm, directly hitting Zhijie. At this moment, Zhijie seemed to be condemned by thousands, with people pointing fingers at him. Say something, give us an explanation. Someone said before that you only know how to talk. I even fought with many people on your behalf, and you're repaying me like this. If you're incompetent, don't come out pretending. Are you satisfied now? What a disgrace. The emotions of the crowd grew more agitated, and the criticisms became harsher. As they continued to scold, Lian Chow, Li Yue, and others from their group were extremely delighted. Zhijie had become their enemy, and at the sight of him being humiliated by the public, they couldn't be happier. At this point, Lu Jinga and others felt extremely disappointed, while Liang Chow and his group wore mocking expressions. More people took pleasure in others' misfortunes. Zhijie found himself in the eye of the storm, feeling no different from a clown. However, Zhijie, with a furrowed brow, felt that something was amiss. Although he wasn't arrogant by nature, he had strong confidence in his medical skills. Even with many talented participants in the medical conference, he couldn't believe that he would end up as the last one. He couldn't fathom how others could finish within 10 minutes what he spent an entire hour. He refused to believe that there was such a huge gap between him and the other participants. There had to be a problem somewhere. Please ask the eliminated participants to take their seats back in the player area. The female host looked at Zhijie and softly spoke. Zhijie furrowed his brow slightly, subconsciously began to walk towards the player area, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. He wasn't one to seek fame and profit, but in this case, he had to. Host, I have something to say. With all eyes on him, Zhijie stopped in his tracks and looked at the host on stage. Please speak. The female host nodded. I have doubts about the content and results of this assessment, Zhijie said slowly. However, when he uttered these words, the audience erupted in mocking laughter. Is Zhijie not embarrassed enough? He's shameless. If it were me, I would have left with my tail between my legs long ago. Does he think this is a debate competition, wanting to show off his eloquence? Many in the audience, including Liang Chow, Li Yue, and others, chuckled once again. Chen Ruoxue shook her head in disdain. The rules of the Heavenly Doctor Cup skills competition did not warrant any questioning. Losing meant losing, and insisting on questioning will only make oneself more embarrassed. Even Lu Jinga shook her head slightly. She felt Zhijie's actions were inappropriate. Sir, I recognize you. Your name is Zhijie, right? Your performance at the debate competition was indeed impressive, and I believe you have a deep understanding of traditional Chinese medicine principles. That the Heavenly Doctor Cup skills competition is not a debate. We will only proceed with selection and evaluation according to the rules. You do not need to have any doubts. The female host shook her head slightly, finding Zhijie's persistence off-putting. I must question. The questions you gave us couldn't possibly be completed within an hour. If someone managed to finish, then they must have cheated. This statement startled the entire room. Zhijie, what nonsense are you talking about? Just because you can't do it, you think no one else can. Who cheated? There are surveillance cameras in the room. Who could cheat? You must be responsible for what you say. The room buzzed with accusations against Zhijie. Because of his words, he had offended all the contestants. If someone could complete the task within the allocated time, it was considered cheating. According to Zhijie, were all the contestants in the rest area cheaters? Contestants loudly condemned him, while others found Zhijie to be unreasonable. At that moment, Lin Yan on the stage furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Don't waste any more time. Let him step down quickly, Lin Yan said to the person next to him. All right, Zhijie, don't waste everyone's time. You have already been eliminated. The person immediately stood up and shouted at Zhijie. Get down. No one knew who started it, but the room erupted in a chorus of voices, all urging Zhijie to leave the stage. Mr. Z, please step down. The female host gestured slightly, waiting for some quiet before turning her gaze to Zhijie. I stand by what I said. No one can complete your questions within an hour, Zhijie said firmly. If you don't give me an explanation, then it seems that this medical skills competition hosted by the Wu family in the capital is just a joke. With these words, Zhijie had not only offended the contestants, but had now targeted the prestigious Wu family. Was he truly unaware of the consequences? You've been eliminated, and now you want to cause a scene. Shameless. He's too full of himself, thinking he's the best in medical skills. Everyone shook their heads in disdain, their faces displaying cold smiles. Contestant, please stop causing trouble. If you doubt the Wi family, you can confront them. If you doubt the medical skills competition, provide evidence. Don't just spout nonsense without any basis. The female host's tone carried a hint of coldness, changing Ziqian's address from Mr. to contestant. I have no evidence, but I have one thing to say. I absolutely do not believe anyone can explain the pharmacology and properties of 120 medicinal herbs in 1 hour and then write it out completely. You can have the best contestant demonstrate this. If they can accomplish it, I, Ziqia, will quit the traditional Chinese medicine field forever. Ziqia pointed at the ground, his words like thunder on a clear day reverberating in everyone's ears. What is he talking about? Quitting medicine forever? With his kind of flattery, what difference would it make if he left the field? Ha ha. Making a vow like this, it's ridiculous. I used to admire him, but seeing him now, he disgusts me. Wait a minute, he might be right. Over 100 types of herbs, who can complete that in an hour? Not even my master can. The room filled with discussions once more. Some furrowed their brows, pondering Ziqian's words, while others mocked him even more. However, unbeknownst to them, the contestants were puzzled after hearing Ziqian's words. At that moment, Lin Yan on the stage had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, which he quickly wiped away, pretending as if nothing was amiss. He tried to speak but hesitated, realizing he couldn't interfere at this point, otherwise, it would raise suspicions. What did you just say? After a moment's confusion, the female host sensed something amiss and quickly turned to Ziqia to ask. I said, I don't believe anyone can explain the pharmacology and properties of 120 medicinal herbs in 1 hour. Ziqia repeated without hesitation. No. 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 I think you must be mistaken. The topic of this assessment only includes 60 physical herbs and those displayed on the screen. All the questions will revolve around these 60 herbs. How could there be 120? The female host shook her head slightly, and the other contestants also nodded. The questions they had just completed were based on 60 herbs. I remember it clearly. I wrote a total of 120 herbs. Ziqia looked at the female host, his tone serious. At that moment, many people furrowed their brows. Could there be a turning point in the situation? Ziqia, can you stop adding drama to the situation? There were only 60 herbs. Where did you get 120 from? Liang Chow couldn't hold back and stood up to shout at Ziqia. However, Ziqia didn't even spare Liang Chow a glance. He didn't want to waste time on someone insignificant. The female host was puzzled. She didn't believe the assessment system would make a mistake, but Ziqian's unwavering insistence made her start to believe him. Words alone aren't enough. Let's see the facts. I request to bring up my backstage answering records now. Ziqia made this demand to the host. After hesitating for a moment, the host looked around, seeking opinions from the audience. I support it. Let's see the truth. It won't hurt to spend a little more time. Many voiced their support, while objections from Liang Cha and others were silenced. The host nodded and contacted the backstage staff, who then projected Ziqian's answers onto the big screen. However, no one noticed at that moment. Lin Yan's expression was very grim, continuously taking small sips of mineral water and wiping away the sweat forming on his forehead. Soon, Ziqian's answers were displayed entirely on the screen. Big screen, clear display, 50. 100. Is it really 120 questions? What's going on? Whoa, I didn't see the herbs at the back at all when I was answering questions just now. Let me count. It is indeed 120 questions. Oh my, he actually answered twice the number of questions compared to other contestants. No wonder it took so long. After everyone finished counting the number of questions, all of them widened their eyes in astonishment. The audience gasped in surprise. It turns out that Ziqia was not lying. He really answered 120 types of herbs. The other contestants all had 60 questions, and he actually had twice the quantity of others. What's more, the most outstanding contestant in the competition, Zhong Chen, took over 35 minutes, and he finished twice the quantity in just 1 hour and 2 minutes. Liang Chow, Li Yue, and Chen Ruoxue all stared in disbelief. Those who were mocking and doubting earlier now had to face the truth, and they all fell silent. The female host was also stunned. She never expected such a thing to happen, so she was at a loss on how to proceed. Meanwhile, outside, The crowd was in uproar. Damn, Zichiad is so awesome. No wonder it took so long. Isn't he being discriminated against? Damn, Zichiad didn't lose. He didn't let us down. Countless people were excited and cheering. Some who were previously scolding and leaving in their cars turned back immediately upon hearing the news. With the facts laid out before them, all the doubts and mockery disappeared. What remained was admiration for Zichia and anger towards the unfair treatment. Looking at the other contestants, all of them were blushing and hanging their heads. They thought Zichia was not good enough and criticized others. But now they realized the huge gap between themselves and Zichia. Twice the number of questions, they knew they wouldn't be able to do it. Even Zhong Chen didn't dare to say he could complete 120 questions in the same amount of time as Zichia. Therefore, all the contestants fell silent, no longer speaking. Xin Yao's sister, Zichia, is amazing. Zhou Yuking, who was usually quiet, had her face flushed with excitement and disregarded her usual calm demeanor as she held onto Lu Jingyao's arm excitedly. Yes, amazing, too amazing. Lu Jingyao nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. The fluctuating emotions were hard to handle for someone with a weak heart. Please explain, esteemed organizers. Zichia looked up at the female host and calmly asked, "That's right, give us an explanation." The National Medical Cup Medical Skills Competition is known for its fairness and justice. Why is there discrimination happening now? They almost eliminated Zichia. You've ruined his future. I doubt if there will be similar incidents in the future. At this moment, many people at the scene were speaking up for Zichia. After all, the eyes of the public were sharp. Faced with such a clear-cut fact, no one could twist the truth. Sorry, Mr. Z, we are truly sorry. The female host finally regained her composure and apologized repeatedly to Zichia, addressing him as Mr. Z. However, Zichia did not respond to the host's apology, indicating that he was not ready to forgive. Today's events were initiated by Zichia, and if he chose to accept without arguing, he would have been eliminated by now. Such an important matter could not simply be resolved with an apology. No apologies accepted. Zichia. No apologies accepted. We must investigate this matter thoroughly to see what's really going on. Yes. Could there be someone manipulating things behind the scenes? The emotions of the crowd became more and more agitated, with many people speaking up for Zichia without him having to say a word. The female host was slightly flustered, and even Lin Yan and others sitting behind her were speechless. After all, the National Medical Cup Medical Skills Competition was a nationwide event, and every detail was crucial. Their mistake almost led to a miscarriage of justice for Zichia. Such a serious error was no small matter, and no one wanted to be the scapegoat in this situation. Please give me an explanation. Why is my number of questions different from the others? When Zichia said this, he deliberately or unintentionally glanced at Lin Yan. However, Lin Yan did not dare to meet Zichian's gaze at this moment and pretended to look through some data calmly. The female host tapped her earpiece, nodded slightly, and then gestured for everyone to be quiet. Mr. Z, on behalf of the organizers, I offer you our sincere apologies again. Due to a system error on our part, this situation occurred, and we are truly sorry. As a token of our apology, the organizers have decided to let you advance without further review, just as a small compensation. The female host looked at Zichia, apologizing earnestly. Upon hearing this, everyone present was surprised. If that was the case, then there was truly nothing to fault. After all, no one could guarantee that Zichia had answered all 120 questions correctly. The offer of advancing without further review was indeed a significant gesture of goodwill. However, Zichia shook his head and refused this offer. He believed he had answered all the questions correctly, so this advancement without review had no meaning to him. I don't need any special treatment. I am confident in my answers. I only request that this matter be investigated thoroughly. Zichia shook his head slightly, rejecting the offer. He was convinced that his answers were all correct, so the opportunity to advance without review held no significance for him. Mr. Z, we will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Whether it was a system error or other reasons, we need time to investigate, so please give us some time. The female host could only try her best to minimize the impact of the situation now. After a moment of silence, Zichia nodded in agreement. He knew that such investigations indeed required time, and even if the truth was revealed, it might not necessarily provide a satisfactory outcome. His main goal was to smoothly participate in the medical skills competition and obtain the herbs he desired. As for other matters, he was willing to let them go. I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again in the future. Xiqiao left these words behind as he walked towards Lu Jinya and Zhou Yuqing. The other contestants were waiting in the rest area for the assessment results, but since Xiqiao had already advanced, he no longer needed to stay with them. Isn't this inappropriate? Everyone has to go through the assessment. He's given advancement without it. This isn't fair. Liang Chao was very unhappy and stood up to protest. Xiqiao halted his steps and turned to look at Liang Chao, his eyes filled with coldness. Already feeling upset after what had happened, if Liang Chao insisted on provoking him, Xiqiao didn't mind educating Liang Chao on the spot at the medical skills competition. Don't make me slap you. Sit down. Xiqiao's stern command shocked Liang Chao instantly. Liang Chao refused to admit that he was afraid of Xiqiao, but he hadn't even realized that his fear of Xiqiao had already buried deep within him. He really wanted to challenge Xiqiao further, but considering that Xiqiao dared to strike Lin Yan, he had to dismiss the idea of continuing to challenge. Just you wait. Liang Chao threw out a harsh comment and sat down in resentment. Damn it, he's just lucky. Maybe all his answers were wrong. Liang Chao gritted his teeth slightly, feeling extremely displeased. At this moment, nobody else present had any objections, as the organizers, due to their mistake leading to this incident, compensating Xiqiao was only fair. As for the other audience members and contestants, they were not directly involved, and now that even Xiqiao remained silent, they naturally had no strong opinions. On behalf of the organizers, I offer sincere apologies to the contestant Xiqiao, as well as the other participants, including the audience inside and outside the venue, and all those who are following the medical conference. We will ensure that such incidents do not happen again. The TAE Cup Medical Conference always upholds the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, and we are open to scrutiny from all sectors of society at all times. The hostess on stage apologized to the audience once again. Let's just forget about it. Tour is human, and this was also a system error. We still trust the Yi family in the capital. I hope such incidents do not happen again, as it would be unfair to the contestants. I think there are flaws in your assessment process. You should inform the contestants of the assessment content before they start. If they knew the number of questions in advance this time, such incidents would not have occurred. Some in the audience expressed understanding, while others offered suggestions. The hostess nodded in response to everyone's comments, showing a willingness to accept feedback. As the saying goes, one must admit one's mistakes and accept criticism. If one clearly makes a mistake but refuses to admit it and insists on arguing, it will surely be more repulsive. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and announce the results of the investigation. But before that, please remain calm. After all, the medical conference must continue as usual. After the hostess finished speaking, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. Please be patient. We will announce the results of the competition shortly. The hostess smiled, then pressed a button. On the large screen, the live data verification process backstage was displayed. At the rest area, the contestants were extremely nervous. Those who had not left the room within the stipulated time were already in the process of elimination status. Although those in the rest area had completed the questions within the time limit, it did not guarantee automatic progression. This round of assessment required 100% accuracy. Even one wrong answer would result in immediate elimination or advancement, depending on the forthcoming results. Mr. Z, I didn't expect that just now. Lu Jinya was incoherent, unable to form complete sentences in excitement. If Xiqiao had smoothly advanced from the beginning, she would not have been so emotional. But now, facing elimination, and then suddenly achieving a second chance, she could not contain her excitement. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Xiqiao squinted slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lu Jinya was first startled by his words, then immediately turned to look at Lin Yan on stage. She also felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. The Yi family in the capital took the medical conference very seriously. All equipment had been tested countless times before being placed at the venue, so the probability of issues arising was extremely low. Yet, this first-round assessment problem had occurred, and it just happened to involve Xiqiao, which made Lu Jinya suspect that Lin Yan might have interfered behind the scenes. Mr. Z, why don't you insist on an explanation? As long as you demand an explanation, Lin Yan will definitely be exposed in public. That way, we can confront him face to face and reveal his true colors. Lu Jinga felt indignant. Hearing Lu Jingya's words, Zhijia shook his head slightly. His goal was to win the 7-leaf evergreen ivy through the medical conference, not to confront the Lin family publicly. After the medical conference, he would have time to settle scores with the Lin family. But before that, he needed to focus completely on the conference, avoiding any actions that could potentially affect his participation. He understood the priorities clearly. Upon seeing Zhijia shaking his head, Lu Jinga pondered for a moment and understood his intentions. She refrained from further discussing the topic. The current situation did not favor a confrontation with the Lin family. After all, the Lin family was one of the organizers, and even if their wrongdoing was exposed later, it would certainly impact the upcoming medical conference, which was not the outcome Zhijia anticipated. Lin Yang is just despicable. Lu Jinga glared at Liang Chow with resentment. Meanwhile, Liang Chow also felt extremely resentful. Initially, he was preparing to buy fireworks to celebrate Ziqian's elimination. But now, to his dismay, not only was Ziqian not eliminated, but he was granted a direct advancement without further evaluations. Other contestants were still waiting for their results, while Zhijia had already secured a spot in the second round of assessment. The more Liang Chow thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. I think there's an insider. Liang Chow snorted. Why should he advance without question? Liang, speaking of insiders, isn't it possible that this whole thing is staged by them? Li Yu's remark made Liang Chow pause, and he hurriedly inquired. What do you mean? Think about it. The medical conference is a highly regulated event, and the chances of errors are minimal. Yet, why did the mistake happen only with him? Li Yue sneered. Maybe he answered more questions, but whether they were right or wrong, he was advanced without further scrutiny. Are you suggesting that this is a staged act between Zhijia and the organizers? In fact, Zhijia didn't know the answers to those questions at all, so he came up with this compensation method to advance without further evaluation. Liang Chow rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're right. Otherwise, if he had answered normally, he would have been assessed normally. With such strict backstage scrutiny, there would be no chance to alter the results. He would have been eliminated. But now, with this direct advancement, whether his answers were correct or not no longer matters. After Li Yu's analysis, Liang Chow nodded repeatedly in agreement. After all, Lin Yang did not report to him about his actions, and he also did not know why there was a problem with Ziqian's evaluation process. However, after Li Yue mentioned these speculations, he found them very reasonable. Chen Ruoxue furrowed her brow slightly. Just now, she was amazed that Zhijia was able to complete double the amount of exam questions within an hour. But upon careful consideration, what Li Yue said indeed had that possibility. After all, Lu family was one of the organizers of the medical skills competition in Tianhai City, and if they resorted to some means, it wouldn't be too difficult. Well, it turns out we've been played by him. Zhijia, this useless person, is indeed too cunning. Liang Chow cursed angrily. He had already concluded that what Li Yue said was the truth. These are just our speculations. As participants, it's best not to easily question the organizers. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly. Okay, we won't question that the medical skills competition has more than just this one item. Even if Zhijia manages to pass through this first round by DC, there are other assessment items to come. I'm anxious to see how far he can be safe. With a cold snort, Liang Chow didn't care about what others said. He was convinced that Zhijia was deceiving his way through. The subsequent assessment items are even more rigorous, and there will also be medical practice. He wanted to see how far Zhijia could pretend. Let's not mind him, we just need to focus on our own participants. After Chen Ruoxue finished speaking, Liang Chow and Li Yue nodded and stopped speaking, all looking toward the stage. The efficiency of the backstage staff was fast, and the results were already prepared by now. In fact, as soon as the participating members answered the questions, the machines had already judged the results. The backstage staff had to recheck manually to avoid any other problems. Quiet, everyone. I will now announce the results of the first round of assessment and the list of qualifiers. After the female host finished speaking, the audience fell silent immediately. Many people had spent the whole day at the venue, awaiting this moment. The audience members were very excited. while the participants and their corresponding companies were extremely nervous. It could be said that except for Zhijie, the other participants were all very anxious. Even John Chen, who was initially confident, was a bit fidgety as the answers were about to be revealed. In the first round of the medical skills competition, 65 participants failed to complete within the time limit. A total of 307 participants had incorrect answers on their exams. As the female host slowly spoke, many participants felt the pang of anxiety. More than 300 people. Unexpectedly, over 300 participants had errors in their exams. It didn't matter how many mistakes were made, as the rule for the first round was that even half-wrong answers would result in elimination. They eliminated 372 people in the first round. There are only about 1,000 participants, and a third of them were weeded out in one go. So strict, too strict. The audience murmured, while the participants felt even more nervous. They didn't know if they were among the over 300 eliminated participants. Next, the large screen will display the list of qualifiers. Please check your number, participants. The female host slowly moved aside and pointed to the large screen. Soon, rows of numbers appeared on it. The first number, 1109 for Zhijie, was displayed, followed by the numbers of other participants. The numbers continued scrolling, showing new ones each time. I made it to the next round. I qualify. I made it too. Ha ha ha. Why hasn't my number appeared yet? Did I get eliminated? The participants in the resting area were excitedly shouting when they saw their numbers. Those who hadn't seen their numbers knew they were eliminated. With the announcement of the qualifiers, some were jubilant while others were despondent. The mood on site was significantly different among the people present, especially the companies behind the participants. Some were delighted to see many of their participants advancing, while others had all their participants eliminated, their faces turning green. Damn it, a bunch of good-for-nothings. Bastards, get out. All of you get out. A middle-aged man suddenly stood up, removed his tie, and began berating the participants in the rest area. Some people turned pale and left quickly. Situations like this were common at the medical skills competition. After all, the participants only needed to showcase their medical skills, but the companies behind these participants had invested countless hours and resources over the years to nurture them. Some companies were on the brink of bankruptcy, but still poured all their resources into taking a gamble at the competition for a chance to turn their fate around. They were hoping these participants could change their circumstances, but with all of them being eliminated in the first round, how could they accept it? Undoubtedly, as their participants failed, their companies would swiftly face bankruptcy. Hence, experiencing emotional breakdowns in such situations was normal. The elimination rate is terrifying. Zhijie shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that over 300 participants would be eliminated in the first round. Although this one-third elimination rate didn't seem high on its own, these participants had gone through layers of selections and screenings. For example, the participants from Lu family had gone through several rounds of selections before the final list of 1,072 participants was confirmed. Even though these participants had undergone at least 3 rounds of screening and were considered elites, many prominent figures in the traditional Chinese medicine community, more than 300 of them were eliminated. Zhijie had initially thought that the competition's questions were too simple, almost child's play. But now he realized that he had underestimated the medical skills competition. Indeed, it's quite terrifying. Lu Jinga nodded. There were nearly 200 participants from Lu family, but now, apart from Zhijie, only around 100 participants had qualified, meaning half of them were eliminated. Zhong Chen indeed made it to the next round. Besides him, the participants from the Lin family should also be excellent. Lu Jinga glanced at Lin Yan on stage, then at Liang Chow and Chen Ruoxue. At this moment, Lin Yan's face was full of smiles, and Liang Chow and Chen Ruoxue also appear equally satisfied. This shows that the participants from the Liang and Chen families have definitely advanced by quite a bit. If there were only a few or even none advancing, they wouldn't have this expression. For the past year, the Chen family has been meticulously preparing. Zhijie glanced over there, not knowing the situations of the Liang and Lin families, but having lived with the Chen family for 2 years, naturally he was very clear about the situation. Especially during this period, in order to prepare for the Medical Skills Summit, the Chen group even turned down many opportunities, devoting all their energy solely to the Medical Skills Summit. With this much effort, there will naturally be some rewards. Although the Chen group lacks foundation and President Chen Ruoxue isn't that astute, her persistence is indeed extraordinary. What one keeps in mind will surely make a difference. She has devoted herself to this matter and has finally achieved something. However, this is just the beginning of the first round of assessments. The key is whether they can stay firm in the subsequent rounds. Jinga shook her head slightly. In fact, she still admires Chen Ruoxue somewhat. After all, Chen Ruoxue's background isn't that great, and the Chen group has only gradually risen in the past 2 years. Without guidance from predecessors and not understanding the ways of society, it's definitely not easy to come this far. However, gaining qualification to participate in the competition and advancing to the second round of assessments is nothing significant. Currently, there are 700 participants who had successfully advanced, and the Chen family's participants are not prominent among these 700. If they can pass through all obstacles successfully and achieve victories continuously, the Chen family will naturally ascend to become one of the top families in Tianhai City without any problems. But such a thing can be described as extremely difficult. Zitia nodded without adding more. Whether Chen Ruoxue can hold her ground has nothing to do with him. What he's thinking about is that he must hold his ground so he can obtain what he desires. 700 participants have advanced in the first round of assessments. Let us congratulate these 700 participants for advancing, and also express our regret to those who have been eliminated. We hope that in the next Medical Skills Summit, you will achieve better results. The female hostess slightly bowed, and applause filled the room. Of course, to address any doubts the participants may have, all participants have the right to review their test papers. This includes paper-based test papers, electronic test papers, and the monitoring recordings inside the assessment rooms. Everyone has the right to review them. The TAE Cup Medical Skills Summit upholds principles of fairness, justice, and transparency. So within reason, we will try our best to accommodate the requests of all participants. After the female hostess finished speaking, everyone nodded again. In fact, everyone understood that her statement that all participants could review the materials was mainly to save face for those who have been eliminated. Those who have already advanced naturally do not need to review any test papers. For those who have been eliminated and have doubts about the results or suspect that their test papers have been marked incorrectly, of course, they have the right to choose to review them. Participants with questions can go to the backstage after today's assessments are completed to find staff and go through the procedure. Additionally, as participants need to rest, and we also need some time to set up for the second round of assessments, the time for the second round of assessments is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. At that time, please make sure to be punctual. See you the day after tomorrow. The female hostess made a slight bow, and everyone expressed their support after listening. After all, in such a grand event, when all participants are involved, tensions can run high. Having a day in the middle for rest is indeed a good thing for the participants. They probably need to rearrange the venue. Mr. Z, let's go back. We'll come again the day after tomorrow. Jinga called out to Zitia and Zhou Yuking and walked towards the exit. After going through the first round of assessments today, Jinga has focused all her attention on Zitia. As for the other participants from the Lu family, she has completely handed them over to others in the Lu family to lead. She only needs to take care of Zitia. Considering Zitian's performance in the assessment, the other participants from the Lu family naturally have nothing to say. Zitia and the others walked out through the special passage for participants. Hehe, some people are shameless, advancing through improper means. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. What are you talking about here? Jinga immediately turned around, looking at Li Yue with a cold gaze. You. Li Yue gritted her teeth slightly. She originally wanted to mention Zitia, but she didn't expect Jinga to pick it up so quickly. Even if Li Yue were given 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare to confront Jinga face to face. Chen Ruoxue, manage the dogs around you. Don't think that with the Lin family backing you, my Lu family wouldn't dare touch you. Jinga glanced at Li Yue, then turned her cold gaze to Chen Ruoxue. Now, Chen Ruoxue is connected to the Lin family. Therefore, she's considered an enemy of the Lu family, so naturally, Jinga wouldn't show them any favor. Unfortunately, this Li Yue always looks for trouble, making Jinga quite irritated. What do you mean? Chen Ruoxue frowned. What do I mean? Let me tell you, If Mr. Z hadn't prevented me from getting involved in the matters between you back then, your Chen group wouldn't have survived 3 days. You and the dogs around you won't have the chance to act arrogantly in front of me. Lu Jingya's eyes were very sharp. When she's in front of Zitia, she would maintain a girlish demeanor, but in front of others, she's the noble daughter of the Lu family, let alone Chen Ruoxue. After locking eyes with Lu Jingya for a few seconds, Chen Ruoxue ultimately backed down. She had to admit that the Chen group was no match for the Lu family, at least not at the moment. Although Chen Ruoxue fervently desires for the Chen family to surpass the Lu family, all of this is contingent upon them shining at the Medical Skills Summit to have that chance. And now, when faced with the Lu family, the Chen family remains cautious. Zitia, you're quite lucky. Chen Ruoxue ignored Lu Jingya and turned to Zitia. Zitia merely glanced at Chen Ruoxue and averted his gaze. When Chen Ruoxue chose to stand with Lian Chow and the Lin family, they became enemies. As for enemies, he naturally had no interest in conversing with them. What is obtained through luck will soon be lost, because no one can rely solely on good luck. Chen Ruoxue's words clearly indicated that she believed Zitia didn't advance based on his own abilities. You don't need to worry about this. Ziqian's tone was indifferent. I do not have any interest in your affairs. It's just that someone mentioned before that you are a treasure in her eyes. I just want to see how far this so-called treasure of yours can go in the Medical Skills Summit. When Chen Ruoxue spoke these words, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Lu Jingya. Since you're not interested, then why are you babbling in front of Mr. Z? Lu Jingya immediately retorted. I remember, weren't these the words you said to me at the beginning? Chen Ruoxue looked deeply at Lu Jingya. Ha, I didn't expect you to remember that sentence. All right. Let's see whether Mr. Z is a burden or a treasure. Let's see whose eyes are blind. Lu Jingya looked at Chen Ruoxue with a cold smile. Fine. What exactly he is, it's not up to us. The assessment in this medical conference will determine that. After saying these words, Chen Ruoxue glanced coldly at Zitia and was about to leave. Dare to make a bet? Lu Jingya pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Bet on what? Chen Ruoxue stopped and asked. Let's bet on whether Mr. Z can become the champion of the Tianhai City subdivision. Lu Jingya, with a confident demeanor, took a step forward and said this sentence. Even Zhou Yuking beside them was confused upon hearing this. Chen Ruoxue, Li Yue, and others were stunned. They had not expected Lu Jingya's expectations for Ziqiat to be so extraordinary. The title of subdivision champion. Did she know how significant it was? Ha. When Li Yue and Chen Liu realized what was going on, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Chen Ruoxue couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. I'll bet with you. Forget about being champion. Even if he can make it to the top 100, I'll count it as your win. Chen Ruoxue shook her head slightly, a deep disdain flashing in her eyes. Although Zitia had qualified for the first round of the assessment today, she still did not believe that his medical skills were exceptional. Let's make a bigger bet. I'll bet you the position of champion. Lu Jingya didn't back down. No one knew where her confidence was coming from to say such words. Chen Ruoxue frowned upon hearing this. She knew Lu Jingya wasn't a fool, so if the bet was significant, the stakes would undoubtedly increase. So, what's the wager? Chen Ruoxue asked calmly. If you lose, you will hold a press conference in the name of the Chen group, admitting that it was your blindness that led to the decision to part ways with Mr. Z. It's all of you from the Chen family who were blind, leading to Mr. Xiao's expulsion from the Chen family. All members of your Chen family will apologize to Mr. Z. Lu Jingya looked at Chen Ruoxue and said the terms of the bet one by one. You. Chen Ruoxue was taken aback. Li Yue was stunned. Even Zitia hadn't expected Lu Jingya to say such things. However, Lu Jingya was resolute. Clearly having planned the terms of the bet for a while, she felt that Zitia had been unfairly treated in the Chen family, and she wanted to rectify that injustice. Zitia moved his mouth, intending to advise Lu Jingya, but when he met her unwavering gaze, he dismissed the idea. Did Lu Jingya have it wrong? She didn't. She just wanted to seek justice for Zitia, to rectify the injustice he suffered before. Since she was right, there was no need to stop her. In fact, Zitia couldn't help but feel a warm feeling seeing Lu Jingya standing up for him. Do you dare to bet? Lu Jingya asked Chen Ruoxue again. Chen Ruoxue frowned. She had realized that Lu Jingya wouldn't propose such a significant bet without a substantial stake. However, She didn't want to risk her and the Chen family's reputation for Zhijie. Although she was certain that Zhijie couldn't win the medical conference, she didn't want to agree because she believed Zhijie was not worthy of risking the Chen family's face. If you're unwilling, then leave. Lu Jinga huffed, preparing to depart. Who says I'm not willing? Chen Ruoxue retorted, her voice turning cold. If he fails, what then? If Mr. Z fails, Lu Jingyao, will also hold a press conference, publicly bowing and apologizing to you, Chen Ruoxue, admitting that I was the one who was blind. Lu Jingyao didn't hesitate for a second and stated the terms of the bet. She was aware that significant bets needed substantial stakes. Since she asked Chen Ruoxue to bet the entire Chen family, Lu Jingyao had to pay a significant price herself. As one of the three giants in Tianhai City, the actions of the Lu family were closely watched, and they valued their reputation. As the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Jingyao's proposal was undoubtedly sincere. It was up to Chen Ruoxue whether she would accept the bet. Just because of him, you're risking your own and your family's reputation. Chen Ruoxue pointed at Zhijie. She couldn't understand why Lu Jingyao had such confidence in Zhijie. It's no big deal. During the debate, I dared to bet the fate of the entire Lu family. Now that I see Mr. Xiao's excellence, naturally I dare more. It's you. Do you dare to take the risk? Lu Jingyao was cold and arrogant, her eyes challenging. Ruoxue, bet with her. What can she do? I don't believe this useless person can become a subdivision champion. If he can make it to the top 100, I'll acknowledge his ability. Before Chen Ruoxue could speak, Li Yue couldn't help but interject. That's right. Bet with her. Liang Chow sneered. Even Zhong Chen, the divine doctor, doesn't dare guarantee winning the championship. Who is he compared to? Bet with her. At this moment, Liang Chow and Li Yue supported Chen Ruoxue, urging her to accept the bet. They were certain that Lu Jingyao's bet was like handing them the win. Zhijie, with his mediocre medical skills, dreaming of becoming a champion was a joke. So, they knew that if Chen Ruoxue accepted the bet, Lu Jingyao would undoubtedly lose. With such a clear advantage, why wouldn't they accept it? However, Chen Ruoxue's thoughts were somewhat different. Firstly, the Lu family wasn't foolish, and Lu Jingyao certainly wasn't either. They wouldn't propose such an easy win. Secondly, many things had happened recently that made Chen Ruoxue consider Zhijie in a different light. Through these events, she had begun to see Zhijie in a new and positive way. Taking everything into account, Chen Ruoxue didn't have an absolute certainty of winning this bet. You dare to refuse, right? It's fine, I won't pressure you. Since you don't dare, in the future, handle yourself and your pet properly, and don't bark uncontrollably in front of Mr. Z. Lu Jingyao's words were harsh, and her eyes were full of contempt. Who said I wouldn't dare? Chen Ruoxue gritted her teeth lightly. Lu Jingyao smiled faintly. So, are you taking it? I accept this bet, said Chen Ruoxue after a moment of contemplation, making a decision in a cold tone. All right, let's wait and see then. Lu Jingyao responded and prepared to leave. Chen Ruoxue slowly turned her head to look at Zhijie. Zhijie, I have never really bowed my head in front of you. This time, someone has secured you such an opportunity. It depends on this opportunity, whether you can seize it. Leaving these words behind, Chen Ruoxue took the lead to leave with Liang Chow and others. If you can become the champion, even I, Li Yue, will kneel down and call you father. Trash, Li Yue managed to curse before quickly following Chen Ruoxue's footsteps. Watching the group leave, Zhijie furrowed his brow slightly, then looked at Lu Jingyao. Mr. Z, I know I acted on my own again. You can scold me. Lu Jingyao was very frank, taking a step forward, bowing slightly to admit her mistake. You ... Zhijie hesitated with his words. Regardless, you have done so much for the Chen family, and they have betrayed you. What they did is simply wrong. I just want to stand up for you, to get you the justice you deserve, to make them apologize to you in person. With her head lowered, Lu Jingyao spoke her mind one word at a time. I know, maybe you don't care about these things, but I do care. Even if I have to endure injustice myself, I can't bear to see someone I care about being treated unfairly. I don't want this incident to become a thorn in your heart. Lu Jingyao lifted her head slowly, looking at Zhijie with utmost sincerity. That's why I have to do this, so go ahead and scold me if you want. And Zhijie remained silent. Lu Jingyao had acted on her own without consulting Zhijian's opinion. However, The key point was that her actions did not bring her any benefits. If Zichia won, all Chen Ruoxue would do is apologize to him. But if Zichia lost, Lu Jingya would be publicly embarrassed. She didn't gain anything from this. She simply staked her own and her family's reputation to help Zichia get the justice he deserved. So, what reason did Zichia have to scold her? If Zichia did scold her, it would not be much different from Chen Ruoxue, who could not distinguish between right and wrong. I just feel like you don't need to do this. Zichia shook his head lightly. This was ultimately his own matter and shouldn't have made Lu Jingya speak up for him. It's necessary. Lu Jingya insisted more earnestly. I feel it is necessary. After pausing for 2 seconds, Zichia ultimately said nothing more and led the two of them outside. Zichia is out. Impressive. Zichia, you are truly impressive. Outside, there were still many people cheering, even though many had left. When they saw Zichia come out, they immediately started cheering. Thank you all for supporting Zichia. We will work even harder and not let anyone down. Please continue supporting us as you have been. Lu Jingya smiled politely, speaking to the people around her. Many were surprised by her kindness and became even more enthusiastic, causing the cheers to grow louder. Amidst the cheering crowd, Zichia and his group returned to the car and started the journey back. Jinya's sister, why were you so kind to them just now? Zhou Yuking asked softly, finding it unusual for Lu Jingya's character.